Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And did you take your own advice from yesterday? Did you go and keep it real at the barber yesterday?
Oh, yeah, I said, let's go. I told
go.
Elise, I said, this is one of the last times you're going to see me now.
That's it.
So let's just trim up our eyebrows a little bit. Get the take it down. Let's cut it down.
You're keeping it real right now.
I had the Joe Moore Award shows yesterday. I said I gotta get my Cole Kubelik on.
You went Josh Pate on everybody.
I gotta do more arm work, but yeah.
Yeah, no.
Josh Pate's finally gonna join us.
He missed last week.
We had Thanksgiving, so we didn't have him then. He missed last week. He wasn't on last week because he had something he had to do with ESPN, quote unquote.
Whatever. We're not ESPN?
And I texted him yesterday. I said, hey, making sure you're on tomorrow. There's a lot, and this is when the Sharon Moore store stuff is going on, and we'll get to that in a second. This is one of the craziest things we've seen on a single day in a long time. And
since Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, well, that's a long time.
Yeah.
The Petrino stuff was like 13, 14 years ago.
Yeah.
And this is more, though. The coach ends up in jail. Yeah. This is more than Petrino.
Well, he didn't end up with a neck brace.
You don't know. Well, I don't want to say too much, but it's bad.
Yeah.
This Sharon stuff is really bad. Anyway, I said, hey, there's a lot going on. I want to make sure we have you tomorrow because we hadn't had you for a couple weeks, and we got all the playoffs. We got the Sharon. He goes, woo, buddy. Yes, I'll be there.
Okay.
And
what time's 8:30?
No, he's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock today. So we'll visit with him. I mean, I guess that's the lead. Michigan fired. This is a true story. I can show it to you. Yesterday, I'll give you the exact time I want to be specific on this time that I sent this. Yesterday, I'm watching Derek Moore, Jay Sean, whatever, number one off of Michigan. Ernest, God, I can't even remember their names. The linebacker, number 15, Houseman, and Rayshawn Benny from Michigan. I got 4 Michigan players that I'm going to watch all at the same time. I'm like, I'm going to do this all at the same time. It'll take me 3 hours, 4 hours if I do them all at the same time. I said, you know who I need to talk to, who I talked to last year about his players? Let me send something to Sharon Moore right now, the head coach. I got his number from when he was the offensive line coach at Michigan when they won the Joe Moore Awards. And I've asked him questions about some of his players in the past, and he's been nice enough to get on the phone and help. So yesterday at 4:50 p.m., I'm sorry, at 2:31 p.m., I say, hey, Coach, do you have any time for a phone call to talk about these guys on your defensive front? I'm going to be watching them and writing them up over the next couple of days and just wanted to get some context. But 30 minutes later, Sharon Moore fired from Michigan. I'm like, oh, man.
Well, but did he call?
Well, so Sharon Moore fired from Michigan. And I'm like, oh, man, I feel so bad that he got fired.
I said so bad that he didn't even call you back.
Well, he left me on, he just left me on red. I said, oh, crap, I just saw the news, Coach. I'm really sorry. Now, the news for me was that Sharon Moore had been fired from Michigan. Now, he had a 9-win season. They actually they struggled a little early, and then actually played well despite his multi-million-dollar quarterback really being a huge disappointment this year. Underwood was a huge disappointment. Mm-hmm. And so me and the boys from the Joe Moore Award were pretty shocked. We were texting. I mean, this is an offensive line guy. They all know him. Former offensive line man and coach, and he was head coach at Michigan. And he was, kind of the right-hand man for Harbaugh. He took over for Harbaugh. We're like, man, something doesn't smell right. I said, yeah, this guy, Ernest Houseman, the linebacker, hasn't played the last 2 games, and Sharon Moore said it's a personal issue. I wonder if there's something behind the scenes with him going on that would involve, Moore for any reason, because he said something about he brought something. I don't know. I don't want to get too far into that one. And then and we all said, 9 wins in only 2 years. And one of the guys said, feels like Michigan's just trying to get out of his contract if you're firing him after 2 years. But
he didn't have 9 wins in 2 years, but
No. He had 9 years wins this year.
Yeah, right.
And he only coached for 2 years.
Right.
That's simply one of them was a win against Ohio State.
Yeah,
it just didn't smell right.
Yeah, but he started three. He had 3 losses in his first year, which is the same as the last 3 years.
It's not going to get you fired though. 3 losses and then 2.
Three losses in his first 5 games or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't this year.
No, right.
And they actually played better than expected with it. And I started thinking, I wonder if the quarterback flexed his muscles and said, "I'm going to transfer if Sharon Moore isn't out of here." And I'm like, we're like wondering, why would he be fired after 2 years? This isn't something to get fired over after 2 years at Michigan. And then the news came out from Pete Thamel, Nicole Auerbach, and others that Sharon Moore, the head coach at Michigan, was fired for cause
an
inappropriate relationship with a staffer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And apparently there was a video of him standing on the sidelines, and that was allegedly the girl. There's him.
Wait, she's a like a recruiting staffer.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I know her dad.
Oh yeah.
Her dad is an NFL scout, long-time NFL scout.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and one of my sources is on a team where this guy scouts. I said, "Did you see what happened with Moore?" He goes, "Holy crap!" I'm like, "Do you have any intel on this?" And the guy said, "No." He said, "I don't know what this is about." I said, "None of your scouts had heard any whispers?" He goes, "No, I'm learning about this in real time, just like you." It turns out he's on the same team as the dad, whose daughter is at and the daughter was an administrative. She was in an administrative recruiting position.
She's in
at Michigan, and Sharon Moore. But it gets wilder. It's apparently in the story, and this has been reported that she got pregnant, and he requested, and she had an abortion that he paid for. He's married, by the way. So all of this is just like bad look. Michigan, most coaches wouldn't survive it. There was discussion about, well, if he was winning more, they might turn a blind eye. That one's going to be too tough to survive. That's too tough to survive that. But it got even worse. It somehow kept getting worse. Then there was a story like it when we were about to go on for our Joe Moore Award show at it was like 6-something. Sharon Moore had been arrested, was being detained and arrested. There's a mugshot of him now. Once again, the now former coach at Michigan. And I guess in Michigan, the word is there was a domestic dispute between he and his wife after all of this happened. And he was detained. He was kind of, I don't want to say on the run, but he was somewhere, not in Ann Arbor. And police arrested him. So that's unless something has happened now. And there was other things that were being mentioned on Michigan websites that he, may have made comments, threatening himself and things like that. So I don't know. This is a coach and another, and a man, a human, going through what feels like the end of everything for him. Everything he had, millions, a job, everything, poof, gone. And now Michigan is obviously without a coach. Well, they hired Biff Poggi, I think his name is, or something like that. The assistant is the interim head coach. But Sharon Moore became, not a side note, like the main character of the day. And there's a quote that says, your goal should always be never becoming and every day there's a main character on Twitter. Your goal is to never become that guy. I read that yesterday for the first time, and I was like, wow, is this the truest statement there could possibly be? Raheel used to always, and still says, never go viral. I wasn't happy about the Phillip Rivers on a mobile going viral. I wasn't happy about that one single bit, because you start feeling the heat like, what if my bosses at the league say, hey, this is a bad look. We're making Phillip Rivers look bad. And Phillip Rivers called, hey, man, I've got a family. They're threatening my family now. I just thought anything could be happening with these psychopaths on Twitter.
His family now?
I know, but in my mind, these psychopaths from Cincinnati, these Joe Burrow stands, oh, my God. They were losing their minds. They were so mad at Phillip Rivers for him saying Joe Burrow. They thought he was a racist for saying Joe Burrow should be a receiver.
Well, they might be mad at Joe now.
Braxton
because
Berrios.
He's looking like more and more like he's Andrew Luck. he had a press conference yesterday. It was like, wow, Joe, ease up. Are there things that bad? We will play some of that.
Well,
Travis,
what are you referring? Because I've got some other stuff I sent Del from his press conference.
What? You didn't see him saying how he's got personal issues and he's not having any fun? If he can't have any fun, he might not be doing this anymore.
Oh, here we go. When that money gets high, you don't have to care as much anymore.
No,
your boy Andrew. You mean to tell me your boy Andrew Burrow? Because I know this. I ain't never stopped playing football, man. I'm the guy that continues to play when I'm 44, and this guy's trying to get out of the game. What a sad, sorry excuse for a quarterback.
Hey, you better watch. You better watch what you say.
44. I got a video sent to me yesterday of Phillip Rivers ripping one into a window intermediate. And I'm like, well, this doesn't look like a 44-year-old. It was not a bad throw at all. They say Phillip can still throw it a little bit. And we'll see. He got signed to the practice squad, right? That initially he's practice squad. That's what he was signed to a practice squad, but he can be elevated. So I don't know if the plan is to elevate him and start him or what the plan is. Now.
I think they maybe sign him to the practice squad because so he doesn't lose his he's next year he can be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's getting reset. Colts are going to try to win, and Phillip wants to play.
Yeah,
and that's going to end up getting reset. So I think it's just a placeholder until they decide who to move off the roster.
I don't know if you're signed to a
think.
practice squad if that loses your spot. I don't know, but he was taken. Now it wasn't first team reps, but he was throwing first. Now that was probably in deference to his age and his status in the league.
I think Shane Steichen would go with Rivers over Riley Leonard or
you do?
Brett Rippon. I got a feeling you're going to see. Well, he can't wear 17 because that's Daniel Jones. I think he's wearing 10. So I got a feeling you're going to see 10.
They gave him A.D. Mitchell's number.
I know
they traded away A.D. Mitchell and then gave that number away.
It's blasphemy in Indianapolis.
Well, they're not retiring that.
No, not now. Apparently. I thought they were for that game he cost them with the Rams early in the year. But and every game that they lost looks huge now. But no, I think you're going to see Rivers way sooner than later because here's a little note that J.J. Watt put out there from a production meeting. Phillip Rivers ran Shane Steichen's offense in the high school that he was coaching this year. He already knows the offense. They ran the same offense. And he talked to Shane Steichen on a weekly basis this year about the offense to help him with his coaching there in Alabama. So he and Shane have talked throughout the year about the offense. So he already knows the offense.
Yeah, that's great. That is funny.
You ready for Phillip Rivers in Houston in a win-and-in situation?
Oh my gosh!
If they're still alive,
maybe.
If the Colts are even still alive, because they got Seattle, San Francisco, they don't have the Raiders and Cardinals coming up.
Well, Jacoby Brissett owns the Texans, so don't be so sure.
Yeah.
We're things that are going to happen to Jacoby Brissett are going to be
what things
are literally our defensive ends are going to be on the.
I don't know. I saw that Sepulveda handle the defensive.
Yeah,
ends.
That was.
Listen,
that wasn't the best feeling I've ever had seeing a guy taking his first NFL snaps, stonewalled Danielle Hunter.
Yeah,
that was.
Yeah.
Shocking, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, Danielle Hunter couldn't get by Pole. How's he going to get past anybody on the Cardinal? Are you kidding me? Oh, and I saw the Saints beat the Bucks last week, so I ain't
Tyler Shuck.
I mean,
he's getting standing ovations at Pelicans games. He's getting standing ovations at Pelican games.
Well, he should.
Everyone was ready to – Saints fans were so mad when he was drafted because he got drafted ahead of Shedeur. Saints fans lost their mind, and now they're giving him standing ovations.
You know what? I wish I was hoping. Did he do the chug thing with the Coors Light?
No, he didn't.
When they showed him?
No, he's not.
You know what? I got no respect for
that's Taylor Lewan, and who else does that?
Yeah.
Taylor Lewan and there's somebody in their daughter.
A bunch of people do that now.
There's somebody
games.
in their daughter.
That's all they do.
That,
and listen, if you're going to chug a beer at a game, it's got to be a Coors Light. It's got to be cold, clean. It's got to be crisp. It's got to be refreshing. If you're chugging one of them other beers at a game, you're embarrassing yourself. Okay, you're embarrassing everyone around you. Don't chug another beer at a game. Chug a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I need you to this holiday season, Pick up a case. You never know who's coming by. Couple cases. Have one in the fridge all ready and have one waiting just in case, because you never know how big that party's going to be. It's the holidays, and it's time for you to climb on, brother. If you are having, you don't know if people are coming over. Make sure you're ready with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light for them. The world's most refreshing beer, Coors Light. Keep Texas chill this holiday season.
Hey, football season, man, it's winding down. However, you like to get into the game, well, you can do it on Underdog Fantasy right now here in Texas. This season, you can make team picks as well as player picks. Just download the app, sign up. You're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. You can do it tonight. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your money very quickly. So download the app today, use promo code Lance, and score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A lot of stuff to get to this morning, but there's a lot of stuff all over the league. Let's talk Texans. Did you see the video that the Texans put out about Cal McNair?
Yeah, guess what? I said, whose idea was this? I talked to somebody who was close, somebody who I'm friends with, is very good friends with Hannah and Cal McNair. And Hannah said, and I've been a roundabout way. I met Hannah McNair during during camp, and the two of them, anyway, Hannah sent it. No. So our friend Lauren sent it, and I said, yeah, I saw this. I said, this is hilarious. I don't know who came up with this, but whoever came up with it, it was a great idea because it was really funny. and we'll tell. And she sent that to Hannah because Hannah said, "Show this to Lance." And so, and I've only talked to Hannah McNair one time, and so I got the message back. That was Cal's idea. That was Cal McNair's idea. He got left hanging.
So
Tell
after
people
the
about the
game
video.
in Kansas City. There's a video of CJ going along the wall, and Cal is standing there, and he's got his right hand up to get a high five from CJ, and CJ left him hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So the video is Cal standing there.
And he looks into the camera after he got caught hanging. Yeah. It was actually, I was like, this is terrible.
Yeah, it was awful. Cal's standing there, and he was left hanging, and there's a video of it. And so the video is Cal at the offices, back at the offices the next whenever, and he's standing there still with his hand in the air.
Well, he's walking through the office. I mean, he's doing all this stuff.
And some people wanted a high five, and they no, you can't. That's for CJ. And he goes to his desk, and he's typing with his left hand, with his hand
up
in
for
the
a high
air.
five.
He gets a cup of coffee with his left hand because his right hand is still in the air. And then finally, players are coming out, and one of them wanted a high five, and they said, no, you can't. That's for CJ. And CJ finally comes out of the locker room and high fives him. And I want to tell you, we've had issues with Cal. That is so self-deprecating and so he has no ego. That he would do that is really, really cool.
Yeah,
really
he doesn't have. This is what I've learned over time is that he's actually got a pretty good sense of humor, and he doesn't have really any ego. He wants to be liked by the fan base, and he just wants to, and he likes the players, and he doesn't really have a contentious, ornery bone in his body. He just, he likes to have fun. Now, unfortunately, he can get walked over by snakes like Bill and like Easterby, but those guys are out of the building, and I think
Jack Easterby.
Oh God! And so, when I found out Cal did this, I'm like, I figured it was a social media manager, but then you'd even have to bring it up to an owner. Like you'd have to have a good enough relationship to even bring that up to an owner, because you just never know if the owner found that embarrassing. Like, I'm not gonna. What? This is dumb. No, that was embarrassing. I didn't get and Cal, and instead it was Cal's idea to do something where he keeps looking for his high five from CJ. And apparently some of the players knew what was going on, but CJ didn't. So when CJ walks out, Cal's got the same clothes on.
Yep.
The head, the beanie, everything. The overcoat, the beanie, and he's got his right hand up, and he's sitting there, and CJ sees it and starts laughing and comes over and finally gives Cal a five.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, he nothing changed. He still had the hat on, the overcoat.
Everything.
It was so funny, so funny. So that's good stuff. And we've got some.
Football's more fun when you win, I've noticed.
Yeah, it is a lot more fun. Oh my gosh, how much more fun is it there than after 0-3?
Woo.
Let's talk D'Amico, and he talked about Jalen Petrie. Jalen is having himself. Jalen is a dog. I don't think there's any question about it. That hit that he put on Rashee Rice was a game changer, actually, and it may have led to late in the game Rashee Rice dropping that fourth down pass, and I'm sure it had some effect on Rashee Rice. The vicious hit that he took. He was turning around. He might have been looking, hearing footsteps, whatever the case may be. That hit was as good as it gets in football, and clean too. I mean, have you seen the Chiefs fans crying about the hit?
Yes, and Mitchell Schwartz started. It wasn't. They didn't go helmet. There was not a targeting.
No.
It was not targeting.
No.
He hit through the shoulder, and if his face mask or anything hit Rashee Rice, it was not only was it not intentional, it was not severe enough at all to warrant a penalty. It was well called.
Yeah, I don't think the intention matters. I think it's just that he didn't hit him in the head.
Right.
That's all. He hit him in the shoulder and just gave him about as clean and good a shot as you can possibly get. Here's D'Amico. I mean, Petrie's missed a few games. So here he is on Petrie being that X factor defensively.
Jalen, I call him the X factor for our defense. Like he can do it all. Right? When comes to stopping the run, most of the time you worry about, a nickel or DB being in the run fits, but we try to find ways to get Jalen in the run fits because he's a physical player, because he's smart, he understands run fits. Then throw him in passing coverage situations. He's able to cover receivers, tight ends. He's just all-around player, right, that you can't coach him on some of the instincts and things that he's able to do and some of the plays that he's able to make.
That's good stuff. With two of the best corner, it's one of the top three anyway, corner combinations in the NFL. I don't know how people rank them, but I don't think there's any question that Stingley and Lassiter are a top three corner combination. With Jalen Petrie and Kalen Bullock as the ball hawk, and this defensive backfield is as good as it gets in the NFL when healthy. Mm-hmm. Can Jalen Petrie stay healthy with his size, the guys that he's got to cover, and the run fits? Is he going to be able? I think that's the main question for Jalen.
I think it's always going to be the question. I mean, he's got to keep that guarding cap on because he plays the game with an intensity and a ferocity that's just not going to dial back. It was like that at Baylor. This is how he's wired. It's who he is, and he plays like a linebacker. But he's a little undersized for how he plays. But I love watching him play, and he's a D'Amico guy. There's a lot of D'Amico guys on there. It's him and Aziz and Jalen Petrie, and Jalen, Aziz, Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson. They are all four of those guys are probably the four biggest D'Amico players on that defensive front, on that defense. Those four guys are exactly wired how he wants them all to be wired. Now, not everyone's going to have that same physicality, but he'd like it if you did. And as long as you're always in swarm mode, you'll be good. And you get enough of those guys, and you tighten up your X's and O's and your play calling defensively and your coverages, and all of a sudden you have the league's best defense by a pretty long shot.
Yep, and they do. Talk about some talent. They put together some talent defensively now. This is fun. We got Astros talk on the other side. We got Chandler Rome was on MLB Network.
Rule 5 signings. Woo! I think we found our frontline sign. There was a Rule 5 kid I was looking at.
News for you.
Rule 5ers.
Better, a little bit more than Lance is.
Rule 5ers. There's 3 Rule 5ers we signed.
Okay, that is awesome. But that's not what we're coming away with.
Okay.
When we come back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, today is Thursday. If you get on over to Westheimer and Greenridge to the Texas Card House, you've got the holiday shootout, $200 buy-in with $100,000 at stake. That is not people. That is unbelievable. The amount of money that you can win with just a $200 buy-in, $100,000. It is a 5-day event. You don't have to play 5 days. You just have to play one and then come back on Sunday. And it is fantastic. You're not getting these kind of odds, these kind of guarantee for a $200 buy-in. It's ridiculous. It really is. So if you're a poker player, get on over there. You never know what's going to happen. Now over in spring, 2 o'clock, $25 buy-in. You got $1,500 at stake. And it's 6 o'clock. That's at 2 o'clock. And at 6 o'clock, a $40 buy-in. And you got $4,000 at stake. These are ridiculously low buy-ins for the amount of money that they are guaranteeing. And it's usually, a lot of times it ends up, $1,500. No, it's going to be, the pot's going to be $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 more. So it is fantastic what Texas Card House is doing because they're the biggest and the best in the city of Houston, in the state of Texas now. And you're looking for clean, you're looking for secure, you're looking for 24 hours, and you got 24 hours a day that you can play live poker. Cash games, okay? You got a bar that stays open until 2. You got beautiful parking lots where you feel safe leaving. Everything about it is first class and the best. TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5. A reminder, Christmas party, the 22nd. Let's go. We're going to be there. It starts at 7 a.m. It's always a great time. It's the way to kick off the holidays. December 22nd, Nick's Place, Monday. We want you there. We want you to throw down. We want you to have a big time. So it's the way to start the holiday season. It's the way to start and end in some cases if you're in the eggnog chugging contest. It's a good way to end your holiday.
We've gotten soft though, and it's not us. It's the people.
Listeners.
It's like Courtney's trying not to get sued.
Oh, whatever.
When we first started doing this,
Oh
it was
my
a
God.
gallon of eggnog.
Yeah.
And nobody stood a chance.
No.
But eventually somebody would win. Eventually, and then they get diamond earrings. Do you remember
Yep.
some of the high school kids who were in it who tried to come and then they were slumped against a car after it was? I had so much respect for those young punks.
Well, not only them, I remember one guy just sitting there after just on the ground, sitting there against the wall and just in agony. And I was like, oh, God, what are we doing? What are we doing here? It's that.
Well, hopefully
but
that passed.
It was
because-
well worth it for all the, oh!
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully
That's-
that.
It's a giant awe because of all the puking that goes on into the, and everybody loves it. Well, we've had
Yeah,
some-
if you do it, I don't want to scare you. If you do it, you're going to be beloved, and you'll be a legend.
Yeah, you
and
will
you'll
be.
beloved.
You'll be.
And actually, we have to force you to eat some stuff beforehand because too many people are just getting through the half gallon and we're like, this is the worst eggnog chug ever.
Yeah, we need some puking.
Come on,
going
Courtney.
It ain't an eggnog. It ain't beat the Warehouse Live guy if there's no double bangers, and it ain't an eggnog chugging contest if there ain't no puking.
I got video from last year's. Hey, the weather's going to be 79 degrees that day.
Perfect.
So by the time we're doing the show, it's probably going to be in the probably upper 60s. So it's not going to be there's not going to be any weather issues. We'll be able to do stuff outside if we want to. It's not going to be one of these freezing cold or rain situations. It'll be the warmest day in December, actually.
That'll be great. Mm-hmm. That'll be great. I've got a sweatshirt. A listener brought me over to we were at Damaris. Speaking of Damaris, or Nick's Place, Damaris Barbecue. We were watching a game over there, and one of our listeners brought me a Coors Light sweatshirt, holiday sweatshirt that I'm going to wear. So I'm looking forward to it. And what a great time we had. If you're watching your game, hey, tonight is steak night at Damaris. So get your ribeye steak. It's the best ribeye in the city. Remember Yanni told us that? Mm-hmm. It's the best steak in the city.
I heard it.
And
That's
so,
a big,
and no, I had it last week there. It is really, really good. You got a baked potato. It's awesome. And it's a great
We've got
price.
some good steak places here. Yanni's doesn't cost you an arm and a leg.
No.
Like these other places.
That ain't a $70 steak.
No.
No, actually, it's I
This
don't
is
I
much
don't
more
remember what
reasonable.
the exact number, but it's in the mid-20s. So
Mm-hmm.
that's just a great. It is. It's a great steak. So get on over there and watch the game tonight. So we got a football game tonight. We got baseball to talk about as well. I mentioned Chandler Rome. He was on MLB Network. Chandler Rome says there's just not enough room for Paredes and Walker because we saw Espada on MLB Network. We played the clip. Mm-hmm. I got Correa at first. I got Pena at short. I got Altuve's going to play second for the most part this season. You got Christian Walker and you got Isaac Paredes. So are there enough at bats? So here's what Chandler Rome thinks is going to happen.
This has been the question I've been trying to answer since they acquired Carlos Correa at the trade deadline last year. Playing him at third base means Isaac Paredes doesn't have a position. And Joe Espada was on this set on Monday and said he wants Jose Altuve to spend most of his time this season at second base.
Right.
So you've got Correa at third, Pena at short, Altuve at second. You got Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes for one position. And with Yordan Alvarez entrenched as the DH, I'm just not sure there's enough at-bats to go around for both Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker, which makes me think one of them could be on the move.
Wow. You know, they've had.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, I think they'll try to deal Walker and play Paredes at first, but I don't know who's going to want him.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, Dana
we
told us
don't
that's
seem
not the
to.
case. I mean, he never said that about Paredes, but
I
he
know,
did.
but yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, who would you rather deal?
Oh, I would rather deal Walker. There's no
Yeah.
question. But
I'm sure
not-
Dana would too.
Yeah.
So Dana told you one thing, but like I said, let's just see what happens if somebody says, "We'll take Walker if you pay this percentage of his salary."
Paredes was one of their best hitters last year.
When he was healthy,
Yes.
but dead pull hitter.
Yeah. But I mean, in that
So-
park, that's great.
In that park, that is great. That's why you want to keep him. That's why you'd rather move Walker.
Yeah.
You just won't get as much for Walker, I wouldn't think.
Is there no way? Is there no? I mean, there's no way. How about Paredes in left? How about, you know what? If we're going to put Cam Smith in right from third base, why can't we put?
Yeah, I don't.
Why can't we put third base in left too?
Yeah, no, not everyone in the infield. You can't just MLB the show
He's a
this thing and
great
just
athlete.
throw guys anywhere.
He's a great athlete.
Well, although we do have a history of that as Astros.
Yeah.
Lance Berkman.
what we do.
I mean, not Lance Berkman, but
Yeah. Lance Berkman.
well,
too.
Berkman was an outfielder. I mean, but
Craig Biggio.
Biggio, just throwing him out there. Altuve last year, which is the biggest joke. I mean, he didn't totally embarrass himself, but he's clearly not meant for. I mean, he's wee. He doesn't have a big arm, and he can't anything up the wall. He's not going to be able to go get. So, yeah, I mean, Paredes, whatever in left field. I don't know. I don't even trust that Jordan's healthy all the time. So, I don't really want to give away good hitters. I'd rather give away Christian Walker. I mean, Walker's got some pop, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. One of those two is probably going to go. But the market for Paredes, I would think. Now, I don't know what your market would be for Paredes. I don't think your market's going to be great for either guy. Like I think you're going to have to really do your homework in terms of who you're picking up from the minors.
Yeah, and oh well, play the other bite, Dell, from Chandler Rome, and this is about Jordan. But listen at the end of Chandler Rome's soundbite. They ask him about the pitching and how they're going to get pitching, and you know, this big name free agent thing doesn't look like it's going to happen. And Chandler Rome answers that.
The biggest guy for me in this whole thing is Jordan Alvarez. They're a different club when he's not in that lineup because he's one of the best hitters in the game. How's he feeling? What's their plan for him in 2026?
He's a full go for spring training. He'll be ready to go. And Joe Espada made no bones about it. He wants him to spend most of next season at DH.
Wow.
He wants him to DH most of the time because they need to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
They need to keep his bat in the lineup. Since he debuted in 2019, only Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani have a higher slugging percentage than Jordan Alvarez.
Wow.
So that is the kind of thump they missed so badly last year. He appeared in 48 games last season.
Wow.
If he appears in maybe just 60 games, they end up in the playoffs.
Wow.
It was that big of a loss.
Wow.
It's interesting. You're talking about the glut of infielders. So do you envision the Astros making a trade to get some starting pitching back?
I think they could use Isaac Paredes in a trade to get some of that young starting pitching back. There are teams that are very interested in Jake Myers, their center fielder off of a breakout season. Ton of teams interested in him. He could help them get pitching back. But a lot of what they do this offseason, most of what they do this offseason is going to come via trade.
It's going to come via trade, not a big name signing, more than likely.
Wow.
There are a couple of names that have been out there. Brian McTaggart has put a couple of names out there that they're looking at. They're not big names, but you know what? The Astros, they turn guys into better pitchers. You know, guys who are just going along. I mean, we've seen them turn Garrett Cole into a superstar, highest paid player in baseball. He wasn't that guy when he got here, but he turned into that guy. I guess that's the way that they're going to go about it. I thought.
What did you think?
Well,
When
they say we're going to sign a big name, then I believe them.
Okay.
Okay?
I didn't.
Maybe you don't believe things
No,
people say.
I just believe what you do. I don't believe what you say. I believe what you do. I've got a background. I've got a history to go through. And so I'm going to believe that this is how you move. So I'm going to assume you're going to move like that in the future. I'm not going to listen to all this stuff. It's irrelevant. I just want to know, what are you likely to do based on your history? You know what's funny is we're not smart people, But everything we said which seemed like common sense, is coming true. Why is Jose Altuve in left field at all? What are y'all doing to this guy? This year we're going to play him mostly at second base. Why is Jordan even playing anything? Just play him play him DH so you don't have. Well, Jordan wants to play outfield. I don't care. Jordan gets hurt all the time. Play him at DH this year. They're mostly going to play him at DH. We're not smart people, but this is common sense. And the Astros are finally. It takes them a year to come around to the common sense. I don't understand. Obviously, injury-prone Jordan, you don't want him in the field. Obviously, you don't want a 5'2" left fielder ever. This is just common sense stuff, and I don't know why the Astros. I know why they're trying to get as many bats in the lineup as possible, and now you're going to have to end up moving one of the guys who's one of your better hitters in that park. You're going to have to move him for pitching. You know why? Because they won't spend money on the pitching, and this is what you're doing. You're going to subtract from your hitting because you weren't telling the truth about going after a frontliner anyway. If you were, you weren't serious about. You had no chance of landing a frontliner because you don't offer enough.
Yeah, So the rotation, according to Brian McTaggart, now is Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, Lance McCullers, and others. Yeah.
Isn't there? Who are we missing? Is there somebody missing from that?
Not really. Fromber's gone. I mean, yeah, that's.
Wait. No. I guess it's just a mismatch of whoever you had. Oh, you keep saying Justin Verlander. What about Verlander? Just throw him in there.
Yeah.
He's only 45.
According to Ken Rosenthal, Mike Burrows of the Pirates, who pitched really well against the Astros, Peyton Toll, ranked by Major League Pipeline as the number 28 overall prospect, Connolly Early of the Red Sox, their number 4 prospect. They're looking for young, controllable pitching that they can. Now they did pick up a couple of Rule 5 guys, Ryan Weiss. We get more Frombers, and we got a Roddery now.
Roddery
Munoz. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Roddery Munoz. We get more great names.
Munoz was at AAA Memphis in the Cardinals system. He was 4-3 with 3 saves and a 3.28 ERA, 21 earned runs in 57 2/3 innings. He had 76 strikeouts in 57 2/3. That's not bad. I mean, they're going to be looking for that. They got some guy named Trey McLaughlin, who was 2-0 with a 3.91 in the Mets minor league system. He pitched primarily at AA. So, it's 218 opponents average against, 25 strikeouts in 22 innings. He was originally a 16th round pick. And then the young guy is Sanchez, wait a minute. Yeah, Edwin Sanchez, 21 from the Dominican Summer. Last year he played in the Dominican Summer League, 54 games in the Dodgers affiliate. He only hit .234, 10 doubles, 6 homers, 28 RBIs, 924 OPS. So, it's in Dominican Summer League, but that's fine. I mean, I actually, these are the kind of things that I notice because every once in a while you find a guy there. So hopefully they find a guy there.
They also still got Colton Gordon, Jason Alexander, AJ Bluebaugh, and
Jason Alexander and Bluebaugh. These guys were going to save the world last year for us. Why can't they save the world this year?
They did some nice things last year.
Next year, I should say.
They did some nice things.
They did.
Yeah.
We put a lot on their shoulders.
Yeah.
Dell put an entire hero label on Jason Alexander. I mean, that was maybe a little bit much to say there goes.
He was my hero.
Well, he was a hero.
Yeah.
No, he was everyone's hero. We got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, give him the green light, Lance.
Well, green light offer is your chance for you to get with Sean and his guys. You hear Sean all the time. If you got somebody in your house, we'll get them out of there. You got a house you want to say, well, they can't pay the rent, we'll get them out. And what they're doing is they're telling you, I don't care what the situation is. If you've got a home that you own, we can give you a fair offer, a cash price. We can get it to you. We can close. In some cases, within 7 to 10 days, it's actually kind of the norm. It really depends on the situation. But even if you've got difficult situations, you've got a house in disrepair, you've got tenants that you can't get out of there. No matter what it is, Sean and his people over at Greenlight Offer, they'll do the job and they will get it done. And people who are relocating, who are divorced and need to split up property, people who have a rental property that's maybe you just don't want to deal with it anymore, and you want to sell this thing as quickly as possible and get cash out of it. People who are this happens a lot. People who inherit a property from a loved one who passes away and wills it to them. You don't want. What are you going to do with that? You got to put thousands into it to try to sell it, and then go through showings and make sure the lawn is mowed because no one's living there, and make sure the security's okay since no one's living there. You don't want a squatter breaking in and posting up on you, because then Sean's got to come back in and strong arm him out of there. Listen, Greenlight Offer is going to make an offer for you. It's a fair offer. It's a cash offer, and they take care of everything, getting the house ready, doing the showing, all that. None of that is your business or your concern. They'll walk you through the early steps, and then after that, you're done. You're just waiting to collect your money, and it comes pretty quickly as well. Greenlightoffer.com. That's greenlightoffer.com.
All right, time to talk about HR&P. Time to talk about what they can do for you. If I haven't convinced you yet, if you're a CEO or a CFO, you're driving into work this morning, you're thinking about, this is the end of the year. How did the year go? Has it been a good year? Could it be a better year? Can it be better? Are you afraid to make a change? Are you afraid to be better? Are you afraid to just, to take a chance? Are you afraid to be great? Don't be. Okay? Well, this is how we do things, and that's it. No. How about do things better? How about do things where you get your payroll to your people with the technology that's second to none? You get the HR, which is going to be perfect as well, with the tax help that they give you where it's seamless and wonderful, easy. I mean, we have one person, and she's part-time now, Laura, in our payroll department. That's it. That's all. That's it. And HR&P does the rest. And that's how good they are. They will be that good for you, too. I'm telling you, if you haven't looked at the way that you do things lately, and maybe you're getting you don't know. You don't know. Find out with HR&P. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of what you're doing and how they can do it better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. Biscuit's been holding. Let's get him in here so he wants to talk a little Texans football. What do you say, Biscuit?
Hello?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, I don't mean to take a trip back down memory lane, man, but you guys said that Petrie was the Miko guy. Now, he was drafted when Lovey was here, right? And
he would have been.
He was what's the corner? Him and the corner were drafted in the same draft.
Yeah,
the corner from
yeah,
Stingley.
Stingley, yeah.
And remember, because the reason I know is because I work with his dad, and I called in.
2022. Yeah,
and
that's
Dale,
right.
Dale, do you remember this? I called in. I asked Lance. I said, "Hey, man, what you think about Petrie?" And Lance, you said, "What about a 4th, 5th round pick?" And I was like, 4th, 5th round pick. And he was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year.
If I remember correctly, you liked the Petrie pick, though.
I liked him. I thought at the time when he wait, is this? Did you call before? You called before he got drafted?
Before the draft.
Yeah,
no.
Initially, that's why. I mean, I may have been confusing him with the other guy, Terrell Bernard. But anyway, I thought because I think I may have been confusing with Bernard because one of them I thought may have to move to linebacker. I remember talking about him because I remember they had two guys on the same team. I think it was Bernard, I believe, and Petrie, and they were kind of similar overhang type players. And I thought, because I thought Petrie might have to play some linebacker, but I think I may have been confusing with Bernard at the time because Petrie. Although I didn't like Petrie as much as like Daniel Jeremiah loved Petrie. I didn't like Petrie as much, but for what he does, I was too focused on the coverage stuff as opposed to the run stuff. And if you play zone, the man cover stuff doesn't really matter as much.
Well, I think that's what happened with both Lovey and D'Amico found out that if you allow Petrie to float, now if you put him on somebody and say, hey, you got to cover the tight end, you might have an issue. But if you allow him to float, because his strength is his instincts and his intelligence, right? Because he's a smart kid.
Yeah.
Smart
and
like
tough.
I've known him since he was little. Yeah, smart and tough. The issue for him, and I don't know if the comp I would have, Lance, is Bob Sanders, right?
That's
what he kind of remind me of.
Bob could run. Now Bob was a 4.3 40 guy. Could really
Bob was
run.
also.
But I mean the physicality and the instincts. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And being small, can he stay healthy playing that style of play, being small as he is? That's the issue. And talking with him and his dad or whatever, he's learned that, hey, man, look, you can't just run and fly up and hit Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry, and, you ain't going to be around long.
Yeah, you can tell him that, but when
he got smarter.
He can be as smart as he wants, but his instincts are to punish. And you can't take that away from him. Like, you don't want him – like, you want him playing full tilt. Be smart, but, like, that hit on Rice changed the whole game. And that was important. That was an important hit. So I would hate for him to try to dial back and not play the way he plays. It's just a matter of keeping his head out of the hits.
I don't think he's going to.
I don't think he's going to either.
No. I think that's the way he plays, and, his body be damned. But it's going to cost, just like Bob Sanders. Bob Sanders is a really nice, I think, comp in that, although Sanders, I think, was a little smaller.
Yeah, and he was a pure safety who would fly downhill.
Yeah, but Bob Sanders coming back was a big reason why the Colts won that Super Bowl.
Yeah, now he had injury issues, when Biscuit, thanks for the call, Biscuit. When Biscuit talks, like what he's talking about is Bob was a downhill killer who could really, really run, but he also ended up having
great
injuries.
Instincts too.
He was smaller, he was shorter, but he was compact. Like he was shorter, but he wasn't small.
No.
And he had great instincts.
He was a big part of that Colts defense that won it all. Is this right? They put Sharon Moore behind the woman at the Coldplay concert.
That's not right. That didn't happen, John.
No, I don't know. I mean, Sharon
No,
Moore.
that's not him.
Already?
That's
already
not,
we're
yes,
doing this?
already they did this. Yes, already they did this. This is what they do.
Oh, my
gosh. The people. The Twitter does this.
Oh, my gosh. I was just watching a story a guy was talking about. He's in Seattle. It's Gay Pride Month when the World Cup is there, so they're having a Gay Pride theme throughout the stadium and around the stadium and around the whole the Seattle World Cup committee has said this is going to be, and guess who's playing there? Iran and Egypt, where you can be imprisoned for being gay. So they're going to be playing these games in a pride-themed arena, stadium.
I'm sure when the players are asked about it, they'll handle it deftly, and there won't be any issues there
None.
when they're asked about it.
I doubt that. Hopefully, they won't be asked.
They
about
probably will. Some
Oh,
report,
they
some
absolutely
You're putting them in a bad
some
position.
non-soccer reporter will probably ask them about it,
Yes.
considering where they're coming
What
from.
are your thoughts? Would you like to tattle on yourself and get in trouble with your country?
Well, not with they probably know what answer doesn't get them in trouble with their country. Whether it gets
Here's
them in
what I'd
trouble
just
with
be
their
saying.
club
I'm
if they
just-
play outside the
Here's
country,
what
it
I'd
might
be
be different.
saying. I'm just trying to play soccer.
Well, that's the
Football.
goal.
I'm trying to play football.
Well,
I don't want
somebody
this
may not just say that.
Yeah, they may say
That's
something
the
else.
problem.
Yeah.
Also,
Well,
either
well.
one of them is a problem.
Well, we
That's
got
why
more,
you don't answer.
We got more immediate issues to discuss, or not. The Aggies are losing their defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Bateman is taking the Kentucky job. So both their coordinators have one foot in and one foot out. Colin Klein's.
Well, that's what happens when you're successful.
But they got big banked by Kentucky?
That one feels like maybe more of a
mutual
Elko.
parting?
That may feel like an Elko parting, where he wants to either it's mutual or he wants to get away from Elko. Elko's also an offensive guy, so he's gonna have his own opinion on stuff too. So sometimes it's not always easy. Like Jimbo didn't like working for Les Miles. Who was it? Les Miles? Yeah,
No, Jimbo worked for Nick.
He worked for Nick, but didn't Nick leave and then he worked for Les?
I don't know. He was coaching, waiting
think
at
so.
Florida State before Bobby Bowden retired.
Yeah, not everyone likes working. Not everyone likes working for Nick either. I mean that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just don't have a personality that coincides, and especially if you're a coordinator, you just it runs afoul. Like head coaches and coordinators clash a lot.
We were talking about this yesterday, Sean and I. At this point, 7 out of the 12 teams have either a coordinator or head coach who's got another job. waiting for
Wow,
him.
7 of 12 already, and it's the timing of it all. But it has to be done. I don't think there's a cure.
Is he going to coach in the game?
Yes,
I would think so.
yes. All these coaches are coaching in a game.
But he will take the Kentucky job whenever the Aggies run.
Yeah, there's
ends.
financial considerations too for these coaches. So, and by the way, Ole Miss, most of the Ole Miss offensive staff has gone back. That went with Lane Kiffin has gone back to Ole Miss, and I think one of the reasons is because it's the right thing to do. One, as long as Ole Miss will have them, and they have to have them, and then number two, it's money. Like Lane's getting paid. He got it in his contract that he gets paid based on what Ole Miss does in the playoffs, even though he's not tied to them. These other coaches probably didn't have that in their contract necessarily because they don't have the same leverage. It's right for the team. It's right for the players. I'm sure Lane's going to steal some of those players in the portal. So, that might also.
I like the idea.
Like
that
Kejuan Lacey, I'll bet you $1 million he's a Tiger next year.
I like Joey McGuire's idea. You can't have a player from the team you're leaving. That would be a good rule for them to put in.
Oh, I would love that.
When a coach leaves. We got a break. We're up against it. 713-780-3776. The Texans-Chargers has been flexed. We will tell you about it on the other side. But first, we're going to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy. Hey, listen. What we're doing today is football. We're going to take a look at the passing yards. We're going to take a look at rushing yards, receiving yards, because we're going to play the Pick'em contest. And with Underdog Fantasy, it's never been easier to take a look at the stats, get an idea of what you want to do for the game tonight. And Atlanta, Tampa Bay, and I'm looking right now. You can do team picks. You can do team picks. That's available on there on Underdog Fantasy, but also the player picks where you just go higher or lower. Bijan Robinson, 75.5 rushing yards. Baker Mayfield, 219.5 passing yards against Atlanta. Atlanta's got a pretty good defense, but I'm here to tell you right now, I like higher on Baker Mayfield's passing yards. I really do. And his completions, 19.5. I like higher on those completions. You go through the game, you decide how it's going to go. Maybe go, do your research. If you want to do some research, it certainly helps. Some of the matchups, who's hot, who's not. And then from there, you simply go higher or lower. You string picks together. You want 2 players. You can do as few as 2 and get paid 3-1. You can do 3. You can do 6, 7. You can win, hundreds of dollars, hundreds of times. It's 100, sometimes $600-700 of $600 or $700. What's my thumbs down for? $600 or $700 times your payout is available for you at Underdog Fantasy. All you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance, and you have a chance to win big money, but you have to use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you can unlock $75 of bonus entries after your first $5 play. It's Underdog Fantasy.
All right, so the second to last game is the 27th of December now. Saturday, the 27th, 3:30 at the Chargers. This is one of the – we knew this was going to be one of the biggest games, and they were going to flex it. They put it at 3:30, 1:30 L.A. time, 3:30, and that's a pretty good time slot. Now, did they flex the night game yet? Have you seen that, Del?
For Sunday, the following
Saturday night. Is there a game Saturday night?
I would have to look. I'm sure they have. I'll take a look and see what the official schedule is.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I can't find that. But the Texans at 3:30 on Saturday.
Yeah, the night game is Baltimore Green Bay. Lamar at night in Lambeau.
Good
kind
game.
of predictable, yeah.
Yep. Good game. So the Texans got. Well, I wonder what the did Sunday night come out yet?
It's Bears at 49ers.
A big game.
Yep.
It'll be another big game, and then Rams at Atlanta Monday.
Would we like to point out that even when the Texans are being acknowledged for having one of the bigger games of the weekend, they still get the mid-afternoon Saturday game?
Right. Well, 3:30 on Saturday is not bad.
No, but that's their playoff spot too.
That's their playoff spot. I mean, every single
Hold on.
time.
Isn't this wasn't that the time or around the time they played the Chargers last year, just flipped locations?
Yeah. That's exactly the time that they played them in the playoffs. Not around this time. It was the playoffs, though.
Yeah. But I remember earlier mid-afternoon Saturday, Chargers-Texans, first game of the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is what they are. I mean, even this, when they're being, hey, one of the best games of the weekend, but not the best game of the weekend.
No, we're not going to be the best game of the weekend. That is going to be a big game, though. That's going to be a big game. But we got to get through this one, though.
You going?
I was just looking for tickets on Game Time. I was just on there, as a matter of fact.
I bet you can get a pretty decent price.
Yeah. I mean, there's 4 or 5 of us, so it's my daughter and our husband and the baby are going to be here, and me and Wendy. So so it's there's some affordable tickets.
So
we'll probably go.
I'm looking at that week, of course. The Chiefs can't win the division. That might be the game or week where Denver clinches the AFC West. They got to go to Kansas City on Christmas night. That could be the official passing of the torch. It's the third game of the Thursday night slate. It's the best one. You got Detroit at Minnesota and Dallas at Washington, the first two. But we could be seeing a coronation for the Broncos in the official end of the Chiefs' reign in the AFC West.
Got a 2-game lead on the Chargers now. That might already be.
It might be.
It might be in the bag already.
But I think
it's not.
Poetically,
not in the bag yet.
Well,
they could lose that. They could still lose every game.
December 27th, it'll be in the bag.
Yeah, well, they have a tough schedule.
Preying on their downfall.
They host the Packers. Oh, you want the Chargers? They host the Packers and the Jags, 2 playoff teams as it stands, so they could split them, and maybe that division's still up in the air, and they can go in and beat Kansas City and end it on Christmas night.
Well, they'll take care of that Jaguar team.
They got the Packers though first.
Packers first. Yeah, people are putting the Packers in the Super Bowl.
The NFC.
Are you guys believers?
No, I'm not. I'm not a believer.
I'm not either.
Now they've got really good rush. They've got really good pass rush. They got a quarterback who's playing much better. Josh Jacobs is still a workhorse. Who's a 3-down workhorse. There's some things I like about him. Their wide receivers are starting to come around. I don't know. I just don't. They have a good coach. I just don't. I'm with you, John. I don't know. For some reason, I don't believe. But then if you look, tell me the NFC. Well, tell me why they can't win in the NFC this year.
Well, because the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers.
Yeah, I'm not into the 49ers, but Rams and Seahawks, I'll give you.
I don't know.
I watched us pummel the.
Yeah, the Texans crushed the
49ers.
How about
they were beat up that day?
How about the Texans are in this spot? How about the Texans are in this spot and playing a first-place schedule and playing the toughest division in football? The NFC West is the toughest division in football. With the Rams, Seahawks, 49ers, and the Cardinals are obviously the Cardinals. But I don't know that there's not a better division right now. Well, I don't even know that it's close.
And they lost to the 2 best teams in that division.
Yeah. And they beat the snot out of the 49ers.
Yeah, and they got the Cardinals here.
And they got the Cardinals now this Sunday. If they go 2-2 in that division, and with the first place schedule as well, I mean, this has turned it into, pretty impressive what they're doing, especially after that 0-3 start. Mm-hmm. The second best, and you know what? When you look at the AFC, the Patriots and Bills, right?
Mm-hmm.
The I don't know anybody in the AFC North that you're gonna compete with the Broncos and the Chargers. The Chiefs aren't the same team. The South is pretty sporty with the Jaguars, Texans, and Colts.
Well, yeah, I guess we still have to say Colts. They weren't competitive against the Jaguars.
No,
let's see how competitive they are.
Well, but they lost their quarterback, so that's tough.
Yeah, but you let how many points did you? I have to see if there were defensive scores, or special team scores, but that's a lot of points for a Jaguars team. I'm assuming that's the most points they've had all year long. Now, Buckner is getting ready to come back for the Colts. They've got Charvarius Ward is out again with his 3rd concussion of the year.
And Sauce is out for a bit now.
Sauce is out for a while. So they got issues in their secondary again. I don't know. I don't know how competitive the Colts are really going to be, honestly. I mean, if they don't get good quarterback play and their secondary isn't very good, I mean, it's got to be disconcerting for the Jaguars to get over 30 points on you.
Well, the Jags had 36. against the Colts. They had 35 against the Chargers. They had 30 against the Raiders. They had 29 against the Texans. 31 against the
How
Chiefs.
are they doing this when Trevor Lawrence isn't even good?
No, I don't know. They're putting up numbers. Liam Cohen's done a hell of a job. Liam Cohen should be.
Well, you know, there's a growing sentiment that our guy, D'Amico Ryan, should be in consideration for Coach of the Year.
Well, he's trending, certainly.
But they were expected to be good. Liam Cohen has done, for me, Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel's the big favorite. Vrabel is the favorite.
Yeah.
Liam Cohen is up there now. Ben Johnson, after last week, slid a little bit. But if Vrabel coasts in and does a good job, Vrabel's going to win that award.
Yeah.
As well he should. Look how bad they were.
Yeah, but look at the group of 5 schedule he's playing.
It doesn't matter. It's still an NFL schedule.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it
Buffalo Bills twice. The Dolphins are now 6-7. The Dolphins are now 6-7.
6-7?
Yeah. You like that, Dell?
Dell?
They are, though. Ever since I think what's his name shook up the room.
Ever since you nerds.
Ever since Tua shook up the room.
No, ever since you nerds were, getting all warm in your special places thinking Mike McDaniel would be your new OC, he refuses to lose.
Well, he needs to be fired.
Just
at some
predicting,
point.
hey, D'Amico can just hire his guy.
Despite what Stephen A. said, they needed to get rid of Chris Greer to win football games. Okay, that's what they needed.
Yeah, now the building's a lighter building, and
Yep.
no issues.
Yes, Chris Greer, known to be a domineering presence everywhere he goes.
That's right.
When
Had to get him out of the building.
When people watch a man walking around in a Blazers and a ball cap, that was his look, by the way. All the time.
Okay, if you wear a vest, now you're a GM, not a jacket and a ball
Caserio.
cap. Nick Caserio is setting the
Does
trend.
Howie Roseman wear a vest?
You don't know.
I'm asking. That's why I asked.
know?
I don't know. No, exactly. When I don't know something, I ask. That's why I'm asking.
Howie Roseman has worn a vest before.
Does he consistently wear a vest?
Is he a vest guy? I don't know that he's a vest
Like when
guy.
he sits down with in-house Eagles media for his weekly thing, does
Howie
he wear a
Roseman's
vest?
You know what? I actually am not finding Howie
so you
Roseman
just
on
lied
the-
about that,
Well,
huh?
I just assumed he wore vests.
I don't see Howie Roseman as a vest guy.
I just put Howie. Oh, there's a vest.
How many?
I found a vest at the combine. Vest
Okay.
guy.
Vest
Officially.
guy.
Oh yeah.
How many?
yeah.
How many images of him in a vest do you see?
Well, there's 2, but it's the same place.
Okay, I see a lot of open collar suit coat
That's
stuff.
typically his move, but
Yeah.
he's kind of gravitated more towards the vest.
No,
look.
he's not gravitating. You found one picture.
If he moved here, he would be a vest bro.
Okay.
Yes.
John,
yes.
Now,
Nick,
now,
and
That's
Howie.
the way
Now, Mike
you
Vrabel-
GM.
Mike
Not
Vrabel
like
is a
Chris
vest guy.
Greer.
Mike Vrabel's a vest guy.
Mike Vrabel is a vest guy.
Pretty much, he's exclusively vest.
Yeah, he's not a GM.
And what do y'all think of Sark's look? Where Sark's got that, he's branding himself all white, like on the sidelines at all times. Where he's got, it looks like
Hoodie.
it's a white.
White
It looks like it's a.
power!
Yeah, it looks like it's a long. I don't know. It's probably built like this, but it looks like a white long sleeve, shirt, not dress shirt or anything, but
He's a hoodie guy.
that's got a hoodie. Yeah, well, it's a special kind of hoodie.
Yeah, no, it's the thin hoodie.
Yeah, it's one of those thin hoodies. He's got a look that he's like, hey, this is my new look. This is my brand.
Do you think it's a bit he's doing to make fun of the Aggies and their
No.
yell leaders? Look,
No, we got a text.
No,
me
you
and
gotta
me
wear
and John got
oval.
a text from an
I bet
Aggie,
you did.
a big money Aggie who said this is out. This is out of
And
pocket.
what did I say?
You told him it was embarrassing to have
Get rid of them.
yell leaders.
Get some
rid
women.
of them.
Hey, we have women. Yeah, we'll put them on the sideline then.
well, I don't. I
I
get
knew the
what you're
Aggies
saying,
weren't gonna be
but
happy with
whatever. Cheerleaders, no cheerleaders. I don't care. I'm just going to be watching games. But I'd rather not see the dudes. I don't care about them being there, but all the gyrations they do and the milking it looks
all
like
the
they're doing.
milking and gyrations.
Yeah, have you seen their act?
Yes, I grew up in a Southwest
Their
Conference. I've seen
presence
their act
doesn't
for
bother
years.
me. I don't care if you want to have male cheerleaders, whatever. I'm not here looking for cheerleaders. But all the movements and stuff, I'm out on that. That's my problem. Not that they're there. Do something else. You want to sway. You want to saw varsity's horns off.
Yeah.
I'm good. But
They
then,
like hearing you say that.
But then when you're rhythmically milking, I'm out on that.
Yeah, I don't want a rhythmic milking.
Stop and stop with your heel up in the air, guy. Oh, stop.
What?
I mean, that's
They
enough.
had for some reason.
I don't want to
Your
talk about
heel
the
up in the
yelling
air.
leaders.
Yeah, let's get away from the yelling.
Why you don't want another text?
I don't want. No,
Well,
I don't
he
care
keeps
about the
getting
text.
he's
told
getting
him.
ostracized from Aggie community right
Actually,
now.
Okay.
he ended the conversation with that's rude. That's how he ended it with me. Because you know why? Because I was rude. Okay?
That's surprising. You would be rude to a friend.
Yeah. No, that's what I do. Time for Lance to talk about his friends at Zadok Jewelers.
This is what he does. And Zadok Jewelers, what they do is Zadok says, look, we know that you want to do something nice, want something special for an anniversary. Why don't you consider, how much do you love her? Do you love her tennis bracelet much? Do you love her diamond earrings much? Do you love her a luxury watch much? Without question, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard is your home. It's where you're going to find the very best jewelry, the best designers, unique pieces that no one else is going to have. But if you're looking for something more simple, they can do that for you as well. They'll work with your budget. They'll find you something that she's going to absolutely love. They're experts on staff, including one who is the sister of a defensive coordinator who is in the college football playoffs. She is fantastic, and I've spent time talking to her, and that's Matt Patricia's sister, and she's awesome. Used to be a ballerina back in the day in New York. It was great to talk to her. Great background there, and then she just gravitated to this, loves this, and is extraordinarily knowledgeable about everything that they have in the house. And it's 28,000 square feet, so there's a lot going on in Zadok, and yet everyone who works there have been there for years, and they are really good at walking you into the perfect gift for her. And that's what they do. And it's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's can't miss. Why don't you head on over there for a Christmas gift, an anniversary gift, a birthday gift, a push gift, or anytime at Zadok Jewelers.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Anytime you say Mito, I say that. Because what does he do when he calls? Mito is on the line. Mito, what's going on?
Hey. So I got some fantasy help I need from y'all guys, man. I'm on a 6-game heater in both of my leagues, a winning streak. So should I take an L before the playoffs, to kind of to reset the win streak, or just let it ride out, man? And how in the blue hell is Jalen Hurts going to give me less points than an injured Daniel Jones? What in the blue hell?
Jalen was terrible last game.
I benched Jalen for Dak last week.
Oh, good move.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah,
move.
I felt the wrath of Dak.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen's been good to me for the last few years, but it's this year, and Philly fan is pissed because Sirianno on WIP yesterday said it's ridiculous to think that we're going to bench Jalen Petrie.
They're not going to bench him. Well, answer this man's question. Would a
loss be
good for him before the playoffs start?
Rest his players, maybe put his players on the bench and rest them?
Yeah, you just want to be, a good loss before the playoffs begin.
Attack.
Should he rest his players, though?
No, then your players feel like, oh, we can let up now. You don't know that they're going to be able to start that engine again.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe the switch will be flipped, but they need to recharge,
No.
A loss might not be so bad.
No, full steam ahead. Swarm. Let's go. Swarm. Or as Dell calls it, swarm.
It's not what I call it. It's what it is.
I'm going to tell you who doesn't have a fire in their belly right now. Joe Burrow and Travis Kelce. Which one okay, let's do Joe Burrow first. Joe Burrow sent shockwaves through the Bengals fandom yesterday. Listen to these comments from Joe Burrow. Now, it's chopped up. It's not just one consecutive thought. It's Joe Burrow having some thoughts, and it was edited. So here is Joe.
Is it chopped and screwed?
It's chopped and screwed.
Okay.
So here is Joe, and it ain't good, Bengal fan.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
Somebody was super typing in there. I think he's bummed out because he has no chance to win. Well, I think. So he's bummed out about that.
But he was gone for most of the losses.
Well, but he's not playing in a competitive situation now, and I think he's. When's the last time he wasn't competitive?
Right.
Like playing for something. As a matter of fact, it devolved into this, John. And this is your quarterback. Your quarterback, Joe Burrow, now doesn't really. You heard of his lack of fire in the belly. His press conference devolved into discussions about Pokemon cards, and he knows way too much about them. Here it is.
Yeah.
Are there any gifts that you got from teammates that stand out? Have you done anything like that?
The O-line got me a cool little Pokemon box. So that was sick.
What's in the Pokemon box?
I don't know. I haven't opened it yet.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon over the years? Is there a guy that you like particularly?
I liked Blaziken for a little bit. Zapdos, Mewtwo. Never liked any of the ghost characters very much.
You're cooked, John. Your whole team
yeah,
is
those are
He
probably the
reminds
three
me
or
of
four.
Macaulay
I'm admittedly a
Culkin.
little lost on Pokemon. If it's like a figurine, do you like display it somewhere or what do you
Listen to this.
I'll let you research that one.
Listen to what it's
Did
big.
you
What?
have a video game?
Listen to the Cincinnati media. Like, look,
I
I
know.
mean, we got a path to ask them some questions that aren't, hey, you suck this year. Let's go. Let's get Joe out of his shell. Ask him about Pokemon.
I mean, and Joe went on a long time about Pokemon.
From the back in the day that are pretty cool.
What do you think about the manipulation of the marketplace?
What do you think the manipulation of the marketplace was? This is where we are.
Well, I think the whole.
All right, you can.
The whole.
It went on about another hour and a half. Pokemon talk. This is where your quarterback is now, and this is why Phillip Rivers was right. Phillip Rivers on a mobile was right.
Phillip Rivers on a mobile was not a big Joe guy.
And now you know why. He just sensed that he wasn't a real quarterback. He's more of a Pokemon collector.
I didn't know anything about this Pokemon thing. What are you doing, Joe? What are you doing?
He was excited to talk about Pokemon, not excited to talk
See,
about Bengals
I
football.
can't really crush Joe Burrow, not because I care about Pokemon, but let's weigh some things that we know about Joe Burrow over the last couple of years. You know, franchise changer when he's healthy, Pokemon lover, and he also apparently switched a girl back from liking girls to liking guys again. That
What? Wait, what?
the woman that was in his home that she said, "Hey, I was just doing some work for Joe." At a time when she was in her, I'm sure she's still doing it, her Instagram, TikTok influencer bag, she was dating women.
Well, I mean, I'm not
And
gonna
now,
judge. Love is love.
Joe flipped her?
I'm not.
She was kinda-
I mean, big ups to Joe.
Yeah,
now.
I'm not I don't have any judgments on love is love. Fine, whatever. But the fact that she was very publicly into dating women, and then Joe apparently got her to decommit, and she flipped back or recommitted. I got to give him some credit.
Yeah.
Okay, see if a waiter can get her to decommit.
Well, that's the point. That's why you give Joe Burrow
A
the credit.
restaurant manager.
Well, you're just adding to
Yeah,
complimenting
that's
Joe Burrow.
No. Money,
Whatever.
cash,
What
rules, everything around me.
Whatever it is.
Blaziken,
Big ups to
Blaziken,
Joe.
Shorzor, Bangbor, Bikaray,
whatever
his Pokemon.
It doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. Didn't Jeff Bezos turn Turner into the other side?
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, you have the opposite go down
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
She's the
Joe
opposite.
Burrow is a hero.
Wait, she's
Okay.
but she wasn't when she was with him when she had all that money. Then she got half the settlement. She got half the money, and she started just giving it away.
Lance, it's
Jeff
not.
Bezos' ex-wife is giving away all of her money.
She's
It's
giving
crazy.
away the
and I ain't
fortune.
got anything. Eyelids
got
for
nothing.
kids, zero.
Well, you don't.
Eyelids for kids. Eyelids for kids.
You don't go to school at a historically black college, so you're not getting any money from her.
My kids are half Mexican.
Isn't Tulane a historical
No,
black
it's
college?
not.
No,
it's not
it's
designated that.
not.
No, and he was there for like a semester anyway.
It's not there.
Yeah.
No, it's longer than that, but not long enough to. Well, we weren't getting any of her
Yeah,
money.
it's
anyway,
Tulane.
so what are we talking about?
So Joe has the Pokemon thing. He's got a bad football team. He's often injured, but he also has that.
Eyelids for kids.
No. That's top of the resume for me.
Yeah. And he got her to lie for him too.
Yeah.
No, I just work here.
He's flipping commitments.
She will lie for him too. No,
Yeah.
I just work here.
That's
I
all.
work. I do work for Joe.
That's Joe.
She's putting in
All
work.
right,
She's
we got a
solid.
break.
Maybe
We'll
she's
hear
putting
from
in work.
Travis
Well,
Kelce.
whatever you say.
We will hear.
How
Travis
about
Kelce
we pick a
sounded
contestant?
A lot alike.
How about we pick a contestant for football games?
Oh yeah, how about that? Okay, so we're gonna play Beat the Warehouse Live guy tomorrow at 9:30. Right? Is it 9:30?
Yes, and
9:30.
today we're playing Win the Taqueria Surrounders $50 gift card,
Well,
and
we're
that
gonna
will
do
be
that as well.
That will be at the end of our next segment.
At 8:40 exactly. 8:40 exactly. You're gonna call in at 713-780-3776, and caller number 4 is gonna play Beat the Warehouse Live guy
Tomorrow.
Caller number 4 at 8:40. 713-780-3776. So we got that going on. What else we have going on? Republic Boot Company. We have that going on. We are going to be there, actually. We are going to be there, the 20th? I think the 19th? Yeah, we're going to be there. We're going to be there, I think, that Friday. We're going to hang out. The bar will be open. How about a boot company that is a big and is awesome, that has a bar in their store where you can't pay for any of the booze because they don't have a license, but they can sure give it away, and they do. And every Friday they got a band there. So you know what? You're going to go shopping on a Friday. How about it? Go there, hang out with the band, and go get your hat, go get your chaps, go get your jacket, go get your boots, whatever it is that's leather, that's rodeo. This is a great place to get your rodeo on this Christmas season. How nice a gift is it, Lance? You give somebody a wine tote or a wallet or a toiletry bag or a work bag, whatever it is.
Really nice.
Leather from Republic Boot Company.
Yeah, corporate gifts are really, really cool. And there's a lot of people who go get those corporate gifts because they want to have something to give people at the end of the year. They have events that they host all the time. They've got their own hat bar where you can go get your hat and you can go have it custom fit to your head. And they also have gator hunts. Shoot your boot is what they call it. It happens next fall. And so you sign up right now because spots are limited, and it guarantees you're going to get gator skin boot that is going to be a custom boot specifically to your foot on the build out. Do not miss out on that if that's something that interests you. All the information, and you can see pictures of everything in the store with their gallery at republicbootcompany.com, located in the Heights. Stop in and get a great gift today or get rodeo ready.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Josh Pate, top of the hour, going to join us here. There's no better college football talk than Josh Pate. So make
Dell's
sure
yelling way behind to us. Way behind, and he's probably true. It's probably true.
No, we're way behind.
It's not just one of his ridiculously panicky things he's saying with no substance behind it.
Because this is going to be a short segment. The next one will be short because we got to get Josh on time.
Yeah, we got to be on time for Josh. That's for sure. That's for sure. Travis, so we just heard Joe Burrow, how sad he is. He's got stuff going on in his life. I mean, it ain't easy having all that money and, women and stuff. It just ain't easy. So Joe's got issues. I don't know what issues Joe has. I don't want to make light of it, but Travis Kelce, listen to this. Travis Kelce appears to be coming to the realization that he's at the end. Here he is with his brother on their podcast.
I've always had the answers in years past, and this year I just can't find them. And I keep thinking if I show up to work and I put in the work and I fix the issues through my practice habits and through perfecting the game plan and my fundamentals and what I'm being taught, and go out there and try and play my ass off for my guys next to me, it's all going to come together like it has in years past. And this year is just not, man.
I mean, does that sound like a guy that's can't?
Yeah, it sounds like a guy that's retiring.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's going to be about it. I saw this, and I don't know. Are he and Gronk the two greatest tight ends in NFL history?
I mean, there's huge impact.
What about the previous great?
I mean, we're talking about two
end?
of the great. We're also talking about two of the great quarterbacks of all time, potentially.
What about Tony Gonzalez?
Tony Gonzalez was amazing. Antonio Gates was incredibly impactful. Gronk is the one guy out of all these guys we're talking about that will block. These other guys are not blockers. Kelsey's not really a blocker. Gates wasn't much of a blocker. Tony Gonzalez wasn't much of a blocker. Gronk was a two-way tight end. I mean, Gronk was probably the best that I've ever seen because he was a touchdown scorer. He was faster than he looked like he could possibly be. I don't know how he was always open because he looked like he was stiff in his legs, and he's always open.
Tony Gonzalez, as I look at him, he missed a total, if this is right, 2 games in his entire career?
Wow, that's impressive.
Well, Travis Kelce didn't miss many games either, but
2 games
16,
over
15,
17?
16, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
15,
That dude's
16.
playing a lot of games right there. Travis has been incredible.
Gronk missed a lot
He
of
missed
games.
plenty of time, yeah.
Yeah, Gronk missed time. Well, Gronk was a medical flag. He had injuries in college, which is one of the reasons he was flagged coming out of the draft.
Gronk caught in 11 seasons, 9,200 yards, 92 touchdowns. Travis Kelce in 12 seasons, 12,878 yards, 82 touchdowns.
They're both really good, different types, but both of them were literally the headliners for the 2 quarterbacks they have. People have argued if they're the greatest of all time, and both of them had elite tight ends, which is not historically what you find.
So if you could have you start a team, which tight end would you choose?
It depends on in theory, it would be Gronk because he's going to help your run game as well. But knowing what I know about his injuries and that Travis is always around, I'd probably make it Kelce.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Gronk is – if Gronk's healthy, it's Gronk. Just people couldn't guard him. And you can't match up smaller. Like, you can't put a nickel on him. You can't even really – it's hard to even put a safety on Gronk because he's so big and so strong and so physical. So, I don't know, man. Gronk was really, really a devastating player.
Sorry. I'm now just looking at all the quarterbacks that Tony Gonzalez caught touchdown passes from.
Terrible quarterback.
Trent Green, fine. Elvis Gerback, Damon Heward. They got some Matt Ryan. Brody Croyle, Tyler Thigpen, Chris Redmond. Man, Gronk played with Tom Brady.
I know. No, Tony Gonzalez was incredible. He played with a bunch of nobodies at Kansas City and Atlanta, right?
He did get Matt Ryan in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But that's
Matt
That's about
Ryan
it.
was helped out by having Tony Gonzalez,
Yeah.
too. But I think that was much later in his career, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was the end of Tony Gonzalez's career. At the very
Tony G
he went to a Super Bowl with the Falcons.
Tony G was great. And I'm sure somebody in their car right now is like, Kellen Winslow. Kellen was really good, but I don't think Kellen was on this level. Jason Witten was a good tight end. He was a good tight end.
I retract. He was not on a Falcon Super Bowl team, but he made the Pro Bowl at 37 years old. His final season, he made the Pro Bowl. Tony Gonzalez did.
Yeah, Pro Bowl is it all pro?
He also was an All-Pro his second to last season.
That's
at
impressive.
36 years old, he was an All-Pro.
Yeah, that's impressive.
First team All-Pro.
Yeah, that's really impressive. What year was that?
2012.
Because Gronk was in the league then, I think. Yeah, he had to be.
Yeah.
Not Kelsey. Kelsey didn't come in the league, I don't think, until 13, I believe.
Kelsey started his career in 14, and Gronk was there in 10.
Y'all better put some respect on that man's name. Catching touchdown passes from Damon Heward.
Well,
and Elvis
somebody's
Gerback.
Listen, somebody's got to get touchdowns.
Getting Andre Johnson.
Getting All-Pro seasons, catching passes
Now,
from
that's really
Gerbach
that's
and
really impressive.
Heward.
Because those guys never sniffed a Pro Bowl.
No.
Yeah.
And you're an All-Pro with those guys throwing to you? Woo, buddy. That's really good.
Yep. All right, breaking it because that was our tight end segment. Because we got Josh Pate, top of the hour, so we got to be on time. And I want to tell you this about Houston Powder Coaters. They've been doing it forever. They do it great. Pickup and delivery is absolutely free. I got this news for you. So what is today? December 11th? December 11th. Well, on January 1st, 2026, they're going to have a price increase in their retail department. Any estimates that were done inside a 90-day time period prior to this change will be honored, but it's not going to be extended. So, January 1st, hard deadline. You're thinking about your patio furniture, your yard art, your auto or boat part. You're thinking about barbecue pits, smokers. You're thinking about all of these things. Prices are going up. Prices are going up January 1st. So now is the time to act. Get your quote now. Any quote, any estimate done inside, and we're inside that 90-day time period, they will honor. But anything after January 1st, not so much. So get off your horse. Step up. Time to act. Don't dilly-dally. You do not want to pay more because prices have to go. It's what happens in the world. Prices are going up. Houston Powder Coaters, just like everywhere else. But they want you to know you can do it now. Do it now. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just 10 minutes away, 11 minutes away from Josh Pate joining us here. Do we have a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy?
Yes, we have that squared away for
now
tomorrow.
We need one for Taquerias.
Well, it's going to be difficult to do that with Lance not in the studio.
Well, that is something that no one expected. Well,
you sure
I
about
think
that?
That's on me.
Yeah,
that's
you
really
should
on
have
me.
maybe look at our
I
little
didn't look at the
little room that we have to see who's on camera.
Empty chair.
Yeah. He's running. He's walking quickly back into the studio as we speak.
Okay. Well, I mean,
And
when did he leave to go to the bathroom? Like after I was done with my
Pretty much after you had done
right
your live.
before we were coming back.
Maybe not that late, but it all ends up the same.
Our spots are so sometimes you just got.
Then why don't you leave as soon as John starts doing his?
Because I want to hear what John's got to say about these advertisers.
Is
He's
that
got good
is
stuff
that
he's saying.
so? Is that so?
I care about the advertiser, and I want to hear well, what's John got going on now? Who was the last advertiser?
Yes.
I thought you were listening.
You weren't even listening.
Was it powder coating?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Okay. I have some things that may need to be powder coated.
Oh, have you decided to call and get something done?
That's what I'm on the.
Why would you have to call now, Lance?
Huh?
Why would you have to call now?
Because I got some things that need to get powder coated at the house.
Well, but why
What
now?
things?
Well, I don't have to now. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do it or not. And your advertising,
You're advertising
it pushed me
swings
over the
him one
top.
way or the other. Yeah.
That's why I had to listen. I'm like,
here's
you know
why
what?
now, because the whole commercial was about prices are going up January 1st. But you didn't know that.
Yeah,
did
you didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, that's what I was listening for.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I stayed right here in this seat, didn't I, Del?
So have you made a decision?
I think I'm going to probably do it.
You are.
Probably, huh?
I got to
Better
check
do
with the
it
wife.
now before
Need to check with the
prices
wife.
go up.
Prices are going
January
up because there's a tariff on powder.
1st. There is a tariff on powder.
There's a powder tariff.
Yeah. And you know what else there is? There's taquerias around us that we got to get a contestant for.
All right, so listen, caller number 2. We're going to do this at 9. We'll do it now.
Yeah.
We'll do it now.
Yeah, maybe we should do it now.
Taqueria Serrano's. Here's your chance for a $50 gift card to Taqueria Serrano's. I think last week the guy won. No, he took Dallas in the points. He did not win. But now is your chance to win if you're caller number 2. The second caller, 713-780-3776. It's Taqueria Serrano's. And this is what we do. We give you a point spread and the over-under. And you have a chance to pick either one of them. And if you win, you are going to win a $50 gift card that's available that you can use at any of the Taqueria Serrano's locations. However, if you lose, you get nothing. Now, you can also say, I don't know, Lance. I think you're the mush. I'm going to let you pick it. And if you lose, I win. But if I win, you lose. So let's see how we're going to do this. Caller number 2, give me a name whenever you got it, Del. And this is what the point spread is going to be. Tampa Bay is minus 4.5 tonight against the Falcons. The Bucs are 7-6. Atlanta is 4-9. Gilbert.
I don't know if it's that Gilbert.
It would
but
be
it's
so
Gilbert.
sweet if it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope it is.
I mean, let's see what happens. Gilbert, are you there?
Yeah, it's me, man. It's Gil.
It's Gil.
Oh.
All right, good. Gil's a friend. He actually went to Taqueria Serrano.
Yes.
Gil, you were at the location, Taqueria Serrano's, for
Yes,
breakfast
he
that
came
day.
out.
So we're going to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card. See, I hope you win. I hope you win. You really support the show. You're out at the different events. I'm sure we're going to see you at the Christmas party. So Tampa Bay is a 4.5-point favorite tonight against the Atlanta Falcons. The over-under is 44. Do you have a selection to try and win the $50 gift card at Taqueria Serrano's?
Man, I'm going to push it to you, Lance.
Now, remember, if I win, all right, so I'm going to try to
I know.
I'm going to try to lose.
He knows.
I'm going to try to lose so you win. Now, I'm trying to lose.
Is that in the spirit of the game?
Yes. I'm going to go Falcons plus 4.5. Falcons plus 4.5. Now,
Falcons plus
if
4.5.
I
All right,
lose, you win. So I'm pulling for the Bucs, but I'm choosing the Falcons plus the points.
So you're throwing this.
All right, sounds good.
I'm trying to shave points. Yeah. Not shave points,
Shave.
but
No, you're just pick.
speaking of that, we got another story to get to. But
Thanks, Gil.
I'm trying to pick a loser for you, Gil, because I like you. If not, I would have picked Tampa minus the points and tried to bury somebody.
That's it.
Appreciate it, Lance.
Go Bucks.
Put him on hold. Put him on hold.
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks. Go Bucks. Did you see the guy, the San Diego Don player, who got in trouble, got kicked off because he was giving another ex-Fresno State player? They were texting about his prop bets on his points and all that stuff, and they had screenshots of it, and this guy was kicked out of school, and I think he's being charged with something. But here's the thing, and this is the thing that's kind of weird. He said he was told, this guy said, these are your points and your rebounds and assists. He said, bet them all over. Bet everything over. So that, and his lawyer said he didn't realize the gravity of what he was saying because he was just being very confident about his game. He didn't realize this is an old AAU
I got no
friend.
problem with that.
It is an old AAU friend, and he didn't realize that this was being used for gambling.
I got no problem with
He
that.
may have realized it was being bet for gambling, but that's not throwing anything.
No.
It's still illegal. It's still illegal, but, I mean, it's way different than someone trying to fake injuries.
If somebody says to you, hey, how many you gonna play? Yeah, I'm gonna play great tonight. Yeah, bet on me.
Yeah, but
Is
that's like somebody betting. Oh, well, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. But this was done on text messages, and I don't know. I think more than one time. So I don't know.
Did he ever say don't bet against me? That's
no,
the problem.
but you can't bet on yourself if you're a.
But
now,
he's
you
not
can't,
betting his buddy.
Now
is.
here's the thing: you can bet on yourself in the UFC and boxing.
You can bet
actually
on yourself
bet
in golf too.
You can bet on yourself, yeah, but it's not legal. Like Pete Rose can't bet on his. He couldn't be banned from baseball because he tried to bet.
How much money could someone make for betting against you hitting this break on time so you can get the Josh paid?
Not much. It's a huge favorite for me to miss the break.
No,
but
no.
but you know what? We're out. That's it.
That's it because Josh Pate is next.
JP's
right
coming
here
up next
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I want to tell you about GimmeTheVin.com. Get your ticket. Get this. GimmeTheVin.com is promoting the Ted Nugent concert. Okay, it's this Friday and Saturday, the 12th and 13th, live in concert at the Rattlesnake Roadhouse in Walnut Springs, Texas. Get your tickets at rattlesnakeroadhouse.com for the Motor City Madman's birthday bash. Ted Nugent live, December 12th and 13th. That's tomorrow and Saturday, okay? Tomorrow and Saturday at the Rattlesnake Roadhouse in Walnut Springs, Texas. Tickets at rattlesnakeroadhouse.com. This is powered by GimmeTheVin.com. If you're selling your car, there's only one place to go, and that's GimmeTheVin.com. But big birthday bash for Ted Nugent. You got two shows, Friday and Saturday, December 12th and 13th. You get your tickets at rattlesnakeroadhouse.com. That's rattlesnakeroadhouse.com. All right. Been waiting for this all week. What a week of college football we've had. Josh Pate's College Football Show on YouTube. Josh Pate is presented by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart. Josh Pate. Josh, where do you pick where you want to start? The playoff, Notre Dame, and the other teams that have bowed out of bowl games, Sharon Moore. Where you want to start, Josh?
Yes is my answer. Yes. Let's start there. I don't know. I kick this back to you guys. I am just your affable guest. I cannot be trusted with this kind of responsibility.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw the dart at the board, and you let me know where the dart landed.
I want to hit you with. I want to recap some of the things that we saw. What did you take away when it was all said and done? What was your takeaway from that knockdown, drag-out slugfest known as Ohio State versus Indiana?
Well, I was surprised it was only a 3-point game. I felt like Indiana really tilted it a lot harder than that. I thought Ohio State basically played the game I've seen them play half a dozen times. They condensed it. They limited possessions. They tried to suck the life out of the game and make it as boring as possible. The only difference is they did it against a premier opponent, and that opponent eliminated their scoring opportunities by a fourth down stop and then a missed field goal. And that was the difference in the game. It was one of the easier, quote-unquote, big games that I've had to break down afterwards in quite a while, because that was all there was to it to me. Now, if you want to go down the side road of, wow, what kind of story Indiana is, yeah, that's a whole nother 30-minute segment. But, I mean, I think we've gotten conditioned to the idea that Indiana's good, and it's an incredible story. So if you just push that to the side, good, hard-fought football game, maybe the two best teams in the country, we'll see. But I thought the other part, so if we want to go down the third side road, the big takeaway for the rest of college football is we were kind of waiting to see if anyone could make Ohio State bleed, and they made them bleed in a loss. So now that we know Ohio State is mortal, it's kind of game on to me for the college football playoff. Now you go from maybe one or two teams can win this thing to maybe 5 or 6 teams could win this thing, which is a good thing in our business.
Didn't we see Ohio State was mortal last year and then they weren't?
Yeah, but the difference there was we needed to see them like crank the engine, because they had lost the Oregon game already. Then they lost the Michigan game, and we could never have known that was going to kick some mental snowball down the hill for them. This year, it looked like they were going to go wire to wire, like they hadn't even really been challenged all that much. And then they got challenged at the very end of the regular season / conference title game. So our default setting was it's Ohio State's title until proven otherwise. Well, now it's at least been proven that it's going to be a more wide open field.
Well, who's your favorite right now?
I wanted to say Oregon, but then I was so Oregon and A&M are the two most interesting ones to me, because they're the two that have enough talent, and they didn't go to the conference title games, so they're sitting at home. In A&M's case, for all we know, they could bottle something up mentally like Ohio State did last year, where the last time you saw them is them losing to their rival, and then they go sit at home for a couple of weeks, and maybe they come shot out of a cannon against Miami. With Oregon, I mean, they battled their way down the stretch. They won all the games they needed to. They beat USC. They beat Washington, not in blowout fashion, but good enough. And they're just waiting to see if they can get these guys back healthy. So if they do, maybe we see them peak at the right time. But outside of that, I think I would still say that Ohio State would be my favorite. Mm-hmm. I just think they're a lot closer to the earth than maybe I thought they would be a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and they hadn't been tested. I mean, sometimes you need to be tested and have that. It's okay to have that level of, to overcome some difficult circumstances to make you more mentally tough. And Julian Sand had been cruising, like this team had been cruising last year. They faced those hardships, and they came out stronger and better. I still think they're the favorite. And actually, if you look at the odds, they are still a very small favorite. That team in Indiana are the two favorites, and Oregon's behind. Oregon, something just feels off about Oregon. I can't explain what it is. I know that Texas Tech offensively wasn't great for a chunk of that game against BYU, but Texas Tech to me is the team that more people should be talking about. Okay, they have two really good pass rushers, a decent quarterback, a really good they have a tight end that's quality tight end, a good defensive, their defensive front might be the best in the playoffs. But I can't stress highly enough that David Bailey is a game changer at Tech, and I think you need to keep an eye on that Texas Tech team, and everyone just seems to be just completely sleeping on them, Josh. It's like they don't even consider them a factor at all.
Well, you know why that is. I mean, it's just people associating them with the conference they play in,
right?
Until otherwise noted. But I'll tell you what's crazy about all that is I'm looking at the odds right now. It's Ohio State, Indiana 1-2. There's a little bit of a gap, and then it's Georgia, Oregon.
Georgia, yeah.
And Texas Tech, and then there's a bigger gap, and it's A&M, Ole Miss, Alabama. Miami, though, is way down there, which is interesting because I think Miami, a lot of people are going to pick them to lose their first-round game. But if they win their first-round game, it means they've gone into Kyle Field and they've won, so they beat a really good team. That's the kind of team that has the personnel to where if they get rolling a little bit, could be interesting. But I want to go back to Oregon for just a second. The reason that I initially looked at Oregon is because I thought they got the best draw out of any team in the whole bracket. I include the teams that got buys. I would rather be in Oregon's position than any team in the bracket, just because I'm looking at the wrong bracket. I still stand by what I said. But I love that Oregon is sitting there with basically a tune-up game in round one. Essentially, like if you structured your bowl practices to where you were going to scrimmage that Saturday before you hit the road, that is essentially what they're going to do against JMU. So they get that. Then they play Texas Tech. Now, look, I'm not saying there are any easy games, but strictly from a roster talent standpoint, I don't think that they could structure it much better because if you think about roster talent, the teams that can match you athlete for athlete, Georgia's on the other side of the bracket. Ohio State's on the other side of the bracket. Who else is in that thing? Man, I'm drawing blanks. There are two other ones over there on the other side of the bracket from Oregon that they wouldn't see until the national title game. And meanwhile, over on your side, you've got Indiana. Yeah. You got Alabama, who's struggled mightily lately. You've got JMU. You've got the teams that you've got. So I think they've got a pass at least. Mm-hmm. And I kid you not. You notice I'm talking slow. I tried to pull up the bracket this entire time on Google, and it keeps on pulling up brackets from last year. So Google is broken this morning. Don't even try it.
Alabama, Oklahoma. So you said Oregon. You're talking about Oregon. Well, they get JMU, then they get a Tech team, and then they, and then it's a war of attrition between Indiana, Oklahoma, and Alabama.
Well, Oregon gets Texas Tech after Madison, but then they get Indiana, Oklahoma, or Alabama.
Yeah, but there's going to be a scrap there with those. And Alabama. We gotta mention Kalen DeBoer for a second because Kalen DeBoer is being mentioned for the Michigan hire, and if Kalen DeBoer loses a third time to Oklahoma in a row, you already know how college football is, Josh. There's going to be people at Alabama who want Kalen DeBoer gone. Do you think Kalen DeBoer from Alabama could be a factor at Michigan, like a real factor? Like it could happen that he goes to Michigan?
I think it could happen that he's their first call. And I wouldn't say never because he's not. I just wouldn't say never because you're probably going to take the Michigan call at the very least. Now, I will tell you one misnomer that's out there. There's this thought that's been allowed to percolate that Kalen DeBoer is somehow secretly miserable at Alabama. I know Kalen DeBoer pretty well. I have talked to him on the record and off the record about this. I've never gotten a whiff of that. I mean, so much as a whiff. I've gotten the opposite, the total opposite vibe. Now, that doesn't mean he would never not listen to other jobs. But it does mean his reasoning is not because he's secretly miserable and begging for a way out of the Alabama job. So I think he could listen, yeah. I also think there's this really, really interesting dynamic that could come into play there where let's just say Michigan does have him circled as their number one candidate. Well, he's not going to listen to him until his season is over. If his season is over next Friday, you're right. It means that they have lost for a third time to Oklahoma. They got criticized for being given a playoff spot and then lost immediately with the playoff spot they got in this scenario. So, yeah, Michigan would be talking to him, and, yeah, it would be a great hire. I'm trying to figure out how the Alabama fan base would feel. Now, if he beat Oklahoma, moot point, and they're moving on and they're playing Indiana, and maybe they got healthy at the right time, and maybe people sold way too early on Alabama, so maybe we don't even have to worry about it. But if he does lose next week, I just don't know how much wringing of hands there would be. I know that's all speculative and everything, but just thinking about the dominoes that would have to fall for Michigan to be able to get him that early, even if he were open to leaving, which I have no knowledge that he is right now.
We got Josh Pate, brought to you by Walmart here on ESPN 97.5. Josh, did Pete Bavacqua go too far?
I think he went too many different directions. He started talking about the ACC and how disappointed he was in them, and it just shouldn't be the point he's making. He should have stuck to the main point, which is the process is a mess. So to be very, very clear on my personal stance on this, I think the committee's rankings largely were correct. Aside from the G5 teams, that's its own separate conversation, but they had to put them in, so it's not up to them. As far as putting Miami and Alabama in over Notre Dame, I believe that was the right thing to do. That's where the committee and I end on our agreement, because I would have had Alabama and Miami over Notre Dame a couple of weeks earlier, where I could have spared myself the outrage at the 11th hour. So Pete Bavacqua should have stuck to one argument and one argument only, and that is we feel like this entire process was a sham because we feel like we were set up to be let down. We feel like we were misled. We were led to believe we were in the playoff going into a final weekend, and we didn't play a game, and Miami didn't play a game, and they jumped us, and the criteria used to have them jump us was head-to-head, even though that same fact was in the room the week before and the week before that, and it wasn't applied. So that point, pretty much everyone agrees with. Even the people who don't think Notre Dame should have been in can agree with the logic behind why Notre Dame is upset. And I thought he should have stuck to that, and he kind of did, but then he kind of went all these different directions. When you make a good point, you don't need to have an and on the end of it. You don't need anything else. You just made a good point. Stick to the point you made.
But isn't he right about the ACC? The ACC screwed itself by not as tiebreaker, and they're going to change the tiebreaker. They said they're going to look at it this offseason, that the highest-ranked team should be at the tiebreaker because you screwed yourself by having Duke in it.
Yes, okay, but when he was talking about the ACC, the criticism I heard him make of the ACC was not the tiebreaker alone. Their tiebreaker is a joke, by the way, so he's right about that. I think he was talking about the ACC actively lobbying for Miami. And I listened to that, and I said, what else was the ACC going to do? Yeah, like, sure, their tiebreaker is messed up, and that actually caused this whole mess, but they can't change that in November. Like, their rule is their rule. They can change it in the offseason, I guess. But them lobbying for Miami, like, dude, that's the member institution that has a shot to make the playoffs. You're not a member of the ACC. You just have a partnership with them. So if you want to absolve that, if you want to rectify that, join the league, and then they'll stump for you as well.
There's no reason they should. Yeah, they don't get any of Notre Dame's money. They get Miami they absolutely should have stumped for them. Josh Pate with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you know Sharon Moore at all?
I have never spoken to Sharon in my life.
I do, and I tried to text him, and then 30 minutes later the news broke, and I was like, oops, left on red. Now I get it.
Now, how awkward was that?
That was really not less awkward than for Sharon Moore.
I mean, I've left you on red before, Lance, but it was never under
you and Savannah were at batting cages or hitting golf balls or something. It was never this.
No,
never this.
And it's only me and her. It's not me and someone else.
That's right. The craziest college football coaching search just got crazier, and with the God forbid Kalen DeBoer go to Michigan, and then you have Alabama open up. That would be insane as well. Michigan, it had to happen. Sharon Moore had to be gone after all that stuff happened. For those who didn't see, he was also jailed yesterday, but I didn't think the writing was very clear and concise because it made it seem like he was jailed for his indiscretions. That's not what it was. There was not a lot of information out, but apparently he was involved in a dispute with his wife or something of that nature, and that's why he ended up in jail. So we'll still see how this plays out. But Michigan's job is wide open. It goes all the way back to Bobby Petrino. I don't remember anything quite like this since Petrino, but even Petrino, it wasn't this kind of mess. That was crazy what we saw yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's kind of like Petrino in that you heard about general rumors of infidelity, which you're never advocating for, but it's certainly not the first time you would have heard about a powerful person getting wrapped up in that. It is undefeated after all. Then there's this follow-up story. With Petrino, it was the motorcycle, and his face looks like street pizza and whatnot. And with Sharon, it's like I got a couple of texts that, hey, expect some news on him being arrested. And I thought they were joking. And then I look back at my phone, and it's, no, this is serious. And I'm like, wait, what kind of bizarre world are we living in? Sure enough, it happens. And there's this set of dominoes sometimes that fall that seem like they could only fall in the order they do in college football. We live in the most bizarre, like crazy alternate universe in American sports.
I got to tell you, though, this was apparently there had been some whispers out there about this previously. My son had heard some stuff at Alabama. Like, there's a lot of people who had heard whispers about this behind the scenes, and you might be one of them as well. And it did bring the question came up in our little Joe Moore text string is like, is this something? And this is just just gossipy, just men gossiping. But is there any chance Michigan wanted this intel out there because they wanted to get rid of Sharon? Well, Sharon was going to be gone with this kind of stuff regardless. I'm not sure that they are not okay with moving on and hitting reset at that position.
Oh, buddy, I knew about it 2 months ago.
You did?
The thing about it is, but the thing about it is, bits and pieces.
Right.
So, first off, I never call myself a journalist. I'm not a reporter. I say that all the time for a reason. I'm not running with this stuff because I haven't done my due diligence on it. I just know what people have told me, and I'm not really digging any further on it. But I can tell you very confidently, when the big coaching carousel started to unfold, it was always told to me to expect the Michigan job to come open this cycle, but it may be on a different timetable. So sure enough, it came open, and it was on a different timetable, and I kept my mouth shut on it because I was asked to keep my mouth shut on it. And truthfully, I didn't even know all the details. I knew very generic details, and now it's open, and I agree with you. What I think, and this is me speculating here, to be clear, what I think is Michigan let the season play out. And remember, they had that close game against Purdue. They had a close game against Northwestern. They were very, very close to being at 8-14. I think you would have gotten fired without cause. I think they were waiting for performance-based reasons to fire him, so that this never really had to see the light of day, and it just stayed a rumor that soon you forgot about. But when he finished 9-3, they're not firing him for going 9-3. And so then I think they got through signing day, and they said, all right, pull the trigger, because Sharon was a bridge head coach. He was there to bridge from the Harbaugh indiscretionary period and the NCAA investigation to once we get out of that and we're okay, then we'll deal with a permanent head coach on the other side. That was always his purpose there. This is just their exit door from him. So I do agree with you in that sentiment.
Josh, before you go, will you break down for us, for our producer Dell, why Texas A&M is going to beat Miami in that game?
So our producer is a big Miami Hurricane fan who called A&M women a bunch of 6s and 7s earlier or something like. Did you say 6s, Dell? Did you call them 7s?
I didn't say that. That's a misrepresentation of what I said.
7s, he said.
He's already taken shots at it because he said it's kind of what he has to do since it's Aggie versus
in
Miami.
fact, I said next week will be Aggie Hate Week.
So tell me again which quarterback is going to implode in this one.
Oh wow, you're putting that on me?
Yeah.
You want me?
So
to
we can say
Mark
Josh.
is gonna implode?
So we can say Josh Pate predicted this quarterback would implode.
Okay. So let me here's a caveat on everything. This is purely hypothetical to make someone feel good or bad about themselves. I think that whichever team is able to run the ball here ends up winning the game. I know that's groundbreaking analysis, but the reason I say it is because I think that run defense will improve from a statistical standpoint for both of these teams with the time they've had off. Now, whichever one I'm right about puts their quarterback in a bunch of 3rd and 2s instead of 3rd and 7s. Either one of these quarterbacks that's put behind the chains and has to win the game with their arm has shown the propensity to turn the ball over. So if I got Kyle Field at my back, I feel good about that. But then again, Miami went on the road to Pitt and sort of got rid of a lot of those we can't win on the road demons. So I don't know that I'm ready to definitively say anything about this game. Did I ride the fence enough on this?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Man, you really did.
Stop.
Well done.
No, see, we liked for our producer to feel bad, and you just didn't do it. You didn't come through.
Oh, well, Moss is back for A&M, which is a big deal because the running game is just going to be so critical there. This is going to be a great matchup of pass rush off the edge. Miami rush versus Aggie rush, and really the trenches. And A&M needs to compete in the trenches to win this game, I think, even though they're the favorite.
Yeah, I think you have two athletic profiles here that it's crazy they're playing in the first round. Because if you were to ask most offensive staffs in the playoffs, they would circle these two teams as two of the defensive personnel sets they would least like to play. So one of them is going to get eliminated by default and do someone a big favor down the road.
Yep. That's Josh Pate right here on ESPN 97.5. He's on YouTube, and he's presented here by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart. Hey, Josh, we appreciate it. As always, great talking with you. And we got the games next week, next weekend. We can't wait.
I am ready. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, there's Josh Pate here on ESPN 97.5. Time for you, Lance, to talk a little Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit. I talked to John yesterday. We were talking actually a little bit about this crazy Michigan situation, and then I was talking to him about personal injury law, and he said, there's something in your own insurance you should always get, which is, there is something you pay a little bit extra for, but it's if an uninsured motorist were to hit you and you end up, collecting medical bills and things like that you have to pay for, and it's uninsured, there is a protection against that, and there's a certain amount of protection you get. And just some little things that he told me that I had no idea about. I never knew about some of these things that you can do to protect yourself, even if you're dealing with an uninsured motorist, which you have plenty of here in Houston. I have been hit by an uninsured motorist who left the scene. It was not exactly my favorite day. I can tell you this: there are people who are working dangerous jobs that are very physical in terms of the labor, and they are somewhat dangerous, offshore refinery, things like of that nature. And John Daspit has had to step in and help families when there has been an injury or even a loss of life, where he's come in and really helped with big settlements that have helped people carry on with their lives, pain and suffering, medical bills, what you're going to deal with when it comes to loss of the ability to earn income at that job anymore. These are all things that need to be accounted for. John Daspit and his law firm will account for that. It's a Daspit law firm. Go to daspitlaw.com anytime you need to consult with them or to read up on what exactly it is that they do, or just call them. They'd love to talk to you on the phone. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. 713 and 780-3776. Actually, John Chill is going to be joining us in just a second here. We will talk to him. For those of you that weren't here early, we had the Astros talk, in which it doesn't look like they're going to get a frontline free agent starter. They're probably going to trade for a lesser-known guy in an organization that, like the Pirates and Burrows, or there's a couple of guys out there that have been named, and it looks like it could be possible Houston Astros futures. That's going to happen. Chandler Rome says Isaac Paredes might have to go because there's not enough at-bats. There's not enough infield spots left for him. So we shall see. With the acquisition of Carlos Correa last year, it makes Paredes expendable, and you might be able to get a decent pitcher. You might be able to get a decent pitcher in return for him. It looks like Joe Burrow, he's very depressed, and it's not a good thing for Bengal fans. Travis Kelce also depressed about his season. Maybe this is the last one. It just seems like those guys. The Texans have been flexed to Saturday, the 27th at 3:30 against the Chargers. So that is a story. And then all the other stuff that we had, and Josh Pate as well. John Chill will be joining us here to tell us early where the money is going on college football, on the playoff.
See, you mentioned Joe Burrow being depressed, and I kind of get. We played 2 clips, and he lit up when he was asked about Pokemon. Mm-hmm. I understand that, as John Cho calls in right now, because we do this, the sports stuff. Me, I do it more than you because I work harder, 5 hours a day, while you do it for like 2.5 because the rest of the time is news of the weird and nonsense. But if I got off the air after 5 hours, I wouldn't want to be asked about sports anymore. Hey, I'd rather talk about movies. So I know the feeling of lighting up when hey, you want to talk about The Reckoning, the Diddy doc? I would love to talk about that over sports. So I get what Joe Burrow's on. Hey, this season sucks. I just threw that embarrassing pick to Christian Benford, and we lost the game. I don't really want to talk about it. But if you want to talk about Charizard and other stuff, I get excited.
But if you want to talk about Charizard, he's close to he's one of the Pokemon.
I get excited. I get why he was all excited.
Well, we don't call them Pokemon anymore. They're Poke people.
Poke people.
Poke people.
We don't really use pronouns either.
We don't use, yeah.
But John Chill's here now, so we can talk to him.
John Chill joining us from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to be there Monday and Tuesday. Want y'all out. Me and John, for sure, are going to throw down a few Coors Lights because we will be out there on Monday and Tuesday. Maybe Sunday night you can come up, John, or Monday night, whatever the case may be. But we are going to be throwing some Coors Lights, and we want you there. We have a Coors Light big promotion going on our website in which you pick all the college football games, and if you win the most, you get a weekend at the Golden Nugget plus some cash. So go to our website right now and pick your college bowl games, and if you win the most, you will win a weekend stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So here we go. We got the bowl. Are you getting action already on the playoff, on the college football playoff?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more action than normally this early with the week break, but a lot of favorites are definitely seeing it. Ole Miss is the big one, over 80% right now against Tulane at 17.5, and Miami's seeing close to 85% right now. So interesting to see those favorites. If you want Miami, I could see that easily going to 3 or 2.5 by the time this is done. There's been a lot of action on Miami
85% on Miami. I don't get it. Maybe just because of the Texas game and their last impression.
Well, and South Carolina wasn't very good for them. They had a good half, but the first half was just dreadful. And then the thought that, they haven't played anybody. Yeah. Like, there's doubt creeping in about A&M over the last 3, 2 of the last 3 games.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like A&M a little bit. I just don't see where all this national. I mean, I know they got in at the end, but I'm with you guys. I think A&M just because they had one bad game there at the end of the season, and I think they're a lot stronger with their offensive line and all that. But yeah, it'll be interesting. But if you definitely like Miami, I would get on it early with that one. Another one that was interesting, James Madison starting is. I kind of like Oregon in that game, but James Madison's over 70% in that game right now in the early handle. So interesting there. Alabama a little bit over Oklahoma. Not real big separation there as far as a handle standpoint there. So yeah, definitely be next week will be interesting with those games. But yeah, I would Miami and I would Ole Miss. I'd go on those early if you like those because I can see those lines moving here in the next week or so. So, but yeah, let the games begin in college football. It'll be interesting. We got some bowl games coming up. Interesting. We're seeing some of the side. NC State is close to 90% over Memphis, so that's kind of one of the big bowl games right now. Plays that came in. So. Trying to think anything else. Army, Navy seeing over 80% this week.
They're
-6. Yeah.
They're
good,
6,
so.
and they're really good. That'll be interesting. Are the bettors catching up to the Texans and unders? Because the Texans and unders have been crushing lately. Have your bettors caught up to them yet?
It was interesting. We saw a lot of Chiefs money Sunday, so we were happy. We were happy to see the Texans win Sunday, which was interesting, being the locality and all that. But yeah, the unders are hitting. It's a little bit of a stat. I think they are 12-1 under after a win, so it'll be interesting to see what this game is. But they're starting to see some love. They're about 80% right now. The Texans at -9.5. So I think people are starting to get on the Texans bandwagons, not locally but nationally to see there. That's another one that I think could creep up to 10. If you want to get them at 9.5, I'd go early on that game as well. So, but yeah, we're definitely starting to see a little bit of Texans creeping up each week as the season ends here. Some other big matchups. We're seeing the Panthers over the Saints at -2.5. That'll be an intriguing one. You got tonight's game. That's a big game for Tampa Bay. Speaking of Carolina, kind of leaning. I think Evans is back. I kind of like the over at 44.5 there. 4.5. I was leaning Atlanta until this morning, and now that Evans is back, I kind of like Tampa Bay with them. I mean, if they can win this one, they got Carolina next week. I know I think they play Seattle the week after, so I think if they could wrap up the division, get a win today, beat Carolina, and then they can win that division.
What's the Buffalo-New England game look like? Buffalo laying at New England.
Yeah, that's split. That's exactly 51-49. So, Josh Allen in December, and it's hard to beat a team twice. I think Buffalo with Kansas City kind of getting out of the mix of the playoffs. I think this might be Buffalo's year, so I kind of like Buffalo there. But yeah, it's 50-50 pretty much there. The weather, I think, snow. I think I read this morning 20-mile-an-hour winds, so it'll be a East Coast game there, and Josh Allen and the team will enjoy that weather as they always do.
How about the Chiefs laying 5.5 against the Chargers? That seems like it's pretty high.
Yeah, and there's over 80% money on the Chiefs, which is shocking.
Really? They got to play in the cold. I guess the cold weather has a lot to do with that, and the Chiefs a bounce back. But the Chiefs aren't the same team.
No. I mean, they haven't played. I mean, good all year, and I think less than 10%, close to 10% chance of making a playoff. They need a lot of help. That's a lot of one-sided money on that one, and the same thing with the Ravens. We're seeing a lot of Ravens money as well, and that's another team. I mean, I know Lamar's been hurt, but as far as Baltimore, I mean, they haven't played good all year either, and to see over 70% against the Bengals as well, and the handle there. So
People like the
some other
Ravens.
big ones. Yeah, everybody's still thinking the Ravens can turn it around and beat Cincy. So another big one is Mike Tomlin and my Steelers. He's over 80%. I think he's 21-3 on Monday nights, and they look good. I mean, Aaron Rodgers looked like he was 30 last week instead of 40, and we'll see there. But a lot of people are liking them. They're at 3.5. So that'll be a good Monday night matchup there, and again, a must-win for Pittsburgh there to stay ahead in that division.
Yep.
So,
and you getting
sounds
Cowboy
like
money
yours.
on Sunday night?
Yeah, that's another one. They're close to 80%, minus 5.5. Minnesota hasn't looked good either, so yeah, a lot of people are playing the
They
favorites
looked good
there.
last week. They looked really good last week, so we'll see if they haven't turned it around.
See if they can rebound there. Another big one is Detroit, or I'm sorry, the Rams are seeing it over Detroit plus minus the 6. So a lot of people
And the
like
Rams
LA in that matchup.
The people like L.A., huh?
Yep, LA. It's all about LA and the West Coast. So, yep. So
That's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of very few that are 50-50. It's been one-sided here early this week for betting. So,
all right.
Yeah.
What
so we got some
tell us
football.
about?
Yeah.
Tell us about this holiday season. I mean, I got family coming in. We want to come up there. You got hotel rooms available over the holidays for people?
Yeah, we got hotel rooms. We got packages coming out. We got golf packages, New Year's Eve packages. You name it, we have it out there. We got again bowl week, the playoffs, DraftKings reservations can be made there. We got parties at Blue Martini. We got some entertainment going on all week there. So, yeah, come on down. Take a look at us on the internet and, get a package and come on down. So
Let's go.
It's something to be a big week for us, Christmas.
Yeah, and we're going to be there on Monday and Tuesday, and we want you guys to come on out and hang with us. Come play some poker with me. I know Michael will probably be there, and Michael and Angel hopefully will be able to get there like they usually do. That's fun. That's always fun. Let's go. Come on and hang out with us at the Golden Nugget Monday and Tuesday. And it's always a great time had by all. John, as always, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
All right. John Chill, every week, brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, like he just told you, go to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com, and see where you can get in at the Golden Nugget, have some fun. Listen, you can pack everybody up in the car or cars, just drive down I-10, and you don't even have to stay the night, but you got an all-day thing where you're going to have a great time. It's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Hell, in L.A., that's just going from not even one side of the city to the other. So you got a 2 hour and 15-minute ride. You go early. You hang out all day. Either you get the hotel room and stay, or you can just go home. You got a casino. You got restaurants. You got the pool. You got the golf course. They've got packages available. You plan your New Year's Eve at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. How fun is that? How fun is that? At the casino, there's no better place to bring in the new year than at a casino. So you're looking for the best way to have some fun this holiday season, break up the monotony of the holidays, get on over to goldennuggetlc.com. Christmas is on a Thursday. What are you doing on the 26th, 27th, 28th? Get to the goldennuggetlc.com. Have yourself a big time, goldennuggetlc.com. All right. We got some weird stuff. I don't know. A San Diego high school is under fire for hosting a racy adult game show. The game show is an adaptation of a Japanese game for Twitch streamer called Pay Money Wubby. And they had some porn stars in to participate. Do you feel like we're just having some fun or that, this is, I don't know, are you a fuddy-duddy and think, well, we shouldn't have, adult game shows in high school?
Probably not adult game shows in high school.
Well, we could ask a couple questions. Are we just pushing back because they're porn stars? Are they doing porn star-like stuff, or are they just being regular old people?
Well, the game played during the stream is essentially a 24-hour game of tag.
Okay.
Where 4 male contestants must try to avoid being tagged by masked figures called Oni.
Mm-hmm.
If tagged, contestants are subjected to various punishments, including being whacked with a pool noodle, getting their legs waxed, and licking chocolate off women's feet.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's aggressive, the last part.
It's a Japanese game show. Stuff like this happens.
Yeah, there's a place in New York called Batsu, and I think it's in Chicago too, where we went whenever we were there in 2019. I went whenever in 2019 when me, you, and Raheel went. And it's a Japanese themed. It's sushi, but sushi's it's just like California rolls. But they have sake there. They have a sake ninja who like sneaks up and puts sake in. And whenever they say "come pow," you have to do a shot. And what it is it's comedians doing improv. And when the crowd groans, when they don't like one of the improv things, these 2 Japanese girls will come out and do punishments. And one was paintball in the stomach, where a guy got shot in the stomach with a paintball, and you see it whelped up immediately. Making a guy stand inside of a giant rubber band, and they bring it all the way up to his stomach, and they go. And she went back about 40 feet and let it go, and it smashed him. And I just thought, this is as close as and now I'm going to Japan, and I told my wife, I don't know how, but I want to see some of this crazy Japanese game show type stuff.
Well, you want to be on one?
No.
Yes.
Everything's about getting whacked on the privates. I'm not doing that.
So, my thing is, I don't think just because you hear the word porn stars involved that it should be something that's immediately thought of to be bad. What were they doing? And if they were just participating in a game show, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Well,
they're just people who do a job that others
there were
won't.
other stuff involved, like they had to describe the perfect unit.
Then we're talking about a different thing now.
Yeah, they're doing all kinds of stuff. You didn't think they were going to stop it just.
Well, all I can go by is what you told me.
Yeah, they were doing other stuff.
Okay.
Did you see Tyler Glasnow got married? The Dodgers pitcher?
Don't care.
If you say
Apparently, he got married to Megan Murphy, a fan he met after tossing a ball to her with his phone number written on it.
Oh, I remember that story.
Yeah, whatever.
She was in the crowd in the stands. He threw a ball, put his phone number, and now they're married.
I met my wife at a listener event at a Buffalo Wild Wings in the Village. I can't judge this man.
No.
I cannot judge this man. We were on a date. I met her on a Friday. We were on a date the next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Can't judge.
Nicole was a
listener.
Yeah, she's a listener to the show.
She's a fan.
A groupie. Yes. She was a Lance groupie.
She was a me groupie.
So this is what I was going to ask.
As before I knew she was also a Rhett Miller groupie.
Well, you've learned that lesson.
Yeah.
So if you, depending on the profession of the person who's the famous person, like a musician who will have a groupie, is Nicole classified as a groupie when all he does is do a radio show? Like, did he marry a groupie is what you're saying?
I don't know. Lance is a Hall of Famer. Of course.
Well, at the time he wasn't.
At the time I was only been doing this for 3.5
but
years.
She could see you were on your way to the Hall
Yeah,
of Fame.
she loved it. So we had emailed back and forth about when she was complaining about the Aggies. And she still complains about the Aggies.
Yes, it's in her blood.
Uh-huh.
So are we saying that Nicole was a groupie?
Yeah.
Just because he did a radio show?
Yeah.
Well, she said she wanted to finish. She was on a run. She wanted to finish so she could come meet me down at the event.
But did she like you specifically because you did radio?
Yeah, because she listened to me. She thought I was funny, and she was right.
Well, you're less funny now.
She was dead on about this.
She basically scored in this.
And you're
thing.
comfortable calling.
She became a stay-at-home lawyer.
Would you believe that she would like being called a groupie?
I've done it before.
And did she like it?
I've done it before.
That's all right. I mean,
I don't
you
care
can't
what she
like
likes.
everything in life,
Yeah,
Del.
that's right.
You don't care what she likes.
It was accurate. Because
Wow.
I had a
That's
couple
all.
groupies back then,
Sorry,
and
you
I had
can't
limited
please
them down to
everybody.
one.
Wow. Well, it's his wife. I didn't say everybody.
I was living the good life on the groupie front, and then it got, I had to cut it back.
So you had a roster of groupies.
I
Yeah.
just had some people I
no.
dated.
No, he was the Derek Jeter of radio.
I was not the Derek Jeter.
What did you
radio.
give him to say bye? A breakfast taco on their way out the door? Sorry, it's not going to work out.
Yeah.
No.
A Baltimore teacher is under fire for kink posting a fake pregnancy and massive breasts. Yeah, this guy looks weird, I think.
I don't know what you just said, to be honest. I heard it. I just don't know what you said. Who
he
fake
posted-
breast, the pregnancy, what?
He kink posted a fake pregnancy belly and massive breasts.
What is kink posting?
I don't.
You
I don't-
know what it is.
No, I don't know.
It's in the headline. That's all
Oh,
I know.
yeah. Was it AI? He gave himself breast and a belly? What happened here?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Kink
they were
posting doesn't
36
sound-
36 triple D's.
Too much.
And
I don't understand
Too
any
much.
of this.
I don't either. It's just I don't know. I might be under some. I don't know.
What?
I don't know that
There's
this
a
is
lot of
what-
confusion
what
that's
Baltimore's-
developing.
Yeah, it's
I'm
his-
not sure that
it's-
this
it's
guy
the
is what
story he brought.
Baltimore's looking for in a teacher. I don't know.
What's I just don't understand what's developing here. You're getting more and more confused as you get into the story.
Well,
He doesn't read
He's
any of
putting
them.
out posts where
doesn't.
he's got gigantic cans.
So-
He reads as he goes along,
Yeah.
and he's like,
So he
no.
So there are pictures of him with boobs and a
Yes.
Oh,
stomach.
delete that.
Oh, okay.
Delete that story, John. What
And
are
he
you
posted
doing?
them himself.
He
What are you
posted. That's
doing?
what I said. It's exactly what I said.
It's all confusing. I didn't know that it was him in the
Yes,
photos.
he's in.
I don't want to see that.
No one wants that. That's the problem. That's the weird part.
Why would he do this?
Gosh.
That's what I'm saying. You want to keep a job? Don't put gigantic cans on yourself.
Oh.
A wife accused of hiring a hitman to kill former Auburn player wants her ankle monitor removed so she can start modeling.
What's
Do
this
you
woman's
feel
name?
like she is being restricted by an ankle monitor after she tried to kill her husband?
Well,
Yeah,
what
it
does she
sounds
look
like
like?
it.
Could she make
And
any
she-
money?
I listen, I don't think she's going to make all that much money.
Oh, you've seen her?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then keep the ankle monitor on her. You can't model.
Yeah. Sorry. You know what? If I'm the judge, sorry,
Who's
ankle monitor
the
stays.
former Auburn player?
The former Auburn player at this point
He doesn't
in
know.
Of our lives.
He never looked at it.
Football player. They don't say his name.
It doesn't matter. He didn't look.
Yeah, pledge. Along with yeah. At this point,
Robert
we don't know.
Shiver?
At this point, we don't know.
The wife of former Auburn University football player Robert Shiver, Lindsay Shiver, has been charged.
Oh yeah, Robert Shiver. Yeah.
With conspiring to kill him in a murder-for-hire plot. So now let me look up Lindsay Shiver and see what I
I'm
want to
telling
see
you.
her model with that ankle bracelet.
I'm just telling you. If I'm the judge in this case, the monitor stays.
The monitors.
I pulled up pictures. Who's she modeling for?
Yeah. I know.
OF.
Well,
I mean,
I guess.
She's
she can
a
do
little-
that at home. That isn't.
She's a little high on herself.
I mean, is she doing like Nah, never mind. Nothing I'm gonna say here is gonna help me out. Nothing.
Real Dell almost popped out.
Nothing I'm gonna say here is
The
gonna
creep.
make. No, I was gonna say something like, is she modeling maternity clothes? I don't know what the deal
Oh,
is.
the creep.
That's
There
not,
he is.
That's not creepy.
Yeah, no, but
Wow.
you're a creepy little.
Wow.
You're a creepy little creep.
Creepy
and
little
you're
creep.
Not, yeah,
Listen
you're not.
to him.
You're not a good person. You're not. You're a fraud. You're
I'm not
a creep and a fraud.
I don't project myself
You're a
to be a good
creep
person.
and a fraud.
When have I projected myself to be a
You
good
don't
person?
project yourself to be as bad as you are, though. That's what's
Yeah.
wrong.
No one
you
does
don't.
that.
John knows. John knows how bad you are.
He's a bad person.
I'm not
He's
a
the
bad
worst.
person.
The worst of all of us.
I just know
In the bad person rankings, he's one.
Not
He's
a
top.
chance.
He's got-
What?
He's Indiana.
not a chance. I just keep to myself. If you leave me alone, I leave you alone. That's how life works for me.
No.
Just stay out of my way. Stay out of my
Bad
life.
person,
We're
that's
all-
all I'm
I
saying.
can't be a bad person. I'm not in anyone's life. What do you mean bad person? I'm not in anyone's life, and they're
Yeah,
not in
it
mine.
Seems to me.
You're just making stuff up.
Andy Dick Andy Dick says he doesn't mind doing a little crack every now and then.
I've seen this before.
We know that about him.
Unfortunately, this was after his apparent overdose.
Yeah.
There's a little crack every now and then. I'm okay.
I'm passing on crack.
But I don't know that that's the case when you're ODing.
Yeah, crack feels like something you should pass on.
Yeah, crack is. I'm
passing on crack.
I mean, hard pass. Yeah.
Nancy Reagan would never have you doing crack.
No.
Just say no to crack.
Now a little crack every now and then, okay, but try not to OD.
I mean, her husband might have put it in certain communities, but whatever.
A study revealed which English-speaking countries use the F word the most.
English-speaking countries, we're number one.
Oh, yes. There's
F
no
word?
question.
I mean, Canada is going to be up there a little bit, but only in Manitoba.
The regular F word?
Yeah,
Americans
all
drop
variations.
more F-bombs than their UK counterparts.
Yes.
Australians are the most creative in their use of the ultimate four-letter word. And
which four-letter word for the Australians? Because they're pretty good with the C-bombs, too.
the C-bomb is what
They're
they
number
love.
one. They're number one on C-bombs.
Well, England's
The playoff
pretty good
selection
with the C-bomb,
I know,
too.
but the playoff selection committee week after week has it Australia, New Zealand, England, New Zealand, then the U.S.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't? You know who doesn't ever fit there? Japan. No
No,
C-bombs.
Well, because they're not English-speaking.
I know. That's a trick
Right.
question.
But this
Trick
is
statement.
an English-speaking. Which state drops the most F-bombs per capita?
New York.
You'll know. No. Surprisingly,
Not
New
Utah.
York is not up there.
It's not L.A.
Nope.
Oh, state. It's not California. It's not Texas.
It's Maryland. Maryland.
I don't know how they come up with that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know how they come up with it either. Maybe where tweets are coming from or whatever. But that's the case. Maryland comes in at the top spot. Congratulations to the Terrapins for coming through. New Jersey was, I think, in the third. No, New Jersey was top 10, but not in the top 5. Georgia ended up in the top 5. Congratulations to those people, too. All right. That's it. We are done. We had another Hall of Fame show for everybody.
Another great show by us.
I mean,
Yeah,
there were Hall of Famers present. I'm not sure the content rose to that level.
I'm pretty sure it was awesome.
Well,
and
that'll be
and
for the
now
listeners to decide.
We got Mopey and Mapes next. All right,
But
trying to
first-
keep up with the quality of entertainment that you found here.
No, I wipe the slate clean. I don't look at this show as a standard bearer. It's just once this show's done, I start fresh.
There's a line of demarcation.
Yeah, as soon as this is over, I start fresh. It's impossible to live up to the standard this show sets.
It kind of is. It really kind of is.
Nor would you want to.
Or live down to it.
And it kind of is impossible to live up to Craig DeSurf standards.
Yeah, well, Craig DeSurf standards are low for people who are buying vehicles. He just says, look, the only standards I need for you to have are you need a new vehicle. Because we're going to get you a finance rate that you love, especially, for a lot of people right now, that finance rate, when you get a 0% APR finance rate, and they have 0%, 0.9% on a couple different vehicles for well-qualified buyers, when you have that, you can go deeper with your years. You can go beyond 60 months. You can go to 72 and in some cases 84 months. What does that mean to you? Well, if it's 0% financing, it means nothing. It means you're just dropping your payments. And so they'll work with you to help you find exactly what you're looking for. If you're not sure about vehicle, but you know what you need, which is a certain payment, they'll work with you on that. If you want a very specific vehicle, a certain type of exterior and interior, they'll find it for you. If it's not there, they'll go find it at another dealership and they'll swap a car with them. They do actual car trades. They're awesome. Camelot in the cornfields. It's out in Angleton. It saves you a few $1,000s because they don't really even negotiate prices. They just say, look, this is our best price. We're not messing around with you. It's Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC, or check them out online or check them out in person at Angleton.
We have a test of our credibility, Sean. For people who don't know, I've kind of shadow banned Texans offensive player sound from this show until they score 3 touchdowns in a game. 3 offensive touchdowns that can't be helped by special teams, even if an offensive player scores it. For example, Jalen Noel returns a punt for a touchdown. That doesn't count. They need to score 3 touchdowns. But I've also said that I don't want to hear Texans players on offense talk unless they're big up in the defense. So we have sound from C.J. Stroud talking about Jalen Petrie. So now there's a bit of a conflict. I don't want Texans offensive players on the show, but he's talking about how great his defensive teammate is. So what's the ruling here? I get something I want, but it also goes against what I've set forth. You seem to be someone who can cut through the nonsense sometimes or participate in it, depending on what it is. What do you think? It is C.J. Stroud giving a lot of praise to Jalen Petrie, but it's also C.J. Stroud talking without 3 touchdowns at his back. And it's our first test.
I also looked at the clip. It's 56 seconds long.
So it's a lot of big
doesn't help his case. I would be okay with 30.
But it's a lot of praise to his teammate, though.
Okay.
So what do you think? Do we stick with score your 3 touchdowns, or do we allow him to praise? He can't talk. We're not going to play him talking about chemistry with his receivers. We're not doing that. That flies in the face of what we don't want here.
Yeah, I can do the 56 seconds of Petrie love from CJ.
But let's start with D'Amico Ryans, and maybe that's enough Petrie love, and then we'll see how you feel. So let's start with this. The Texans available to the media. Hottest team in football right now. Everyone's talking about them as the team you don't want to play. We continue to see that clip after clip after clip. It's like everyone sent the memo out, particularly at ESPN, and that's all that's going to be the headline. You don't want to see the Texans because of their defense. I think NFL Network has adopted it too. Well, let's talk about one of the stars of that defense, who also had to come back from a concussion, Jalen Petrie. When we saw his impact on the game Sunday, he made the great pick, and then he nearly, maybe he adversely affected the way Rashee Rice was going to play the rest of the way, at least in that game, with that big hit on him in the third quarter. So here's D'Amico Ryans on who Jalen Petrie is.
Jalen, I call him the X factor for our defense. Like he can do it all. Right? When it comes to stopping the run, most of the time you worry about a nickel or DB being in the run fits, but we try to find ways to get Jalen in the run fits because he's a physical player, because he's smart, he understands run fits. Then throw him in passing coverage situations. He's able to cover receivers, tight ends. He's just all-around player, right? That you can't coach him on some of the instincts and things that he's able to do and some of the plays that he's able to make.
Is that enough? Have you heard enough Petrie praise, or do you want to hear from the quarterback?
I mean, I imagine it'll be similar stuff, but you know what? Let's give Jalen Petrie his this is more about Jalen Petrie than it is about CJ Stroud or even myself. Yeah. This is Petrie's moment.
Let's acknowledge a great defender and his great play, and let's hear from the quarterback. Big up in his safety.
He's a dog, and he always talks about, being a savage, and that's exactly what, he lives, eats and breathes. I think, just the tenacity he plays with, the effort, the knowledge that he has, the instincts that he plays with is second to none. And I always tell him, like, man, the way you fly around, as a quarterback, it's not always easy to depict, how to throw a pass or, like, get it around him when he's jumping 40 inches off the ground, just to bat a ball down or playing in the back end, so he's very versatile. So I think, but I think everything goes back to him just being a savage and wanting to run fast, hit hard, and tackle. And I think he does a great job of it. And, I'm always excited to see my brother play well. And he was one of the first people I met, in this facility. So, I'm just really happy for him. And, he's big money Petrie. So, he's getting his money worth this week. And I think he'll continue to do it.
I believe the Texans are getting their money's worth. I believe that's probably the the way to say it. We heard two dogs, or was it two savages? I forgot. We had a dog.
There's a lot of dogs and a lot of savages. There's one like back to back where it's like he's a dog.
At the very
he's
start of the clip, he called him that.
Yeah.
I think we made the good decision. We made a good decision
Yeah,
playing that.
yeah.
Well worth it. But if we start to get clips of him talking about how great his receivers are, prove it on the field.
Yeah.
Beyond Nico Collins, obviously. Mina Kimes did compliment Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, so that was sound we had yesterday. We may get to that. So it's Texans versus Cardinals. There's not a lot to say about the Cardinals team. They're bad. The only thing of note is that Jacoby Brissett plays really well. Let me take that back. I won't say he plays really well against the Texans. He just happens to beat the Texans. That's his thing. 5 out of his 20 wins in his career. Or is it 6? I forgot exactly the number. Whatever it is, it's an inordinate amount of his wins over the course of his career have come against the Texans. Let's hope that him in a Cardinal uniform changes the math there. You're 8-5. You won 5 in a row. It'd be a real come down. All that talk of you don't want to face this team and they lose to the Cardinals, it's gonna make a lot of people look dumb. And when people are made to look dumb, particularly nationally, they get to quickly changing their tune on the team that made them look dumb. They can't say anything about the defense. We would imagine if the unthinkable happens and they lose on Sundays because of the offense and all that stuff about, hey, this offense, pretty good enough to make a Super Bowl run that Dan Orlovsky said, I think he would revert back to something else if this offense can't put up enough points to beat the lowly Cardinals. Look, Matt Stafford lit their ass up. I don't expect that type of performance. I mean, it is a team who lost to the Titans at home. So can we get to 24? Can we get our mandated 3 touchdowns?
I mean, maybe. I mean,
very strong in your opinion.
Like, honestly, 3 touchdowns. So many. 3 touchdowns.
In fact, it's not so many.
3 touchdowns, 1 field goal too. It's like, no, there's going to be a couple more that fizzle out if they're moving the ball.
Of course, that's who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can see like 23 where it's like 2 field goals, 2 touchdowns.
Oh man.
Like I can't see, cuz that means they're either hitting explosives, which not really their bag.
It's not their thing.
Or they're executing in the red zone.
Not their thing.
Also not their bag. So I think they'll win.
I do think they'll win.
I think they can win it, 17-9. Like that's possible.
It is a score that's not unrealistic. It's just not something I want to sit through.
No, God no.
That is 17-9, and it'll likely be something where you're never really fearful that the Cardinals are going to win this game because the defense will set a tone. But if it's 17-9, it means this offense is struggling and scuffling. Procedural penalties, false starts, holdings. It'll be all of that. It'll be short-circuiting short fields that the defense gave them. 17-9.
Maybe I'm not giving the Cardinals enough credit
for being bad.
Yeah. And like we really have only seen the Texans play against like decent teams or the Titans.
Yeah.
Especially the last little while.
Yeah, what's the has there been an equivalent team they played this year? Like
other than the Titans?
Yeah, the Ravens were awful. Their Titans bad at the start, at least when they played them. Cooper Rush defense was playing terrible. They're injured. So this doesn't count.
Yeah, just going backwards, Chiefs, Colts, Bills, Titans, Jags,
the
Broncos.
Titans have a couple wins.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
they really haven't played a bad team besides the Titans.
And the Cardinals are the next bad team.
Yeah.
And it's not like they were kicking the Titans' ass. Except for the 1/4 quarter.
No. But hey, listen. It's a divisional game. Got to throw out the records. Sure. This is not a divisional game.
So they should play better because it's not a divisional game.
Because
less familiarity means they'll play better.
Yeah. Jonathan Gannon's like, who are these guys?
Never heard of them. Texans. I didn't know they had a football team anymore in Houston.
Not the Oilers?
So the Cardinals are coming to town. They're bad. We probably won't have to worry about a Cardinal fan takeover. It seems like one of the teams who won't have a large presence in the building.
It helps.
Now the question for me is at 8-5, and we know even in times where the team was playing well, crowds late arriving or sometimes not arriving at all. Will we get one of those games where, yeah, you're 8-5, but there's nothing appealing about this matchup, so we're just gonna stay home? Can we get an excited crowd? You've beaten the Bills, the Colts, and the Chiefs. You haven't been home in 3 weeks now?
Since the Bills game?
Yeah, and that was a Thursday night game. So Sunday, back on schedule at home. Do we get a good crowd? Do we get a crowd that's there from the jump?
No.
I don't, it's a question I'm asking, but I have an answer already. I think
that it's a bad team hurts them.
True.
I think the fact that it is, the Cardinals doesn't get the people going.
Yeah, we will find out, because the last time we saw them at home, the Bills and their traveling fan base, so it's hard to judge, although you would always ask not to sell tickets to the opponent, but it always happens. So we are quite comfortable acknowledging that. But since that point, you win that one, and then you win your next two, and you're firmly in the playoff race. Has that changed the tide? Will people now get excited beyond like the Twitter content creator people? Will the actual fans who go to the games all the time, will they show up?
That's the thing. Like I feel like it's two different questions. I feel like it's, will the people be excited? Yeah, probably. Like, people are excited.
But will they show up?
The city is ready to wrap their arms around this team. Will they show up when what's it called? When leather meets ball or whatever it is?
Toe meets leather.
Toe meets leather.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. That's asking a lot.
It's not really.
We've liked a lot of teams in our past. And showing up at noon is it's tough.
Well, a lot of
especially for a 3-win.
A lot of cities do it. They show up at noon. It's kind of
they're not as cool as our city.
Actually, I'll take it back. The East Coast, they show up at 1. I'll take it back.
Yeah, they get an extra
hour. It's not everybody who shows up at noon. The Texans are Central Time Zone, so they have to. At least the fans do. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see beyond the cynical nature of this show and all our laughing at things that other people may not laugh at. Will people get excited?
I think they are excited.
But not enough to show up to the game?
No, not enough.
Then how excited are they?
Excited.
Just not pay my hard-earned money excited?
It's just not in the DNA of the fan base. It really isn't. Like, look at the Astros, look at the Rockets, look at the it's just not, it's not what we do. It's not what we do here.
I'm going to do something I don't like to do.
Challenge?
No, I'm not challenging anyone.
Oh, okay.
I'm not in a position to say, hey, go support the team. If you don't want to go, you don't want to go. Who am I to say you should go?
It's something you don't normally do. So
I was going to. That's true. I've never done it, actually.
Yeah, so I was like, oh.
No, what I will do is anyone who's going to the game, let me know. Either on Twitter or you can call in 713-780-3776, and then we can judge your level of excitement. Whether did this recent run of success make you think I need to be there on Sunday? Or you're like, you know what? I'll watch it from home. A win at home or a win in the building for me, it's the same.
Yeah.
I am interested to see. There will be people there, but will it be?
Can't mess up a good thing. I haven't been going all year. Can't show up and throw things off. Can't jinx them.
That only applies because of the last 4 weeks. I mean, they weren't great when you weren't going before too. So we'll see. We'll see if the people in the building match the excitement actually nationally about the team. Everyone's excited about the Texans.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think Dane Orlovsky's gonna be showing up. How excited he is about the team.
Mina Kimes probably won't be there for Cardinals.
Probably busy.
Texans, yeah, probably working for ESPN. I wonder how many people will be there. Excited to watch their team try to win their 6th game in a row. If you want to call in and let me know, 713-780-3776, or you can call in and tell me you don't believe. That could be a part of it. You don't think this offense is good enough, despite how good this defense is, to really be a contender, despite what the pundits may say. We'll hear from you if you so choose. We'll also get into some Astro stuff because Chandler Rome is having a ball. He's appearing on MLB Network. And, Sean, ponder this. The Astros are very relevant. Chandler Rome works for a big outlet, so he's going to be called upon to talk about the team. If you think about all of baseball, which beat reporter / athletic writer for a team is the least likely to get called on? Not the name, because I don't expect you to know who the Pirates beat writer is, But think about all the teams in baseball, winter meetings. Who's the guy or woman who's never getting called by MLB Network because no one cares about the team? Chandler Rome is not in that category. The team he covers has won World Series recently, always competitive, but there got to be people who are covering teams who never get the call up to MLB Network unless some scandal happens. And speaking of scandal, shout out to Ann Arbor. What an afternoon.
Didn't we talk about the Cheez It Bowl? How it's gonna be like, hey, two teams.
The cheese, yeah,
trying to build off.
Yeah,
this year.
we talked about the Texas Michigan game as a Cheez It
It's gonna be
Citrus
pretty chill.
Bowl, and a game where two teams are gonna keep most of their rosters intact as far as guys not opting out. The two quarterbacks will be there. It's a chance to set the stage for what could be a big 2026.
Yeah.
And then
like
this.
4 hours later.
Yeah, look at us.
What?
We're harbingers of doom, apparently. So we'll talk about that at some point. Dave, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else? 713-780-3776.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So let's get to Dave here. He held to the break. We appreciate it. He is a Texans season ticket holder, and it looks like he's going to the game. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Del, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I just, listening to what you were saying about it, but I tell you, I'm certainly going to the game, but I think a lot of it has more to do with the opponent. I literally couldn't find anybody to go with me this weekend. So I got a guy that works for me and a couple of his buddies. That's so, and we've got about a 10 to 15 person tailgate. We've got a few people missing it, but I think it all comes down more to people are busy with the holidays right now and the opponent. So that's why it was a little bit more difficult. And I think you can also rate these things by, how cheap ticket prices are on the resale market. But people are excited about the team, in my opinion, but I think it's this game here that nobody's really too excited about.
Got it. I know it feels like a foregone conclusion that they're winning this game, and the Cardinals don't have any real appeal. They're running a backup quarterback in here, and that's about it. Trey McBride's a good player, but yeah, it's the Cardinals. They're one of the more anonymous franchises in the league. Particularly if Kyler Murray's not even going to be available.
I think that's a big part of it too. Is that it's like they're not even like a fun bad team. Yeah. They're just kind of a bad team that doesn't have their starting quarterback and is one of the more anonymous in the NFL. The NFL doesn't have like straight up anonymous teams like the NBA or MLB do, where there's just like
who are these
Charlotte
guys?
Hornets?
Yeah, because of fantasy football and Red Zone, you are going to know some Cardinals just by chance if you're looking at Red Zone.
Yeah,
but no,
like if it was the Bengals who have
they're bad,
basically the same record,
but you would know that, and they've had
people would
success.
Be more excited. Like there'd be people that want to go.
Town. Joe Burrow's in town, despite his love of Pokemon, he would play quarterback on Sunday, and people would be excited about that offense, at least against the Texans defense and how it would go.
Jacoby Brissett. I mean,
it's not.
I don't want to see him beat the Texans again.
No, people are afraid to
that
show
guy.
up. Yeah, Dave, I would. Yeah, a lot of factors, but my other, I guess, thought would be, would that matter to a Bills fan if the Cardinals are coming to town? Would it matter to more Bills fans than it matters to the Texans fans, apparently?
Probably less.
Yeah.
Probably less.
So there is part of that, but different cities respond differently. And it's not me here judging the city and their fandom. I was just interested to see people excited to go. And Dave says they are. He's got a better feel for the pulse than I do. I don't go out to the games, and he's out there consistently.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good crowd. Like once the game starts and they're into it, but like I don't know, like around the city, I don't think on Sunday it's not gonna have a big game feel. It's not gonna have like anticipation. It's just gonna be like, all right, let's
win
go,
another one.
Let's go wreck these guys and get it over with.
Let's get to 9-5 and not have to worry about it by 2:30 and let the string play out until 3:05.
That's what I want. I want this game to not be in the balance.
You know what I'm not looking for?
By like 2:00.
I don't even know who's calling the game. I'll look at that at some point. I don't need that play-by-play person going, man, we haven't called Will Anderson's name much. Like I don't want a scenario where there's some bewilderment by the voices on the game talking about, man, the Texans just can't get the Cardinals and put them away.
Nico Collins awfully quiet tonight.
Yeah,
have to hand it off to Will Johnson.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I don't want any Cardinals getting credit.
Yeah,
this is what
and
I'm
Michael
hoping for.
Wilson
again.
Yeah, no, we can't have that.
Yeah, whoever the Texans are hosting the Cardinals, so that would make it a Fox game. But that's generally the rule.
Yeah,
road when it's two teams from the different conferences.
But we've lost our way.
Yeah, things are kind of swapped.
It is still Fox.
Okay, it is a Fox game. So I don't know. I don't really. Is Chris Myers calling the game?
God, the Texans had to have won enough to.
But the Cardinals are such dregs.
See, this is the thing that they never do that to the Cowboys. Cowboys can play anybody.
Yeah, it
they're
doesn't
not
matter.
getting.
Yeah,
They're not getting Chris Myers.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Eric wants to talk about Tom Herman for whatever reason. We'll get to that when we come back. I really don't know. I mean, this actually befuddles me. What does he want to speak about Tom? Why does he want to speak about Tom Herman?
How is he in the news at all?
Is he going to suggest him for Michigan? Is that what he's going to do?
Or no, he might not suggest him. He might have heard rumblings.
I forgot about that. He does hear rumblings. When we come back, we'll let you know who will be on the call because that might be the best part of the game. Hopefully it's a Texans blowout and we can find out who's calling the game and who's going to have to work for 3 hours and 10 minutes and try to make it exciting. I don't need it to be exciting, but I know they have a job to do. Eric, we'll get to you when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So we do have confirmation. It was just a guess on my part, but it is Chris Myers. Chris Myers will be the voice you hear for Cardinals and Texans. He'll be joined by Mark Schlereth. So the offensive linemen better be ready. You display any bad technique, Trent Brown, you won't hear, but we will. We'll hear Mark Schlereth criticize you. He doesn't do the Baldinger thing where he puts clips online, but he does focus on bad O-line play. Yeah. Was the Texans-Titans game a Fox game? Because
Yes.
Wasn't he
yes.
calling that game?
Yes.
And
I remember Chris Myers.
And
I was like, this is the least enjoyable football experience.
And he got after Trent Brown that day.
Yeah.
For bad foot placement. Well, I hope Trent learned his lesson.
With
Slayer's on the call again.
With college football over, Jason Benetti and Robert Griffin III are doing NFL games.
Okay.
For Fox. I'd prefer them.
Really?
I'd prefer Adam Amin and Drew Brees.
I mean, I prefer Benetti. Can they split that team up?
Benetti and Stink?
Well, whatever. just not RG3 with Benetti. All right, let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk about Tom Herman for some reason. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I heard rumblings that Tom Brady's interested in the Michigan coaching job. Also, why does Tom Herman want to fight everybody? Did you see that supposedly good handshake at the end of that game? And what time would the Texans playoff game be on Saturday morning? At 10 a.m. on FS2? I'll hang up and listen.
Pretty rich from a Cowboy fan talking about times. Yes, this city acknowledges that Saturdays at 3:30, not 10 a.m. on NBC or ESPN or CBS, whoever's having the Saturday afternoon game.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, whatever it might be. We understand that's our spot, but it also means we're hosting home playoff games.
Yeah.
And you know it's their spot because they're always in the playoffs. And are you making the playoffs in a down division, sir? And it's less about me. I don't care that much about Cowboy fans or hating the Cowboys. This is more about Eric and his nonsense. Come on. What are you doing? You can't pull that when your team is fighting for their lives.
The Cowboys and Lions play on Thanksgiving, same time every year. Texans play wild card round.
Yeah, it's our spot.
It's tradition.
Yeah. And they win that game most of the time. Unlike
a lot of time.
Unlike the Cowboys winning playoff games, which is few and far between. As far as Tom Herman, he is referencing a handshake from like 2 seasons ago now.
I was going to say, he hasn't been a coach in a while.
Yeah, how long ago did he lose the FAU job?
Because it might have just been last year.
Because it was him shaking Alex Golish's hand.
Yeah.
The USF coach. I did not know that FAU and USF had a rivalry. I know they'll play each other from time to time. I thought it was UCF and USF, not FAU and USF.
2024 was
yeah, so USF is kicking FAU's ass. They come to meet each other at the midfield, and Tom Herman's going for the traditional, hey, good luck, rest of the season, so on and so forth, and Alex Golis gives him kind of the dead fish. He does the flyby, doesn't stop, just shakes his hand and keeps walking, doesn't even pause, and Tom Herman would not have it, would not walk them down and go, hey, and Golis like, yeah, I got you, man. Golis did not want to acknowledge Tom Herman, and now look at Alex Golis at Auburn. Although Arkansas thought they got him, but he decided to go to Auburn instead. And where's Tom Herman now? Doing interviews with John and Lance in the middle of the football season. Who won that battle? Tom Herman's going to be fine, everybody.
He'll be completely fine.
And I did not hear that Tom Brady is looking to be the Michigan head coach.
I can't imagine Tom Brady being a college football coach.
I can imagine Tom Brady maybe wanting some input since he now does that, since he's in league with the Raiders ownership. But coaching,
he wants to do the transfer portal.
Look,
he wants to recruit.
I need to pause both of us because we cannot address Eric's nonsense seriously. Let's not actually get into a conversation about whether Tom Brady would want to do it. Just that we have not heard that, it's very unlikely, and we can move on because we were going down a path where we're actually going to get into, hey, the virtues of Tom Brady as a head coach in Michigan. It's not happening.
He'd run a great offense.
We sure about that? You know what the thing would be? Great players make terrible coaches because they always think someone should be able to do it as well as they can. That would be something that's floated out there if Tom Brady started rubbing people the wrong way.
So if I'm Michigan, I'm not looking for Tom Brady, Charles Woodson. No, thank you.
What's Desmond Howard up to? Well, we know, but let's not let him stay on game day.
Yeah, and alluding to a head coach opening
that Sark had to push back on.
Yeah,
and apparently,
and
now look at it.
Should have paid attention in your own backyard.
Now look what happened.
Dennis.
Look at that.
Should have shot Sharon a text.
Now look at Desmond Howard. he was forecasting doom for the Sark-Texas relationship, and something was going on in his own backyard. If you missed it, Sharon Moore been fired by the University of Michigan for an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Some context to it, Sharon Moore is married, but that is not simply the reason he was fired. I don't think adultery is the reason he's fired. It's who the adultery was with. Someone on his staff. There's reporting involving a pregnancy that turns into an abortion. It's all sorted. And then it went from, Michigan made a decision. Oh, that's why. And then we have Sharon Moore in custody for something that went from, this is scandalous and for some people a little funny, to there's an assault. They're apparently, according to reporting, a potential threat on his own life. Either way, he is currently in custody, being detained, and we will see where it goes from there. But what we do know is Sharon Moore out as a Michigan head coach. They've announced their interim coach, a guy who's already on the staff. Hell, Michigan's had so many head coaches suspended, and so they know how this can be handled. Sharon Moore himself filled in for Jim Harbaugh when he was suspended. Sharon Moore was also suspended as a head coach, so someone had to fill in for him. So Michigan has experience dealing with this portion, but now they have to go find themselves a new head coach. I don't know if they'll do what Stanford did and go like the Frank Reich thing when they made him the interim for a year before they hired a head coach, or will they actually want to start anew right now? It's a little tight. Timing's bad for them.
Yeah. If Poggi has experience.
He does. He's already filled in, as I mentioned, for Sharon Moore when Sharon Moore had to be suspended by the NCAA. Do they do the interim tag for a year, or do they go, hey, Kalen DeBoer, you want to get out of here?
Hey, they're really mad at you in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, you want to get out of Alabama?
They're really mad.
Hey, man, we'll hire you even if you do lose Oklahoma for a third time in 2 seasons. That's what we're on. You want to get back to a what you might call a normal environment? Come on in.
By the way, Michigan and Oklahoma have a home and home scheduled for
they play
this
each
year,
other
this year, and then they play next year.
Yeah, so he wouldn't be able to get away from. Oh, can you imagine him losing 4 times in 3 seasons at 2 different schools?
It's easier to imagine him losing with Michigan than it is with Alabama.
It's true.
He's already done that twice.
He might do it a 3rd time.
Yeah,
I gotcha. So that's where we are. All the movement for major college programs,
I know,
like premier jobs that have come open.
And it felt like it was kind of like, okay,
we felt
done.
like once the Matt Campbell news happened, we didn't even talk about it. Penn State hired Matt Campbell. Once that news,
Matt Campbell should have waited another week.
People thought he was waiting on that Michigan job, and Harbaugh would just never leave. And now he finally made the leap, and he's now at Penn State. And
life's crazy.
And the bigger job was going to come open. Who would have known?
He should have just known that.
And by the way,
Sharon Moore was going to.
Matt Campbell, you were BYU. You were their second choice. They wanted Sataki.
At least second choice.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe that's me assuming Sataki was their first, and that feels unlikely as well. I don't think Penn State's first thought once they fired James Franklin was to go get the BYU coach.
Yeah, I don't think Matt Rule got an extension just on the strength of his record.
Certainly not against the top 25. So there it is. We've got movement for teams not in the playoffs. We've talked about it. 7 out of the 12 teams who are in the playoff will either be losing a coordinator or a head coach, and A&M has lost both coordinators. Now, there's some thought that there might be a mutual parting of the ways. Jay Bateman's now the DC at Kentucky. I think he may just be leaving. I don't know if he'll stay for the playoff. They have a guy with a non-official title who they may just promote to the DC. I think he was like associate head coach of defense or something like that. I forgot his official title. So they may just make that guy to DC. I haven't seen anywhere if Bateman's going to stay or not. Guys usually do stay unless the coach wanted him gone. But right now, A&M, as it stands now, Colin Klein's the new head coach at Kansas State, and their DC is going to be going. So Mike Elko, no matter how this playoff run turns out, going to be making big hires to try to continue what A&M has put together over the first 2 seasons of his tenure there. All right, we'll go to break with that. We didn't get to any of the Chandler Rome stuff. We'll do that when we come back. He was on the MLB Network, and I have figured out the man who's least likely to get a call up to MLB Network. And it's not because of his work. It's just because of the team he covers. Chandler Rome doesn't have that problem. We'll hear from him when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to some Astro stuff. They continue to try to sort out their infield. And let's hear from Chandler Rome on that. He also spoke about Jordan. We may get to that before we close out the segment. But as was discussed yesterday on the show, a move needs to be made because they're short in the rotation and they have too many bodies of guys who you would want to play. The guy that they would like to trade is Christian Walker. We talked about it yesterday, that there's minimal interest, partly because of his age and the down year he had despite leading the team in home runs. So here's Chandler Rome on MLB Network on the glut of infielders the Astros currently have.
The biggest guy for me in this whole thing is Jordan Alvarez. They're a different club when he's not in that line.
That's a different clip. I think I saved it on the other computer. We'll get to the Jordan thing maybe at some point. But, yeah, Jordan plays a part because he can't – at least they don't want him in the outfield, which removes some of the options for the Astros. They want him to play DH. So they have to deal with that. But the infield, Paredes, Walker, Correa, Altuve, Pena. A lot of guys who can play. Who's gonna go, and can they make a move to improve their roster in another spot by trading one of these excess infielders? This is Chandler Rome on that.
This has been the question I've been trying to answer since they acquired Carlos Correa at the trade deadline last year. Playing him at third base means Isaac Paredes doesn't have a position. And Joe Espada was on this set on Monday and said he wants Jose Altuve to spend most of his time this season at second base.
Right.
So you've got Correa at third, Pena at short, Altuve at second. You got Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes for one position. And with Jordan Alvarez entrenched as the DH, I'm just not sure there's enough at-bats to go around for both Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker, which makes me think one of them could be on the move.
So he tells us, and he's just reminding us what Joe Espada said, they want Altuve at second. Remember all the justification for him playing left was his defensive woes are less of a problem out there than they would be at second. What happened with that? When people, let's say the basic bitch baseball fan, which was what the analytics people would take issue with, when they were saying, why are you moving him away from second? He plays second. He's Jose Altuve. Leave him at second. Then it would be, well, actually, he's not great defensively. Put him out in left. He's less of a problem out there. The Astros, in some ways, agreed with that. And now we're a year later. Throw him back at second. That's where he should play. What happened? Why did that line of thinking change? He wasn't atrocious. Like, he had his moments early and left. He wasn't atrocious. Why did they waste a year? When it's not a great solve because who wants him out there? He's not a good defensive player. But it would actually clear up some things if you just threw him out and left. And you would have space for all these other guys. But that's not what they want to do.
This is the year where it makes the most sense
to do it. You've brought back Correa. Now it's time to find a spot for Altuve because you want him in the lineup and you want the other guys too. But no, one of these guys has to go. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Do whatever you need. I do think because we never get so passionate about these discussions, and we certainly don't want to do the work. It would be funny just to go through all the tweets of people defending the move to left. Hey, he's bad at defense.
Yeah.
Throw him out there.
Be bad over there.
Yeah, be bad over there where it's less costly. Backing the Astros on the move, and maybe you're right to do it if you look at the numbers.
Yeah. I understood it. Just like, yeah.
And people,
again, they had ground ball pitchers. Yeah, get them out there. Get them out of the ground ball zone.
But now
it's like, what are we doing?
Put him at second and stay there.
Well, no, I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, now it's all stupid.
What a waste of a discussion piece for people.
That was like a month of discussion.
Like when he made a play, can't look how bad he is. Then when he botched a play, the other side would bounce back. You just watch it go back and forth.
People watch spring training games for this.
Yeah, it was part of the thing. We actually, because this is a dumb show, we jokingly discussed it. Altuve's out and left. How's it going to go?
They're on TV, on a broadcasted game.
We were talking about, hey, let's make sure the game they do broadcast here, because they didn't do a lot of them, make sure it's one where Altuve's out and left. And he had his issues early, and then it was pretty much fine the rest of the way. But the Astros said, hey, I'm glad you guys got that out of your system. He's back at second. Now what? And we're still looking for pitchers.
Yeah, I don't know what. And outfielders.
That's
and
true.
you're trading an outfielder.
They're looking to use one of the outfielders you would think would be, despite our preconceived notions of him, and Jake Myers, a guy you could, when he's healthy, throw on out there. And at least last year, he was productive, and that has led to his value being raised. And they're trying to use him to acquire a team-controlled pitcher. Okay, that's fine. Just do whatever you got to do.
At this point, do whatever.
Yeah, and when you do something, we'll actually have something to talk about. Wasting a year with this Altuve nonsense, and we're just
crazy.
We're just
crazy
right back at
they
it.
did that.
Yeah. When, as you pointed out, rather astutely, now would be the year to throw him out there.
It would make more sense.
You got too many. You got Jordan, who you don't want to play in left. And you got too many infielders, but okay, whatever. Do what you got. Do what you want. Just make sure it goes well. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, 47 games in left field for Altuve last year. What a 47 it was.
Okay.
Thank God. We probably had 47 segments talking about it.
People being furious or saying, it's not such a bad idea. And the Astros have decided.
And then, after game, 15 of him in the outfield, we just stopped talking about it.
We stopped caring.
It just didn't matter.
It really didn't matter anymore. We had bigger concerns. Guys are losing their arms while that was going on.
Yeah.
Let's get to the other guy who we gave you a trailer before the trailer thing when we played the Jordan sound. So here is Chandler Rome on Jordan and the plan for him.
The biggest guy for me in this whole thing is Jordan Alvarez. They're a different club when he's not in that lineup because he's one of the best hitters in the game. How's he feeling? What's their plan for him in 2026?
He's a full go for spring training. He'll be ready to go. And Joe Espada made no bones about it. He wants him to spend most of next season at DH.
Wow.
He wants him to DH most of the time because they need to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
They need to keep his bat in the lineup. Since he debuted in 2019, only Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani have a higher slugging percentage than Jordan Alvarez.
Wow.
So that is the kind of thump they missed so badly last year. He appeared in 48 games last season.
Wow.
If he appears in maybe just 60 games, they end up in the playoffs. It was that big of a loss.
It's interesting you're talking about the glut of infielders. So do you envision the Astros making a trade to get some starting pitching back?
I think they could use Isaac Paredes in a trade to get some of that young starting pitching back. There are teams that are very interested in Jake Myers, their center fielder off of a breakout season. Ton of teams interested in him. He could help them get pitching back. But a lot of what they do this offseason, most of what they do this offseason is going to come via trade.
I love the act of listening by the guys on the panel. Whoa. Wow.
Whoa.
Oh.
Third?
Yeah.
Behind Judge and Ohtani? Whoa.
Yeah. Oh.
It's
There it is.
it's not shocking, guys.
Well.
Whoa. You mean Jordan Alvarez?
Wow. A lot of grunting going on as they listen to Chandler Rome. So, Chandler Rome on MLB Network.
Yeah. MLB Network staple during the winter meetings.
Definitely. He is covering one of the highest profile teams in baseball. A guy who isn't, I've decided, is anyone covering the Rockies. But this gentleman in particular, because I actually did a little research and put his name in with MLB Network and didn't find anything. I did find a segment on Foul Territory, which is more of an kind of a podcast-ish internet thing. But I didn't find him on the NFL Network. The name is Patrick Saunders. He writes for the Denver Post. He covers the Rockies. He, for me, is a guy who's least likely to appear on MLB Network, not because of his ability to do his job. It's because the Rockies are the Rockies.
There's not a segment that they have on MLB Network where they're like, now we need to talk for 10 minutes. We're going to talk about the Rockies coming up here. What holes do the Rockies have on their roster? I forgot what your name was already.
Patrick Saunders.
Patrick. Oh, well, like use some infielders, some outfielders, some starters, some relievers.
Yeah, everything. Everything, Patrick. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
So are they going to spend a lot of money? Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, they've lost 100 games the last couple seasons. And just think, when the Astros were in the midst of that, I don't remember who was covering the team at that point as far as, let's say.
McTaggart was there.
McTaggart, certainly. Richard Justice also was still covering the team. Allison Footer, I imagine, was still there covering the team. They weren't making a lot of appearances on national stages to talk Astros. Patrick Saunders is in that vortex right now as a guy covering the Rockies who I don't keep track of them, but I've gone through the last 3 seasons. They've lost 100 games each season. And then in 2022, they lost 94. So, yeah, you're not making a lot of appearances talking about that team.
No.
It'd be like ESPN.com wanting, or excuse me, the NBA show on ESPN, whatever it's called now, asking to talk to the Wizards guy or woman. That's what it is. No one's looking for that.
Yeah, there's not that many, I guess the Nationals guy. I can't imagine his phone's ringing off the hook.
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah.
I'm sure Patrick Saunders is fine.
Because, the Angels will, sign a guy.
They'll sign guys.
Bad, but they'll sign a guy.
And they got Mike Trout. Maybe someone wants to talk about Mike Trout.
They'll make a move.
Yeah, they'll do stuff like that. But the Rockies, maybe you want to talk about the failure of Chris Bryant. But
yeah, what's his deal?
Patrick?
We should get Patrick on.
You just want a Rockies correspondent.
And then we can commiserate for a little while.
When I did and of course we got to go to break. When I was producing on the weekends here a long time ago, I would and people still, of course everyone does this, you kind of have to explain to the person you're trying to book why you want them on.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we want to talk about this
XYZ.
Like you fake like you've read their article just to let them know, hey, there's a person who actually knows what you do. The justification for having Patrick Saunders on this show, hey, this is a dumbass show. You want to come on?
We want to talk about the Rockies.
We do dumb things. You want to come on?
What it's like to cover a team like the Rockies.
Yeah. Would you want to do that? You want just a segment on Houston radio talking about the Rockies and what it's like?
We're fascinated by your how little interviews you do.
Yeah.
We can't imagine you do that many.
And while you are dedicated to your job, what's it like going to the ballpark every day knowing it's you and 4 other people who care about this team?
What's it like going to the winter meetings knowing that no one's going to stop to talk to you?
He doesn't go to the winter meetings. Does he? Does he? He can't, right? Is the Denver Post paying for that? In Orlando, do they pay to send him to Orlando?
I don't know. I just like to imagine him at the winter meetings. Just kind of all right, got to look busy.
Trying to catch Adnan Verksai. Hey, you want to bring me on?
Yeah, that's what he has to do. He has to talk to other people that aren't Rockies related.
He's gotta ingratiate himself with Robert Flores and see if Roflo would like him on to talk about whatever. Hey, Roflo, big Cougar fan, love Kelvin Sampson.
Maybe when you change beats, we can hire.
Nah, you gotta start I would lie and pretend to the potential guests that I've read his stuff. You talk to Roflo about the Cougs.
Oh yeah,
Kelvin Sampson, huh?
Flemings, huh?
Yeah, one and done, right? Can you believe? Gotta be right. Can you believe they keep winning and dropping in the rankings?
It's crazy. It's messed up.
Yeah.
No respect.
Tough beating that final game last year. Right? Yeah. Should have got that shot off Emmanuel Sharp.
Yeah. Don't know what he was doing.
He would know more about the Cougs than Robert Flores would at the time. Just to get on MLB Network, got to raise that profile, Patrick Saunders. You've done it here on this show.
Yeah.
We'll go to break with that. 713-780-3776 is the number to join us. We will talk at least we'll hear and talk some more Texans as they're getting prepared for the Cardinals, a game they should win. And at this point, it's not even a must win, but we need to keep the momentum going, and beating the Cardinals gets that done. So we'll talk more about them in the second hour. We'll get into something I watched. Netflix had me hooked because Diddy had me hooked. Not on baby oil or GHB, something he apparently combined together allegedly for his freak-offs. I do like that that's now a term in popular culture. People can just say freak-offs and just know we're talking about Diddy. But I watched the 4-part documentary yesterday, and it's a lot of things you would already know, like the Tupac stuff, the Biggie stuff. But I realized beyond some of the criminal stuff he was convicted of or alleged to have done, Diddy talks in a way that I'm out. I can't talk to this guy the way he talks, and I'll explain that at some point in the second hour. We will be back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. We're getting close to that time where they're going to be offering deals. In fact, it starts tomorrow. their Christmas savings starts tomorrow. And what that means is they're going to be offering special deals on specific models every day. But the key to that is you got to be aware of is the deals are going to flip every day. So if you're looking for a vehicle and you hear something you like, you need to head on out there and check out all the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. See what they have to offer, see the deals that coincide with that, and then make your choice. And you're going to be dealing with great people who aren't going to be pushy. They're going to make sure they go at your pace to get you into the car you love. They're calling it the 12 Days of Christmas, and it starts tomorrow. Unbeatable deals, daily specials. They're going to post them on social media and on the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and just pick and choose what you want. And, of course, you can visit them in person. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Great vehicles, great cars, and great deals, all at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Sean, did you watch Hijack on Apple TV?
No.
I did because it had Idris Elba in it. And, of course, it did well enough to get a season 2. And if you don't know what that show's about, it's about him being on a plane while it's getting hijacked and uncovering the mystery. And it's layer after layer. That's how you put like 6 or 8 episodes. I forgot how many on a plane hijacking. Because it's how much can you really do?
Yeah.
But
it's pretty contained.
Yeah, so many layers. And, of course, they go on ground level. And speaking of ground level, they're going underground this time for Hijack season 2. Subway this time. It's like the speed problem. Like, hey, if this bus goes under 55 miles an hour, it explodes. We want to keep making speeds because we like Sandra Bullock. Sure, we couldn't get Keanu for the second, but we like Sandra Bullock. What do? Put it on a cruise ship. This time, Hijack is in the London subways.
Okay.
Season 2 for Idris Elba. Trailer's out today.
Shout out to Apple TV.
I do like that they keep trying stuff. They're big into sci-fi. They don't do a great job promoting.
That's the thing.
They have giant stars on their TV shows and movies. And
they just haven't had the huge hit.
No, they don't have
because of the promotion.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have a Stranger Things, or when Netflix gets something going, it gets really going. But they don't have one of them. Well,
but they had a task.
They have Severance.
Yeah, I guess Severance.
They do have Severance.
Severance was their thing.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, do they have like a task level hit?
Well, Severance is bigger than that.
Yeah.
We'll see if Pluribus gets there. It does have Kim Wexler as a thing to bring people in. The star of Better Call Saul, Rhea Seehorn is her real name. So they got Hijack, at least for me.
They do got Hijack.
They do have Idris
They have
Elba.
the Gorge.
Oh well, come on.
Gorge 2? When's that hidden?
Well, we both have seen the Gorge. I don't know how you get to Gorge 2, but who's to say? Who's to say?
I don't know why you would get to Gorge 2 anyway.
Yeah, I don't look. There have been sequels made for no reason other than they're bankable. I'm sure if they thought the Gorge 2 could be bankable and it was not so costly to get Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy back, they would do it. Just don't know how they get there. But they do have season 2 of Hijack, Subway Edition. Let's get to one of John's favorite people, Lazy J. He wants to talk some NBA. Lakers didn't fare too well last night. They got pummeled by the Wimby-less Spurs. And if you're wondering why I mentioned that, Lazy J is a LeBron fan who got a giant dunk over Luke Cornett and taunted Luke Cornett. You know it's about over. When you barely get over the rim and you're taunting Luke Cornett, it's about time to become a post-up player, LeBron. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, Dale, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I did want to get in there and talk about that dunk last night, but I had a question for you. I watched the doc, too. What's your thoughts, man? Do you think, Cassie, do you think she has walls anymore, bro? I think with all that stuff she was doing.
All right.
I don't think she ain't got.
All right. Thank you. You're talking about I don't know if she's pregnant currently, but she either is a soon-to-be mother or is already a mother. So relax with you. You can be a little more tactful with what you're saying. As far as the doc is concerned, I'm not answering that question. I don't have any knowledge. I'm not a gynecologist.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Diddy is a crazy man. He got me when he was doing his little promotion show when he was about to get arrested.
Yeah.
And he was out like greeting the people and acting like that. And then as soon as he got back in the car, he was like, "Oh man, I feel nasty. I need to take a shower."
He said, "I need to get under the water."
Sanitizer.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this dude is not like people at all. He is wild. He's worse than Dale. Damn.
Well, I'll hug people and don't immediately ask for sanitizer. That's true. I don't do that. If you missed it, they had people in the doc who had known him from when he was with something called Uptown Records, and of course, Bad Boy. You know her for Bad Boy. So they had people who knew him back then, and of course, people who came to know him as he became more powerful. And what Lazy J is talking about, as he was heading towards an arrest, he was trying to play the media PR game, so he went out amongst the people. And one of his guys, at least one of his ex-guys, was like, Diddy doesn't want to be around black people until he needs them. So he was out there on the streets, dapping people up, taking all the pictures and videos, not dancing, like Shook said, but he was in videos. And when he got back into his car, he goes, I've been amongst all the people. I need hand sanitizer right now. I need a bath. I need to get under the water. Yeah, Diddy, the doc didn't do him any favors, not surprisingly, because Fitty was behind it. Curtis Jackson loves a petty feud. He's been on Diddy's head for almost it feels like an eternity now. And once, as you're watching it, you realize Diddy talks in like sound bites when he's talking about what they need to do to change the narrative. He talks in a way like he would write things up on the wall. They'd be up on the wall in like a football office about. It was like motivational, but he would talk that way all the time, and I'm like, nah, not for me, buddy.
Swarm mentality.
Yeah, something. It would be like things of that nature,
like
where
taglines,
where you taglines. He's spoken taglines. That's a good way to say it. And for me, I don't know how you have a conversation with this guy other than he might blow up your car if your name is Kid Cudi, allegedly.
They get into that on the doc.
They get into Kid Cudi, but not the blowing up of the car, because Cassie, as Lazy J, I would say crudely, insultingly talked about, apparently was friends or like Cudi, and when Diddy found out about it, he had his assistant at gunpoint. He asked her, where is he and where are they? And she had to call Cassie and go, hey, Diddy's looking for you. And when he found her, he was alleged to have beat up Cassie by kicking her. It's kind of the stuff you saw in the video. That's made a lot of news. So a lot of episodes 1 through 3 were stuff kind of rehashing of, I guess, man to monster type things of how he became what he became. Episode 4 is where the new stuff came about. Not great, as you might imagine. Not great. And I think just to avoid getting sued, they started every episode telling you what he was accused of, what he was found guilty of, what he was found not guilty of, and they ended every episode kind of with the same thing. So they bookended every piece of content with that to say, hey,
like a disclaimer.
Front end, back end, this is what's going on. You can't sue us. It was interesting. I did not know about the incident, or maybe I just forgot about it, where he was running a promotion, like 9 people died. I think I had heard about that story. He was very young, and I guess maybe the proper security wasn't there or whatever. But yeah, 4 episodes, The Reckoning on Netflix. Really good. If you kind of like almost a true crime story of if you look at how he went from intern at a record company to what he is now, currently incarcerated. So there it is. I did not suspect the man, when it said Lazy J wants to talk NBA, would mention Cassie Ventura in that way.
He did mention the dunk.
Yeah. The Lakers got beat down by the Spurs. LeBron barely gets over the rim. And he's screaming at Luke Cornett, of all people.
It's starting to get sad.
And Luke Cornett, if I remember correctly, Luke Cornett would challenge jump shooters even when he's 20 feet away by jumping up in there and clapping his hands. That's the guy LeBron is challenging. Man, you dunked all over the Pistons. Like in 2007 or something? Yeah, it's a long time ago, but it just speaks to it all.
Is Luke Cornett alive?
They had Ben Wallace, Rasheed, and Chauncey. You kind of ended that Pistons team, and now you're yelling at Luke Cornett. Cut it out, man. I don't even dislike LeBron, but it was embarrassing. And Jackson Hayes is with the. I like a dunk, but this one barely cleared.
Yeah, that's the part that's tough for me to watch. Is the
passage of time is evident.
Yeah, where he goes up and he still does the tomahawk.
Yeah, but it's not necessary.
Straight arm, and it's I remember when it was 20 inches higher in the air.
Yeah, maybe don't do the do the pullback. Don't do the tomahawk anymore.
Maybe just 2 hands.
Yeah, because if it wasn't Luke Cornett and it was Zach Collins, you're not getting that off. You're lucky it was Luke Cornett. That's a problem. Now, when it has to be Luke Cornett level athletes before you can dunk on anyone anymore. I mean, build your layup package. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, if he wants to still play, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, who's this? I can't tell LeBron obviously what to do. He's one of the greats. Do what you like. But if I got to look at you play, I don't need you screaming in Luke Cornett's face.
Let's do a finger roll next time.
Even if you dunk on Luke Cornett, let Jackson Hayes be your hype man, because he was back there too yelling at Luke Cornett. Luke Cornett's like, Jackson Hayes.
Did he celebrate that play more than a finals play, the block on Thiago's footer?
Yes, because that game still was in doubt. When he was dunking on Luke Cornett, they weren't coming back and beating the Spurs, so might as well celebrate. I hope he does some self-evaluation. I mean, you look silly.
It's so ridiculous. I kind of like it, but it also bums me out this is where we're at. Is rim scraping dunk over Luke Cornett.
Yeah, it's like Michael, when he was with the Wizards, decided he wanted to dunk on Bill Wellington or something.
This is Wizards. Michael Jordan.
It is, yeah. That version of LeBron.
The last 2 or 3 years have been Wizards.
Well, LeBron was good last year.
Jordan was pretty good on the Wizards. It's just
I get what you're saying.
It's just it looks like
40+ year old.
Yeah, it looks like an old man playing basketball.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's just and they're not really doing the Lakers themselves aren't really this year they're a little bit better, but they're not going anywhere because of LeBron.
No, he is a connector at this point for the team as Luka takes over. Yeah, the Lakers are 16-7 now after the loss. They're a good team, but they just happen to be in the West, where the Thunder went to 24-1, or are they 23-1 after last night's win? They beat up on the Suns in NBA Cup action. The only thing that came out of that game was Grayson Allen decking Chet Holmgren, which I appreciated.
They're 24-1. Do you see the view where you see SGA's reaction, like live reaction?
Yeah.
Like, oh,
look at that.
Oh.
So they're already getting blown out. I think at the time the Suns might have been down like 30 something, maybe 38 points or so. And a previous play, Chet kind of shoves Grayson Allen out of the way for an offensive rebound, gets the and one, and Grayson Allen wasn't having it. Chet came to set a screen, and he just planted his feet, drove a shoulder into him, and then extended. If I'm Grayson Allen, and at the time I'm getting beat by 36 points midway through the third quarter, I'm not taking a screen from Chet.
No.
Not after getting bumped and knocked on the ground the previous possession. Yeah, I'm going to drive my shoulder into your chest and see what happens. And nothing happened other than Jalen Williams being fake tough guy now that he's back. But the Thunder, 24-1. 24-1. 12-0 at home. Their one loss on the road. Can't believe they lost that one game. If they were
inexcusable.
Yeah, they were.
What, Portland?
I think Shea was one of the few regulars who actually played. Yeah, I think it was Portland that had a lead and blew the game. But 138-89. We're talking about 24 of the first 25 games. And other than maybe NBA Twitter, I don't know how many people actually care that they're doing what they're doing. Well on their way to having the most wins in NBA history in the regular season.
I wonder if it's just because they're not like Golden State when Golden State did this.
Yeah.
But Golden State was also like undefeated. Like they went like 22-0 or something, 21-0. I do wonder if like just the one in the loss column, like,
and when it happened, they've had this one for a while.
Yeah, it's like they didn't run up.
They
like
were
a
8-0 and lost the game.
Yeah, so like if it had happened, in a different order, I wonder if more people. But I mean, they're gonna be chasing down 73 wins. I feel like. I mean, it's not very controversial to be like, hey, the team that's lost once in 25 games is a threat to chase down the Warriors record. But I think that's when more eyeballs will be on them once they get to like 40-3 or whatever.
Yeah, we're scoffing at them winning 16 games in a row, by the way. Oh, you lost that one game after
no
8.
No one's paying attention. Yeah, no one cares, dude.
They lost that one game after they were 8. They just ripped off 16 in a row.
No, but
and they have a scoring margin of nearly 17 and a half points.
That's the crazy. Is that they're just blowing
the point
the
differential 17 and a half points.
They don't even look like they're like trying to blow people out.
No, and this was the team who got driven the 7 games in the finals, and they came back. You're like, you know what? We'll play without Jalen Williams for the better part of the season. Now that he's back, we're just gonna keep rolling, and we'll beat you by nearly 20 points a game. That's how good they've been.
Yeah, I think they need to. They probably need to stay one loss. God, they need to stay one loss until Christmas, which is what, 2 weeks? But I'm just saying, just win out for 2 weeks and beat the Spurs on Christmas, and I think that will kind of jumpstart
So
get the people.
They have the Spurs 3 times. One of them's a cup game. They have the Spurs 3 times over the next 2 weeks. When is Wemby scheduled to be back? Because that might be one. Going to San Antonio on the 23rd before the Christmas Day game at home. If he's back, I don't know when his time frame is. Because the Spurs are healthy besides him, and as we said, they just beat down on the Lakers. So that's a pretty good team. The people are trying to forecast when they'll get a Thunder loss, and people don't know.
One of these Spurs games, like it's in the Spurs are a good team. That's to me like that's the most danger that I see on the schedule.
So, NBA.com says Wemby could be back by the NBA Cup game.
Okay.
So he may play against the Thunder in that game. So we'll see. We'll go to break with that.
Thunder, good at basketball.
That's what we've come to conclude. They're good. 24-1. Good. Historic at this point. We'll see if they try to do it. And it feels like this is a team who wants to be historic. They got all the pieces to do it. And we talked about it yesterday. Is it worth it to challenge them? And the Rockets have said yes. We wouldn't have traded for Kevin Durant if we didn't believe so. The Rockets back in action tonight. They got the Clippers in town. Clippers are bad. Rockets are good. We hope the recent trend, and it's not really a trend, when it happens twice, but they have lost to the Mavericks and the Jazz over the last couple games. Bad basketball teams who have beat them. We would ask for that to stop at home against the Clippers. Hopefully it does. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll be back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
We're at that time of the year where the NFL tries to feature their best matchups and the best time spots. The Texans remain in their Saturday afternoon spot, even when it's being flexed. It's Texans Chargers week 17 on Saturday. Now, they were competing against the Packers Ravens at Lambeau, so Lamar going to Lambeau is going to be tough to beat to get the primetime game. And then the Sunday game involves Bears 49ers. So they're always going to likely get the third, if you want to call it the third spot, if we start ranking featured game spots, but they get one. Texans Chargers. We'll see if Justin Herbert's hand is still attached to his body at that point, as we saw him struggle with the left hand injury on Monday night. But product of what they've done over the last 5 to 6 weeks, they now will be a team that NBC wants.
Yeah.
In not prime time, but it's a spot we're familiar with. So Saturday
at 3:30
in the afternoon.
I'm very, very familiar with that.
Texans, Chargers, and
it's a dress rehearsal for the playoff.
Well, it is, and it's a repeat of the last time they faced the Chargers. Wasn't it Saturday at about 3:30? Now it was a playoff game, and it was
on
here
Nickelodeon
as opposed to NRG.
Yeah,
you watched it on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, for science.
Science?
To report back on the Nickelodeon broadcast for Paul.
So, he gave you some homework?
Yeah, he was at the game. I think Joe watched it normal, and I watched it on Nickelodeon.
So I did not watch the Monday night game live on Nickelodeon, but the clips were popping up on my timeline.
The Monsters Inc. game?
Monsters Inc. game. Sully was a featured performer. And anytime a play was made, Sully was the guy taking the place of an actual player. Yeah.
I think the Simpsons one is still my favorite because there's just a deeper bag of characters.
I would agree.
So, like, Mo Sizlak was making tackles.
Mo Sizlak was balling.
And then, like, Bart and Lisa, and like, but they would go like pretty deep
into the rock. Yeah. It was Sully, and that's about it. Like, they animated
Mike Wazowski too. But,
they animated.
Back.
It's true. Can't run between the tackles.
Don't want to see him there.
No, they animated the Jalen Hurts 2 turnover play. They didn't do a great job.
No,
I can't blame them for it.
It breaks the system.
Yeah, it screwed with them in a way where it couldn't actually show the multiple turnovers on one play. So I can't blame them for that because we barely knew what was going on when it was happening watching the regular broadcasts.
Yeah, but this one gonna be no children's cartoons involved, I believe, on NFL Network.
Oh. I wish it was a Disney broadcast and they just grabbed different Disney characters because you could make Justin Herbert Hook. His left hand. I don't know if was Hook's left hand the hook hand.
I
don't remember.
I don't know that offhand. I assume so.
I'm gonna bring up.
I hope so for his sake.
Well, it depends on how he was born. Was he a left-hander or a right-hander? But either way, it was his left hand. Okay. So I'm an idea man, Disney. Don't you do they have a partnership with NBC? Peacock? I don't know that they do. So. But ABC, if Justin Herbert's in the playoffs again, and Nickelodeon or whoever. No, Nickelodeon did the NBC game last year, right?
Nickelodeon did the Chargers game.
Was that an NBC game? Or maybe that didn't even matter. It might have been CBS.
CBS.
I guess it doesn't matter. If Nickelodeon's picking up the game for just the kids
they
broadcast.
They get one playoff game, I think. Or they get the playoff game and a Super Bowl or something.
That's probably the Saturday afternoon playoff game. Can they do this again and make Justin Herbert Hook?
Yeah, and Daniil Hunter, the crocodile.
Whatever. Well, and him being fearful of the crocodile. If you don't know Hook lore, that's what it is. He's always.
You've never seen Peter Pan.
Yeah, he's always afraid of that crocodile with good reason.
Yeah.
Maybe make it Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, when they get a sack, but
get the kids from Alien Earth involved. They loved Hook.
It's a little darker than maybe they want to get to on a Saturday afternoon. But
That's what they need
You
an alien broadcast where
I don't
guys
know
are turning into
that doesn't
xenomorphs.
That doesn't go on Nickelodeon.
No, this would have to be Hulu.
Yeah.
This would have to be on Hulu.
Yeah, if a chest burster, it's a lot of stuff that they can't get off.
That's exactly what I want.
I mean, it'd be creative as hell. I just don't know how if you think animating 2 turnovers was a problem. If Justin Herbert gets sacked and a chest burster crashes through his chest, don't know if the NFL is going to allow for that. They won't even do the hook thing, which I think would be great.
That would be great.
But they're not going to do it. We do have a prime time game tonight. I don't think Prime will do anything but give you their alternate broadcast with all their stats. The Bucs need this one. After losing to the Saints, it is desperation mode. The thought of a Bryce Young winner-take-all game at the end of the year, I think the Bucs play the Panthers to close out the year. I'm almost hoping for the juxtaposition. CJ versus Phillip Rivers in one, and Baker Mayfield versus Bryce in the other, and just see how it goes. Quarterback play ranges from great to, I wish that guy wasn't on my team.
To this guy was drafted in 2004.
Yeah, that's a lot of what's going on. I hope we get that. It would mean, unfortunately, the Texans would have to probably drop one, and we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, because it would have to be for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
Because if it was just for like seeding purposes,
it's not that big of a deal.
They wouldn't make it that big of a deal.
But the Bucs Panthers one, because of where their records are,
there's a chance
that's winning in.
Yeah.
It feels like if those 2 teams don't screw it up down the stretch. So, but it is Baker on Prime tonight. They need that one. It's a Bucs team who's had to deal with injuries all year long. So, it's Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. You can't be losing to Raheem Morris and Kirk Cousins and a guy to have it.
You really should, especially at home. I think they are getting healthier, but didn't really help them on Sunday.
Nope.
But
not when Tyler Shuck has the ball.
No.
So as it look, I'm looking at of course, Mike Evans is considered questionable, so he may play. Jalen McMillan, questionable. Tyke Smith is doubtful, so they're going to be without him. But they may get 2 of the receivers back, so that's good. Mike Evans may be back and playing. They activated him yesterday, so he's going to play. So that's good. Mike Evans back in the lineup for the Bucs. They're going to need him down the stretch. See what he has.
Yeah.
After being out for a little bit.
Especially because Ibuka's been available for most of the year, but he's kind of tailed off. Hit the rookie wall that you hear about, maybe, or just that he, became the number 1 option and like kind of the only option in that passing game, and it's been harder for him since then. But yeah, I think, I just kind of want the Bucs in the playoffs because I feel like in theory they should be a
home.
They should
playoff
give
game.
you a better game than the Panthers.
Winning the division, having a home playoff game in Tampa, it feels like we have a chance for a fun game. Whoever comes down, whether it's an NFC West team or an NFC North team.
It'd probably be either the Rams or Seahawks, right?
4 versus 5, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Packers, Bears both have 9 wins. Who knows? But yeah, with the way the Seahawks and Rams are playing, it'll likely be one of them. And what a treat for the Bucs to host one of those teams. Yeah, you win the division.
A team that could easily be like the 2 seed.
Yeah. Coming off the high of beating the Panthers in what may be a winner-take-all game.
Yeah, firing the cannon.
You know what you got. And, you know, they don't have a recent history of losing to the Rams at home in a playoff game. That's never happened before.
Nope.
So,
with Tom Brady on the call for Fox?
We'll see. It's possible that it could be Matt Stafford in town or the guy who caught the pass that set up the loss in Cooper Kupp with the Seahawks.
True.
So some history on both sides. But you also get Sam Darnold coming to town, which means you have a real good chance of winning if we're going by Sam Darnold last year when he had a really good team.
Or we get Carolina against Sam Darnold. No, Carolina against Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. It's less fun than the Bucs.
It is less
fun. The Bucs just seem like they're a better team.
Particularly if they're going to be healthier.
Yeah.
They are a better team if they're healthier.
Yeah.
And certainly they're a more entertaining product when they're healthier. I mean, every time Bryce Young completes a pass, it feels like, that happened.
It's the against all odds. He completed a pass every time.
He has to prove it every time he throws the football.
Every time he drops back.
Is this ball going to go more than 8 yards down the field?
Watch this.
Prove it to me. Ted McMillan's a pretty good player, but I'd rather have the Bucks. They got to win tonight against the Saints. They're in not a similar spot to the Texans, but they're expected to win. They need to win, and if they don't win, it's a real problem for them. Although they will have the benefit of being able to play the team they're competing against in the last game of the year. It's a schedule that on paper you may see the end of the Chiefs as far as this season is concerned. Look, they're pretty much out of the playoff picture, but they host the Chargers. If they lose that one to hook hand, they may very well be done this year. Travis Kelce spoke about, he was doing his podcast with his brother, and he talked about how things just aren't going right. And we saw that on Sunday, whether it be a pass behind him or him not getting a call. Was it Petrie who was guarding him and he thought he got held? They didn't throw the flag there. And, of course, you have a couple of misconnections with Mahomes, including the one that Al-Shaair picked off the deflection. So he talked about how he's trying, taking the coaching, but things are just not breaking their way. And that's just the odds, man. At some point, as great as you are, you're not gonna get all the breaks, which is what the Chiefs were, I guess, not being accused of, but certainly people believe the NFL was favoring them. That is not happening this year. Chiefs fans have had the audacity to complain about referees, and in some cases they've been justified. But I think this is one more check mark in Tom Brady's favor. He never had a year like this with the Patriots. Even at the end, they made the playoffs. I mean, they didn't win games. Hell, Ryan Tannehill knocked him out of the playoffs, which is very insulting to your legacy, I guess. But he never missed the playoffs when he was healthy. So for anyone who cares about the GOAT debate, and maybe we're crowning Patrick Mahomes as the young GOAT, and I get it, the 3 Super Bowl wins, the 2 and 5 total appearances, this one goes Brady's way. I don't like to give Brady a lot of credit for anything, Belichick merchant, but he never missed the playoffs. Right?
They missed the playoffs the year he tore his ACL.
Yeah, when he's been healthy, even a year he got suspended, they made the playoffs and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So this one, check mark for Tom.
Finally
something goes this way. I can't wait for the day that Mahomes, whenever he retires, gets in the broadcast booth.
Oh my God,
Pat Mahomes in the broadcast booth.
I wonder if it'll be a thing where it's like that's kind of what they do now. Like that's kind of the thing, the cool thing that guys do now.
Sure.
We're in 10, 15 years, whenever, no, not 15, 10 years when Patrick Mahomes retires, it's like, that's not really the cool thing to do anymore.
Probably not.
It's like it just kind of falls out of favor.
And it usually doesn't fall to, like Tom Brady's the exception. It usually doesn't fall to the best player at quarterback when he played. Like Troy Aikman did it, but he was never the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, like Montana never.
Yeah.
Marino.
Yeah, Marino
did studio.
Yeah, studio. Never. Phil Simms was never the best, but he has done it.
Mm-hmm. But he's not. Like
Trent Green, I believe, has done it before. But it's never been the best quarterback in the at the time that he played doing it. Tom Brady was the first, and he is almost at the opposite end. Best quarterback in most people's eyes to ever do it. One of the worst to do it.
He's bad.
He's bad. Like
I don't know if he's one of the worst, but he's bad.
Yeah, Tony Romo, once another quarterback who was never the best, but a good player.
Yeah,
and he was great at the beginning. Diminishing returns for Tony Romo today, but yeah, Tom Brady kind of bucking a trend. It's always been pretty good players, but never the best at the spot. Like Jerry Rice ain't in the booth.
Yeah, a little bit of cleanup. They also did miss the playoffs in 2002.
Before he was really Tom Brady.
Yeah, well, it was just the year after the first Super Bowl.
So he was Tom Brady, but not what we know of him today. So.
Not capital T, touchdown Tom.
Yeah. TB12. He wasn't TB12.
No. TB12 was like that was the second string of Super Bowls they won. That was TB12.
True. When he can get that off and get logos and stuff.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes has one too. Followed in Tom's footsteps. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're done. 713-780-3776 is the number. That's how you join us. You can
talked to us about anything, as you can tell. We've talked about Hijack Season 2. The Supergirl trailer is out. I watched it. It's got a vibe of some of the settings like Guardians, which isn't surprising considering who runs DC now. We'll see how Kara does as far as a character people will like or not like, but it's a fine trailer. But I did get some Guardians of the Galaxy vibe from the setup. All right. We won't talk about that with Michael because he isn't available tomorrow. I'm sure he's got more important things to do. But maybe when he's back next week, we'll do some trailer talk, particularly the Supergirl one. All right. One more segment. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
We got a couple of minutes to go, and while I could focus on the LA Bowl being no more after this season, once hosted by Gronk, I think Snoop might have been involved, or was he in Vegas? I don't remember. I think Kimmel had the Vegas Bowl, or maybe the LA Bowl. Either way, that bowl is coming to an end after this season. So I won't focus on that. But, Sean, I'm going to ask you a question that you probably haven't thought about in a while.
Okay.
If you lost your debit card, how quickly do you think you can get a new one? Because it depends on the process, but how quickly would your bank get you a new one?
Probably like a week, maybe a little bit less.
my bank could get me one. They print them up on site, so I could get one pretty quickly. And I'm facing that issue. Possibly. I went to HEB because I didn't find out about it till this morning. I went to HEB, and I'm going through the process. I went to HEB yesterday after the show, got some groceries. I was out of town, didn't have anything, so I went and got some groceries, baked some chicken. Not gray. Put the seasoning on it. No gray chicken in my house. But I paid with my card. And then when I got up this morning, didn't think about it, just grabbed my wallet. But I needed to get gas. I pushed it. And I was so concerned, I brought up on my digital screen the range of miles.
The miles.
So I knew. Yeah. And then I was able to get to that really expensive gas station by the CVS down the street over there and got the gas. But when I opened up my wallet, no debit card, which is my normal choice of payment. Now, I didn't check my jacket from yesterday, so it could be in there, or it could be in the pants, because sometimes when I'm at HEB, and particularly when they don't have their own, like sometimes they don't have a person to put your groceries in the car. The cashier is doing it, and he was handing them to me, and I put my not in the car, in the cart, and I would put the groceries in the cart.
You get deputized.
You got to do it. I'm trying to get out of there. So I probably just stuffed the debit card in my jacket pocket so I could do it. But if I didn't, I was so concerned I checked my account. No transactions that I don't recognize since yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm good there.
That's a good start.
I'm good there. But I really don't want to go to the bank. But they do it pretty quickly. It used to be like a week.
Because I've only ever done it like once.
Yeah.
And it was like on the phone. Like I called it in.
You can do it. Yeah, my bank will let me do it on the phone. They used to mail them. Now you can just walk in there. They'll cancel your card.
Yeah.
And they'll print it up right for you right now.
Yeah. I guess if you go and if they still do that, then you should be good.
But then you got to change all the stuff on your
That's the biggest
on
pain.
your phone. The Apple Pay,
all the apps.
Yeah. We're looking to avoid an inconvenience. Really, I'm praying it's in the jacket pocket. It's not as bad as if you lost your ID, clearly, but
no,
it's a problem.
It's up there.
So we're gonna hope. Yeah, come on, that's all. I'm begging. I'm hoping to run home. Or drive home, run into the closet, and go, hey.
There we go.
There it is. I'll just check the jacket pocket.
There's not much better than when you do lose something.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, let me check my jacket. Let me check the pants I was wearing. And you find it. You're like, oh, my God.
Yeah. When you think you've got a real tough couple weeks.
It really is. It's winning on a Hail Mary. It is like just we did it. Like, I did not think that was going to work. How many times do I do that and there's nothing in my pockets? Like, that happens all the time.
I'm going to call it the League City Miracle. If it's in my jacket pocket when I get home.
League City Miracle.
That's what I'm going to call it. It'll forever be known in my household as the League City Miracle. Let's go. Please. I remember Iron Eagle. Gronkowski doesn't have the angle.
That's what it's normally like. I'm Rob Gronkowski trying to play safety for some reason.
Catch Kenyon Drake.
Yeah,
as he's
75 yards
away
downfield.
from the initial snap. Let's just hope. There is a miracle in store for me, because it's gonna be a tough week or so probably if I can't find that card. We're done. So you might imagine I'm just running out the time, just running out the clock. I was kneeling the last 2 minutes. I was just kneeling.
That was a kneel
on my Mario crystal ball.
That was more dribbling out the clock with the shot clock and then passing the ball to someone else so they get the turnover.
Forgetting that that's not actually a real turnover; it's just a team turnover. No one actually is given that turnover.
Yeah, but that's what it was. We were just dribbling out the clock.
Now that the rule's in place, that's a heave. It doesn't go against my field goal percentage. I can just throw it up there and see if it goes in. We're done. Who's next? Rich Eisen is next. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
You guys good?
We'll see about that card. Then I can answer that question for you, D'Amico. D'Amico Ryans, coach of a team on a win streak. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
This Sunday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Jacksonville Dolphins. Game coverage begins Sunday at 5:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5.
This holiday season, make her smile twice as big for less than half the price during the world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale at My Jewelry Outlet. Save on engagement rings, tennis bracelets, diamond stud earrings, diamond hoops, plus fine jewelry closeouts on watches, vintage pieces, and so much more. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real lab-grown diamond for just $7.99? That's 50% off or more than our competitors. The world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale happening now at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard.
On sale now, the University of Houston Cougars and LSU Tigers will battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on December 27th at NRG Stadium. Visit KindersTexasBowl.com for tickets now.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season, Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
When our CEO saw his daughter grab a soda after soccer instead of water, he realized people just don't trust tap water anymore. And in Houston, where aging infrastructure raises real concerns, Flow Water is the solution. Our 7 times advanced purification refill station transforms tap into clean, crisp, ice-cold water, removing up to 99% of contaminants with 0 single-use plastic. This month, Houston businesses can access a special fast-track water quality report and demo scheduling at drinkflowwater.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Come after me. I'm a man.
Rich Eisen.
We're talking about practice.
From the Rich Eisen Studios in New York City.
Thank you, Sarah, everybody.
Today's guests, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, hosts of Bussin' with the Boys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody, one and all. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're still here in New York City, day 3 of our 4-day residency here in the wonderful world of Disney and Disney Plus and the ESPN app every single day. between 12 and 3 Eastern. We say hello to everybody out there listening on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm sitting here on the Rich Eisen Show set 2 hours after Get Up just got done. Ryan Clark, as soon as First Take is over, which it just did, he's going to walk into our studio. He's going to be our first hour guest. Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, who were doing Get Up from this very set just a couple hours ago, kind enough to stick around after class. They're going to join us in hour number 3. Kurt Warner, our Pro Football Hall of Fame usual Wednesday guest, is joining us here on this Thursday. Again, we're thrilled to be here in the Disney Studios, the Rich Eisen Show from New York City this week. Good to see you, Christopher Brockman.
Hey, Rich, great to see you, man.
Good to see you, TJ Jefferson.
Good to see you guys, man. Happy to be
DJ Mikey Diaz and D's Nuts is sitting here as well. Mike Del Tufo. It was a great night for the Jimmy V Foundation and for Stuart Scott's Foundation in concordance with it. Hosted the Booyah event here last night. Got lots of stories to tell you about all that. But we're starting with college football and everything that's going on with the Heisman race and the Army-Navy game. What else?
This weekend?
I don't know. All right, moving on.
Oh, goodness.
Letting my smile be my umbrella.
Yeah, I have to.
Obviously, this is a serious situation, and I've got a couple of thoughts on it since it involves my alma mater and institution of higher learning in a place that I hold so near and dear to my heart, the University of Michigan, and the head football coach, Sharon Moore, who spent Wednesday night, as we all know, detained based on what happened after he was fired with cause by the University of Michigan for having an improper relationship with a staffer. And I'm just going to come out and always do what I do here on this program, which is shoot you straight and lead with my heart. And I am gutted. I am shocked. I'm dismayed. I'm depressed. I'm disgusted. Every single emotion that you think I would have, I've got. I didn't see it in Sharon Moore. When I've met him, he's been nothing but great to me, nothing but great to my family. And with what he's done as an acting head coach and up to this point as a head coach of the University of Michigan, I cannot believe that this behavior has been ascribed to him and appears to be behavior that he, in fact, endeavored, placing in jeopardy his marriage, his life, his professional life, his personal life, and a football program. And right now, I go back and forth between, my gosh, the football aspect of it, but more importantly, the personal aspect of it. Because right now, families and lives are shattered. Everybody involved in this is shattered. Pieces on the ground, based again on everything we're learning from reports, police reports about what happened after Sharon learned that he was out as University of Michigan head coach, shows you that this is more than just a football story. It is something that is tragic. And thank goodness no lives have been lost. I don't know what was going on with Sharon Moore in his mind that was going down after. Clearly he had received the news and brought it back home that he was no longer the head coach of the University of Michigan football program and the reasons why and everything that spiraled out of control. I think of his wife. I think of his 3 daughters. I think of him. I think of the young lady that's involved and everything that must be going on in her life and the choices that she might be lamenting right now and all the choices that everyone involved made and whatever was going on around the program. And I will just say this, and this may have something to do with the football aspect of it as well. It took no less than 90 minutes after Ohio State thumped the University of Michigan in the Big House just a couple of Saturdays ago. It took no fewer than 90 minutes for me to hear the rumor about this. No fewer than 4 times from 4 different people. Calling me up, texting me, did you hear this? Did you know that? What do you know about this? And the rumor, so nasty. I didn't want to share the details with anybody. Yep. With anybody. I did reach out to a couple of friends to say, did you hear about this? I did mention it to Susie. And I think I came into you guys the next day, and I'm like, I heard something awful.
Yeah. That was what you said a couple times. The rumors I'm hearing are so bad, I don't want to repeat them.
Right, I don't want to spread them.
Yeah.
Because it's so awful.
Yep.
And I heard
you
that
didn't
something.
tell us.
And I did not, but So when I was getting ready for last night's Booyah event, and put my phone down for about 20 minutes, and picked it back up, getting ready to go. There were 29 different texts from different people saying, "Did you hear this? Can't believe that." A lot of it, all of us from the Michigan football world or just the University of Michigan world reaching out to me. What do you know? What do you hear? There's so many pieces that are currently up in the air and smashed on the ground. I don't even know what's the best way to move forward here. I have no idea what the investigation was turning up, if there's anything to be investigated above the Michigan football program in this regard. I have no idea. All I know is, speaking on behalf, if I may, of the Michigan alumni base, this is terrible. This is an absolute disaster. This is a nightmare. This is something that I don't ever want to hear about any program or any coach or any family, let alone the one that I hold so near and dear and that I wear on my sleeve, I wear on my heart. I speak with my heart and my chest when I talk about this. Everybody feels that way, I hope, about their school. I know you love Syracuse quite a bit. You talk about it. You cape for it. Man. I know you have love for many different schools. And Mike, you're a Notre Dame guy, yeah. Right? So all of us, I'm sorry, I don't mean to fire in your direction, TJ. I'm just trying to keep some of this light, you know.
I understand.
But for me, this is something that I could never imagine would roost in the house of the University of Michigan. And if this is all, in fact, true, and clearly there's going to be lawsuits and recriminations and talks and this and that about all of it, it is something that I don't know how we move on. And the only way that it can move on is a full accounting of what's gone down. A full accounting of what's gone down and why it went down and how it went down and who can prevent it from happening again. And then at that point in time, you do have to turn to the fact that there are players currently involved, whether they are current members of the team or there are current members of the class, incoming class at the University of Michigan, or players who just committed, players who just signed letters of intent, players who are on the dotted line, players who are there who are wondering what the hell happened with Coach Moore. When did we know? What happened? Maybe they heard the rumors. They can't believe that they're true. And then there's a transfer portal on January 2nd. And what do you tell any of the kids there to actually tell them on behalf of all of us here at the University of Michigan? This is not the way it is, although it is. This is not the way it's supposed to be, even though it is currently being. How do you tell those people? I wish I could do that right now and have it sink in, because this is, again, larger than the football team. This is about what we talk about at the University of Michigan and what that Block M is all about, and trying to untarnish that right now over everything that's gone on. And I don't know how to do that. And so if there's anybody out there in the Michigan fan base, I know Taylor Lewan, who's joining in hour 3, has reached out to me like, you can do something.
You can do it.
I have no idea what I can do. I have no idea if Lane Kiffin's in Bryce Underwood's driveway right now. I have no idea if that even matters based on how everything has gone on. I have no idea who could be the next football coach of the University of Michigan, because right now, to be straight up, when I was going through all of the emotions, having heard all this, because, again, I have really enjoyed my interactions with Sharon Moore. He's been on this show. You guys have met him. Yep. He's been, again, great to my family. I mean, we just brought Cooper to the campus there. He could not have been more gracious in introducing him around, and I could not have been more prideful of all that. And now all of that being called into question is so conflicting for me that I did spend at one point in time, after thinking about all this, saying if there was an investigation going on, could they have wrapped it up before everybody else just signed everywhere, including 2 Big Ten spots against teams that are coming for Michigan when they do play one another, including, you bet, Michigan State, and that that cycle of hiring is now done and in the books, and now Michigan's going to go into that market with this hanging over the program's head and try and figure out who that person is? Because if that person is currently getting set for a college football playoff game, well, I don't think that person's going to be available. And if you think it's somebody maybe from the National Football League, there's some names that are being thrown around out there. What are they going to do? Just leave their teams in the middle of the December run to take the University of Michigan job in the middle of all this just to make sure that everybody understands don't enter the transfer portal? What happens if you want a coach who's actually winning football games that matter? Well, that coach won't be available till, say, January, or in the National Football League, maybe February. When this all went down, it's amazing that in the history of this show, as we're sitting here from the seat of Disney in New York City, we came on the air and I was caping for Jim Harbaugh. Yep. Like, he's got to come back. He's got. At the time, though, it was clear that things were not working out between him and the San Francisco 49ers, and that Michigan had the ability to potentially wait for him. And it all worked out. The timing here couldn't be worse. And I'm saying this again with a heavy heart and completely conflicted, because when it all comes down to it, me sitting here wondering about the timing about the football program, when there are people staring into the abyss about how their lives have been completely upended by the choices that have been made by others, completely out of their control. And that includes a wife, apparently, and 3 daughters, apparently, and whatever's going on in between the temples of Sharon Moore. Lives shattered. It makes it feel like I'm being a small person wondering about what about a football program, because it is a much larger issue. So if anybody's out there wondering what I'm thinking, I'm laying it all out there. I don't know. I have no idea what the future holds. I hope it holds nothing but greatness, but that's just me. I'm sure there is a bunch of other folks out there who are loving the Michigan Tears right now. And I don't know what else to say other than what's on my mind and in my heart and what I could possibly do to help. I don't know what that is, other than just being honest and straight here and just telling anybody out there who's wondering, can it all work out? It's still a great place to go to school and play football. And hopefully at the end of the day, this doesn't fall completely apart on the football front. And hopefully pieces are on the ground of players there, players who've committed to come in, parents of those players who committed to this program and this school, wondering if now they thought they had 4 years potentially of this experience in front of them. Now they're wondering if they even want it in the span of 24 hours. And then you're wondering what's going on in the halls of the regents who make these decisions, or anywhere in the athletic department. Everyone's wondering what is going on and who's the person to step to the fore. Whatever I can do to help, I'm there. But in terms of wondering what's happening right now, I'm with you. I don't know. All I know is it's a nightmare of a situation for a lot of people involved, and more than just football. Let's take a break. Ryan Clark's going to join us here on this Thursday edition of the Rich Eisen Show from New York City. Obviously, we'll talk about it with former Michigan Wolverine Taylor Lewan when Will Compton comes by in hour number 3 together. We've got Kurt Warner coming up, and there's lots to talk about with him. Phillip Rivers coming back. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about that. And then Joe Burrow sounding like, talk about staring into the abyss. He said some things from his podium on Wednesday that sounded like a guy that's at the end of his run. Yeah. Not just this season either.
Yeah, Andrew Lucky.
Yeah, very Andrew Lucky is definitely a way to put it. Yeah. So that's all still to come. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Ryan Clark is making his way from next door to join us here in person on the Rich Eisen Show.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Getting more as a My Lowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/125 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
It's the season for savings. Monument Chevrolet's 12 Days of Christmas starts soon. Beginning December 12th, each day an unbeatable deal will be offered on a specific model. We're talking crazy deals, the lowest prices of the entire year. Here's the catch. The offers will be valid for only one day. Daily specials will be posted on social media and monumentchevrolet.com. Be sure to follow Monument Chevrolet to see the specials or visit their store, 225 and Beltway 8. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Blue Bonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
This holiday season, make her smile twice as big for less than half the price during the world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale at My Jewelry Outlet. Save on engagement rings, tennis bracelets, diamond stud earrings, diamond hoops, plus fine jewelry closeouts on watches, vintage pieces, and so much more. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real lab-grown diamond for just $7.99? That's 50% off or more than our competitors. The world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale happening now at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard.
May not be valuable from a rating standpoint, but they're important to us.
Ryan Clark is here. Our ESPN radio audience, presented by Progressive Insurance, has just returned. We were just talking about the pivot, and Ryan, your Emmy award-winning work that's been done here over the first few years in your tenure here with ESPN, right here on the Rich Eisen Show from New York City. And you were talking about how the NFL Live show is like a family to you. Last night, I was a co-host for the Stuart Scott Booyah event that went down here last night. $3.1 million were raised in support of the V Foundation and Stuart's foundation within it. And Randy Moss got the first ever award. Amazing. Yes, the Inspire Award. And he gave a corker of a speech. He was absolutely brilliant in talking about his experience with cancer and the family that he felt supported him, not just his own life, flesh and blood, but obviously his work family as well. And then talked about how Stewart inspired him as a broadcaster. He was phenomenal.
That's what Dan came in saying the same thing that Greeny said that. And I'm actually sad I missed it. I was able to go to the event last year. Michael Eaves, who does an amazing job
on the board.
in continuing the work that Stewart started and that his daughters are so passionate about. So I wasn't able to be there last night. I ended up getting in late. I just, like, when I think of Stuart Scott, and I even got to tell you, the last time we spoke about like how inspired I was and how appreciative I was of the way you honored him on the night you were back on SportsCenter. And if you're Randy Moss, if you're Rich Eisen, I mean, if you're, SVP, like Stewart touched us all.
Oh, yeah.
There was an authenticity in who he was that was still so professional, but also so him. And then to watch him battle cancer the way he did, and I don't know how many times I've YouTubed that speech, but also how many times I've YouTubed Jim Valvano's speech or Robin Roberts' speech. I wish I could have seen Randy's, because these are these people that in some way become bigger than life, that also get humbled by it and don't allow it to kill their spirit. And I think sometimes we get bogged down in the everyday adversities of life that truly most people face and don't think about what someone else is going through, and to be able to keep that in perspective, man, with what some of these great humans have been able to share with us. I think that is truly a gift from God.
Well, I'm with you, obviously, and that's excellently said right there. And last night was kind of like a Jimmy V speech type night. We laughed, we cried. It was a full day. Full night last night. And Randy was great. He was awesome, and it was great to see him. And he looks great, sounds great. His family looked great, and he was spectacular. I've got Ryan Clark here on the Rich Eisen Show. The best team in the NFL right now. 4 weeks to go.
Don't do me that, Rich.
I got to.
I believe it's the Los Angeles Rams.
You do.
And I know when you go back 2 weeks and you think to yourself, but they lost to the Panthers.
Right.
The Panthers also went into Green Bay and got a win. But watching that game and the turnovers by Matthew Stafford, the pick six, the force, the sack fumble late in the game, like, it still shows you how good they are, because they had an opportunity to win. they're the best team in my opinion because they have the things I can count on the most. I can count on Matthew Stafford. I can count on the run game of Sean McVay, the 2 wide receivers on the outside, and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and a front 4 that just won't quit, and young playmakers on the second level and the back end that may not be household names, but have made huge plays throughout this season. And so right now, I believe they're the best team. And I can say all of those good things about the Los Angeles Rams, and then you can still ask me and I'd be like, I don't know if they're going to win it.
Well, because everything is so wide open, and it does take some of us to wrap our arms around an NFL season being different than the year before, if not the several years before, which is why people are like, yeah, but they lost in Carolina. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Carolina also won in Green Bay. Wait a minute. Carolina has a chance to win its division, and it's still just difficult for a lot of people to wrap their arms around the fact that the Chiefs and the Ravens aren't going to make the playoffs this year unless there's some massive turnaround.
Sort of makes me sick.
What do you mean?
Like, I know, like, the world wants to believe that it's great when, like, all these teams have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Nobody wants that. I don't really want that.
You're talking Chris's language right now.
Am I right, Chris, though?
Well, yes, and I say the same thing about the college football playoff. Like, hey, cool, James Madison, Tulane. Nobody's rooting for you.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
And I'm from New Orleans.
Like, you don't get a seat at the big boy table for Thanksgiving, the NFL, I get it, but
it's tough for people to wrap their arms around. Like, think about it. Last year's 15-win teams, the Lions are on the outside looking in. The Chiefs need to win the table and get some help to get in. You got 14-win team in the Vikings. They're not making it. You got a 12-win team in the Washington Commanders. They're not making it. So the number of – and you've got the Ravens that might not make it. You've got a whole bunch of teams that were incredibly successful last year that are either definitely not making or may not make it again this year. And then you look at the Patriots and the Broncos, and you're wondering, are they for real? Can Carolina really – are they really for real? Yeah, it's entirely possible that they are for real, right?
Well, I think – the New England Patriots 100% are for real. Drake May's ascension was no surprise to me. In this very studio at the beginning of the season or before the season started, the question was, what story are we not speaking about enough?
Yes.
And I said it's Drake May and the possibility of him becoming a superstar. And some of the pushback was he wouldn't have the infrastructure around him from a roster standpoint, that they might have been a year away. But that also didn't take into account what he was physically capable of doing and what the addition of Josh McDaniels could do for a young Drake May. When he said, it was something he said during his interview on Monday Night Football. He said, I get to watch Tom Brady do exactly what I'm being asked to do. That he's sitting in a meeting with Josh McDaniels and they're talking about certain play calls, certain decision making. And Josh, think about the cachet that gives you as Josh McDaniels to be able to say, here is what I told Tom and here is what Tom did. How do you refute that in any way as a player? And then what I think back to when Mike Vrabel is running down the sideline with Antonio Gibson in Miami. And I'm like, how freaking cool is that? To be able to look at your coach and know, one, he did this at a very high level.
Yeah.
He also jumped into 2 fights in training camp. Like physically, was bleeding, goes through the drills with us, has the coaching acumen that you learn when you work with a Bill Belichick for most of your playing career and the things that you were able to do in Tennessee and be a coach of a year. And, like, that's your coach? Man, what they have going on is great. They're for real. I do believe the Denver Broncos are for real. I can be honest. Carolina Panthers, I'm not as sold on them because sometimes they can be so bad.
Right, and they are in the are they arriving on time or ahead of time type conversation right now. I'm with you, and you look at the NFC South, and the Bucs have fallen off a little bit, and maybe you're just lumped into NFC South. Tonight it's Bucs and Falcons this evening, and I'm not saying it's an afterthought. It's a National Football League game involving 2 franchises that really don't like each other. But when you look at the NFC, you're looking at the NFC North. You're looking at the NFC West for sure.
Yes.
And then I kind of proud of myself. I haven't brought up the Eagles to you yet, because it just feels like it's a massive drumbeat about what's going on. And my question for you is, how can something just go for 3 straight weeks on such a talented team? So you can't say it's awry, but you're just saying it's off. There's something off. Yeah. There's something that is not clicking. How does something? And then, the coach is like, we got to get better. The quarterback is like, how do we respond? And it just seems to be unresponsive.
We all seem to be of the appropriate age for this analogy.
Okay.
There may be some people that are too young for it.
Okay.
We are.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
None of us are. You got a DeLorean?
Yeah.
Because if you do, go back to 2023 and ask this exact same team how this happens. The 2023 Eagles were 10-1.
Yep, right.
At one point. And throughout that stretch of going 10-1, we were all sitting on the outside like, something stinks though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like the food's good right now, but something stinks. And eventually you figure out that there are cracks in the armor, or there are things that won't be fixed. And that sort of seems where we're headed now. And now I'm not predicting that this team doesn't make the playoffs, because I believe in the last 3 of the last 4 games are super winnable. I think it's Commanders twice.
The Commanders twice, and the Raiders this week.
And the Raiders this week.
And a visit to Buffalo is the
that's the one game, right? So you expect them to make the playoffs, but as much as I love Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni and also Vic Fangio and what this defense can do, you can't play offense in this manner and win a Super Bowl.
Right.
And to one of your points earlier about the 15-win teams, like we're sitting at a place where the Jalen Hurts-led Philadelphia Eagles don't look like a Super Bowl caliber team. The Patrick Mahomes-led Kansas City Chiefs are on the outside looking in. The Lamar Jackson-led Baltimore Ravens are on the outside looking in. And the Joe Burrow-led Cincinnati Bengals are done.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we are, and that's why this year does seem so strange, but also is wide open.
What Ryan Clark here on the Rich Eisen Show. A few minutes left with him. What is it like to be coached by Mike Tomlin and hear maybe in the community that fans don't want Mike Tomlin to be the coach anymore?
Crazy enough, on social media, one of my favorite people in Pittsburgh, she does security, and she's always done security there. Her name's Chrissy.
Shout out Chrissy.
Yeah, Chrissy's always done security there, and she has cerebral palsy, I believe, and she's like one of my best friends at camp.
Mm-hmm.
Just awesome young lady. And she messaged me, and she was like, I miss the old days, the days when you would stay out and sign autographs for people until they left, and you don't have that connection anymore. And she asked me, she's like, I wonder, do the fans or the fans screaming in that manner for Coach Tomlin to be fired, do you have to listen to him?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer to that was unequivocally, no, you don't. Like, fans are important to the game. We play the game and for their enjoyment, and we love to share in winning with them.
Mm-hmm.
But fans are called fans because they're fanatics. People who know football know that you shouldn't be calling for Mike Tomlin's job. Now, I also understand from the standpoint of team building where you have to be in the decision-making process with Mike Tomlin, because for the last 10 years you've been in Super Bowl purgatory. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are never supposed to be in Super Bowl purgatory.
Mm-hmm.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are supposed to be competing for championships, and this team can't, and this team won't. So where do you go from here when you've invested in your defense that much? And I said this a year ago, and I was called by someone in the organization that said the reasonings I had about what's going on in the locker room were fair, but they disagreed with the point. I felt like Mike Tomlin should have a conversation about have his Andy Reid second run somewhere else. To be able to say, hey, look, I feel like what we've done here has been special. I'm forever indebted to this organization. Where we are right now, when we talk about the standard being the standard, isn't the standard for either of us, and maybe a new voice is needed. Maybe you need to be able to be as bad as you could possibly be to rebuild, or maybe there's another voice that could get you over the hump, because right now it doesn't seem that his style of coaching, his way of coaching, and his voice is the one to get you to another championship, and you may have to part ways in that way. But I've said it before. I'll say it again here on Rich Eisen's show. I believe that Mike Tomlin is unfireable in Pittsburgh. That doesn't mean he should be there forever.
So let me follow up by asking you this, because you know him better than I would. I mean, I've interviewed him. I've had moments with him off camera. And I've interviewed him also prior to games. And I'll share it as well. He was kind enough when my father passed away in 2019, and I talked about it on the air. He sent me a note.
It's awesome.
You know, so that's all I know of him personally. You know him better. Mm-hmm. What would it take for him to actually endeavor that thought process, though? When would he go through that, do you think?
And I can't speak for him. In my estimation, he wouldn't, because the one thing he always stressed to me is that he'll never run from coaching. This team still needs to be coached. This team still needs to be led. And the way I internalize that or comprehend that when he says that he won't run from coaching, he knows people do sometimes, is that he would feel like he's running from the adversity that he's possibly had a hand in creating. Mm-hmm. Right? It's his decision-making on the players, his decision-making on the coaches, his decision-making on what he feels like is the best way to approach winning. And so when you've had a hand in all of those things and those things aren't working, to leave and say maybe somebody else will be better, or maybe there's a better place to me, would feel like I'm running from the adversity that I've created myself, that I need to help this team and these people find a solution from, which is a fair way to look at it and an honorable way to look at it. But people who truly know football know that it's not always a fair and honorable occupation.
Well, and my goodness, I've just received in my ear right now, and I'm looking on my phone, Mike Tomlin is going to be giving an update on T.J. Watt. Have you heard about this?
No.
He's currently in a local hospital for further medical evaluation of his lung. After experiencing discomfort at the practice facility Wednesday, he will not be at practice Thursday. His status for Monday's game in Miami is in question. That's from Bert Lawton, who you know very well. I mean, my goodness gracious. I don't even know what that would mean, or I'm just throwing that out there since that is breaking news in regards to Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think the first thing is, you pray that TJ's okay. Yeah. Like that's the first thing that's the first thing that comes to my mind, because like we're not talking about a shoulder, you're not talking about
that's something that doesn't have a cast. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Or a crutch. Right.
And what I can say about the Steelers organization, about their head coach, as being someone who had an injury that was unlike most football injuries, Mike Tomlin and that organization are going to put T.J. Watt's health first. It's not going to be about winning football games and getting him back on the field for Monday. It's going to be about the quality of life that he could live for his family, and I know that. Now you get to the football field, obviously T.J. Watt is extremely important to this team.
You bet.
You're playing a football team in the Miami Dolphins that can absolutely run the skin off of the football right now. And he's going to be a huge part of being able to withstand that from a defensive standpoint. And for a team that's trying to continue a run to win the AFC North, like this is a devastating blow to those chances.
Well, listen, Ryan, I always appreciate you coming on the show. It's great to have you here in person. I'll just throw it out there again. I'm a fan of your pod.
Man, thank you.
And Pivot, and I know I saw you had Joe Buck on.
I was just about to say, hey, you're always welcome to come on.
I'm happy to.
How about this?
For you, with you, whatever you'd like.
How about we do this?
Okay.
Because I think it's always love to watch you run the 40.
Okay.
I think we should do a show around the combine to not only talk about your career and who you are in your life, but to also give you an opportunity to say why that's so important to you as well.
I would love to do that, obviously, because it's a fundraiser, but there's no physical requirement, right, to show up on this front. Like, you're not going to make
you run there?
No,
absolutely not.
You should, though.
You should.
He needs help.
Ready.
Okay. No, I mean, I think the the best part about it is, and I love the logo you guys have, is how bad his form actually is.
Well,
like if he showed up, Dorsey flexed, high knee, driving through the ground, I wouldn't even want to watch it.
Yeah, what's the point? Well, I'll share this story with you then, since you brought that up. As you could see the logo that's right there. This logo was created by the DirecTV team that helped birth the show, that created the program. And I'll never forget the moment where Chris Long, our rabbi basically for this program, he showed me the logo. He's like, what do you think about this idea? I didn't even think about using my 40-yard dash as a logo. And it was a perfect silhouette of my running style, which meant the right leg was flared all the way out beyond my right hand that you see right there. Everything else is as is, but that right leg, I'm like, can we move that in under my body to make it an athletic stance? And I watched the computer-generated machine move it under there. I'm like, right there, that's it.
Factual.
So that's a true story about this logo. It's perfect with the exception of the right leg.
That is amazing.
Might have been brought in maybe a little bit too far, but it's still right there.
No,
so,
I love it.
Yeah, and
That's an awesome story.
Come on, I'm
Yes,
happy to come on and whatever I can do, and I appreciate you doing what you do,
Brother,
Ryan
thank
Clark.
you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Ryan Clark, right here on the
Yes,
Rich
sir.
Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Obviously, lots going down. What Joe Burrow had to say at the microphone was absolutely concerning for Bengals fans. We'll hear from that and Kurt Warner on that subject coming up.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get Ramblin'.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
So good.
I watched it.
Vigorous workout regimen.
Very, very good.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at progressive.com. Okay. So there are, as you know, there are some fan bases in the National Football League that feel as if it will never happen for them.
Winning the Super Bowl?
Winning it all.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay?
Yes.
Winning it all. Getting something nice.
Holding the trophy.
To happen to them. Let's just start
like
with
a
that.
run. Just like,
right.
Yeah.
Just getting something in a draft where somebody turns out to be generationally brilliant, dropped in your lap out of nowhere. And you've enjoyed that, Christopher?
Twice.
Maybe now twice. Packers fans have enjoyed it. Chiefs fans, my gosh, are they water skiing behind yachts, right?
For sure.
Okay.
I once enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah,
but you still are better than most. You're better off than most. I'm talking about football-wise.
Oh, I thought you meant
I understand what you're
a human being.
Here's my that's my wind-up. Here's the pitch now. So for, say, Browns fans, Jets fans, Cardinals fans, Bengals fans, you're wondering, will it ever happen? Can it ever happen? We've come close to having it happen. And in the case of the Bengals, they've come close to having it happen.
Very close.
Hey, kids, back in the day, before Chris Collinsworth was sliding in to booths and cameras.
Oh, Rich, he used to be a football player.
By the way, Cooper,
you know what I mean?
Cooper loves the here's the 4K cam. Hey. Not anyway. That the Bengals came twice.
2 times.
Very close to winning the Super Bowl, and Joe Montana was standing in their way. And as we all know, they got their own Joe in the draft a couple of years ago. And they came close to beating the Los Angeles Rams. And now Joe Burrow came close to beating the Buffalo Bills last week to potentially start something special for this year. And now you're sitting there and thinking, well, what this season could have been. And at least Burrow is back. And at least we see Joe Burrow being Joe Burrow on the field. And that's at least something we can hang our hat on for next year and years and years and years. Until Joe Burrow stepped to the podium yesterday. And now Bengals fans have got to be wondering if the Cincinnati Bengals have broken Joe Burrow. And I don't think I'm being overly dramatic about this.
No, not at all. I couldn't believe this.
Joe Burrow stepped to the podium yesterday and shared quite a bit. We've got 2 sound bites to illustrate this, and we wanted to unpack it before Kurt Warner joins us, so we'll ask him about that. The first soundbite is about what, Mike Hoskins? Once again, about maybe no longer having fun playing football. Hit it.
You know, if I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. You know, I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for?
What was the changing point?
Changing point. I'm not sure there was a singular moment or of time. It's just reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think I've been through more than most, and certainly not easy on the brain or the body. So just trying to have fun doing it again.
That soundbite began with the words, if I want to keep doing this. If I want to keep doing this. And the question would be, wait a minute, you're questioning if you want to keep doing this?
Yeah, like play?
Now, is this playing at all or playing for the Bengals? Or let's just hear the other soundbite. And this one was another one that made you wonder about if it's more than just what's going on the field.
You seem like there's something on your mind, or maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above.
Both. So I'm gonna try and give you the glass half full. You know that's my default.
That's your MO, man.
Is that my superpower, if I may say?
Sure is.
Okay. I'm gonna say that rehabbing an injury sucks.
Yeah.
For players like Joe Burrow, who have now been through it over and over and over again.
Yeah, third time.
And right now, knowing that he is rehabbed and he has made it back, and the Cincinnati Bengals are now playing out a string, that I think he's just frustrated. Now, the question is, does he reach the Andrew Luck level of, I'm just no longer having fun because I'm constantly hurt, and I have a situation here in professional football where I cannot be protected up front, and I'm constantly having my body break down on me, and I don't want to be spending any more time in my life when I've got my marbles and I've got my chicken, right? He's taking care of his mentals and his chicken. Mentals and chicken.
Very important.
Which is, very important. Speak. It's Marshawn speak, right? Yeah. Do I want to just keep doing this at all anymore? And that's where we don't know. And that's what I think the folks who are in the press room asking the questions of Burrow were just suddenly getting that alarm bell.
Yeah.
And trying to pick his brain about, what are you talking about? You pissed about your current situation, thinking that you could be in a better one in the National Football League? Or are you frustrated with your current situation, thinking you could just be a better one in life, period? Yeah. Because you have taken care of your chicken, and while you still got your mentals, you need to figure out something else you want to do. But I also have heard Joe Burrow basically say, I'm a football player. That's why I'm coming back. Right. That's why I rehab my toe. That's why I'm here for a team with only 3 wins on a Thanksgiving night, and I'm pissed that I wasn't put out on the field the week before to maybe give us a 4th win before Thanksgiving. And you hear that, and you're trying to put it all together, like, what is up with Joe Burrow? And that's why I can't wait to have Kurt Warner on to basically maybe interpret this, like he speaks fluent quarterback. And maybe he can help us translate, because right now I'm hearing Joe Burrow and I'm wondering, okay, are you done playing for the Bengals, or are you done playing, period? Or is this just a frustrating moment that will pass?
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the firemen be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
On sale now, the University of Houston Cougars and LSU Tigers will battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on December 27th at NRG Stadium. Visit kinderstexasbowl.com for tickets now.
Ho, hold on. Christmas means turducken time, and the best arcade in Baytown are taking orders now. Build your own Cajun Christmas turducken with your choice of stuffing like boudin, broccoli and cheese, cornbread dressing, crawfish etouffee, seafood dressing, or seasoned ground pork. It's the kind of centerpiece that'll have the whole family cheering like they just saw Papa Noel. Call or stop by Katy or Baytown today to order your turducken and bring home some true Cajun Christmas magic.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hi, my name is Lisa. When my mom passed away, I inherited her house in Houston. I thought I could handle it, but it quickly became too much. The tenants stopped paying, the house needed work, the mortgage kept piling up on top of my own. I didn't know how to handle the paperwork or even where to start. I was terrified I was going to lose the house my mom worked her whole life for. Then I called Sean and his team at Greenlight Offer. They stepped in and handled everything. They handled the probate, dealt with the lender we were delinquent with, took care of the tenant situation, and walked me through every single step. Within weeks, we had closed a house, cash in my pocket, and a peace of mind I didn't think was possible.
Houston, it's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer. Inherited houses, bad tenants, behind on payments, vacant houses, we buy it all and help sellers like Lisa every single week. No repairs, no clean out, and no fees. We'll handle the paperwork and get you to the closing table, even pay for movers at no cost to you. Call us at 832-779-5000. That's greenlightoffer.com. Quick, fair, and local. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Come after me. I'm a man.
Rich Eisen.
We're talking about practice.
From the Rich Eisen Studios in New York City.
Hey, Kazari, everybody.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark. Coming up, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Hosts of Bussin' with the Boys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Day number 3 of our 4-day residency here in New York City. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We're here in Lower Manhattan, the Disney wonderful world of studios. They're here. It's unbelievable.
I can't believe you just say those words every day.
It's awesome.
Beautiful.
It's awesome.
You know, I mean, very rare can I say, well, my morning started with Good Morning America, which is down the hall.
Right.
It's unbelievable. At any rate, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, fresh off the Get Up set, are going to be here on the set. And we also... we just said goodbye to Ryan Clark, who is here in hour number 1. Joining us here to kick off our second hour of this day is my Hall of Fame friend, Kurt Warner. Good to see you, Kurt. How are you, sir?
Hey. I'm good, my man. How are you?
I am doing fine. I don't know what to start with you, so let's start with Phillip Rivers. What went through your head when you heard Phillip got the call from the Colts and he said, sure, and he's going through this? What's going through your mind about this one, Kurt?
I mean, I think it was going through everybody else's mind. I mean, it's crazy. You know, I will take you back. I remember I was a few years out of the league when the Cardinals had some struggles at quarterback, and they never ended up calling me, but there was just speculation, people talking about, hey, they should call Kurt. And I remember running out in the backyard and start throwing the football a little bit and taking some drops and like, okay, if they do call, could I do this? You know, could I come back and play? And the biggest thing was I'm not as worried, you know, from a physical standpoint in terms of throwing the football. Like that's something that, you know, when you know how to do it, you don't really lose it. I know Phillip's been around football, obviously coaching and stuff the last few years. So I'm not as worried about him being able to throw a football. You know, my biggest concern, and I really had two of them. The first one was just the mental speed of the game, not being around it, not being in it, and thinking that after a couple years out, I could actually step back onto a football field and play anywhere close and process anywhere close to what I was doing when I was playing, you know, after having not done that and been in that kind of setting for a while. And so that was the first thing that I was thinking. And then the second thing I was thinking was, man, the one thing I wouldn't want to do is come back and then have something, you know, dumb, like, you know, I pull my hamstring, you know, trying to move out of the pocket because I'm an old guy trying to play. And then it just becomes this, you know, kind of wasted, you know, whole scenario that plays out. And so those were a couple of the thoughts that went through my mind. There are obviously some things that I'm thinking about with Phillip here, is that, you know, I think he'll be fine throwing the football. But, you know, when you put yourself out there with these athletes, you know, that are playing and the speed of the game, if you're not giving yourself the best opportunity to succeed mentally and seeing it and processing it, you know, it concerns me a little bit. So, you know, that's kind of what I'm going to be watching on Sunday. If he actually gets in there and plays or starts in this game, going to be a huge challenge. And I think like most people, I just want to see it go fairly well or average or some good things out there. I just don't want to see this as a kind of a crash and burn situation.
Yeah, he's in Seattle, where the defenses there, Kurt, over the last month have been wrapping the game up by the second quarter. Like they've given Sam Darnold a couple of afternoons or evenings off in the second half, and that's the question about. I mean, neck up, no questions about Phillip Rivers, and as you said, arm strength, ability to throw the football, not so much. It's all the other stuff and timing, I would imagine, as well, right? I mean. That said, though, do you really think it could go well for him to step off of, an airplane for after sitting around, or obviously coaching is another thing, and playing the Seattle Seahawks, Kurt, who could be one of the best team in the NFL at the end of the day?
I mean, I think
I feel stupid asking somebody who's Mr. Magic Carpet Ride, can it happen? You know what I mean? Like, you are the embodiment of anything can happen.
But I mean, I think there's two sides of it. That I respect Phillip Rivers and who he is as a player, and this whole thing enough to not just go into it and say, "Oh, there's no chance he's going to have any success," because a great player and and putting himself out there like this, I respect him too much for that. But I also respect the game a lot as well, and what goes into playing this position at this level. With the athletes that are on the other side of the field and all the different nuances that go into playing the position, I respect that so much too that I don't know how a guy comes off the couch after 5 years of not being a part of it and not being in it and not doing it, and having success or a high level of success in such a short period of time. And so, I fall on both sides. That I really don't know. I do think it's going to be really, really difficult and a huge challenge, and not something that I'm expecting him to come out and have great success. But I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping that this is an unbelievable story, and I hope that he can come back and do some really good things for this team and maybe give them a little bit of hope down the stretch.
Did I really just ask the can this be possible question to a man who's got a Sports Illustrated cover of who is this guy from his Magic Carpet Ride and his bust replica behind him? Like, I just did that.
I mean, you got to get those centered.
What is my problem there?
A lot of people probably thought I was sitting on a couch until I showed up in '99 with the Rams, but I was playing a lot of football, even when nobody knew I was playing football. So it was not like I was just coming out of nowhere, having not played football and just showed up and jumped on the scene in the NFL. I'm fascinated to see, like everybody else, how this is going to play out.
Yeah, you were an Arena League couch, a European League couch, and I guess now's the time, I guess, for us to uncork is this the latest sign that the NFL has a quarterback development problem? That a team that does suddenly have to get down a quarterback through who might be hurt. Now, obviously, that might have something to do with it. Riley Leonard might not be able to go, but they're calling Phillip Rivers up and saying, "What do you think? What do you got left in you?" Kurt, is that a sign of a problem still on the quarterback development front?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold. Is first of all, it's a sign of the difference between starting level quarterback play. And then in most situations, the drop off from that is that, there's not a lot of guys, that are in those backup roles that, teams say, okay, this is the guy that can carry us and carry a good football team and take us where we want to go. And so it's trying to take one of those guys from the past and see if you can recapture a little bit of that magic. And so, it can be, the developmental part of it, but obviously, with Indy, it was a couple crazy situations with Anthony Richardson, and then obviously a young quarterback, that's still, getting up to speed in Riley Leonard, that would be in those spots anyways. But yeah, I mean, I think it just shows that teams are always on the lookout for good quarterbacks, and there can't be enough good quarterbacks. And so you have to, uncover every rock, and you've got to try to find a guy that can, give you a level of success beyond your starter if your starter goes down. But, we know it's often a struggle to get 32 guys, to find 32 guys that are bona fide NFL starting quarterbacks. And so when you get beyond that, it just shows you teams are looking for that next guy, or trying to bring a guy along, and they're just not there yet.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. So we saw Joe Burrow in his press conference on Wednesday sound, quite frankly, downright Andrew Lucky, Kurt, where I'd love for you to translate for me, since you speak fluent quarterback, what you thought made of Joe Burrow's comments on Wednesday.
I don't know. I mean, I hate to speculate on what specifically he was talking about. Was he talking about more of the Andrew Luck thing, where it's been a rough go and it hasn't been as fun playing the game because of the injuries and getting banged around and having to play through injuries? It hasn't been as smooth and easy as I thought it would be. So that's taken away the fun. Is it more, a shot at where the organization is and the limitations that we've seen inside the organization, whether that be, the struggles on defense, where they can go out and play well and still not win games, play well offensively and still not win games? Is it, some of the hits that he's taken over the years because the offensive line has never really been solidified? And so those things, not winning and not having the level of success, or having personal success but not team success like he wanted, is taking away some of the fun, in this. So I don't know which way to read it. But I do understand to a degree, how those things make the game a lot less fun when you're a competitor, and especially when you're playing well and your team's not having success, and you're at this stage in a season after having made some runs in the playoffs. At this stage in the season, you're like, I got 4 games left and 4 weeks left in the season. We got nothing to play for, and it's not fun. Once you've been there, when you're a young guy and you just love playing and you're trying to prove something, that's one thing. After you've gotten to the Super Bowl and after you've played well in the playoffs, to be out of the playoffs early in a season is kind of like, man, can we just start the season over and let's do this again? We don't really have anything, to play for from that standpoint. So there's a lot of different directions I think, his comments, could lead us to. I'm not sure which one it is, but I understand it from any of those sides, that it's not fun to play the game and not win and just be getting beat up and to go through injuries and struggle through that. And, maybe to be on a team that just doesn't have the pieces that, meet your level of play to allow you to thrive the way you feel you should be based on the way you're playing.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk a little QB Confidential, all 22. Since we saw the Jaguars in the London game, they've lost only once, and that was a game in which they led by 19 against the Houston Texans. They've really come on strong, and they're now 9-4. Are you seeing anything different out of Trevor Lawrence over the last month and a half? Kurt?
I think Trevor's playing really well. Some of his better games the last couple weeks I've felt. And the thing, and we talked about it when we were in London, the thing is, Trevor is a really good quarterback, and he can make every throw, and he can wow you and probably will wow you with some throws every single week. The biggest thing with Trevor through this point of his career is that there's always, moments in games, 4, 5, 6 times in a game where he misses a read that's just like an easy read that he's made a million times, and he just misses it, and it leaves you scratching your head. Or after watching him make an incredible throw, he misses 2 layup throws that you're just like, how does this happen? How does somebody so talented and who's done so many good things miss this many what we would call easy things in the NFL? And that's really been the one thing that's held him back, in my opinion, from becoming an elite type quarterback in the National Football League. And I feel he's gotten more comfortable and been better in those areas during this stretch. Their defense has played great. Brian Thomas has gotten more involved. Jacoby Myers, I think, was a great addition for them. But they just look like a complete team right now. He's not having to carry them as he has in the past. And I think because of all of that, he's playing more solid football from top to bottom during this stretch. And the team's playing more solid football.
And there was much made before and after the Eagles' loss in Los Angeles on Monday Night Football that Nick Sirianni took more of a role in the offense leading up to the game, and they were talking about it afterwards. Anything that you saw on film, any different concepts that the Eagles ran on Monday night, Kurt?
Not really. A lot of the same base concepts that they run. And again, I mean, I don't mind their concepts. I know you might say they don't have a lot of them, and so you may call them, call it a little more simple, elementary from that. But I still think they run good, solid concepts. Like, I don't look at their plays. Like, there's some teams out there where I look at their plays and go, what in the world are these people doing? Like, what are they trying to do? What's the quarterback supposed to think?
You want to share?
I'm not sharing those right now. Maybe at another time. Maybe we'll get into that.
Okay.
But I don't think that when I watch the Eagles play. Like, I watch them and I'm like, hey, it's a good, solid concept. It might be a simple concept, but they've had great success with that concept over the years. It's a concept that should work, against the coverage that they're going against. And so I'm fine with it. And, in this game, there were a lot of opportunities out there. I thought, Jalen made, a number of plays in this game and a number of plays that guys on the other end didn't make that could have changed the complexion of it. He missed some plays in this game, which we see. The 4 interceptions, I'm actually just posted it on QB Confidential. I broke down the 4 interceptions. So if somebody wants to go and watch that and see kind of the little things that went into that. And, some on Jalen, some on other parts, some on the defense, as always. So, but yeah, I didn't see a dramatic change in anything that they did. But again, it wasn't bad stuff. I didn't, go watch the film and go, gosh, nobody's open. There's nowhere to throw the football. There were opportunities out there, some made, some not made.
And Travis Kelce went on his pod with his bro on the New Heights pod and said that he's struggling finding the answers to what ails, what can be fixed. What are you seeing? What are you seeing, Kurt, from the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs in general, I think, are struggling offensively with a lot of different issues. Up front, they had a number of issues. To Travis's point, he'd always been that guy for Patrick in the past. The guy that, hey, when I need a play, he's going to make it for me. I can look his direction, and we're going to have this connection that we're just going to find a way. And Travis, by his own admission, he's not that guy anymore. He's not creating a separation, that feel for the game, or the ability to just find ways to get open is not happening like it has in the past. I think that the age and the wear and tear, it just isn't as explosive and elusive as he once was. And now that puts the onus on some of these other guys to be that for Patrick Mahomes. And as we talked about on game day last week, I don't believe these players are that. They've got some good players, but I don't believe they have number one difference makers, and especially when it comes to like being route runners. They might be great if you can get the ball to them in space and they can make someone miss and run. But if you're asking somebody, to dial up a great route and to beat some guys in one-on-one and to be that go-to guy that you can build around, I don't believe they have that guy in their offense in the passing game since Travis isn't there anymore. And it shows up, and especially shows up when you're playing against great defenses like the Texans.
In the couple minutes I have left with you, Kurt Warner, the 2 11-win teams with second-year quarterbacks that are surprising with the Patriots and the Broncos on big, fat win streaks, have their hands full at home this weekend. The Bills coming in, trying to avoid the sweep at the hands of the Patriots, who could wrap up this division with a win. Yeah. And then there's the Packers taking on the Broncos. What are you looking to see out of May and Nix in these games? What do you want to see from them, Kurt?
Yeah. When it comes to Drake May, I don't really need to see him do, anything different than he's been doing. He's been playing the game extremely well. He's been seeing it. He's been making the throws. He's manipulating things. I guess, the one thing it's probably going to take in this game is a couple of those special downfield throws that he's been making all year long. It's hard to be as consistent throwing the ball 35, 40 yards down the field as he's been. But that's been a big part of just about, every one of their wins. There's one or two of those big throws. I think he's going to have a couple more of those in this game for them to get a win. But just keep doing what you're doing because he's playing really, really well. On the other side with Bo Nix, Bo's doing a lot of really good things too. The one thing that I continue to see with Bo is that he often plays a little bit too fast. And, like this last week, I think he was 31 of 38 against the Raiders, which the numbers are obviously great. And he finds positive plays, whether that's with his legs running or finding checkdowns. But there were a number of big throws in that game that he missed, big opportunities in that game that he missed by playing the game a little bit too fast and getting to his check down instead of staying in the pocket, settling in and reading the plays out. And I just feel like against a good Packers team, with Jordan Love making as many big plays as he's been making on the other side, that Bo's going to have to make some of those plays in this game if they're going to come out of there with a victory. So that's kind of the one thing that I want to see Bo take that next step in that area on top of all the other good things that he's doing.
All right, and lastly, who gets the QB Confidential MVP All 22 Player of the Week? What do you got?
This was a good week. Your guy in Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy, played well. Jordan Love played well. Bo Nix obviously had a good game.
Okay.
Yeah. Jared Goff played well. But to me, it came down to two guys, and it came down to Matthew Stafford and Josh Allen this past week. And Staff, did what he's been doing, just playing great football, 3 more touchdowns, and just some great throws. Him and Puka were awesome. Break that down a little bit this week on game day. But I'll give the edge to Josh Allen, because I thought he played a really solid game, and then he put on the cape a couple times when he needed to. Kind of what we were talking about on game day. That I believe the best version of Josh Allen is when he plays on schedule and in the pocket and plays the game and allows the offense to work for him. And then when there's a couple plays, a 4th down play where you got to throw it in between 3 defenders and hit your guy for a touchdown, put on the cape. When there's a time where there's an unblocked defender coming at you and you got to find a way to make a miss and run 45 yards for a touchdown, you got to put on the cape. And that's exactly what he did in a game where they found themselves down and maybe outplayed early on. He made a couple of those special plays along with being solid in all those other areas to help get him a big win.
Kurt, you make it fun for me, so I think I'm going to keep doing this for a while. So thank you.
All right.
I really appreciate
it. I like
here.
That you're having fun.
Thank you.
I have fun with you too. It's why we show up every Sunday and we love what we do. So
that's right.
I think I'll retire too when I stop having fun.
All right, very good. Kurt Warner, everybody. Thanks again, man. Great to see everybody. Check out QB Confidential, which is Kurt's must-follow YouTube channel. And, of course, we'll see Kurt on NFL Game Day morning for Week 15, leading up to a host of games in the 1 o'clock window in Week 15. That's a fun segment, as always.
Love it.
All right, we'll take a break. You must be loving that. Oh, Drake may just show up and just be you. Unbelievable.
Yes, that is facts.
Yes, you can confirm.
Yeah,
it is great.
Confirm.
Pretty cool stuff. Back from New York in a moment.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
The holidays are rolling in, and if men in your life are struggling with their holiday wish list, tell them to add Manscaped to make gift-giving easy, fun, and completely stress-free this year. From the beard hedger to the lawnmower trimmer, Manscaped's precision tools keep you looking sharp, feeling confident, and ready for every event and celebration all season long. These aren't just stocking stuffers, they're upgrades for your daily routine. And right now at Target, you can save 20% on the Lawnmower 4 and 3 kits, Handyman, and the Beard Hedger. Hurry up, supplies won't last long.
'Tis the season for savings.
Monument Chevrolet's 12 Days of Christmas start soon. Beginning December 12th, each day an unbeatable deal will be offered on a specific model. We're talking crazy deals, the lowest prices of the entire year. Here's the catch. The offers will be valid for 1 day only. Daily specials will be posted on social media and MonumentChevrolet.com. Be sure to follow Monument Chevrolet to see the specials or visit their store at 225 and Beltway 8. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
All right, now the holidays are rolling in, and the best stop Katy and Baytown are ready to power your table high with pure Louisiana joy. From boudin and cracklings to smoked meats and all the Cajun flavors that make the season shine, we got everything you need to turn any party into a Christmas feast worth talking about. So don't show up empty-handed. Swing by Katy or Baytown today and bring home the Cajun Christmas spirit. Visit the best stop and make your holiday taste like home.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Not great. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, sitting here in New York City. We're on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We got Higher Register coming up. I just gave mine in. Apparently, I gave one in the commercial break because, I've been doing a million different things.
Yeah, busy.
Finally turned my attention to it. Normally, I have one in the chute. Apparently, I repeated yours.
You repeated mine last week, so I guess I'm getting back at you.
Is that right? I didn't know that. Okay.
No, I repeated yours last week.
Let's go to Terzo in Iowa. What's up, Terzo?
Terzo.
All rise.
Hey, what's up, boys and donkeys? That was a funny segment yesterday.
Donkey!
That made me laugh.
We are the donkeys.
What up,
yes.
No, not us.
Yeah.
Donkey!
What's going on?
So, Rich, you've given me some air hugs over the years, and I kind of feel like I need to give you a little bro hug today after what transpired.
Yeah, I need a bro hug from you today. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, hopefully Michigan will come through this in some way, shape, or form stronger for it. And I don't know what else to say other than the fact I appreciate your bro hug from Iowa, sir. I appreciate that.
And Rich, so I was watching that NBA game last night with Oklahoma City, and very rarely do we see an NBA team get blown out by 49 points. And the SGA does not play in the fourth quarter this year, and they have 4 first-round picks, I think, in this next draft. Like this is crazy how good this team can continue to be.
Mm-hmm.
And
you know what? It's interesting when
we should be.
Well, it's kind of crazy that we're seeing that in the professional basketball. And thanks for the call, Terzo. And I'm not doing this other than to just state facts. All right, I'm serious.
Sure.
Because there is a team like that in college basketball right now. I'm seriously.
I mean,
don't argue with the facts that Michigan is blowing people out by halftime.
It's true.
Right now. I mean, their last 5-6 games, it has been not competitive.
Yep.
By halftime. So both teams that are leading the levels of basketball right now are destroying people, destroying people. At the professional level, you don't usually see this sort of thing.
No,
whatsoever.
and so a lot of comparisons, obviously, to the record-breaking Warriors team from 2016.
I still can't get over the fact that we don't refer to Michael Jordan's Bulls as the avatar for record breakers.
Well, I guess we should. The Bulls did finish it off and win the championship,
right?
But they started 24-0 that season, and Oklahoma City's now 24-1.
Right.
But they have a record-breaking point differential over 17 points. They win every game by 17 points. We need to talk about how absolutely insane that is.
So basically,
and their best players don't play in the fourth quarter.
So I guess what you're saying is when you're playing Oklahoma City, you're just hoping to keep it to a 6-possession game? So you're saying? I'm just doing the math in my head. 6 times 3.
And they're not even really at full capacity, TJ, because J-Dub is just now getting back into the rotation. And we're seeing Chet blossom into, he's a budding superstar. It's just outrageous to think about all the draft capital they have. Really, if they wanted to, they could go trade for Giannis because they have draft capital. And
I wouldn't do that. Why would you do that?
That's insane.
If they wanted to, but they don't even need to because.
But I actually believe what I just said.
Of course. But they're going to win 75 games this year.
You just heard what Terzo saying. Just stay the course because they have everyone else's draft choices.
Yep. And the Clippers stink, so they're getting
all of those unprotected.
Hey, man, the Rams are rooting for the Buccaneers tonight.
Sure are.
Because every single Falcon loss, the Rams, who are dominant right now and most weeks in the NFL, they hold the Falcons' draft choice for next year.
Yeah, currently number 9 and only getting better.
Getting better in the old tankathon.
So they didn't care about those picks for a minute, and now
it was F them picks. Now give me them.
Let's go to our friend Derek in Missouri while we're going down a lot of long-time listeners, first-time callers. Derek, what's going on, sir?
Derek, what up?
Not much, Rick. I'm still trying to process Philip Rivers coming out of retirement, and when I saw the report on Tuesday, I had to make sure I still had a pulse. And it's going to be
– I know, right?
If he does actually play on Sunday. Other than that, I took in the documentary on Stewart last night. Rick, that was a masterpiece from beginning to the end. Those 30 for 30 just never disappoint. Earlier this year I mentioned to you about the time when I did meet Stewart at a Bronco game back in 2007, just how gracious he was. And in that moment, you saw last night in that documentary what kind of person Stewart was and what he was to you for so long. And I'm reminded 2 days ago, 4 years ago that we lost Demarius Thomas. And I remember at one time, I met DT on so many occasions, and one that stands out was a time when I met him his rookie year at an autograph signing, and he was just so nice and gentle and humble. That's how Stewart was, and I remember getting a picture of DT, and I don't know what happened to it, but I thought of this quote: "It's the thought that counts whenever you come across someone like him." And like when Stewart, it was a moment that day that I'll never forget, and he was just – and when he died, of course, seeing those pictures of him struggling and being tired from what he was going through, when it was all said and done, Rich, he did die a happy person. He really did.
Derek, thanks for the time and your thoughts, and I appreciate that. And Derek in Missouri here on the program. The 30 for 30 for Stuart Scott that is directed by Andre Gaines dropped, as they kids say, on the ESPN app on Wednesday night. And I can't believe that Stewart is the subject of a 30 for 30 and that part of the reason why is because he's no longer here and that he's also closely associated with the Jim Valvano speech that Stewart and I were always highlighting when we first started hosting the ESPN Awards pre- and post-awards show program. Because Stewart was so full of life, and I cannot believe that this is what has happened. And that's why I still haven't wrapped my arms around his death, that he's not with us anymore. And it's just another reason why I've yet to be able to watch the documentary. I mean, I got a link for it a couple weeks ago. And because I knew when I would be out here in New York, obviously I co-hosted with Rachel Scott of ABC News last night, the Booyah fundraising event in Stewart's name and honor. It's 5 years now and running. And that the folks at ESPN and Disney and who are so proud of this documentary knew that I would be utilized as somebody to help promote it and other shows. I've been walking up and down the studios here for the last couple of days to talk about it. But so they gave me a link in advance. I just couldn't hit the link. There's a couple of times like, all right, I got an hour. I'd like I'm very curious to see because I sat down for it. And I've heard nothing but great things about it. I just can't do it. And then I thought to myself, you know what, maybe, I know Sue's on the set around here somewhere, but we'll sit our kids down and watch it together because they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. No. They don't know. I mean, they're 17, 14, and 12. Stewart's been gone for a little bit more than 10 years. Zan, our oldest, is not that terribly into sports, so he wasn't sitting around as a 7-year-old or 6-year-old watching SportsCenter like so many, sometimes 6- and 7-year-olds do. I will say this. Let's show this story. So the computer in my office at home is password protected. And you know how they ask you to type in a hint in case you forget what it is?
Yes.
So the hint on the computer, as it's been for well over a decade, is Stuart Scott. So Cooper, when he watched a Monday night game and saw the commercial for the documentary, turns to me and he goes, "So, Dad, the password for your computer in your office, is it Booyah?" And I'm like, well,
Gotta change that one.
I kind of have to plead the fifth here.
It was.
I'm like, it's part of it. I'll be honest with you. It's part of it. It's not the full one.
Is it Coop the Mentalist now? Is that where we're going?
He's trying to.
I'm trying to be like O's. Like, what's going on here?
That's what he said. Dad, is the password booyah? And I'm like, well, let's. How about this game? How you doing in your guillotine league?
You hungry?
But so last night it was just an awesome night. Because we're there in celebration of Stuart, and we're continuing his memory. And his daughters were there, and his sisters and his brother were there, and his mom was there celebrating a birthday just recently. I haven't seen many of them in a long time. And I'm seeing them all there, and we're talking about him. And Randy Moss won the first ever Stuart Scott Inspire Award winner, and he was awesome. Randy gave a corker of a speech, is the only way to describe it, talking about his battle with cancer and how ESPN and the family at NFL Live for him were part of his support system in the same way, obviously, Stuart had a support system when he was going through what he went through. And Randy looked great, and he's, was able to ring a bell and walk out, which unfortunately Stuart never got that chance. And talked about what Stuart meant as a broadcaster, for him to be able to see somebody who sounded like him and looked like him be authentically himself on television, what that meant to him as a kid growing up in West Virginia, and what it meant to him as an athlete, and what it meant to so many other people, and how he gave that speech and then handed it off to the auctioneer to start raising money in the room. $3.1 million raised last night. In support of cancer research and, of course, in Stuart's memory. And it was moving. It was awesome. And it was one of those, as I mentioned earlier, one of those Jimmy V days where we were laughing, we were crying, we were touching grass, we were living. It was a full day, to use the Jimmy V phrase, and a full night last night. And so that documentary, everyone should seek it out. It's a 30 for 30 on Stuart. That gave away a good part of my password that I need to change on the home computer.
Like my phone lock.
Like the Coop the Mentalist. Got it done. And everyone should check it out. It's again, something that I look forward to seeing. And I hope you do, everybody at home. Let's take a break. We're back with more of your phone calls. A higher register. Thursday, before our Bussin' with the Boys friends. Taylor Lewan and Will Compton join us here in New York.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night harvested tequila. This is tequila that's natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
I'm Hector with Laporte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. Laporte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com. DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is your best bet this football season. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Houston, if you're still paying for 5-gallon jugs or stocking plastic bottles in the office, there's a smarter way. Flow Water's 7 times advanced purification refill station removes up to 99% of contaminants, eliminates plastic waste, and cuts delivery costs, while giving your team clean, cold, great-tasting water they'll actually drink. Boost wellness, strengthen sustainability, and streamline your office with one upgrade. This month, Houston companies can access a fast-track water quality report and demo scheduling at drinkflowwater.com.
Back here on Rich Eisen Show, everybody. The Hyundai Hope on Wheels campaign. Pete, we just talked about what we raised money for last night, and Hyundai is all about making sure that the pediatric cancer research that is so necessary to be endeavored by so many people across the country is well funded, because Hyundai Hope on Wheels has been all about, over the last 27 years, putting together over 850 dealers nationwide, and every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Over $277 million have been raised, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com, search up Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. And I'm gobsmacked. But there's so much news that's just bowling me over. You and dinner last night, and you're not a drinker, so you weren't.
No,
like,
he was sober.
not
He was having water.
He was in control of all of my faculties.
Yeah, he was.
He was tired, man.
And you weren't higher register when you're saying that the Mets have broken you and you're going to go to the Dodger fan.
I went Barry White deep on
Is O'Shea Jackson Jr. aware of this epiphany?
No, he's not yet.
He certainly is now.
I'll let him know. But I'm telling you, we'll take him. We'll take him in.
Yeah,
this guy.
We'll take him.
Oh, by the way, since you've been here in New York, the number of people that you've told I'm a Yankee fan too.
Well, I have to.
It's an outrage. When in Rome.
He's such a jabroni.
I got to be careful.
When in Rome. I mean, you're in Rome.
On hollow ground.
You're in Rome and making me head to the vomitory.
I have a hat with both teams on on. I'm fine.
Lord.
Vomitorium.
We need to call him Chancleta because he's just a flip-flopper. You know what I mean?
We're calling him a what?
Chancleta. That's
Google that one up.
Why am I working? You have no clue.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward, everybody. Visit careers.progressive.com. Again, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's a Thursday, so it's time for Higher Register, everybody. I got to be honest with you. I put mine in late. Normally, I'm the first one in.
Yep.
But my Higher Register was exactly what Chris had, so I had to come up with a new one. Last week, I put mine in first. He had the same one I did, so he had to change.
I had to change mine because we talked about mine during the segment right before. So
but I'll be honest with you. Kind of thought Chris should have been the one to change again.
I mean, it is the Rich Eisen.
You know what I mean? Just saying. I mean,
you're the reason we're in the
kind of thought
right
like when I come up with mine, it shouldn't matter when I come up with it.
I got to admit, you should kind of jump to the front of the line.
Thank you. I kind of agree.
You know? But I only say that because
first
it wasn't
come,
mine.
first serve.
Had it been mine, I would have gave you a completely different.
I kind of think that's the way it should have been.
If you want to take mine, I can come.
No, it's all right.
I've got a spare one if you need it.
Okay.
I know. All right, hit it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen shows.
That there could be.
Higher Register. Take of the week.
All right, everybody. Caliendo's coming in next week, by the way.
Yes. Him and Hank make me laugh more than most people.
Okay, so Higher Register, Chris Brockman. You go first. What do you got for me?
Pretty monster game in Denver, Colorado on Sunday. Broncos, as we know, number one seed in the AFC right now, 6-0 at home. Green Bay heating up at the right moment. They've only lost one game on the road. And I look at this matchup, but I think, Rich Eisen, where have I seen this before? Broncos, Packers might be a Super Bowl preview.
I know.
Ooh, might be.
I hear you.
Iconic Elway helicopter play from a while.
There's always that game. There's always that game like week 12 and beyond where at the time you're kind of thinking it. You got a feeling. You got an inkling. If you remember the year that the Chiefs and the Bucks played one another, Romo even said that going off the field, wondering if this could be a Super Bowl preview, and they turned out to be exactly that, and the Bucks went ahead and won it. Gotta wonder about that.
Yeah.
You know, what else is there in the AFC, NFC?
There's some championship game possible previews this week.
Yeah.
You look at Bills, Pats, Lions, Rams.
Colts, Seahawks kind of smacked of one a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's kind of lost a little luster.
Oh, here comes Philly Riv. All right, what do you got over there, TJ Jefferson?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. You see, last Sunday when Daniel Jones went down clutching his Achilles, right? We all assumed that the Colts could change their name to Saran because it was a wrap.
Look
it
at
was
him.
over, right?
All right.
But then all of a sudden, here comes Old Man Rivers, and we're wondering, can this guy at
what is
40,
happening?
Could 44? Can he really make a difference? And I believe, man, Jay-Z said 40 is a new 30. I believe. So therefore, with the return of Phillip Rivers to Indianapolis, the Colts, they're going to be just fine. Everything's going to be fine. Let me tell you, the old guy's going to get it done, okay? Like, we're all over 40, and I think we can get things done, so,
like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wonder if your voice is so deep.
He can't do it.
I just wonder if you're ever going to do this segment without it sounding like somebody's grabbing a body part of yours.
But maybe they need to,
Okay.
so...
All right.
No, not just somebody. Though.
Wow. I just made a Saban joke. All right, listen. What do you need to win in the National Football League? You need defense, certainly on the road, certainly when it gets cold. You also need a red-hot quarterback who's providing some dreams and some hope to a fan base that could really use it.
Yes.
And I understand they just lost the Tennessee Titans at home. But going into Soldier Field this Sunday is Shedeur Sanders coming off of that monster stat line game that no Brown quarterback has ever done. And we saw what he did. I think Shedeur Sanders could beat the Bears this week. I think he'd go into Soldier Field.
Wow.
And he could just go in there and say, okay, I couldn't beat the first overall pick from my draft. Doesn't mean I can't beat first overall pick from previous drafts.
Okay.
I think that could be that could be something to keep an eye on. Taylor Lewan and Will Compton are coming up to wrap up hour 2 here.
Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays sound better with Sonos speakers. Whether it's a movie night that feels larger than life or the roar of the crowd as your team takes the field, Sonos helps create the moments you'll remember. Beautiful design, incredible sound, and effortless control mean you can focus on what matters most, enjoying the season. I love Sonos, and so will you. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com.
Clinton Yates here, and the holidays are upon us, full of gatherings, toasts, and plenty of cheer. And if you're like me, you want every moment to shine. That's why I head to Total Wine & More, where you'll find it all at the lowest prices, from rich whiskeys and smooth tequilas to festive liqueurs and elegant champagnes. And if you're not sure what to grab, their guides will help you find bottles that impress. You'll always find what you love and love what you find, only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
This holiday season, make her smile twice as big for less than half the price during the world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale at My Jewelry Outlet. Save on engagement rings, tennis bracelets, diamond stud earrings, diamond hoops, plus fine jewelry closeouts on watches, vintage pieces, and so much more. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real lab-grown diamond for just $7.99? That's 50% off or more than our competitors. The world's largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale happening now at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
On sale now, the University of Houston Cougars and LSU Tigers will battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on December 27th at NRG Stadium. Visit kinderstexasbowl.com for tickets now.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Tis the season for savings. Monument Chevrolet's 12 Days of Christmas starts soon. Beginning December 12th, each day an unbeatable deal we offered on a specific model. We're talking crazy deals, the lowest prices of the entire year. Here's the catch. The offers will be valid for only one day. Daily specials will be posted on social media and monumentchevrolet.com. Be sure to follow Monument Chevrolet to see the specials or visit their store, 225 in Beltway 8. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
On sale now. The University of Houston Cougars and LSU Tigers will battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on December 27th at NRG Stadium. Visit KindersTexasBowl.com for tickets now.
Think you know college football? Then prove it by joining ESPN 97.5's College Bowl Pick'em contest presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Make your picks, rack up points, and you could score the ultimate getaway to the Golden Nugget. Contest opens December 8th. Get ready.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Come after me. I'm a man.
Rich Eisen.
We're talking about practice.
From the Rich Eisen Studios in New York City.
Thank you, Sarah, everybody.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Coming up, hosts of Bussin' with the Boys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Final hour on this Thursday show from New York City, the Disney Studios, the Rich Eisen Show studio taking over Get Up for this entire week. We're here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and also, of course, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. For those who are streaming us live and watching us live, you could see these two very handsome gentlemen from Nashville, Tennessee, have stuck around for their Get Up appearance.
Very kind.
Every single Thursday. The Bussin' with the Boys, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Lewan. And also Will Compton. Good to see you, gents. How are you?
Good to see you.
What's going on? Welcome to my bus.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out there. I'm sitting in between a couple Michigan guys. Yeah, you asked me how we're doing. Been better.
I've been better, too.
I think
it was, by the way, this was great. We're getting ready to sit down and tape this thing, and Will comes up to me and goes, how about that Michigan stuff, huh?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, how about that Michigan stuff?
Right.
You know? How about that oxygen we're breathing in today, huh? What do you think of that oxygen?
I look at this great alumni that Michigan has, and I look about the great and powerful Rich Eisen, and I'm thinking, like, if there's someone that's going to save this university, it's got to be you, man.
Last night what came out of my mouth, I'm like, what's Rich think about all this?
Dude, same. Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about the same thing you are. I mean,
no doubt.
Just like, where the hell did this come from? Why is this happening? How did it happen? What in the world is Michigan going to do next? I don't even know when the page turn is actually going to happen.
Right.
You know, I mean, you were asking me right off the top, like, who should be the next coach? I'm like, I have no idea. I mean, there's still a lot of pieces that need to land before you get to that square.
True.
Wouldn't you think?
The fearful thing are the pieces that land, right? Like, right now there's a lot of speculation taking place and what's really happened. Like, you know, there's arrests that happen. There's a bunch of crazy things that, like, I should not, like, comment on from, like, a factual standpoint.
Right, sure.
If we live in the world where everything we're seeing is true, you have to assume these next couple of weeks, and you were talking about this right after the Get Up show, is like, if we're going to live in a world where if that's all true, then if I'm Michigan, it's what's our next move? Let's make this change as fast as possible, because you're thinking about you're the youngest team in the entire Big Ten last year. You went 9-3. You had a top 15 recruiting class. In January 2nd, you have the transfer portal. So all those things combined, I look at Michigan as if they have the right structure in place from a coaching standpoint, the right coaches, assistant coaches, you can be a college football playoff contender next year. And if you want to get that done and not lose all your players, like, you need to move quickly and diligently, but put the most important people for Michigan in a room and don't let them leave till they make a decision. This can't be middle of January and now here's our new head coach. Well, half your guys have left. Who knows what happens with your quarterback? Like, these recruits are like, well, I want to go to the NFL, right? Every player that comes to college football wants to go to the NFL. They're going to go to a place that has better structure. Because right now, the way Michigan is, there's a lot of uncertainty taking place, and we got to fix it immediately.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those best case scenario. You're able to take your time and find the right guy, but it feels like you're in the worst case scenario right now. Like last night, it went from, oh, this doesn't seem good, to it got bad in a hurry, and now it just feels like if they don't have urgency for alignment to make a decision soon, and you sit and this situation is sat on because you're taking your time to find the right guy, then the entire window of things could get even worse than what it was from last night is going to continue to happen, which to me, I feel like it tarnishes, it ruptures the whole Michigan idea, the structure there, who's going to want to go there if things continue to leak out and come out and everything else. So to me, that's why I feel like alignment's got to happen in a hurry, and a decision's got to be made fairly quickly because of the recruiting class, the guys who are there right now. Like, as players in the world that we're in with the NIL, players in college football, you're not only waking up, group chats firing up to where you're talking about, wow, did you see this? Did you see that? Man, did this happen? I thought I saw this back in the day. You're also having the conversations of, hey, what are we, like, are you thinking of moving? If you're thinking of moving, like, where are you looking at right now? Yeah. My agent's telling me this. Right. There's a lot of dominoes that could fall if you don't make a decision somewhat soon.
Right. So, because I veer back and forth between we got to deal with this for the football program to we've got bigger issues potentially than just the football program. Right. If there's a systemic problem in terms of a coaching staff, if there's a systemic problem about what the athletic department knows and when they know it, and what is happening. Like there's a lot of issues here. Also, a family is shattered.
Right. Yeah, which is heartbreaking.
An actual family is shattered. Families are shattered. There's football program that appears to be shattered right now. And how do you even sit here and say who should be the football coach, except for the fact that there is a program to run in a cutthroat world of college football? Yeah. And if you are looking for your next head coach, and you might be looking to buy somebody out because that's the way you do things these days in college football, who would you target? They're potentially getting ready for a college football playoff game right now, or they're getting ready for the end of an NFL season. I mean, coaches in the NFL aren't going to be available for this sort of conversation for another few weeks, for a month and a half.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, but the transfer portal's coming up. You got to wonder if Lane Kiffin's in Bryce Underwood's driveway right now. You know, you know what I mean? Like these are things that you have to be figuring out while you're also trying to put the pieces together as to how did it go from what we were seeing throughout the football season or to Sharon Moore learning he's been fired, and then everything that happened after that. I mean, I didn't think in a million years there'd be a mugshot of a Michigan football coach.
Is that real? Was that a real thing?
I have no – see, and that's the other thing, too, is what's real and what isn't anymore.
Yeah.
You know, which, you know, obviously that's for a totally different show or a different day. But, you know, it's just there is a lot of shocking stuff to get through and a scandal that you just can't believe has landed on our school, man. You know, like that's what's happening right now.
The thing that you bring up an incredible point of is there are families that have been shattered. There are people that are affected on a personal level that we sit on, like we sat on Get Up, and it was Greeny, him and Schefter kind of handled the sensitivity part to it, but then it's like, hey, we're a sports show. Yeah. So like it might come off to a casual viewer that we're being extremely tone deaf about what's really an issue when we're sitting here trying to figure out who the next head coach is going to be. My argument to that is I don't know what's real and what's not right now. I would hate to go and say something and hurt somebody without knowing all the correct information. So because I sit on a show and have to talk about football, and this is a major piece of news, well, the only thing I'm going to lean back on right now is, okay, where are we going with the University of Michigan? So it's not that I'm not empathetic to everybody that's affected, because it is very important that these people that were affected, like I got 2 daughters. Sharon's got 3 daughters. Like you have 2 daughters. Like it's absolutely heartbreaking to know that those 3 girls, like for the rest of the time, they'll be able to pull that up on the internet, regardless of how things work out. And that I have a lot of empathy for. But when it comes to the coaching search, you've really got to figure out, like, 2023 happens in the midst of a national championship season. You have all these allegations come out. There's an NCAA. They try to break down everything, figure out. They end up slapping him with a $20 million fine. Now this is taking place. It's like, if you're Michigan and you want your logo to keep standing for the things that you and I believe it stands for, you have to make a credible decision, a long-term decision, character, integrity, all of those things have to be in it. But you have to produce in the field now, too. So there's a lot of different variables that need to happen in a hurry that you would love to have more time for, but because of the dates, you don't have those times.
Tell me about it. Part of me is sitting about last night. I was mentioned at the top of the show, I was getting ready for that Stuart Scott Booyah event. Just took me about 20 minutes because, not much is needed. Not much primping needs to go down for various reasons. And 20 minutes away from my phone, I look at my phone, 29 text messages. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? And I'm going through all this, and I'm stunned, and I'm completely taken aback. And then at some point after all this, I land on the what next, right? Who's the next coach? Who could this possibly be? And I'm getting all of these texts about this person and that person and that person and this person. And I'm thinking to myself, if there was an investigation going down, and rumors were everywhere. Right. You and I both heard them, just to share off air what we talk about. We heard them, and we're just like, this can't possibly be true. I hope it's not true. I was thinking to myself, this couldn't get done before Matt Campbell gets hired by Penn State. Just to throw a name out there. We just saw all of that. And then there's the conflicting part about it, about the human element of it that's going down. And I feel stupid talking about the football part of it. But at the end of the day, there is a Michigan standard that we keep talking about that now keeps getting torn down by real life events and everyone else rightfully saying, what the hell is going on at your spot? Yeah. That is legitimately what's happening right now. I feel like this is a therapy session between us right now.
And you're doing a great job of putting us to the dance.
How much do you guys charge by the hour?
I'm very happy to sit in on this.
Okay, right. So this is the way I kind of feel about it. But, you're treating this really well.
There's a piece of Will Compton right now that is like
screaming inside, wanting to be, because I see. Yes, it's true.
No. Not the person. We're talking about just football in a vacuum.
I enjoy the fun. I enjoy the trolling. But this being a very real situation, then you're looking at the football side of it to where it's like you want to have time for all the things that are tragic and the sadness and everything going on. And then when you're talking about the football side, it's like, what are they going to do? Because no matter what, the reality is when you fire your coach, there's like a 30-day window that players have to leave. You're going to want to keep them there. Is there I know they're trying to figure out their alignment right now and who they want to go after and what they want to do. But it's like, man, what are they going to do? Because they're going to need to do something fast if they don't want to look like, Penn State, who's kind of fell off, and the way they had to go about their hiring process throughout the year. What candidates are you going to have? You're going to have to target guys who are currently in the college football playoff, like talking about Kalen DeBoer.
Guys who just signed extensions.
Yeah, guys who just signed extensions.
Just signed massive deals.
NFL names coming up, and you alluded to those guys aren't going to be available right now.
Well, mid-January, or if you want to take someone from a winning playoff run football team, maybe not till I know these things can be on the side and we'll wait for you, but you can't tell a bunch of kids who are like, what's happening there, and having the opportunity in the first 2 weeks of January to figure something out. Say, just stick with us. You like the campus, you like the education opportunities.
That's not flying.
And that selling point being, stick with this, we have this, we have that. Well,
trust us.
You have your agent in your ear and other guys talking about money you could be getting if you could leave here.
Jumping right now.
This is a mess.
I could start a bidding war for you if you do it now.
In regards to the true product in the field we saw this year, it's the youngest team in the Big Ten. It's the youngest team in the Big Ten. So there's a bunch of talent that all these kids who have played significant snaps woke up to multiple text messages about where you can go.
What are you hearing? What are you hearing from your guys that you played with, or other, just as a Michigan football alum here?
When it comes to hearing the rumors, I think there were all rumors kind of getting sprinkled around a couple weeks ago, and I think everyone is now caught off guard, which is a little confusing to me, because if I'm a common being just on the outside as a fan watching, like if I'm hearing rumors and you're hearing rumors and you're hearing rumors, well, then the administration and the people that are in control of everything, they obviously know the rumors as well. So if this was ever going to be a thing, let's say it's not true and it never happened, great. But if it is true and we live in the world we are right now, you have to be a little critical of the University of Michigan of if you're a top 5 brand in college football. We had Ed Ogeron who kind of talks about the back channels and the third party. You should have been prepared for any scenario that could have possibly taken place from a business standpoint. And a business standpoint is the football team.
Right.
So that's where I'm sitting there being like, if you guys really have your stuff together, you should know who your next guy is. Those back channel conversations should have already taken place, because that's the world we live in. It's not like there's a lot of information that gets out now, but there's also ways to go talk to somebody, kind of feel their temp on, hey, do you want to go here? What's the thought process? Would you ever be a Michigan head coach? And you know who your top 2-3 guys are, or you should know who they are and be able to pull the trigger at any moment for a brand like Michigan.
Yeah, and again, if you're putting the critical hat on, it's like if you're sitting there wondering if Michigan was going to make a move, like some of the rumors started to circulate after the Ohio State game to where those conversations were starting to take place, and it didn't happen, or they didn't make a decision to do it then. And now that it comes all out right now and it kind of just derails everything, that's why I feel like it went from not good to this is bad to where it could get worse in a hurry if they don't figure out what the alignment's going to be and a decision they might make, so that way they can turn the page and start doing damage control for the future because you brought somebody in that represents the brand well.
So does this answer your question of how about that Michigan stuff? Did this answer your question? You're open-ended. Hey, you hear about that Michigan things, huh?
Yeah. A lot more.
Answer.
Yeah. It's again, you guys are Michigan guys. Like we were getting the information last night, like while we were going to dinner, and I'm sitting there kind of seeing Taylor like receive text messages, try and figure out what's going on. And I'm kind of taken back, seeing all the rumors, seeing everything going on the internet, watching it burn. And I'm just like, man, what is
going on?
Yeah, what is going on? Like, I wonder
what. You guys weren't given a heads up maybe that a firing was on the table?
Well, again, you heard from the beginning of the show, I heard nothing but this rumor within an hour and a half of Ohio State beating Michigan from 4 different people.
Right.
I mean, and
it's interesting that as soon as Ohio State happens,
I heard this. I told Suze I didn't really want to spread it to anybody because
you don't know what's real.
Really.
Yeah,
and this is as scurrilous as it comes. Like this is as look that up.
Hey, he's right. He said scurrilous.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds like a great word.
I'm sorry. I can't be on my Michigan mountain.
Yeah. No, there's no mount to stand on. There's no mount.
It's whatever. It's an inverse mount. It's dug.
We're beneath Nebraska. That's how far we've gone.
Nastier rumors it could possibly be.
Right.
And now throughout the entire process, with everybody being hired here and hired there and moving around and buying out and extending their contracts, I thought to myself, well, I guess this can't be true. I had no idea there was an investigation happening. And then, boom, out of the blue comes this announcement that 100% seems to confirm exactly what I was hearing, what you were hearing. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I mean, and the ultimate shocker was the aftermath. And it's been really difficult to try and figure out how somebody in the administration of our school needs to figure out, as you mentioned, what is the next step? Right. Is this a larger issue?
Yeah.
But because you look across the rest of the athletic department landscape, I mean, everybody in the basketball program is loving life right now.
Yeah.
And so that's the same.
I'm buying into basketball.
That's the same athletic department. Mm-hmm. Hockey just split with Michigan State, which is a big thing. It's a big to do. Michigan's hockey program. I could go on and on and on. But we have to sit around as a collective. You and I and the rest of the alums have to sit around and how do we process all of this stuff? And I'm still doing it. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It's like the Homer Simpson gif where it's like you're wearing the Michigan football pads backing into the bush, and now you're coming out with a basketball jersey on.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's for the casuals, Will. We need to figure out the problems here. I'll tell you who can fix the program. And he's sitting at this desk. It's Rich Eisen.
All right, yeah.
Rich Eisen might have to become the AD. Might have to become the head coach, everything. We just need one dictator, and his name is Rich Eisen.
Sounds good. I've never been referred to as a dictator.
So, well, I'm saying you have. I'm giving you my vote for dictator.
Supreme ruler.
Yeah.
Supreme ruler.
Emperor Eisen.
The one thing that I am in charge of right now is throwing a break. So we're going to come back and we're going to talk about the rest of whatever's going on in your guys' world, and obviously the NFL is coming down to it with 4 games to go for everybody. We've got Will Compton, we've got Taylor Lewan, we've got the Bussin' Boys right here on the Rich Eisen Show. One more segment with them, and then we'll take more of your calls and wrap up this show from New York City on a Thursday.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
The Red Tag sale continues at Gulf Coast Chevrolet in Angleton. Lance Zerline here. All during December, you can bank extra savings on your new Chevy vehicle from Gulf Coast, including dealer discounts, Costco member discounts, lots more. You're going to save big at Gulf Coast Chevy. Plus, well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing on select Chevy models when you finance with GM Financial. Choose from the 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500, the Equinox EV, and Trailblazer. Visit Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton today. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8968. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8968. That's 800-575-8968. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
This Christmas, give your family the gift that keeps them active, together, and having fun for years. Branham here. Pro Dunk basketball goals are built to last with heavy-duty steel construction, rust-resistant powder coating, and professional-grade tempered glass backboards that deliver pro performance right in your driveway. With easy height adjustment from youth to regulation, Pro Dunk grows with your family, whether it's a game of horse or perfecting that jump shot. Visit ProDunk.com today and score big this holiday season. That's ProDunk.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Very good.
And shout out to your dad, too.
He's also got the show on the radio side. We were talking about Will Compton going bald. See, that was not right. But you shaved your head. Now it looks great. I was wondering what you did to yourself. Now you got the
That's
full
that
story.
Michigan pedestal.
Back here.
Did you say scarcity earlier?
I like it. We're here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. The best team in the National Football League with 4 weeks to go. Will Compton is best team.
The Rams.
I agree.
I'd have to say the Rams.
Would you agree with that? Taylor Lewan.
I like the Seahawks. I know they played each other. Sam Darnold had 4 interceptions in that game, and they still had a field goal to win it at the end.
Yes.
So I like Sam Darnold. I love the story. I love that defense. And so I think I'm going to stay in the same division, but I'm going to go Seahawks. And also do Patriots. We got to talk Pats.
And don't count out the Niners in the West.
No doubt. The NFC West is the nastiest division right now.
Yeah, it's like outside of the Cardinals, it's the West and the Packers and everybody else in the NFC.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys, though, right?
No.
I do got to win the rest of the year.
I'll be honest with you. I bought into the Cowboys. I thought to myself, if they could just be mediocre at best on defense, they're true contenders. I bought into them right before they played the Denver Broncos in Denver. Once I watched that all unfold, I'm like, there's no shot here. I'm a huge fan of Schottenheimer, though. I think his play calling,
I'm loving him.
I think from an offensive standpoint, it's incredible. Defensively, they've gotten better, too, with the 2 guys up in the middle. If they can go through an offseason and add a couple of pieces, I'm feeling the Cowboys next year.
It's not over this year. The way the Eagles are playing as a whole, like the way that they've had the offensive struggles all year long, and them dropping that game to the Chargers last week, Dallas lost as well. But Dallas, they still have an outside shot if they win out, because the Eagles would have to win, 3 out of 4 games?
The issue is the Eagles' schedule is they play, 3 muffins and a monster? They got
Washington
the
twice.
Raiders, Commanders twice, and then the Bills.
The Bills in the middle of all that. While Dallas is next, they also have the Chargers on the mix, but they do finish up with the 2 muffins. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, muffins. Muffins are bad. Good, taste delicious.
2 muffins.
Yeah. Washington and New York.
And one week from tonight is when Seattle does play the Rams for a second time. That's the way Week 16 kicks off. Let's give me good Vrabel stuff, man, because this is for real. I mean, and you mentioned the Patriots for a reason, and obviously Drake May doing what he's doing, and the rest of the offense looking as great as they've looked around him. But Vrabel adding his greatness to the mix here. I know you love him. What do you think he's adding to this mix, or knowing him as well as you do?
You know, when we went during our little training camp tour for Busting with the Boys, we went to the Patriots, and I think we both walked away from that being like, hey, they're going to be better than they were last year, but from a talent standpoint, I don't think their rosters is put together.
We were saying they'll be fighting for number 2 in the division.
Yeah, they'll be fighting for number 2 in the division. I think Vrabel took a new step as a head coach. Like the thing that always amazed me about Vrabel is the way he had the ability to break down the keys to victory and give you kind of a crystal ball of how the game is going to unfold. When he was at the Titans, we would play superior opponents. We play the Chiefs. We played teams that had much more talent than we had at that moment. Right. And the conversation was always, hey, you're not just going to walk into Sundays and win the game. I'll tell you how this game's going to go. And he would break down the first, second, third, and fourth quarter. And he's like, if we get to the fourth quarter in this situation, this is how we win the game. And there was a handful of times where he called it exactly as if he was traveling back in time. And it's those types of things that he has the ability to do with guys like John Stryker, Stretch, he's called him, which I joke as his assistant. But those two together and their ability to put game plans together, it's pretty incredible what they're doing in New England right now.
Yeah, it's also funny too. We were on the air with you live when Vrabel got fired.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot
and so
about
from that moment to now, it's just crazy what a ride it's been.
Yeah. If you're the Tennessee Titans, if you're the ownership there, you are punching air every single time the Patriots step on the field because they look incredible right now.
And to build on Taylor's point, the way he's able to paint that picture of how you're going to win a football game. Him doing that so well, like even Josh Allen, he plays him again this weekend. But when we play the Bills and he talk about, hey, you got to get Josh, what is it, rolling left?
Yeah. He
quarterbacks where you got to affect the pocket. You're playing Lamar Jackson. This guy, you got to make him throw outside the numbers. Here's how we're going to attack Baltimore in the run game. Like all the. My apologies. All the things you have to do to paint that picture of success for just we're not going to show up and win on Sunday, combined with the fact of we've been on the teams where you're winning. When you went on the AFC Championship run, when we went 11-5 that one year and ended up losing in the playoffs to Baltimore. But when you are feeling that energy of Vrabel, seeing it take place with the Patriots so soon, so early, like with their tight end Hunter, Drake May, Stephon Diggs, the relationships, you see that is there, the culture that he brings in when you are winning. Seeing that take place in New England, we're not surprised that they're sitting at the top of the division.
Is he more touchy-feely right now by, like, shaking did he always shake everybody's hands going in the locker room with you guys?
Oh, yeah, he would stand outside the tunnel. Absolutely.
They were in Tennessee?
Vrabel knows where the cameras are.
Nice.
He's very aware. I'm very aware.
Not that, but even as a
up
player.
to guys on the sideline, like putting arms around guys or putting hands on the shoulder pads. I didn't know if I saw.
He did it at times. I do think if
2018, though. He did not.
Right. If he's self-scouting himself, he did it with certain guys, but I think he understands how much he affects his players, like whether or not they're having a good game or a bad game, like what his emotion does. So I feel like with you, I've kind of observed and noticed the same thing to where he's always kind of keeping that rallying energy now out in New England, and you see it kind of permeating. You like that?
Oh,
you like
that?
It's permeate. It's a little.
Well, I think I know that. I think I'm permeating to you right now.
Yeah, yes,
that's what I'm doing.
I'm thinking. Okay, I kind of got out of my depths with that word.
No, you nailed it.
Hopefully, I said
stuck the landing.
Yeah.
No, you stuck the landing. But
you see that happening.
Yeah, because I don't know. It just seems like maybe he's just as intense and he's just as demanding, but he's turned the red ass down from like maybe 11 to like 9. And we're always in the media looking for that sort of stuff, like Tom Coughlin, right? Coughlin got all of his players together and he handed stuff off to them, and they're basically saying, you're being too much of a hard ass. Okay, let us handle a little bit more of the emotional piece of this, and let's get you guys, coach and players, a little bit more closer on the same level. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's just a little piece of that. You mentioned self-scout, a guy getting his second coaching opportunity just from afar. He's still, when he came on the show, he still was needling me. You know what I mean? Like, he's still the same guy.
Yeah, he's still one of the boys.
He's always going to be, in every conversation, he's going to be the alpha. He's going to dictate the conversation. If you go in, you're laughing and joking around, he doesn't feel like that, buddy, you're going to get checked very, very fast. And it's not like a smooth, soft landing. That day, that's abrupt. All right, that's like you watch the Crash Cars test dummy type thing. But 2018, when Vrabel first came into the Titans, versus when my last season with him was 21, completely different coach, from being a little more massaging, a little more like, once he instills the culture that he thinks is acceptable for championship football, that's when he starts to back up a little bit and allows his leaders to lead. But the 2018,
for sure, when
there were guys ready to rally.
Yeah, my second stint, I didn't know when he's joking with me, I almost never knew how to take it, because I'm like, do I laugh with him at this? I know he's busting my balls, but the kind of the image I had and relationship I felt like I had with him in that first year was way different. But he's a guy who's able to do it because every player views him in such a way. Because, again, he played what, 14 years in the league?
Buddy, 14 years in the league, was at every position. He sat in every seat in the locker room.
But that right
He'll
there,
tell you that every time.
Which we'll joke about, but that is a connecting piece that he has that no other coach has. He's sat in every seat. He's been a draft pick that didn't, in Pittsburgh wasn't working out. Then he goes to New England and has the career that he does, finishes up on the back end with Kansas City. He has been in every seat, every position in the locker room. So I feel like that is a superpower that he's now tapped into in New England.
I'm not very savvy on how much time we have, but my favorite story about Mike Vrabel is 2020. We're in the midst of COVID. We're doing the masks. We're doing the tests and the whole thing. And so there's an outbreak with the Titans. We're like the first team of like 6 or 7 that had like a bunch of issues. So we go to Zoom calls. We're supposed to play the Steelers. 4 or 5 days takes place. Guys keep getting positives over and over and over again to where the league says, hey, this is now your bye week. And in 4 or 5 days, you're going to play the Buffalo Bills. So we end up playing the Bills on a Tuesday. Mm-hmm. We do not meet like in person for whatever those 9 days are. And we have like one like Saturday-esque walkthrough on Monday. And Vrabel quickly breaks down what Will was talking to in the beginning of this conversation was Josh Allen. When he rolls to the left, this is the kind of stats you're going to see. You're going to see incompletions and first downs. When he rolls to the right, that's when you see explosive plays and touchdowns. So if we are going to rush him a certain way, you have to do it this way. And quick breakdown of the whole thing, gave us a breakdown of how the game's going to go. We smacked the Buffalo Bills. We smacked them to the point where it's like, you ain't got to practice anymore. Like, we're talking about, hey, like, Will's running off the field. Like, this ass beat was brought to you by Zoom. Like, we're out there. It was like, we sat there. We got went to Braves' office. Like, we got to practice.
Hey,
he's like,
so we don't got to practice anymore, right? We can just go to the park with our position.
He's sitting there. You're practicing. Yeah. And that was, I mean, that's the leadership that he has. I hate how much we've kind of loved on him on this because he's sitting there right now calling stretch and being like, look at these clowns.
That's our boy.
Yeah.
Hey, Vrab, you are our boy.
We're friends, man.
Yeah, my wife got our youngest son, who's a diehard Patriot fan, a Ready, Willing, and Vrabel T-shirt for the holidays.
I love that.
And he wore it to school the other day, and he's just out of his mind. That's another Patriot fan there that's out of his mind. I'm married into a whole family of Patriots fans who have lost their minds because it is real. I mean, this is real. I mean, you mentioned them as a legit team right now.
Yeah.
Because it is 100% real. I don't care about the who have you really beaten.
Right.
When you got a team that's choosing at the top of the draft 3 years in a row, they're not in a position to just beat anybody, let alone the who have you really beaten, let alone beat a bunch of people up, let alone going to Buffalo, to Tampa, and coming out with wins.
Yeah.
You know, like this is a legit team because
But with the momentum the Bills have right now, like, and then playing them a second time, this will be, to kind of quiet all of the quote unquote haters out there that talk about the scheduling. This is why this one's a big game. Like, I don't think Josh Allen's been swept by a divisional opponent going 0-2 since Tom Brady.
So
Tom Brady when he was with the Patriots. So.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Brady and the Patriots. Brady was a first-time starter in his second year for a coach getting his second crack at it, and then nobody expected them to keep winning and winning. Like Ellen go to the Super Bowl and maybe play the Rams. I mean, everything is kind of going in a direction that feels a little deja vu-y.
What a spoiled fan base, huh? You guys?
What? The Boston fan base?
Yeah.
What?
Dude, I mean, just specifically the Patriots, because that's kind of more my wheelhouse. Okay. You get Tom Brady for as long as you do, Bill Belichick, and then you have like just a couple of years of, oh man,
Taylor.
we suck, and now all of a sudden we're back.
Here's the thing.
Like, try being a Titans fan, man.
Here's the thing. There are 2-year-olds in New England right now that haven't seen a parade. Think of the kids.
Look at this.
Think about the kids.
Think of the kids.
Think of the Titans.
Think of the kids.
This is, I love your bit, dude. It's hilarious. You and your fandom privilege is crazy.
2-year-olds.
Good bit.
2-year-olds.
I mean,
think about the kids.
By the way, the late window games this weekend: Packers at Broncos, Lions at Rams playing each other. And then you got Phillip Rivers might be starting in Seattle. What the hell, man?
We're going to find out.
Well, honestly, like, how wild would this be if he does, in fact, start in Seattle, to go from sitting at home, not even knowing what is going on maybe on the field with an Achilles, getting a phone call, deciding to do it, and then suddenly he's going to be under center within 5 days.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And he says he gets more confident by the snap.
Well, that was never Philly Riv's issues.
No, yeah, confidence. Yeah, that's never been a problem.
It was towards the end of his career, moving around and getting out of danger and extending plays when you need to. And
he's built much more like a father too now. He's built much more like a father.
Polite way of putting that.
Yeah. No, and his oldest child is 23, the same age as Cam Ward.
Yeah,
like his oldest kid is the same age as the number 1 overall pick in 2025.
He's literally Gramps, the OG, coming out. And Seattle has been dispatching quarterbacks by the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, but you'd rather have Seattle than, like, Houston. Could you imagine him playing against Houston this week?
They play him.
Seattle's been nasty, but you're right. Daniel Hunter and Will Anderson coming after you.
Crazy.
That's the Colts' last opponent is Houston.
Yeah.
Jacksonville is another Colts opponent. I mean, and then he's home for San Francisco.
Dude, isn't it wild? Like, I'm excited for Phillip Rivers to come back because I feel like he's playing with house money, getting to kind of come back. There's no expectation. He can go out there and grip a rib. He just gets to find out and play the game that he remembers like loving as he was in the process. But also, the question for me is like, what does this say about the quarterback development in the league with your young guys? The fact that there's nobody else out there, or even that you have on your roster. Was it Riley Leonard?
Riley Leonard is hurt, which is another reason why they were maybe not even going to just throw all their eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
But to the point to where you're calling Phillip Rivers, who's
their next available quarterback was Tyler Warren, All-State in high school quarterback.
Yeah.
So, listen, if you're a Colts fan and you're watching the show, don't have the expectation of being like, wait, we're going to compete for a Super Bowl. Like, sit back, grab the popcorn, get in the group chats, tell your boys, this is wild.
Let's see if he can pull it off.
Because he's not going to go in like he's playing with house money.
Yeah.
He does not have. We talked about in the show about Joe Burrow and how he's in hell with all the injuries he's had and how he's zoomed into the process. Like,
yeah, man.
Phillip Rivers, I've been out of the league this is my third season being out of the league, and I go to games and I watch people warm up and I think to myself, oh my God. Like, you guys are doing this? This is like the most horrible thing ever. Like, you kind of lose it and you realize, you zoom out and you're like, man, all those things that I was doing and having this main character syndrome about, they're not real. So now Phillip Rivers gets to go in, chuck it like Joe Flacco did, probably have, 315, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Could you imagine?
Just out there, rip it. Like, he's going to just throw. He's not going to care.
No.
And if you're a Colts
he's going to talk noise, get him mic'd up.
Yeah, get him mic'd up 100%.
And we also talked with Kurt Warner earlier on the show, not just about this, but about Joe Burrow, too. He sounded like an Andrew Luck 2.0.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly like that.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah. I heard him on Wednesday, and I thought to myself, have the Bengals broken Joe Burrow? Did that happen? Because that's always been the Bengals fans' deep fear, as all Jet fan fears or Browns fans fears, or when they get somebody who's potentially generationally great. Are we going to break him? Mm-hmm. And just hearing him, because he's normally like, oh, we've got a chance here. I'm the window. I am the window here. You want to talk about a Super Bowl window? I am the window. Or, hey, I'm back and I'm feeling really good. And you think to yourself, oh, he's ready.
Yeah.
But you heard that yesterday. I thought to myself, he's ready for the season to end, which is kind of crazy, unless I read too much into it.
No, I agree with you, Shane. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's bizarre watching that answer from Joe Burrow and feel like this dude is questioning if he's even enjoying the game he thinks he loves right now.
Mm-hmm. Perfect way
because
to put
he's so beaten down. Yeah. Like, again, we're seeing Phillip Rivers. He got outside of the bubble, and now he gets to come back in with this sense of freedom and lightness and loss of expectation. Whereas you look at Joe Burrow and you see a guy who's fully in the bubble, fully in the suck, and just kind of saying out loud, like, man, I don't even know if I'm enjoying the game right now, but is it that way? Like, I still love the game. I think I love the game. The injuries, whatever's going on in, off the football field, like everything kind of coming to a head to where this dude plays this game at a high level. He wants to play this game at a high level and be with a team that can play the game at a high level. For me, I'm reading it, and it's like, man, I think he wants out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, if not, it's a very smart chess move by him to publicly be as vague as he is. Because now, if you're the Bengals, you pull him in the office and be like, what do you need? What do you need from us for you to be happy, for you to feel more protected? Because as a player who was injured and was plagued by injuries at the end of his career, like, dude, it really does kill the fun. Like, there's a level of everyone's like, hey, treat it like a business. But if you don't love playing the game, like when you get to October, November, it's like, those things add up. Like a bank account, people talk about how players get paid so much money, and people are very well compensated. But when you're in the suck and you're so zoomed in, like it is very difficult to remove yourself if you're dealing with ailments over and over and over again. So he just needs to get healthy. He needs to get healthy. He needs to be protected. And the Bengals got to do whatever they can to keep him.
Taylor Lewan, Will Compton, Bussin' with the Boys. Check it out wherever you get your podcasts and wherever you get your Lewan and Compton. And, of course, on Get Up every Thursday. Lots of great things happening with you guys. Have you pinpointed one specific moment where everything did, in fact, turn and start to go much better for an already terrific career?
I know exactly. Well, I know exactly when it turned.
Just in the exact moment.
2019. It's July. I'm sitting in the parking lot of Lipscomb High School. I get a phone call. Who is it? Michigan alumni, Rich Eisen. Hey, what are you up to? I'm starting a podcast. We'll come. Yeah, it's really interesting. You going to bring it down to L.A.? The bus doesn't run. But would you come on? Make the bus run and I'll come on. Click, hangs up. That moment right there, I knew. Boys, we got something.
I would think it was when I actually showed on the bus.
That was a huge moment.
You know what I mean?
It was almost kind of sad that it was over.
A cloud lifted.
Yeah.
I thought a cloud lifted, a weight lifted. And then everything just took off from there, don't you think?
It was
But I would like that. I mean, now suddenly you're on Disney, I'm on Disney.
Dude, when we were on the sideline for the Altcast we did over the weekend for the SEC Championship, that was a very much like I cannot believe we are getting to do this.
There you go.
Should have seen Will walking around the stadium, too. He thought he was going to play.
No, I didn't think I was getting locked in.
Gentlemen, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, Bussin' with the Boys. Check them out there and obviously on Get Up every single Thursday. There's the bus in its original form.
Yeah, that is where it started.
We're back to wrap up this Thursday show from New York in a moment.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5 body trimmer and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face, too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
SUV. If you're considering buying a new SUV, I want you to think about Buick. Lance Zierlein here. A Buick SUV is what I drive because they're exceptional. From the sophisticated Envision, the versatile Encore GX, the dynamic Envista, or the premium Enclave, there is a perfect Buick for you. Right now, well-qualified buyers can enjoy 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees. Get to Gulf Coast, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business.
And all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model. Plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
The Rich Eisen Show, brought to you by Sonos. We are, but that was a very Yoda way for me to say it. The holidays sound better with Sonos speakers, everybody. Whether it's a movie night that feels larger than life, the roar of the crowd as your team takes the field, Sonos helps create the moments you will remember. Beautiful design, incredible sound, effortless control means you can focus on what matters most, which is enjoying the season. I love Sonos, have it all throughout my house. You will love it as well. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, sound bars, and more at Sonos.com. I believe we got a couple phone calls that we want to get to. Our friend Al in Dallas.
Hey,
Al, we're in the old hinterlands here, brother.
Hey, listen, you know, the reason you're there obviously is more important than anything, right? So you were there to do your event and a couple other things. So, you know, that being said, buddy. I'm glad you're in New York. But since you've been there, Richard, and you brought this carpetbagger, T.J. Jefferson, with you. The sports world has completely fallen off its axis, so I need you to leave immediately. What's going on with the Mets? What's going on with the Wolverines? I mean, this is a disaster. Yeah. I mean,
how are you blaming me, Al?
I'm not blaming you, Richard.
Why am I the carpetbagger?
No, it's all right, Albert. I hear you.
Yeah.
What I
mean, a Dodger fan, dude. Are you out?
Yes.
You
give it to him.
Give it to him, Al.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Do it. Come on, TJ.
You lost your mind?
Give it to him.
Do it.
I mean, nobody knows how old you are, but I know you remember 1988. Like that's a memory that'll never leave me. I mean, that's a fan is short for fanatic.
Both barrels. Give it to him.
You can't cross the.
I'm fighting a losing battle, Al. I can't have my baseball team stink and both basketball teams stink. I love sports too much. So it's either I got to stop being a sports fan or
Germans bomb Pearl Harbor. No. So what? I mean, come on,
ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, Al. Good reference.
I did when the Yankees
reference.
Thanks for the call, Al. I appreciate you jumping in, Al.
You're just another. Goodbye.
Al and Dallas.
Goodbye. Al. That's it. I'm going to hang on.
All right, let's take this call. I believe Brian in Raleigh, North Carolina, is calling in for some advice. As you know, are you ready to unite?
Yes.
Oh, what's up, Brian?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you all today?
Hey, now.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. I have a bit of a conundrum on my little fantasy league here. It's my first year ever doing it. My wife and I do it together.
Love these questions.
I have 3 quarterbacks purely out of spite for everybody else to not have them. So put that out there in front. But I have Matt Stafford,
Impressive.
Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold this week. Who do I start?
Who you start? I would go Matthew Stafford at home against the Lions, who, as you know, have Brian Branch out with an Achilles injury. We just heard, I don't know if you were on hold hearing the Bussin' boys from their day with Vrabel know exactly how to try and beat Josh Allen, and that happened again earlier in this season as well. So I would go with that.
Rams-Lions is the highest total of the week, 54.5. Rams have an implied total of 30 points. I think Stafford's going to throw it a lot.
And Seattle might make short work of the Colts, with all due respect to our senior citizens.
See, that's interesting.
That may happen.
Sam Darnold is a point fiend this year, but against potential Hall of
Not
Famer
when he's
Phillip Rivers. What do you do with that?
I hear you. But he hasn't been a points machine when the Seattle defense has given him the rest of the afternoon or evening off by halftime. Thanks for the call, Brian and Raleigh.
Start Josh Allen, Brian.
Quite a show.
So good.
Tom Pelissero is going to be on the program tomorrow in part of our final day here in New York City. We sign off of ESPN Radio.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
On sale now, the University of Houston Cougars and LSU Tigers will battle it out in Houston's biggest college football showdown for the Kinder's Texas Bowl on December 27th at NRG Stadium. Visit kinderstexasbowl.com.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We are Jeremy and Joe. AJ filling in for Brian again today. Brian works so little. It's amazing how little Brian works, but we ain't mad at it. Not mad at it at all. How you doing, Joe?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Lots to get to today. We'll get to some Houston Texans stuff. D'Amico Ryan's Coach of the Year. Maybe. We'll cash him or trash him. I think they're trying to neuter C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
People aren't going to be happy that I use that word, neuter. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Some Willa bits coming up later as well. We start with the latest on Sharon in Michigan. The Michigan man, Sharon Moore. It's not good to be a Michigan man. Poor Jim Harbaugh. I'm always going to know him as the Michigan man. So the latest on this. What is you slept on this for the night. I'm sure you thought about this,
all night.
As you put your head to pillow and when you woke up and all of this. The latest on this is pretty crazy. So there are rumors that this has been going like people have been a bunch of people have been talking about how they've known about this since September. The investigation apparently was sparked in June.
Yeah.
Tim Brando tweeted. Tim Brando's like, yeah, I knew about it in September.
Yeah.
It's like Tim Brando did? Who's telling Tim Brando that kind of juice, that kind of tea? Tim Brando would be the last guy I told that kind of tea to. So this has been the nasty rumor in Ann Arbor for a long time that everybody knew about. The dirty secret that everybody knew about. But the assistant, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Nothing here. Until yesterday, apparently she goes to administration. Hey, here's everything that's happening. Here's my phone. They call a meeting without Sharon Moore, and Moore caught wind of it. And the dude goes to her apartment and has been arrested for assault, for aggravated assault. And that's kind of all we know. There's some other rumors that are out there, who knows what is true. But this is nuts. This is crazy.
It went from a very simple scandal, it felt like, and just the reason to fire him, to something very, very serious, especially because they knew, like you said, they knew about this. They weren't going to fire him over this. I think until he went crazy.
Apparently.
Until he went off his rocker and went to her apartment.
They say that she was the reason. No, they already fired him. They'd already fired him before he went to the apartment.
They fired him and then he went to the apartment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
here's the latest. This I got this from News in Michigan. This is John Bacon, who apparently is a best-selling author for something. I don't know what he wrote, but he's a reporter in that area. He was on Fox, the local Fox in that area. Here's what John Bacon said. The latest, what's going on in Ann Arbor.
To work it backwards, he and this employee at the Michigan football building were investigated by the University of Michigan this summer. Both denied any relationship, but that story changed yesterday morning when she went on the Hill, as we say, the administration office, with the receipts, the text messages, the emails, documents, and so on, laying out the details of their relationship and the conflicts thereof. And that, of course, resulted in Sharon Moore being fired. The Regents and the president had enough. Ward Manuel himself fires Sharon Moore sometime after noon yesterday, one-on-one in their office. After that, this is where we're getting to your part. He broke into the employee's home in Pittsfield Township, which is between Ann Arbor and Saline, Michigan. Grabbed a knife, apparently, and threatened to harm her and harm himself. And that's when he became into protective custody in Michigan. So that's what.
What's our report going on?
Yikes. My only question is, because we have that report, and then there's I think it was Josh Pate reported that they knew about this and they were going to fire him, but they waited till after signing day.
Yeah, see, I wonder how much that is rumor, though, because if this reporter is reporting that they didn't have the evidence to fire him until yesterday morning, that conflicts Josh Pate's story.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how connected Josh Pate is to Ann Arbor.
Yeah, but this is, it's a university that's not exactly been on the up and up.
That's an easy way to say it.
I think they've, had 7 staff members arrested?
Scandal, stallions, suspensions left and right.
So it's just you have you have coaching candidates that you probably want to hire. I think one guy I mentioned yesterday was Jesse Minter. Sean and I were discussing this. We think he actually is part of the show cause. They couldn't even hire him. So, now there's reports that the athletic director's, situation is, under check here a little bit because he might have known more than he let on throughout this entire process. So it's a bad situation. Like it's and obviously Sherrone Moore made it way worse.
Yeah.
And deserves to go to jail if he did that in full. Allegedly, I guess we have to say.
Well, I mean, he's been arrested.
He has been
arraigned
arrested
tomorrow.
That's
There's
true.
the dispatch. You have the dispatch, AJ? This was the dispatcher. Whenever the assistant called and was like, "Hey, this guy's trying to like put me in danger and hurt me." Here was the dispatcher.
Subject just called the caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months.
There you go.
Stalking her for
months.
That's interesting.
Well, there's other reports that like he wanted her to like have an abortion.
Yeah.
Like this is terrible, man.
Yeah, this is bad stuff.
This is terrible stuff.
It makes sense why he got fired, obviously, once all this comes out. Because at first it's shocking, it's for cause, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it makes you question what else was happening behind the scenes with more that you don't know about. You know, like since this was his immediate reaction to be this aggressive with going through her apartment, like it raises a lot of questions.
And he broke in.
Yeah, he broke in. Like, and then hearing the word stalking and then 4 months is
like this is a coach at Michigan. Like,
Yeah.
This is a top 10 job in football, and he's behaving this way.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. And it's one to where, like, if you are aware of any of this in the administration, any of it, everyone's got to go. Like, anyone that had knowledge of this as the university, like, really, like, figures everything out.
I mean, if you didn't have proof, though, and you didn't have reason to fire him, like, it's all speculation and rumor. Like, what did they have prior to yesterday that made this worth firing him?
No, that's what I mean. Like, it's like if there's more to it.
Yeah.
Like, if they had more knowledge than than we really know so far, and it feels like you never get the full part of the story at the beginning.
Yeah.
Especially with, like, the other people involved. Like, the focus is always on, like, the two main people involved in this, as it should be, which is the victim and the attacker. But then it's like the trickle down after always comes out later down the road. And anyone that had any information about any of this stuff, Michigan has to clean house. They have no choice. They have no choice at this point.
The Big Ten's like riddled in scandal, man. Like you got the OG Joe Paterno and Sandusky. I don't really know if Urban Meyer really got much scandal in Ohio State. I think that came after he left Ohio State, right?
Yeah, that was
Jacksonville. He had the little girl in his lap.
that was Jacksonville.
That was after Ohio State. Like, I would be surprised if he wasn't behaving that way already. And maybe Columbus was very good to Urban Meyer because Urban Meyer was very good to Columbus.
I mean, that was at his bar in Columbus, I believe.
It was in Columbus?
I think so.
Look, and this stuff happens. Like, we all know this stuff happens. Like, what we hear about is probably a tip of the iceberg of the actuality of it. Like, we might get 10% of it. Remember Mel Tucker with Brenda Tracy?
Yep.
Like, that was disgusting. Brenda Tracy's this prominent public speaker who speaks out against sexual misconduct because she was sexually assaulted. And then you have the Michigan State head football coach making advances at her as she's there speaking about that. That happened in the Big Ten. They should just get rid of the Big Ten.
I mean, Junior Bronco reminds us of this one, Michigan State gymnastics.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
It all starts there.
I put that out of mind. Naser, Dr.
But, like,
Naser.
yeah, it's the Big Ten's got a lot of this stuff and again, other conferences probably do too. We just may not know about all of them, but we know about all the Big Ten ones, it seems like.
College football coaches, not all of them, very few of them, but they have some perverts out there.
Yeah,
like we've seen a couple in the last couple of weeks. I know Mac Rhodes wasn't a head coach, but athletic director that was doing some stuff. Like this happens. Like Bobby Petrino's probably the most famous one.
Yeah, he's just liked his motorcycle.
How come the girl never got had a single cut on that motorcycle accident?
Because he didn't really have a motorcycle accident. I don't know. Like I don't know.
How did he have cuts?
I don't know the other. I don't know the reason behind it. It doesn't make sense. He looked like he had flipped over 700 times on that bike. And
I think he might have.
Yeah, but was he by himself then?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
More sense.
Couldn't tell you. Who are the biggest pervert coaches that are out there? 713-780-3776. I mean, Ime Udoka.
That's
yeah. I mean, wait.
Rex Ryan.
I mean, Ime Udoka though wasn't like. We don't think it was his assistant. Like, it was ever on record who officially it was?
No, it was not.
I think there was just speculation, but everybody that was speculated was not like an administrative assistant. Like it was another consenting adult female who Udoka wasn't her superior.
No. But
so
he got fired.
Shady, not great. Probably shouldn't have done it, but it wasn't like this.
No, not even close to something like this.
Who did you say?
Rex Ryan.
Who?
His feet.
Yeah.
obsession.
Oh, pervert. Okay. Yeah. Didn't step out.
Yeah,
but
yeah. He didn't step out, but
yeah, pervert.
I've
for
heard
sure.
a lot about his obsession with feet.
Doesn't he have a tattoo like Mark Sanchez?
Yes.
I wonder if he's regretting that now.
I would.
As if you wouldn't have regretted it before.
I mean, I feel like at this point now you have to get it covered up, right?
I mean, I guess we got to wait until the courts play out.
I don't.
Maybe he was innocent. We don't know.
We've seen those videos.
Due process, man. Everybody's due their date in court.
Yeah, he did get fired though. So
I mean,
I think I'd still, even if he was found not guilty, I think the tattoo still has to go. It's weird in the beginning.
People forget about Major at Texas.
I don't know if I know this one.
Yeah, Major, like with I think a trainer. Yeah, you don't remember that one?
No.
Yeah, that's like a big reason why he
left.
No, he didn't really. I don't think. Maybe he did leave as a coach, but it was like one of the big reasons he was never going to go back. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah.
Scandal involving a student trainer in 2009.
Somebody said I think it was confirmed it was the general manager's wife with Ime Udoka. I don't remember that.
That's what a lot of people have speculated.
That would be a fireable offense.
Yeah.
Was it Brad Stevens? No, it wasn't Brad.
No,
Stevens.
That'd be the GM.
Yeah, but I don't know if he was the GM yet.
Yeah, he went to the GM when they brought in Udoka.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Isn't that the timeline? He stepped out.
I can't remember exactly who it was. Who like the timeline of it?
Sark has had his issues.
Has Sark?
Yeah.
What has Sark done?
Wasn't there a stripper?
Oh, that brings back George O'Leary. Roll Tide.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? He got hired at Alabama and got fired a day later.
Yeah.
I think that was because he relied on his resume, though.
I think so too.
But he did have that incident where he was like, "Roll Tide."
Yeah. Oh, maybe it wasn't Sark, but it was someone at Texas, I believe.
You know, I feel bad. I feel bad for his kids.
Yeah, that sucks.
And I don't know how old his kids are, but they're probably. I mean, the oldest one's probably old enough to realize what's going on.
Yeah.
That's terrible, man. How big of a sleazeball do you have to do that to put your kids in that sort of situation?
Number one on the list, basically.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're a total scumbag.
So he did. All right, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Plenty to get to today. We'll do a little bit later. Cash or trash, overreactions. Adam Ronis joins us at 4:30. Are they neutering C.J. Stroud? The Fix, too, where you can fade us and be a millionaire, probably. Lots to get to today. 713-780-ESPN. You can watch us on Twitch. Be careful. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. TikTok at ESPN975. He's at Joe George Radio there. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. At Twitter, you can find us at ESPN975. Live stream, website, app, all of it. He's at Joe George Radio on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. So, Sharon Moore crashed out yesterday. It all came to a head. These months of scandal. Who knows how long it had been going on? Who knows with how many? Who knows how mean he was to this assistant? She was stalking him according to the dispatch. So he crashed out yesterday. We've seen some big crash outs in sports history. What are the biggest crash outs in sports history? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So do you know what Michigan's tradition is?
Yeah.
Between the third and fourth quarter?
It's Mr. Brightside.
I didn't know that until yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not that up to date with Michigan men.
I feel like it goes viral every year, at least once when they do it.
Like, listen to the words of this song. Like, they got to get rid of this, right? Like, this is no longer be part of the tradition in Ann Arbor.
It's on a college football game, too.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it's dead.
Yeah, they're not going to get rid of it.
Mr. Brightside is DOA.
It probably should be. It won't be.
You don't think so?
Oh, man. I not like it's now listening to the lyrics with this story, it probably should be dead. But what, like, you just tell the DJ not to play it, but like the students are still going to sing it.
Let's get back to the verse here in a little bit. Like, you can't fire a coach like Jerome Moore who's sleeping with his assistant and like maybe threatened to kill her after he broke and entered into her apartment and play a song that has the words that this does every home game for the rest of history.
Yeah.
The Killer's Mr. Brightside is dead in Ann Arbor. Listen to this part. All right. No, it wasn't. It should have stopped there. I hope she's not smoking because she's pregnant.
It's true.
Jerome Moore's chest. Ah! That's good, AJ. That's enough.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's got to be dead.
Yeah.
The tradition of the Killer's Mr. Brightside is dead at the big house in Ann Arbor.
Yeah. It's probably got to go away at this point. Like, I don't really know what else, like, how you keep it. But the students are still going to sing it. But, like, just tell the DJ, like, hey, man, we can't do this anymore.
You know what would be a great troll?
Sing
Is
it after
Ohio
every quarter?
State sang it in the horseshoe, whenever they're trolling Michigan.
Yeah.
Like you're blowing them out next year, like 30-3, going into the fourth quarter, and then the I don't know where the game was this year. I don't even know where they played.
It was
next
at
year.
Michigan.
Okay, then you can do it.
Yeah.
You do it. Like, this would be like the perfect opportunity for in-house game day atmosphere between the third and the fourth quarter. You drop that song as you're blowing the Wolverines out of Columbus. That would be the ultimate troll.
It'd be perfection, honestly. like you couldn't have, and Ohio State always trolls with their band, right? At halftime, so they could play it then too if they wanted to. There's a lot you could do with this. I'm all for it. Michigan won't cancel it. They probably should, but they won't.
I think they'll cancel it.
That's a good catch by you.
That's what I do, Joe. Eric DeBuyer says Mr. Mr. Brightside isn't that good of a song anyway. So here, like, now we're talking about like the quality of the song. Like, we're out in the weeds now. That's a sidebar, Eric DeBuyer. We're not here to judge how good of a song Mr. Brightside by the Killers is. We're not here to talk about how much of a tradition it is. We're here to say it's probably dead in Michigan because Jerome Moore was sleeping with his assistant and allegedly got her pregnant and allegedly entered into her apartment and allegedly had a knife while he was there.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Don't sue me. This is all alleged. He'll be arraigned tomorrow and we'll know more and we'll be all over it. Biggest crash outs in sports history, Joe. What do you got?
All right, I got a list here. Okay. Now they kind of
let's go item by item here.
They're kind of all over the place.
All right.
Because there's one on here that's not very serious, but I think it still belongs.
Okay.
Okay. Ryan Leaf.
Oh, good call. That's a good call. I didn't think of Ryan Leaf. Which part though? The drugs, or like when he yelled at the reporter and like stood over him?
Can I take all of the above?
Yeah, you can.
Because I feel like it's kind of all of the above.
It's all one saga.
Because it's really the reporter part kind of leads right into the drugs. Off of that, and then there's more drug issues later down the road.
Yeah.
Tanya Harding.
Oh yeah. I think Tanya Harding gets a bad rap, man. She just wanted to win. She was willing
out, man.
She was willing to turn over every stone to win a gold medal. Like, she's a dog, man. She's a dog. Like, don't you want your athletes to chase championships and to chase the pinnacle of their sport and to go beyond all means in order to? I'm not kidding. I'm not serious. I'm kidding. But she was a dog. Tanya, did you ever watch the movie?
I have not yet.
Pretty good movie.
I've heard it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing ever with her is there's this interview that she did with Dan Patrick.
Okay, I don't remember this.
And he started to ask Tanya about the incident. And at one point, she just goes, Chris wants to talk to you. And her manager just literally takes over the interview and like starts talking to Dan Patrick, being like, we're not answering these questions.
Wow.
It's very awkward. It's like one of the all-time like awkward interview things I've ever seen.
That's pretty funny.
Mouse at the Palace.
That was really good. I remember watching that game live.
Really?
Yeah, because that was like a big matchup. Because I think they played in the Eastern Conference Finals the year before.
Yeah, they did.
Like, I used to watch, like, every primetime game. Because, like, I think it was, what year was that? I think I was still in high school. So, like, I would watch.
Like, one?
Yeah, I was still in high school. So, like, I would watch, like, games nonstop. Like, I was a loser.
I thought it was in 04, 05.
Okay, well, I was a freshman in college then, or a sophomore in college.
You're right. It was 2004.
But I remember watching that live because it was like a massive early season game on TNT. And I remember Ben Wallace and Ron Artest, like, going at it.
It's crazy.
Going at it. Like, the entire game. I'm like, this might get out of hand soon.
And as we learned in the documentary, they told him to do it. They told him to go after the Pacers.
Ben Wallace?
No, I guess they told Ron Artest to go after the Pistons.
Oh, okay.
To, like, try to, like, kind of incite.
Yeah, I mean, that's normal stuff, though.
Yeah.
Like, you try to, like, get somebody out of their, headspace. Like, you kind of poke and prod. Like, that's pretty normal stuff.
Yeah, you also kind of know you have an unhinged person on your roster. Put Mike Tyson for the ear bite.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mike Tyson
There's
stuff,
a lot
though.
of Mike Tyson, but that's the one that was number one on my list.
Like, that was post 3 years of prison.
Yes.
That was post the whole Robin Givens thing.
Yeah.
Like, he was nuts, man. Right? He was... I don't want to say he was my favorite athlete because the dude's nuts, but he was like one of my most entertaining athletes.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Mm-hmm.
The less serious ones, just any given baseball game that Lou Piniella manages, he's gonna crash out at some point. And then I have Philip Wellman on here. Do you know who that is?
No.
Philip Wellman is the infamous minor league baseball manager.
Oh, I do know who that is.
Who threw the rosin bags like a grenade.
Yeah.
When he got ejected out of a game. It's one of the most incredible viral videos we've ever seen.
Yeah,
because that's like a full meltdown. Like it's not as serious, but like it's not a good look.
Who was the one that like went viral on YouTube and like he just threw the bats and was like yelling and it wasn't him. It was he kind of looked like he had like a little handlebar brown mustache.
Yeah.
Kind of pudgy a little bit. You remember that guy? That was one of my favorite umpire minor league ejections.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was,
He was like
but I do
mic'd up.
remember that. Yeah.
There's another one where he goes into like the visiting radio booth and like yells at their broadcaster because the broadcaster was like talking crap.
Yeah.
But at the
They
same
could
time,
hear
he's
it. They could hear it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it almost feels fake because like a camera's following him around. Like, I wonder if it was like one of the first staged like this can go viral moments.
Yeah,
because
because I guess
it off as real.
If it was the go up to like the home dugout or the home booth and you're on the road, you would hear the broadcast potentially like in like the bathroom if you were down there or something like that. Like we hear at the ballpark now, you can hear Ford and Sparks all over the stadium.
Yeah, but I don't know if you would. Yeah,
But you wouldn't hear. You wouldn't hear.
Maybe
but you
he
wouldn't
was
hear
the
road
visiting
one.
team.
Yeah,
maybe he was the visiting team and they were the home team. I'm not sure. Yeah, 75 court gesture says Greg Norman at the Masters. We blew that big lead. How about John Vandevelde? It's a pretty good crash out.
Yep.
Like those don't include like crime and stuff, but those are pretty good crash outs for the sport. I mean, I think you have to say O.J. Simpson, even though like it was like way later in his career or life. Aaron Hernandez,
definitely.
Aaron Hernandez, man, like
that one feels like a little bit different, just because he seemed like a total psycho forever.
But I mean, Sharon Moore might have come close to doing that yesterday.
That's true.
Like it might have. I don't know how close he got.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of narcissism in play here. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the guy. Ray Carew says somebody. That's a good call.
Yep.
Oh, Royce White. White was just weird, man. Did he have like one crash out?
I don't really feel like he did.
Be well. Like he was always like up to his the mental game was always strong with him.
Yeah, it was just weird from the beginning because he couldn't get on a plane.
He wouldn't fly. He ran for government. I don't know. I don't think he won. I'm not saying that one 8217. That one's mean.
Did the Rockets know that when they drafted him, that he wouldn't fly?
Yeah, I think they did.
And they just kind of hoped he would.
Yeah, like they could like work with him.
Yeah.
No, I was pretty sure that was well known in stuff when they drafted him.
Which is
like, how would you not know that? Like, he's playing college basketball. They fly. You're talking to their coaches, like, hey, give me this, give me the update on him. You're having interviews with him. You're having meetings with him. Probably.
Yeah, like unless like Fred Hoiberg just like lied to the Rockets, and we're like, no, he flies with us.
Yeah, I doubt it.
He lost his Senate race in 2024, but he's going to run again. Don't worry. In 2026.
Which side of the aisle is he on?
The red side.
Do you know what side that is?
The Republican side.
He said it like with a little bit of uncertainty. Wally Backman's the guy I was thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy's hilarious. Jim Moore, a press conference crash out. Oh, Zidane when he headbutted the Italian player in the World Cup final. That was a pretty good crash out.
Yeah, that's a good one. I never would have thought of that one, honestly.
I mean, Kermit Washington?
That's fine.
Kermit Washington putting Rudy T in a hospital and kind of ruining his career?
Yeah. It was one of the dirtiest things we've ever seen on a basketball game.
Yeah. Mark Sanchez, good call. Carlos Zambrano. Remember when he was, you probably know this because you're a Chicago guy, even though you root for the White Sox. Whenever he beat the water cooler with the bat.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Who was the first baseman who hit the
Derek Lee?
No, who hit the Brewers mascot with a bat?
Randall
Simon?
Did he do that?
Yeah.
On purpose? Or was it like a skit?
Well, I think it was based off. I think it was like a PR spin off of another incident. Where he baseball batted a bunch of stuff.
Oh, you know who's a good one? And we haven't really heard about this. Rampage Jackson's son.
He's in jail.
Like, where's the follow-up on all that? Like, it kind of disappeared, the news there. Raja Jackson.
I think let's see. It says last thing here was just plead not guilty.
I want to follow that up. Bobby Knight on anything. You suck too, Bill O'Brien.
That's up there. I mean, from like a harmless interaction with a coach, like you don't see things like that. I feel like that often.
Yeah, I mean, you see maybe once or twice a year, like both pro and college. Like you see a lot of college coaches will do it.
Yeah, I mean, we see players. There was a players a couple weeks ago. What was it? A&M, like barking at someone, like a fan.
How about the cop, the little DPS guy?
He deserves to be on this list.
Yeah, John Rocker, Antonio Brown. Ooh, that's a good call. Oh yeah, I thought of this one too. I had forgotten about it though. Is Chris Benoit too far for a crash out? No, it's sad, it's tragic, but it would fit the definition here.
Fits the criteria.
That was terrible.
Yeah,
Hakeem before he became a Muslim. That's actually, it sounds mean and like all that stuff, but it's actually true. Like Hakeem Olajuwon had a very, 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 very short fuse.
Yeah, I've seen the punches thrown.
Had a huge temper, and then he found religion a bit, and he calmed down a lot. Michael Barrett, AJ Przinsky. Who's the player who just got extradited to the U.S.?
What a moment that was.
I don't remember that.
With Michael Barrett and AJ?
No, I remember that. I don't remember who the player who just got brought back to the U.S. Latrell
That's
Sprewell.
Antonio Brown, isn't it?
Oh, it might have been. Yeah,
he was just extradited.
He was like running. Yeah. Vontae Davis retiring at the half. That's
that's a great call.
Latrell Sprewell, Anthony Rendon. Yeah.
I mean, Rendon just kind of quit.
Anyone say? Yeah, he kind of quit.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a huge flame out. He's just like, I'm done.
Yeah, no, like Vontae Davis quitting at halftime is elite.
Yeah,
like that and Antonio Brown. Like Antonio Brown's got 100 choices to choose from.
He does.
Like freezing his feet.
Yeah.
The helmet incident with the Raiders,
leaving
as well.
the game and
then leaving the game.
It was like third quarter, fourth quarter.
Yeah, and then everything that's happened on social media in his life after.
What a weirdo, man! He like took off his jersey and ran off the field.
Yeah,
he's Vernon Maxwell going into the stands. Jeff Alm, Dave Bliss, Baylor coach. That's a good call, man. That was terrible. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Tom, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Tom?
Mike Price when he was at Alabama at the golf outing.
What did he do there? Remind us.
I thought, didn't he end up with some girls at his apartment at some kind of booster rally, and some Auburn boosters were there?
Yeah, I confused the
names. They ordered $1,000.
That was the Roll Tide. It was Mike Price. O'Leary was the Notre Dame dude. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, I think so.
I confused the two. Thank you, Tom. I always confuse those two because they happen like right around the same time.
Yeah, 4 months after.
I don't think he ever coached a game.
Yeah, so he had the job. Yeah, he wouldn't have, I would imagine. Oh yeah, because it says it was May 3rd, 2003. So that didn't even get the spring ball.
O'Leary's the one who lied on the resume.
What did he lie about?
I don't remember exactly. They discovered like part of his resume was like wrong, and they fired him. He never coached a game at Notre Dame. He got hired in 2001, never coached a game.
I mean, some people accept it, say it's okay to lie on your resume.
Who says that?
The Houston Texans.
What do you mean, Easterby?
Yeah, his resume is awesome.
Did he lie?
I think he did. When you look at it,
what was the lie? Now, keep in mind, I have hung out with Easterby before. We've been in the same Las Vegas casinos.
It's some of his jobs. I think actually post Texans.
I remember the internship with Jacksonville being kind of like maybe a little bit beefed up.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I don't know if you were doing these things, Jack.
Yeah, I guess it's more just like he really, really put an emphasis on what he did. This is a good one. Urban Meyer.
When he kicked the kicker?
Yeah. I forgot about that. Everything Dennis Rodman, basically.
Yeah. The one where he got married in the wedding dress.
And when he vanished for 2 weeks?
Yeah, he like left and was like hanging out in Vegas.
Scotty? Would you put Scotty on there for not going back into the game? Scotty Pippen?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, it's a low level crash out.
Yeah, we'll count it as a crash out. Low level crash out.
Yeah.
Houston Oilers coaches fighting. That's funny. All right, 713-780-3776. Who was the coach who was married and got caught in the bar with his hand on a lady's upper thigh? I think that was Urban.
That's Urban.
Also, I think he crashed a motorcycle with a woman, not his wife, on the bike. Yeah, there's some rumors about that story might not be true. It was the girlfriend. It wasn't the wife. The wife wasn't on the bike with Petrino. The story is that it was the girl on the bike with Petrino. Yet it's very weird that Petrino had a bunch of bumps and bruises and scratches and a neck brace at his next press conference.
Yeah.
But the girlfriend was unscathed.
Yeah, she was okay.
She was totally unscathed. Maybe she's just tougher.
Came out lucky. Andre? Did you put Andre Johnson in here?
For the beating up Finnegan?
Yeah, I don't think that's a crash out. I think it's just a well-deserved beatdown.
Yeah, I don't think it's a crash out. Altuve taking his sock off. That's a pretty good call. Like an underrated, recent one.
That's a good one. That's a very harmless good crash out.
Like it's almost like it's an adorable one.
Yeah, especially because who it is.
It's like our adorable Jose Altuve.
I forgot about that. That's true. Like that.
People post it all the time.
I know, but I don't know, it's not baseball season, so I guess I haven't been thinking about it. But.
I remember people were arguing with me that he shouldn't have been ejected for that. I was like, what? How could you take off your shoe and sock and not be ejected?
Yeah.
Like that's that's begging for an ejection.
Yeah.
That's pretty much telling the umpire, hey, I'll give you 100 if you throw me out of the game. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Those are pretty good. Somebody, Arian Foster crash out. Remember when that dude was at his face? It was his house, his place of residence. Always forget that. Isaiah Carey.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
The intern's still talking to him.
Tommy Lasorda. Yeah, he would get thrown out of some games. All right, that's enough of these.
Does Aaron get one for the interview?
Arian Foster?
Yeah.
The one at his house?
No, the one with the media.
I don't remember that one.
I'm just here to be a good teammate
or
whatever.
Yeah. People hated Arian Foster for a little bit. He had like a brief period of time where he was not liked. It was right around the, mistress, Isaiah Carey at his front door, and then the media thing.
Yeah.
Like, he had a brief moment where he was not very well liked in the city. All right, 713-780-3776. D'Amico Ryan, he's never crashed out, right? We don't think that he's crashed out. He scoffs at the media at times. Actually, he scoffed at the media yesterday. Salty D'Amico is my favorite D'Amico. But the question I have for you, 713-780-3776, is it time to start taking a look at D'Amico Ryans as a Coach of the Year candidate in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, Monument Chevrolet's got you. They got you this holiday season. They're the dealer that you can trust. We already know that. They're transparent with you, which we're all thankful for. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. That's great. Going to get your car shopping done fast. That's imperative, especially during the holiday season. Monument Chevrolet, as you know, they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, pillar of the community. They've helped tons of people get into new vehicles, and then word of mouth, go to Monument Chevrolet. They're going to take care of you. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to an excellent culture. And here's the brass tacks of what's going on right now at Monument Chevrolet. 'Tis the season for savings. The year's coming to an end. We all know that. Monument Chevrolet is clearing inventory, and now is the time to get an unbeatable deal on the vehicle you want. And Monument Chevrolet is running a 12 Days of Christmas. This begins tomorrow. So be on the lookout. Each day, an unbeatable deal will be offered on a specific model. Now, these are crazy deals. These are insane deals. These are the lowest prices of the entire year. So here's the catch. The offers will be valid for 1 day only. Where can you find these offers? Well, find Monument Chevrolet on social media, or you can just go to their website, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com. Make sure you follow Monument Chevrolet. Make sure you visit the website to see the 12 days of Christmas and these incredible deals. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, an out-of-this-world deal this holiday season with Monument Chevrolet. Check out the website. Be on the lookout for the 12 days of Christmas, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or if you're in the area, stop by, say hello at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-3776. So, is it time to start taking a look at D'Amico as Coach of the Year? We'll get to that in just a moment. But here's Salty D'Amico yesterday. D'Amico does not like questions about injuries. He does not being liked. He's not like being asked about injuries. If it's long-term, like, hey, he's going to be out for the year. But anybody who's like could play, has a chance to play, they're not placing on the IR. He doesn't like answering those questions. His default answer is always, we'll see where he's at the end of the week. Well, reporters trying to get a little creative on a way to like sneak an answer out of D'Amico, and D'Amico Ryan sniffed it out and went a little salty at said reporter. See if you can guess the reporter. Here's Salty D'Amico yesterday. I really appreciated that question there. That's good. That's good. That's good with D'Amico.
Aaron Wilson.
Yeah. He was trying to get creative on like how he asked the question to see if he could sneak some info there.
Yeah.
And D'Amico sniffed it out like he was a middle linebacker headhunting a quarterback.
He ain't going to give him nothing.
Yeah, with all of our injuries, we'll see where they're at the end of the week. They'll be on the injury report.
I mean, it's a creative way to be like, I'm not answering any of your dumb questions.
What does it mean? He's pretty much put him in his place there.
Any of your questions that you know I'm not going to answer and you're wasting my time.
Uh-huh. So
you have to ask, but
I don't know, man.
Nick Chubb, I actually think because he doesn't feel like a long-term injury.
Like, I see your point. Like, it's a reporter's job to try to ask and see if there's something there. But when he tells you it every single time, like, does it become like a point where it's maybe not in the best interest to ask?
Probably, honestly. Like, but
plus,
it still feels like it's because it's just not the job I do, and it's a job I would never want to do.
Yeah.
And frankly, like I think D'Amico gets by pretty easily.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, there are other markets where if D'Amico was the head coach, he would still be getting asked about Joe Mixon every single week.
Oh, yeah.
And he'd be annoyed by it, rightfully so, because I would be annoyed too.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like our media is pretty soft on him with injury questions, to be honest.
I think, I don't like using the word soft. I think it's a pretty easy media. Maybe that's the same thing.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, that's fair.
I mean, they'll ask him, hard questions when the time's appropriate, randomly, and every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, is it time to start taking a look at D'Amico as the coach of the year in the NFL?
I think. Well, so there's really two ways to look at coach of the year, right? It's, I think, what happens in season, and then what happens from season to season, and that's why the betting odds right now have Mike Vrabel as the runaway favorite, right? Because of what the Patriots were last year, but versus what they were this year. And while that's a great accomplishment, and while coaches like Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson of all these new coaches have stepped in and have gotten their teams, and looks like into the playoffs this year as first-time head coaches, D'Amico's team did start 0-3. And I thought Joe Espada should have won Manager of the Year, I guess 2 seasons ago. You're 10 games back in the West. Your team could have crumbled up and missed the playoffs. Instead, you won your division. Like, I think Joe Espada deserved way more recognition for helping get his team out of the hole that they were in at the beginning of the season. Now, you could say part of that's his fault, I guess.
Yeah.
Same thing with D'Amico here. They've been at their best since he gave up play calling. But I think that is a credit to him. So I think he's deserved to be in the conversation. They're 0-3 and they're going to make the playoffs.
Do you think the defense would be different if he were calling plays?
No, but so it's really more like, is it a correlation or is it just coincidence?
I think it's coincidence.
Or they just turned it around?
I don't think Burke is I think Burke's a good play caller. I'm not going to say, and he might even be equal to D'Amico as a play caller. I don't think he's a better play caller. I mean, the Texans defense was very good when D'Amico was calling plays.
No, it'd be more about just if D'Amico doing the other stuff has helped the team that much more.
I think it has. I prefer a coach who's, I don't know. I can go either way. I don't, with the situation they currently have, I like that D'Amico's not calling plays. I wouldn't have D'Amico as a coach of the year. I don't know how many votes they get either. Whether they get 3 or 5, might be 5. I think he's going to get votes, and he might be on my ballot, but he wouldn't be at the top. Like, you have a lot of other coaches that I think are more deserving to win it. I mean, Liam Cohen took over Jacksonville, has been a laughingstock of an organization, and they currently lead the division.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't Liam Cohen getting that kind of love as coach of the year? Shanahan, I think, is somebody that you can throw into the mix there. How about Ben Johnson? Now, I know they've dropped from 1 to 7, and that's a bit of a ding. Sean Payton. Sean Payton has turned around Denver. And then who I would have at the very top of my list is Vrabel.
Yeah.
Vrabel, the Patriots have been a joke. No one thought they would be 11-2. No one thought that they would be a playoff team. No one thought they would have any chance to win the AFC East. And here they are with a chance of being the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. My vote would go to Vrabel.
The top 5 right now in betting odds are Vrabel, -300. Mike McDonald and Liam Cohen are tied for second at +750. Ben Johnson
to run away.
Ben Johnson +1,400. Kyle Shanahan +1,600.
Oh.
But the next one on this list, who's much lower down, I think Dave Canales probably deserves some love.
Yeah, he does deserve some love.
Especially if the Panthers end up winning that division.
He deserves some love.
Because it's the thing with D'Amico winning it is they've won the division and won playoff games the last 2 years. So in a weird way, I feel like unless you're the number 1 team in the AFC, he's kind of missed his boat to win the award as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have, and did he win it his first year?
D'Amico?
Yeah,
I don't think D'Amico has a coach of the year.
Okay, probably should have after what he took over and what they did in that first year with the Houston Texans. It's like the Mike Vrabel point that we were making, but I think those are the top candidates. Shanahan, he deserves to be on it because he's doing it with 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, Stefanski won it in 23.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, which, I mean, they went 11-6. It's hard to argue that.
Yeah, you're the Browns. You go 11-6. You deserve a lot of credit.
It was actually his second one.
He's
won 2 Coach of the Years in Cleveland.
And he might get fired.
And somebody will hire him quickly.
And he'll win Coach of the Year there.
Probably. Yeah, I like Stefanski. This junkie, CJ, didn't even throw a touchdown pass this week, and his numbers are way down this year. No, not even close for Coach of the Year. I would give the defensive coach props before I would D'Amico. Okay, that's an interesting way to look at D'Amico. That CJ Stroud didn't throw touchdowns, and D'Amico is the defensive guy. Texans could just as easily be 10-3 or 11-2 if the offense wasn't so bad early. I don't disagree. Jeremy, how much do you love D'Amico? I love D'Amico. Some places have Sharon Moore as their head coach. You got D'Amico, who you know is going to bust his tail. Yeah. You know he's always going to do right. You know he's going to be a great representative of the organization, the franchise. You know you're going to have a really good coach. You know your culture is going to be fantastic. You know your leaders are going to be great. This is the thing that kind of annoyed. Like, I wouldn't have D'Amico. He might not even make my ballot. He'd be on the cusp. If I had 5 votes, he might be 5th. The thing that annoys me, though, like going back just through the course of this season, is that people were coming at D'Amico. And, look, I get it. Like, you're an NFL head coach. You start bad. You're 0-3. People are going to come at you. You're 2-5. People are going to come at you. You know the one that really annoys me, though, is when DJ Bieniemy posted that little rabbit with the little clock. Like, oh, yeah, this is coming or something like that. And people started to, like, really question, like, the locker room. And, like, does D'Amico lost his team? Well, what do we think about that now?
It's gone now.
He never lost the team.
No, I mean, I know I never said I want D'Amico fired. But, I mean, I was questioning it because it's his role in the Nick Haley hiring. You know, it's part of the reason why it felt like at the time the Texans weren't going to make the playoffs. It's probably still the reality of why the Texans are going to have one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in franchise history, and they're not going to do anything with it. It's because your offense sucks. And he has claimed that he has the final decision-making process with the offensive coordinator, and his hire sucks. Now, I still think it was Nick Haley, and that's just D'Amico being a company man. Like, if he's part of it, that's why I look at D'Amico a little bit differently this year, because, like, I know he's a great coach.
People were saying he was a bad coach this year. Not that long. I'm a month ago. They're like, oh, D'Amico's a bad coach.
No.
Do you think D'Amico's a good coach? No, I think he's a bad coach. What?
How
could you think that?
He's a great coach with 2 flaws, it seems to me. His hiring process seems to not be great, and he's not good at challenges.
No, every coach has their weaknesses.
Yeah, like those are to me are the 2 flaws. Now, the first one's a big flaw. If you can't,
let's see how it goes with
coach.
Caley. Let's see how it goes with Caley. Like, I'm not closing the book on Caley just yet. Have I been happy with Nick Caley 13 games into the season? No, I haven't been happy with Caley 13 games into the season. But I also don't think that Caley and Stroud is this like marriage where they're going to be in sync on day one. I think they're trying to kind of mold how they want C.J. Stroud to play football.
Yeah.
And when you're trying to remold a quarterback who has never played this way, it's going to take some time. People don't want to hear that, especially whenever you have like a once-in-a-generation defense that is capable of carrying you to a Super Bowl if you had a halfway decent offense. So I get it. Like I get the frustration with that. But I'm also, I think, fair with that. I'm aware of that. When you have an offensive coordinator who is very different from what a quarterback has played, like in the scheme that he's played, and all of that, then it's going to take a bit of time for them to click. And look, it might not happen this year. They might get shut out in a divisional round game, and people are going to fire Caley. Mm-hmm. And I might be one of them as well. But every coach has their weaknesses. I can never go C.J. Stroud's a bad coach. And I might not even go great coach. I might just say he's a good coach or a really good coach. I think his strengths are he's really good at building a culture. I think he's really good at getting a team to play together. Rocky challenged me yesterday whenever I said that the Texans play connected defensively. You have to be connected defensively to play well. You get one guy who busts a coverage, and then it's an explosive play that leads to a touchdown. You have to be gap sound. You have to not miss assignments. If you have to communicate, you have to pass off receivers. It's very important to play connected. You can be a great one-on-one defender, but if you're not a great team defender, your defense isn't going to be good. Ask any defensive-minded coach in any sport how important it is to have a connected defense. So I think he's great at doing that. I think he's great at keeping the locker room. I think he's a very good defensive mind. I think he's very good at getting his players to play like very, very hard all the time. I listen to all these press conferences when the Texans are going to play opponents, and they all talk about how like this is the hardest playing team in the NFL. That is a skill. Like, that's a skill for a head coach to get his teams to play as hard as possible. In fact, a lot of head coaches would say that the biggest compliment you can pay to another head coach is whenever you talk about how hard his team plays. And the Texans arguably play harder defensively than any team in the league.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that, like, what are the attributes where D'Amico is below par? And they're all going to have something. They're all going to have something that's below par. They're not perfect. D'Amico would be challenges. D'Amico maybe would be offensive coordinator hires. That could be up there. Clock management, I think that's something that they struggle with. And, sometimes maybe a quarterback should take a little control of that from time to time.
Yeah, because even with that, it's because we've obviously spent a lot of time on that this week. Where does D'Amico fall in terms of the clock management issues?
I mean, I don't watch every team close enough, late game management, to be able to be like, oh, he's 32nd.
Yeah.
But I would say he's bottom half.
No, I meant within the Texans. Who's at most at fault? I feel like it's Caley and Stroud are 1A, 1B, and then D'Amico would be a distant part of that. Because
if he's, I see what you're saying.
Because if it's a play calling, getting the plays in quicker, and then CJ executing those plays and getting them to the line of scrimmage quicker, if that's really the focus, then it's what is D'Amico supposed to do? Just be yelling at Nick Haley, go faster?
Yeah, I mean, you can demand it. That's part of it, yeah.
I feel like honestly, I kind of am assuming he's demanding it, and they're falling short.
Yeah, we don't really see it on the sideline, and maybe D'Amico just doesn't want to do that publicly, undress one of his assistants. Maybe that's something that happens on the practice field or in the meeting rooms. Don't know, not privy to that. But I mean, head coaches have the ultimate authority.
Yeah, I mean, he acknowledged in his Monday presser about getting the plays in faster on third down specifically, but he doesn't seem like a dress down kind of guy on the sidelines.
No, he doesn't at all. He doesn't seem like a dress down kind of guy, period. I'd be shocked if it happens behind closed doors.
And if it does, you probably really messed up.
I have a hard
I feel like
time
if you got dressed down by D'Amico, you did something really wrong.
And I have no problem with coaches that dress down coaches, players. You're the leader, man. Sometimes that is necessary. Sometimes that is needed. Sometimes people need those voices. Coach Miko is a culture setter, leader of men, clearly the face of the franchise coach. Completely agree. Caserio's mostly at fault. Mostly at fault for what? Is he talking about the offense?
Probably the offensive line, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be a fair statement. Too loyal to veterans, D'Amico?
No, I don't think so.
I can only really think of one occasion where that might be the case this year.
No,
I mean Kirk and Knoll.
Yeah, and even then, I think the way it's playing out. Now, I think there's some weird veteran moves they've made as a roster. I think he's part of. I don't agree with. I'll pinpoint Jimmy Ward here, having a contract extension and not being able to be part of this roster.
Yeah, that was a weird thing. But an injury happened, and then
he does seem to be loyal to his guys.
I mean, I think he wants people that fit his scheme.
Yeah,
he wants people that are going to play hard. They're going to set the tone. They're going to carry the culture. When I was critical of Petrie in the offseason when they signed him up, he wasn't a great cover guy last year. He's improved tremendously. I'll eat crow on that. Blah 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 blah. But I thought the biggest reason they paid Jalen Petrie what they paid Jalen Petrie was because he is the guy who carries the culture better than anybody.
Yeah,
and I don't disagree. Hey, if you need to do that, okay, it's your team. And look how it's worked. It's worked pretty dang good. I think the Texans playing a first-place schedule have played better than any other prior division winner playing at first-place schedule this year. Yeah, it's a good call. Their strength of schedule stuff is pretty insane. Somebody posted a graphic yesterday where it had every team's strength of schedule based on opponent winning percentage, and the Texans were bottom 5, 7?
I think so.
And they're the first winning team. If you look at it from the hardest strength of schedule at the very top to the easiest strength of schedule at the very bottom, they are the first team that has a winning record. They have the 5th, 6th, 7th hardest strength of schedule, but they're their first team counting from top to bottom with a winning record.
Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising, honestly. Mm-hmm. We knew what their schedule was going to be, and it got harder throughout the season.
Yeah.
Because no one thought Indy and Jacksonville were going to be this good.
We
thought maybe they'd be more
those were their
500.
Those were their easy wins.
Yeah, those were some of the easy wins on their schedule. Their schedule is incredibly challenging this year. They're going to have 3 cupcakes on the year.
Yeah, and then the next 2 weeks.
I guess 5. The next 2 weeks, both Titans
twice.
game and then the Ravens game ends up being a cupcake.
Yeah, not at the time. I mean, the Colts Week 18 might end up being a cupcake.
That's true.
Although they still have Jonathan Taylor.
Just say Phillip Rivers on track to start this weekend versus Seattle. Those are the reports.
At Seattle.
Good luck, dude.
I was looking through the games today for our junkies, and I knew that Rivers was on track to start, but I didn't know who they were playing.
Yeah.
And then I saw today, I was they're going to throw him out at Seattle?
What's the line for that?
I can't remember. But he's at the same time, though, why are you babying a 44-year-old?
I think it was 13 and a half.
Yeah, I think it was 2 touchdowns. If he was too low to the vets, they'd still have Tunsil. The Rams is 10-3 with a first-place schedule. Yeah, but their schedule's not hard. They have one. Actually, I'm not going to say it's not hard, but it's not as hard winning percentage-wise as the Texans were.
Their cross-division stuff ended up a little more in their favor this year because they got the NFC South.
I'd have to see exactly where the Rams were. I'll look at it in a minute. Here, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up? Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? You guys have brought up Kaylee, and maybe he's not getting the plays in fast enough. When Slowick was let go of, one of the things that CJ was so excited about was him being able to take more command of the offense, him being able to go to the line of scrimmage and have X amount of plays at his disposal. But I will rebuttal that with he doesn't even get the people or the team on the line. Like last game at the end of the half, he wasted like 10 seconds willywinking trying to get the team up there. And it's like, yes, they got the false start, and then it made 10 seconds run off the clock. But this dude doesn't have a sense of urgency. Is that the coach's fault or is that CJ's? I mean, let's go through the top quarterbacks, and all of them get their team on the line. And for some reason, it feels like he's moping and just not getting them on. Have a good one, guys.
I think moping's a little strong, but it's to me it's equal at fault. If CJ is slow at getting everything set up, then it's on the offensive coordinator to acknowledge that that's a problem.
I mean, he's acknowledged it,
and he has to get the plan fast.
He's talked about it all year. I mean, you go back to early season press conferences. We got to be faster. We got to be quicker to the line. I mean, he's acknowledged it all year.
Yeah, but none of them do it.
Yeah, I would put it like 80-20 Stroud Kaylee. I think it's a quarterback thing. I think it's a quarterback thing to get your team to the line and get them set and get them going. You're a maestro. You're a leader. You're a general. Go get them going. And look, if Kaylee's not getting into play until 15 seconds left on the play clock, like that's also a problem. I'm not privy to that. I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that's the case.
That CJ has more time than that.
Yeah, I'm sure that CJ has more than 15 seconds.
And there's going to be times where maybe he doesn't. But it's also, to Julian's point, would that be a problem for Patrick Mahomes?
Yes. It would be if he didn't have great general skills.
Yeah, but
leader skills.
It's like Mahomes, if he gets to play 15 seconds because Andy Reid or Matt Nagy's a little slow on one play, they're still going to get to the line and get set and be ready to go.
Yeah.
And the Texans, for the most part, do. But I think I think they need more time, honestly.
I would put it more on Stroud than you. All right, so the strength of schedule, by the way, Rams have the 12th hardest strength of schedule in the NFL. The Texans have the 4th. This is based on opponent strength of record. So the Texans have the 4th toughest strength of schedule. They're the first team with a winning record when you go hardest to easiest schedules. The Rams are 11th. And there's a few other winning teams ahead of them, not double-digit wins. Rams are the first double-digit win team when you look at it from that way. Okay, 713-780-3776. When we return on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5, we'll cash or trash. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing, Joe?
The reported freeze-out of Notre Dame that's being contemplated.
I'm cashing this.
Is going to force the Irish to join a conference.
Yeah. I don't know how much I believe this.
I don't really believe it either, personally. Mainly because, I know for a fact that, Miami, they sell partial season ticket plans, but they would not include Notre Dame in that package. You had to buy the entire season to get it. That's how all the 3 road games that Notre Dame will play next year will work. But I don't know. I feel like this is going to, if they actually go through with it, people might get their way.
Yeah, I just have a hard time. There's enough people that would be, enough teams and programs be like, yeah, we're not scheduled at Notre Dame. Yeah, you will. You're going to schedule Notre Dame. Why would a middle-of-the-pack ACC, middle-of-the-pack Big 12, middle-of-the-pack SEC not even do a 1-1 with Notre Dame? That's big money.
Yeah, I mean, the ACC can't. They're stuck. They're contractually obligated.
Yes.
So that's, 6 games, 5 games a year, whatever it ends up being. And then, I mean, I get, from there, it's you just schedule. If they say no, the schedule thing's going to, people are going to get, it's going to get so much worse.
Yeah, I'm trashing it. I call BS on it. I think this is gossip. I think it's clickbait type of stuff. Oh, you know what happened is you probably had one random Big Ten AD. We're not going to schedule Notre Dame. You're like, well, what school are you? We're Northwestern. I have a hard time buying it.
No, I agree. I hope you're right.
My cash or trash, abandon the new kickoff rules. The old rule is better. College rule is better. I don't want the teams getting the ball at the 35. I don't want more kick returns. You know what I really enjoy whenever I watch football? Special teams fine. I understand it has a place in the game. I'm not trying to demean special teams or devalue special teams. But do you know my favorite part of the game?
What's that?
Offense versus defense.
Yeah.
I like to see a great quarterback going up against a great defense, mano a mano.
It's pretty good.
I don't want the ball starting at midfield.
I agree.
I think maybe I'm a curmudgeon here. Maybe I'm get off my lawn. But I want to see great quarterback versus great defense for the whole length of the field. I don't like the whole ball at the 35 because we're going to promote kick returns. No, I don't watch football for kick returns. Are they great? Yeah, they're fun. Devin Hester was cool. Marcus Jones, the greatest punt returner of all time. I love special teams. I love Al Del Greco back in the day.
Oh, what a
but
ball.
I want offense versus defense. That's why I watch the game. Get rid of the new kickoff rules. Go to the old rule. Go to the college rule. These are dumb.
I'll cash it.
Thank you.
I'd be fine if they just moved back where the kicker kicked from.
Oh, interesting.
Just but it's all concussion stuff, right? Supposedly. To prevent big collisions at this point.
Yeah.
I don't get why. I'm surprised college hasn't adopted it yet, honestly. The NFL version.
Because I think they realize how stupid it is.
It's dumb. But also in college, you can fair catch it at the 5-yard line, and that counts, so that's a little different.
Yeah.
So
it used to be like that in the NFL, though.
And, yeah, now it's not like that.
I think you can still fair catch it.
Just not like the 5, I don't think, right?
No, I think it has to be in the end zone. I see some guys. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. I have seen NFL guys fair catch it, but I think it's the end zone. And it's because of the new rule where you have to down it now.
Yeah.
It used to be if it hits the end zone, it's a touchback. New rule is you have to actually field it, and if you don't field it, it's live.
So I kind of like that for the one time a year.
About that. Either way's fine.
But for the one time a year that someone forgets, it's a great clip. It's a great funny thing. It's like when someone drops it out of the back, drops it as they're running to the end zone. It's just it's a good it's a funny moment to make fun of people.
It happened once early this year.
Yeah,
maybe in Jacksonville.
It was Jacksonville or the Jets. It was someone you're like, of course it was them.
Maybe it was both. I can't remember. 713-780-3776. Out to the HR&P listener line. Corey's got to cash him or trash him. Corey, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Corey?
All right, this has been a hot topic lately, but hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Does this Texans defense truly need an offense tailored to help it? Cash them or trash them? Yeah. Technically, the offense really hasn't helped the defense much all year like designed, so why can't we have the best of both worlds and fire up the offense when you have this lead of a defense? Appreciate it, guys.
I'll cash it.
Which way? So you're saying
they need a better offense?
Oh, you like a souped-up offense?
Yeah.
I don't think they need to be souped up. I don't mind ball control offense.
I don't mind it
I really
either,
don't,
but
especially when you have the number 1 defense in the NFL.
it needs to be a little more souped up.
It does.
You need a little turbo.
That's why I'm kind of on the fence here.
Maybe not like full NOS, but like you need a little turbo.
I don't even need turbo. I need points per possession. Just give me points per possession. Like, can you give me top 15 points per possession? That's what I want every game. I don't need a point total. I don't need 500 yards. I don't need Stroud for 3 touchdowns and 300 yards. You know what I want? I want the Houston Texans every single game to be middle of the pack point per possession. I think it's like 1.5, 2 maybe.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
It was the Steelers.
Steelers did it?
It was Caleb Johnson.
It was Caleb Johnson. He hadn't played since, pretty much.
Yep. All-time bad take boulevard for me right now.
Yeah. You're Caleb Johnson's my Will Levis.
It's brutal. It's really
bad. He
bad.
Doesn't even play anymore.
No, he gets like 1 or 2 carries a game at most.
Why?
I don't know.
So the 16th best points per possession would be 2.12 points a game.
Okay.
Give me that.
Yeah. That's not a lot to ask for.
Yeah, give me that.
Just a little bit better.
You want to guess who leads the NFL in points per possession?
Points per possession leads the NFL. The Rams?
They're second.
Seahawks?
They're 8th.
I don't know.
They just signed a 44-year-old quarterback.
Oh, the Colts?
2.81.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, people are like demean field goals. Yeah, you get a field goal every drive, you lead the NFL in points per possession.
That'd be great.
That's what I want. I want points per possession.
We'd be calling for a ban of kickers if that happened, but it'd be boring. Like touchdowns.
The Texans' average drive time is this right? 2 minutes and 53 seconds? That feels light.
Like it should be less?
The average drive, 2:53, feels very light.
I don't think so.
You see these teams going like 9-minute drives.
I mean, they had 6 possessions that were 3 plays or less.
In
this last game.
The Chiefs lead at 3:16.
The Texans feel like they don't have long drives. I feel like they go 3 and out or they have a big play.
No, I just feel like that's light for middle of the pack.
Oh, okay, for middle of the pack. Okay.
Yeah, like I would think that the NFL like team leader in average drive time per possession was like close to like 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, but I would imagine like those bottom of the barrel teams.
Yeah,
are brutal. Like I can't imagine the Saints are very high. The Titans.
True.
They got to be really low down there.
Cash or trash Sunday noon NFL games are the best slot. Better than 3 p.m. Sunday night, Monday night, or Thursday night.
From like a red zone experience, yeah.
Yeah, he's not talking about red zone, though, because he mentioned 3 games that were outside of red zone hours. And I don't even know if he means for, like, a viewer or, like, for his team. I like Sunday night games the most.
From a watching perspective, I think you play at noon, you're done at 3, you have the rest of your day.
I'm a Sunday night guy. I like the Sunday night because I like the red zone at noon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to watch my team I won't watch red zone whenever the Texans play at noon. Like, it's on the side TV. Like, I like it to be the main TV, and that is the best red zone window.
Yeah.
So it's like counterbalances each other when they play at the same time. Although I am pretty ticked off that the Texans got their game flexed to Saturday night.
Yeah.
In Week 17.
3:25, right?
It's the same day as the Texas Bowl.
Oh, yeah. You'll be working.
I'm going to be at the Texans' home.
And you won't be watching the Texans.
While they're playing.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just get there early and watch it first. Cash or trash, Texans versus Bears in the Super Bowl.
Trash. Bears ain't getting there.
Trash. Cash or trash, Evans catches a touchdown tonight in his return.
Cash.
I'll trash it. They say he's not going to play every snap, and Baker's a bum right now because his shoulder's
Trash.
hurt. Cash or trash players should have to wear Guardian helmets because they seem safer, but mostly because they look funny.
Trash.
There's like studies that they might not actually help. Somebody sent me a study, though, but it was from like Minnesota high school football. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't compare that. That's totally different.
And it's so hard because like they're saying like the concussion numbers are going down, but they don't point to the Guardian caps. They point to the special teams because that's where a majority of concussions were taking place was on kickoff and punt.
I guess that's why they do.
So
I want more concussions in football, I guess.
Yeah.
Start at the 25.
I'm fine with that.
Jalen Peachy looks like he wears the Astrodome on his head.
It's huge. It's massive.
Cash or trash, the Astros sign a starting pitcher before 2025 ends.
Trash.
They've already signed 2. They signed a KBO guy, Ryan Weiss.
Yeah, because they're
they signed Nate Pearson.
They're going to be potential starters.
If we want to go like next, I don't think they're going to sign one. I think they're going to trade for one.
You think it happens before the end of the year?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they make a trade for a starter before the end of the year.
I would like to, but it feels very slow moving at the winter meetings that end today.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I miss when the winter meetings used to mean something.
I mean, a bunch of players signed. Schwarber signed. Pete Alonso signed.
I wouldn't say a bunch.
The top. I mean, those are two players.
Probably two of the top 4.
Yeah.
From a hitting perspective, yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't as left and right. Cash or trash breakfast for dinner.
I'll cash it.
Yeah, I'm good with breakfast for dinner. I don't do it that often. I prefer dinner for dinner, but breakfast for dinner is fine.
Maybe once a month, once every other month.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Ocho, cash or trash, supposed shooters Isaiah Harwell and Chase McCarty are just practice All-Americans.
Trash.
Isaiah Harwell scored 20 yesterday.
Trash.
Ocho. Tell me you didn't watch yesterday's game without telling me you didn't watch yesterday's game. Joe, what were your top 3 moments from yesterday's Houston Cougar win? Number 7 team in the country.
Ready? When it started, when they won, and when there was a really nice bucket scored.
What was your favorite bucket?
One of the ones from Hartwell. Scored 20.
It's Harwell.
I'll get into it eventually.
Harwell was 8 for 14 yesterday, 4 for 9 from 3. Ocho's bemoaning a bad shooting night. McCarty can shoot. He hasn't shown it really in games. He's had a couple games where he shot it well. He hasn't shot it well in the season, but he is a good shooter. He'll come around. He's playing for the first time. He's a redshirt freshman. He'll come around, Ocho. Ocho just gripes to gripe.
He does, especially about the Cougs. He's very critical.
Yeah,
he's more critical about them than anyone else.
I know. I think it's his bit. I think it's Ocho's bit.
Got pushed back a little bit. What are they ranked now? 7?
Emmanuel Sharp scored 23 yesterday in 24 minutes. Harwell's plus-minus yesterday, I'm not a big plus-minus guy, as you know, was 43.
Okay. Why are they ranked 7?
43. What do you mean?
They only have 1 loss.
Yeah, but you mean a lot of teams haven't lost.
Yeah.
It's early in the year. I don't really care about rankings, you know that. Although there is this one quirk in the rankings where this most recent poll that the last 20 national champions have been ranked in the top 12 on this week's poll. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's weird. The data, I don't know if that's the exact numbers, but it's the last X amount of champions or the last X out of blank champions have been ranked in the top 12 in the AP in this week's poll.
I mean, I see Arizona, Michigan, Duke, Gonzaga.
There's a lot of good teams, man.
State when Michigan State fall into that?
What do you mean?
The last 20 champions? When's the last time they won a title? Michigan State.
It was probably was it with Cleaves and who was the other guard with Cleaves? Was it Peterson?
Was that in the 2000s?
I feel like it was early 2000s.
I think it was.
He's going to retire.
North Carolina. I saw that.
It was the lefty. I'm blanking on his name. It was Mateen Cleaves and the lefty. They played in the NBA for a good amount of time. 2000. Morris Peterson. What did I say?
You said early 2000s.
No, what name did I say?
You didn't say one.
I said a name. I think I said Patterson. I didn't realize Jason Richardson was on that team, though. Did you realize
really?
That? Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Or his Golden State days were the early 2000s. I didn't remember that.
I don't remember that either. All right, 713-780-3776. Adam Ronis going to join us at 4:30. But coming up next, we're gonna have the fix for you. We're going to try to win you some money by you fading us in all of our picks. 713-780-3776. The fix is next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 97.9 HD2.
Let's talk about D&M Leasing. Right now is the right time to start leasing a vehicle. All you got to do is go to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 today, and you can start working with a leasing agent. They will walk you through the entire process. So if you've never done it before and you're thinking, hey, I'm ready to make this change, I'm tired of being stuck with these 7-year loans, or I just don't want to get into one right now, you want to be able to switch that car every 3 years, that's the people to call right now. They'll do everything for you on the phone. You get to do it all at home as well. DocuSign at home. They'll bring the car to you. They'll take your trade-in with them. They make the process easy and simple. And really, they'll bring the car to you, to your house, to your work, if you're getting lunch with somebody for the holidays, they'll bring it to you as well. And, hey, it can even be there for you for Christmas Day. Check them out right now, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. What are we with the fix?
Yep.
I almost called it the fix. Adam Ronis will join us here in about 5-7 minutes. I'm glad I didn't screw up that and say something else. Anyways, time for the fix. Yeah, I almost did.
It's kind of over now.
I hope so.
Because what did you say yesterday? If the olds start to catch on?
Yeah.
Have you seen our social media?
That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what killed it.
It
was already killed.
Shout out to intern Sarah for making that video.
In and Out, they're retiring that from their ordering system.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're going to go 66, 68, so they can avoid it.
Are they going to skip to 70?
No, I think they're just going to go 67 or 66 to 68.
Okay.
Yeah. Hotels do that with 413. You don't see many elevators with a 13th floor.
Now, okay, is there a 13th floor and they just there's nothing on it? Because then floor 14 is still floor 13. It's just not called that.
I can't believe you just asked that question.
It's not a real.
You think they have a ghost floor with nothing? Like it's there, but just they don't do anything there?
No, storage is there. Because then floor 14 is still floor 13. Doesn't change anything.
Yeah, you just call it for the 14th floor.
Yeah, but it's still 13.
No, they don't have a ghost floor that they store. There's literally not a button to get there.
They could take the stairs.
They could take the stairs.
Yeah.
No, it's not. That's not the case.
I'm just saying.
They wouldn't have a
14 is still 13.
Hotels make money by renting out their space.
I know.
They're not going to have a whole floor of space that they do nothing with.
I don't think that's. Do that many hotels really not have a 13th floor?
Almost all of them. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, almost all of them.
I guess I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I've never looked.
Yeah, start looking. All right, the fix. I'm in last place, 15 and 24. Brian's in second, 17 and 22. Joe's in first at 21 and 18. That means I get the first pick.
Yep.
And the first pick that I'm going to go with in this week's draft of the fix, where we win you money by you fading our picks, I'm going to go Pittsburgh, Miami over 42.5. This is reputation. Oh, their defenses are terrible. Over 42.5, Pittsburgh, Miami.
Okay, I like that. Brian's first pick is Texans, Cardinals under 42.5.
Sleeping on Jacoby Brisket.
I'm going to take home dog here. Give me the Broncos plus 2.5.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stay in the division. Give me the Bears minus 7.5 versus the Browns.
Okay.
Brian's next pick, the over 51.5 in the Ravens-Bengals game.
Okay. He likes offense there. I like that game. I like that pick too. Brian always seeks my validation with his picks. The next pick that I'll go with is Tampa Bay, minus 4.5 tonight. I'm not a big fan of what's going on there in Atlanta. A lot of reports in Atlanta, like things are bad.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins has been terrible. Thursday night road team. Tampa hasn't been very good either. They've been disappointing, but I like them to roll Atlanta tonight. And then the last pick, because I've literally single-handedly made the Houston Texans go on a run, because every time I pick against the Texans, they win. So everybody can thank me for the Houston Texans being 8-5. Everybody can thank me for their 5-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Everybody can thank me that football is back in this city. Everybody can thank me that we're talking playoffs in this city. So because of that, I will take Arizona plus 9. Wait, you know what? Arizona money line. Arizona money line. They're going to come into Houston, and they're going to beat the Texans.
I was going to ask for
Arizona money line. Let's go Cards.
I was going to ask for a clarification of how that worked.
Let's go Cards.
All right. Brian's last pick will be Bills-Patriots under 49.5. And because it goes under every year, basically. The number's always close to this. And I love college football. Give me the under 38.5 in America's game, Army-Navy.
There you go.
Got to do it.
Got it. Where are they playing this year, do you know?
Nope.
You ever been to an Army-Navy game?
No, I'm very jealous.
It's pretty cool.
It's the only thing of the other station I'm jealous of.
Oh, they're playing Baltimore this year.
Because I think they go every. I don't
that's
know
where I went.
Yeah,
that's where I went. The Baytown Batty and I traveled together to.
It's on my bucket list of games. I want to go to. So I want to check it out.
It was pretty cool. Like it was snowy. Like they had the march. I forget what it's called. The brigade. I think it might be the brigade. But it's awesome. It's really cool. The flyovers. Trump was there too, actually. Like the first go around.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to check it out and see what's like.
I like Philadelphia, anyways. I've been to Philadelphia a few times. But I like Philly. People hate Philly. I like Philly. I think Philly's cool. I like the architecture in Philly. I like how the history of Philly. You got Independence Hall. You got the Liberty Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Cheesesteaks are a little overrated.
I agree.
A little overrated cheesesteaks.
Feel like there's not that much of a difference of a cheesesteak in Philly than other places. I feel like a cheesesteak is a cheesesteak.
I feel like cheesesteaks in general are overrated. You can find a good one.
Yeah.
The good ones are good, but like they're not like up here.
No, they're not like peak food. I'm fine with
there's
that.
a wing place I like there. Plus, you can see like really old classic bars. I think the oldest bar in the world is there.
Okay.
I think I went there actually. Whenever I went to Army Navy, Baytown Batty and I throwing back some Yinglings, the oldest bar in Philly. All right, 713-780-3776. Joe's not interested in my.
I was trying to see if the
cold beer drinking.
I was trying to see
if
if I was trying to remember where the Cheers bar was. That's in Boston. As you were saying,
It's been a rough 15 minutes for you.
No, it hasn't.
You didn't know that Cheers was in Boston?
I forgot.
He was a Red Sox. He was a reliever for the Red Sox.
I forgot.
He had Kevin McHale on his show.
I forgot.
I think Wade Boggs was on his show. Drank him out of the bar.
I forgot.
You ever watch that show?
No.
There you go. 713-780-3776. Let's win you your fantasy football playoffs. Adam Aronis, host of Fantasy Life. He joins us next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. He's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're going to love them. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, top-notch, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, very easy to understand. They even follow back with you. It's very nice of them. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Adam Ronis. Adam Ronis getting you right for your fantasy football playoffs. Adam, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. Adam, what was your advance rate? How are things looking for you after the fantasy football regular season is come and gone?
Very good. Made the playoffs in every league except 2. So it's always an accomplishment to make the playoffs because you need a lot of things to go right. You need some luck, the correct schedule, a good amount of points. So pretty good. But as we know, these next 3 weeks can be a little volatile because players that we thought were potential league-winning fantasy players or in good spots, their roles have changed, and you don't feel as good about them. So the goal is always get in the playoffs, and then you need some things to break your way over this 3-week stretch.
It's been such a weird season so far in fantasy, whether it's injuries, star players not performing. Like, who's been, like, the MVP either for you or you think in general this year for fantasy football?
I think there's a few candidates. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is obvious. I think Jackson Smith-Njigba has to be up there. He was going in the 3rd round of many drafts, and he has really had one bad week, which was 2 weeks ago. He has just been consistent every single week. So I think he has to be right up there. I mean, McCaffrey, again, is an obvious one. Jahmyr Gibbs has had a couple of, 10, 11-point games, but obviously he's got the high ceiling. And I think Devon Achane's been pretty, not underrated, but I don't think he gets enough credit for what he's done. If you go look at his numbers, especially as Miami has started to win games again and become a solid football team over the last month, Achane has just been one of the more consistent fantasy players every week. I think he has double-digit points in PPR every single week.
Sheesh. It's very good. Adam Ronis joining us on the HR&P guest line. Adam, what advice would you give to a fantasy player that, his quarterback position maybe doesn't look great because Daniel Jones tore his Achilles, Caleb Williams is a bad matchup, Baker Mayfield has a bum left shoulder. How about Marcus Mariota? Does he get any fantasy love this week with a good matchup against the Giants?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And there might be a few people that are in that predicament dealing with some injuries at the quarterback position. And I think Mariota is a really good streamer this week. He gets a matchup against the Giants. They have just been terrible defensively. And we've seen when Mariota's been a starter this year, he has 3 games where he's been a top 10 quarterback. A lot of that has to do with what he can do on the ground. He can rush for 30, 40 yards. He can get a rushing touchdown. And the Giants' defense has just been absolutely brutal. Since week 10, they've allowed the 5th highest passer rating, and they give up explosive plays, big plays. And with Terry McLaurin back, we know he's capable of making a big play. So, yeah, as bad as it looked for Washington last week, they're in a good spot this week against the Giants. That totals 47.5. So, yeah, Mariota is probably the best streamer this week at quarterback if you're looking to pick someone up on the waiver wire. My guess is he probably was dropped because Jaden Daniels returned and then obviously quickly departed with that aggravating that elbow issue again.
Okay, so we know the Texans' defense is one of the best in the NFL, but this weekend for fantasy, there is this guy and Michael Wilson who makes no sense, Adam. He's got like 30 catches for 400 yards in his 3 games without Marvin Harrison Jr. out there, who I believe is not practicing again. So are you dipping into the Michael Wilson well, even though it's against the Texans this weekend?
I think you have to. I know it's a daunting matchup against the Texans, who you just don't want to play anyone against right now because that defense, they're on a different level. There's good defenses in the NFL, but the Texans are elite. We saw them shut down Mahomes, shut down Josh Allen. Now, they have given up 3 100-yard games this year. Now, Puka Nakua's won back in week 1. He's an elite receiver. The aforementioned Jackson Smith-Njigba in week 7, obviously he's an elite receiver. And then somehow Khalil Shakir in week 12, I wouldn't say he's an elite receiver. He's very good. But they did shut down Rice last week. And you saw Rice took the big hit, and that affected him. Because, he was dropping passes. He was shook. He knew another big hit was coming. So they're very physical, too. But with Wilson, we've seen the numbers without Marvin Harrison, who did not practice again today with this heel issue. So that means he's likely not going to play. The problem is if you want to bench Wilson, who are you starting over him at this point? All these receivers after the top 12, they all have some type of issues, whether it's the offense trending down, offensive line, quarterback injuries, not enough targets. So I don't have Michael Wilson. Obviously, I wish I did. But if Harrison is out, I'm going to start him. Now, the expectations are lowered. You cannot expect what he did. You're hoping, obviously, for him to find a touchdown. But, yeah, it is not an ideal matchup at all. But I think with the way Wilson is producing, you start him and just lower expectations.
Would you start him over a Jaylen Warren in a flex?
Yeah, I would.
What are you doing with T. Higgins this weekend if he plays? Are you playing him with the concussions?
If he's out there and active, I'm absolutely playing him. I mean, it's such a weird situation because he played through that game. We could see it early in the game when he made that catch and he hit his head. He immediately put two hands on his head, and I was like, oh, boy, he's out, especially since he had a concussion the week before because I had Higgins in the lineup. He finished the game, had a great game, and then he's been limited in practice. So I'm surprised that he's been out there because I thought for sure he would be out. But Higgins is one of those guys. If he's active, I'm playing him. I mean, with Joe Burrow at quarterback, it's another big game for them. They're still mathematically alive. We saw Higgins, every time he's out there with Burrow, like he pretty much produces. So he was even putting up numbers with Flacco at quarterback. So yeah, if Higgins is out there, again, the wide receiver landscape is terrible. So if he's active, I'm playing him. Of course, there's a risk he can hit his head early in the game, and then forget it. That they'll definitely evaluate him and rule him out quickly. But if Higgins is active, and I do have him a couple leagues, I'm playing him.
You mentioned Achane earlier. He's dealing with a rib injury. I think he had a non-contact jersey on today. Josh Jacobs going through some things too. And obviously we're watching these closely as they get closer and closer to kick. But how confident are you those guys will play?
I'm more confident Achane will play. I'm worried about Jacobs because the big game for Green Bay is next week against Chicago again. Of course, this is a big game. You're still fighting for division and number one seed. But you need Jacobs healthy. And the fact that he had to have more scans on this issue after, experiencing soreness after the game on Sunday is absolutely a concern. And they're saying he's day-to-day. He hasn't practiced yet this week. So Emmanuel Wilson has got to be rostered in every league. Go check your waiver wire to make sure he's not available because he could have been dropped. He had that game where he filled in for Jacobs and was phenomenal. And unless you have Jacobs, maybe people dropped him. So you should absolutely pick him up. I'm more worried about Jacobs because now Jacobs is a tough guy. He's one of the toughest players. I remember there was a game earlier this year where it looked like he was going to be out. It was like a 4:00 game. I think it was against Arizona off the top of my head, and he played. So I wouldn't be surprised, but considering the magnitude of next week's game against Chicago, I could see Green Bay going, okay, we had Wilson fill in before. He was very good. Let's be cautious. Winning next week's game is way more important to getting that division title, especially if you sweep the Bears. So I'm more worried about Jacobs this week.
All right. Did you have any of your leagues in which you're looking at your quarterback position? You're like, hey, I got one quarterback on my roster. My other guy's Jaden Daniels. He's hurt. And for the hell of it, you dropped someone and picked up Phillip Rivers?
Oh, hell no. There's no way. I mean, look, we have no idea. This could be a great story, and he goes out there and is phenomenal. But he has not played in the league for 5 years. His arm was shot 5 years ago. He's 44 years old. And more importantly, he's going up against the Seahawks defense in Seattle. You mentioned how great the Texans defense is. They're clearly the best defense in the NFL. This Seahawks defense is no joke. They, especially the last few weeks, I mean, we saw Max Brosmer, right, go in there. And what happened? 126 passing yards and 4 interceptions. So I'm rooting for Rivers. I think we all are. It's a great story, and Rivers is a fun guy. But the Seahawks have allowed 200 passing yards or fewer in 4 of their last 6 games. So they have 6 interceptions over the last 2 games. This is an awful spot for Rivers to potentially make a start in. Even though Riley Leonard has put in a full practice 2 days in a row, you're seeing the reports that they're kind of grooming Phillip Rivers to be the starter this week. So there's no way. I don't even want to play him. I wouldn't even play him in a Superflex league. I would look for someone else.
That's so disrespectful to Riley Leonard.
It's just reality.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably a little – he's like, wait, what are we doing here? I came in last week. I was decent. Why can't I get a start?
Looking at your numbers here, Adam, you've won 47 of your last 72 in the NBA, 39 of the last 64 in the NFL. Good margins here. What do you have coming up on WAP?
Yeah, I got to play in tonight's game and 3 plays in the NBA. It's been a slow week because we haven't had much NBA action. NFL last week was not good, but that's the whole point. You see 39 of the last 64. It gives you a little cushion when you have a little down week. So, yeah, a lot of things didn't go the way I expected last week. But you know what? There's a new week, and let's get back on the winning streak this week.
Adam, enjoy it as always. Good luck in the playoffs.
Good luck to you guys as well.
Appreciate you. It's Adam Ronis, fantasy and betting on Fantasy Live from SiriusXM. Find him on TikTok. Find him on Twitter at Adam Ronis, and make sure you're subscribing to his WAP. He does some numbers there. All right, so I think that the Houston Texans are trying to neuter Stroud. I've been on this kick. Branham, get off that kick. But I'm seeing more and more evidence, Joe. I just can't. Maybe I'm just so captivated by this new information that I've been able to reveal to all of you. It's like I'm an investigative journalist all of a sudden. But D'Amico Ryans yesterday talked about what he wants from a quarterback that I think speaks to the neutering of C.J. Stroud. You know who else I think spoke to the neutering of C.J. Stroud? C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud kind of lets us know that he's being neutered. What are you talking about, Brandon? Well, stick around. I'll tell you on the other side. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. Junkie, did you guys see the Cal McNair video? Stroud kind of left him hanging. Did you see that?
It's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a good social media video.
I don't like that they use Dove Kleiman, though.
I didn't either.
You got to know a little bit there.
Yeah, that's where there's a lack of ball knowing.
Yeah, no one likes
the
Dove
social
Kleiman.
media department.
No one likes that guy. 713-780-3776. Ocho says only 2 of my 7 fantasy teams made the playoffs. I didn't add enough quality depth this season. 7? How many you in?
7. 6.
6. I'm in 3. I made 2, and then the best ball is I had a 23% advance rate.
Yeah, I went 3 for 7, but I'm in too many. I'm cutting back.
Okay.
One of them, I'm the 1 seed. It's a dynasty league. I already told them I'm quitting.
Why?
Yeah, it's not active. Don't know anyone in the league besides like one person.
Is it money?
Yeah, but it's low money. It's not
the
worth
best team. Wait till you're bad.
It's not worth my time.
Panhandle a little bit.
Maybe. That's a good point.
I really think Miko's having a big say in the offense. I think Miko is wanting the Texans' identity to be a defensive-led team. I also feel like he's wanting Stroud to play his style ball control offense so defense can close it out. Yeah, I've been on this for a few weeks that Nick Haley was more of a DeMeco hire than he was a C.J. Stroud hire. And there was some more evidence yesterday, a couple of sound bites. DeMeco was asked by Will Kunkel what he thought about 44-year-old Phillip Rivers signing with the Indianapolis Colts. And this is what DeMeco Ryans had to say. And he gets into where he wants, like he gives insight on Rivers, but he talks about like what he wants from a quarterback. All right. That's good. So that's pretty much, hey, I want a quarterback that, hey, he's dependable, he's smart, he takes care of the ball, he's on time, he gets rid of it, passes it to other people. Like, it's pretty, I know it's hard to do, but it's a very simple way of playing the quarterback position. It's not, hey, we're going to roll out and, drift back 15 yards and throw it downfield and have all these explosive plays and chunk plays. No, we're going to be on time, take care of the football, all of that. Okay, DeMeco, and I know he was answering a question about Phillip Rivers, but it sounded to me like that's what he wants from a quarterback. How about C.J. Stroud? C.J. Stroud, like he had moments, right? Some third, like I thought he played really well in the first half. He had some third and longs that he was able to capitalize on. C.J. Stroud, like was asked about like his heroics and like some third down stuff, and C.J. Stroud says hero ball is not sustainable. Okay, still there. It's still there. He still got it in the bag. But usually players, when they talk about like elements of the game they want to fix, are usually things that the coaches are hammering down on them. And like I think it was pretty clear there that C.J. Stroud's like, I need to be good at the basic. I need to be good at the simple. Like the other stuff isn't sustainable. I can pull it out of the bag when I need to, but that's not how we want to play football. They're neutering C.J. Stroud. Not that it's a bad thing. And people hear neutering like, oh, they're trying to take away his cojones. No, that's not what I mean here. It's more controllable. It's more predictable. It eliminates the how volatile it could be whenever you're playing like hero ball all the time. So it's more just to kind of stabilize his game, to be safer, I think. And I think Stroud made it very clear that this is what they want out of me.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's right. It's not sustainable to keep playing like that and really being forced to go into that. So I don't blame him for. I mean, he's right in saying it, but you're right. It's clearly how he's being coached at this point. Please stop doing this unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they want him to like not run the ball. Like they just want him to make the smart play. I do think that they want to be a time control possession offense. Now, C.J. Stroud, that's one answer. It's just one answer, one thing that he said. Well, he doubled down on the pretty much the same thing a little bit later. All right. Whoa. There you go. That was my voice. I can do that from time to time.
You can't.
They want to neuter C.J. Stroud.
I mean,
they're trying to mold him into something that he's never done before. But I do think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing.
There's some good and bad with it because I think the deep shots. I mean, they took deep shots. Like they're not eliminating that from the game. He's missing a lot of them.
No, you're gonna take a few.
But like
always gonna take a few.
They want to cut back, and it clearly goes to, again, what DeMeco wants this offense to look like. And I think CJ's capable of more than that, and I don't think this is necessarily a reflection of them thinking CJ's not capable of doing it. It just doesn't fit with what they want.
I just don't think that they think you can win that way.
Yeah, but teams do.
whenever they have studs.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess like Josh Allen doesn't win that way.
Josh Allen wins a lot of regular season games and wins MVPs and then loses in the playoffs.
So they think that it's more likely to win, this version of it. But I think you still I think there is more of a balance.
Well, I also think they're playing to their strengths. I don't think they would do this if they had the 20th defense in the NFL. But whenever you have the number one defense in the NFL and you have a defensive-minded coach, I think it leads to complementary football. If you have an offense that we talked about earlier, 3 points per possession would be number one in the NFL. The time of possession, 3 minutes, would be pretty high in the NFL. If you have an offense that is volatile and scores a quick touchdown, let's say explosive play touchdown, 3-play, 75-yard drive, 58 seconds off the clock, your defense is right back out there, but then the next 2 drives you go 3 and out, is that going to help you win football games? You scored 7 there, but you've had 3 possessions. That's less than 3 points per possession, and your defense is on the field immediately. They're gassed out. You probably don't have the number one defense in the NFL anymore. So what they're doing, I don't think is wrong. They're catering to the strong side of their football
For sure.
And I think it's very clear that they want their offense to play complementary, take care of the ball. Don't turn it over. Don't put our defense in a bad spot. Keep them on the sideline with time of possession. Do they want to be better in the red zone? Of course. Do they want to move the ball more? Of course. Do they want to be just better across the board? Of course they do. But they have a way of doing it that complements the defense that they think is the best way to win football games.
And I think that's all fine. I think it's just for the long-term Texans, not for this year. You have to just get better at what your plan is, but then also I think add some of the more explosive stuff on a regular basis to it. So I'm fine with it this year, but I think we have to look at next year what's going forward and saying, okay, it still has to be significantly better than it is this year.
How though? In what way?
Well, I think you have to. I mean, the 3 and outs to me is the one where you have to run the ball better on first down.
I don't want to go 3 and out though, Joe.
I know, but they do a lot.
See,
I don't want to, but that's I get what their plan is, but I think their plan also leads to a lot of 3 and out.
Yeah, I think it's more of the execution.
Which I guess that's what I'm saying too. Is they have to execute better. So they have this plan in mind, but their roster construction or their coaching hasn't gotten to the point where they can get there yet.
What makes it better? What makes it better?
I think Stroud starts there.
Yeah,
right?
I think Stroud's more seasoned because I don't think they're getting rid of Kaylee. Would I be opposed to them getting rid of Kaylee? No, I wouldn't be opposed to them getting rid of Kaylee. But do I think they're going to? No, I don't think they're going to. And look, I think they are better. I do think that Kaylee is better now than he was week 1. I do think that C.J. Stroud in this offense is better now than he was week 1. So I do think that there's been improvements. The offensive line is better now than it was week 1. They haven't really had a running game this year. Woody Marks just kind of emerged to be the guy now, the bell. I don't know if I want to call him the bell cow. He was kind of the bell cow against Kansas City, but I think it lowered his efficiency. So I think there's areas where they can get better in terms of another year in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Stroud becoming better in the system, which I think he's more than capable of. I think Stroud can be really good in this system. I really do. I think there does need to be an influx of talent. Whether it's, who knows what you do at running back next year. I don't think Woody Marks alone is enough.
I agree.
You probably already have your receivers like Nico, Higgins, Noel. Tank's going to be coming off a catastrophic knee surgery. What does he look like? I don't know, but you're penciling him in to be your number 4. Maybe you can get a little bit more juice at tight end, even though you brought back Brevin Jordan. Now Dalton Schultz is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. And I think where you really become better, because they want to be physical, they want to run the ball, they want to be time control. How can you do that? By running the ball. I think that you can introduce some more talent to that offensive line too that will make the offense overall better.
Yeah, I think all of that can help, and to me it's really the running back room is where it's the most interesting, because if you improve your let's say your left guard, that's where they really need to improve the most, right? How many new offensive linemen do you think they have next year?
See, I only think there's
just as a guess.
Yeah,
2.
I mean, Ursery's your left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with Titus Howard? He's under contract, but you can get out of it.
I think they keep him.
Okay, where position is he playing?
I think they put him back at right tackle. Unless they draft a tackle.
Yeah, Trent Brown is a free agent and also an old.
Yeah, I don't bank on him being here.
Ed Ingram's on a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to extend him.
Yeah, I think you could still have you could have 3.
So you could have a new left guard, new center, new right guard.
Yeah.
See, I think that you need to improve on the interior offensive line. I think you can get way better at center. I think you can improve at one of the Howard's been good, but is he a left guard?
No, I don't think
necessity?
Titus is not at his best at left guard for this team. He's a better right tackle. We've always kind of known that. He's always been even if you we don't love PFF grades, but if you just look at his PFF grades, they're always significantly higher at tackle than they are at guard.
Yeah. Now, I'm okay him playing right tackle, and you have 3, maybe 2 interior offensive linemen. Like, maybe you bring back Ed Ingram. And
I'd be fine with that.
Whether you draft or sign, I don't know how you want to handle that. But they're going to be in a position where you can draft a good center and a good guard.
Because we've seen how much how much better the offense has gotten.
But Casario's not good at drafting.
No, but even in baby steps, like the offense has gotten much better as this offensive line group has been part of it. So if they can continue that going forward into next season, then it's fine with me. Then it can help everything. So Stroud can just be better with more seasoning in this offense. You get a better running game going that helps with, I think, your second running back, whoever that is, plus your offensive line being fixed, and you're heading in the right direction of how you can be. But at the end of the day, it comes down to Stroud. Like, if this is the offense, he has to execute it much better. That's what it comes down to next year.
Phillips 68, he needs more running plays. Feels like they're 80% up the middle. I don't know ball, and I predict every running play. I think they've tried to get outside more. Their interior offensive line I also think is their weakest part of their line. So strength there would help. Do y'all think they're coaching CJ this way because his decision-making is too slow? Takes him too long to get through progressions?
I don't think so.
I think this is how they want to win football games. I think you look at Tom Brady and you look at Josh Allen, and they want to play him like Tom Brady, not like Josh Allen. Turn on Tom Brady's highlight reel. Like, pull up, I don't know how to describe this. Somebody that knows football, but, like, they don't know NFL history. I don't know how that would happen, right? But let's just entertain the idea. In fact, let's do this on the other side. 713-780-3776. Maybe I can articulate my thoughts a little bit better. But, yeah, I'll explain it on the other side. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Started 2 hours ago. That's all right. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So here's the point I'm making. If you took Tom Brady's highlight reel and you took Josh Allen's highlight reel and, like, somebody who knows ball, but they just don't know, like, Brady's postseason success and Allen's postseason lack of success.
Like a 16-year-old.
Yeah. Like, if you just went highlights.
Yeah.
Highlight video. Which highlight video is going to look better?
Josh Allen's.
Like, which guy would you be like, oh, my gosh, this guy's the greatest player to ever play the game?
Josh Allen.
Why is it not Josh Allen? Why is it Tom Brady and not Josh Allen?
Because Tom Brady wins games.
But why? Like,
Because
why?
he's the
What
GOAT.
does he do that makes him so good that even though that Josh Allen makes it look better, what is Brady doing that Allen's not?
I mean, to be honest with you, everything. It's just he does the simple things better than everyone. He has better command of his offense. He has better command of what's happening on the field. He just knows exactly what's happening in front of him at all times. He studied so well. He knew exactly what defenses were doing. It could be a guy at any spot, and he would know exactly what's going to happen on that play.
That's the thing.
He's just he's the smartest quarterback ever.
Yeah, I agree.
It's him and Manning.
I think we overrate the sensational and underrate the simple, quite frankly.
Totally agree.
I think we do this really in everything. I think we do it in everything where we overrate the sensational, we underrate the simple. Give me the guy who's doing the simple 10 times out of 10 versus the guy who's doing the sensational 3 times out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And it really relates in sports. It really relates in the quarterback position. It really relates in baseball. So that's why. Like, Brady, you're going to turn on his highlight reels. I mean, this guy, he's good. He's completing passes. He's dinking it. He's dunking. He'll throw the occasional deep ball. But it's hard to, man, that guy's cerebral. Man, that guy knows where the defense is going to be. Man, that guy's identifying the defense as he walks up to the line, the moment he takes the snap, and then post-snap, depending on what the defense is doing. He knows where his receivers are going to be based on the look that he is getting. He knows how to control his line, his offensive line or his receivers at the line whenever he walks up to it. He's not going to take these penalties. He's not going to take these sacks. Like, he's not a super athlete. Like, Tom Brady's not a good athlete, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, relative to the NFL quarterback, is Tom Brady a good athlete?
No.
Below average at best?
I mean, have you seen that photo from the combine?
He had great footwork. He was
Yeah.
very, very good with his feet at eluding the rush and where to step into the pocket, to slide to his right, to slide to his left. He was elite at that. But it didn't require sensational athleticism. It required sensational smarts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I believe that I bring that back to Stroud, because I think they're trying to make Stroud more of the simple versus the sensational. He's capable of doing the I don't think he's capable of being Josh Allen. I don't think he's capable of being Lamar Jackson. I think he has the ability to make sensational plays.
Yeah.
Like kind of like Mahomes. I think Mahomes can be more sensational, but I think Mahomes is unbelievable at the simple. So that's where they want to elevate Stroud. They know that Stroud has the sensational element in his game where he's capable of doing things that other quarterbacks cannot do, but they want to elevate the simple. That way he wins a lot of games in his NFL career and what they hope turn into titles.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thought process. It's just what's Stroud's peak you think closer to? Like, would his peak be closer to Allen?
No.
Or would his peak be closer to Brady?
Brady. I'm not saying he's ever going to be Brady, but he has way better opportunity of playing the style of Brady than he does of having the style of Josh Allen. On top of that, which style would you rather your quarterback play based on what gives you the best chance to win? For me, it's, as you know, the simple over the sensational.
It is. I mean, it's how Mahomes has won his last couple of Super Bowls. Like, they've been much more simple on offense than they were when he first started. Like, the big play stuff from Mahomes is all gone, and really the NFL has changed in a way that, like, a lot of that stuff is kind of been taken away. The two-man over-the-top thing that Mel Kiper wanted to ban last year,
which is dumb.
Which is so dumb.
Just run the ball.
Has really moved on from, it's taken away the deep shot a lot of times in the NFL. I think Stroud's more capable of the Brady method. I just don't know about the in between the ears that made Brady so cerebral.
No, I don't think anybody will ever have Brady's intelligence.
I just don't know if we can get close.
And back to the text, do y'all think that the coaching CJ this way because his decision making is too slow? It takes him too long to get through progressions? No. Now, do I think he's operating a little slower than we saw his rookie year? Yes. Do I think that he is going a little bit longer through his progressions than he was his rookie year? Yes. Why do I think that's the case? Because this offense is foreign to him and he's learning it. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's okay. What does he look like with 20 games in this offense? as opposed to 11 games or 10 games in this offense.
Yeah, I mean, year 2 expectations for CJ have to be through the roof again. But because we're talking contract then. It's year 2 of this offense, assuming Caleb's back, which we think he's going to be. I don't want him to be, but I think he's going to be. The expectations are going to be high for CJ. Like, if they want to play this style of football, they have to execute it at a much better level. And that goes from CJ, the offensive line. It has to be significantly improved in year 2, really from the first game of the season. Like, you have to be able to see a real jump. And honestly, I think it goes before that. I want to hear positive things for the first time in 2 years out of training camp. Like, we have not heard anything. We did not hear anything positive for 2 years about the offense.
It's kind of tough, though.
I know, because the defense is so good.
Yeah, if you're talking about a generational defense, it's going to be hard for a below-average offense to look good against it.
But some positive things against a generational defense, like more than one day, would just be nice to hear.
Well, then run them against the backups. Play them against the twos.
I know, but you're going to play good defenses at some point in the NFL, like, because then it gives you a sign of, like, they're not going to be good versus Seattle. They're not going to be good versus Denver.
Right.
Like, I want to hear some positive success from day one next year.
Look,
to really believe like it's turning a corner.
I do think that Stroud has shown flashes of being good in this offense, though. Like, he looked really good against San Francisco. I thought he looked really good on the first 2 drives against Denver. I thought he looked really good in the first half against Kansas City. This junkie says, when is this supposed to start? This is his 3rd year. See, I look at it more of his first year in this offense than I do his 3rd year of his career.
That's a fair way to look at it. It's a totally different offense.
I look at it that way. I look at it more first year in the offense as opposed to 3rd year of his career. And now, both matter.
Yeah, and I think there is still a lesson to be learned, like with patience. And it's unfortunate you have to pay someone before that patience can really pay off. But these are quarterbacks who run fake offenses in college, and now he's on his 2nd offensive coordinator in the NFL. And look at all these guys who are now having success later in their careers when they've had more time to mature and really figure things out.
Yeah,
like that's why CJ, like, you have to give him time and bank on the fact that you believe he's going to figure it out and that this offense is what's best for him. I'm still not sure it is. But I don't call the shots. So.
Yeah. I kind of lean that I think the offense is best for the Texans.
For now. I guess it's best for the Texans when you've paid Stroud, Stingley, Anderson, Nico, and Lassiter, and your roster is going to be depleted, and you're not going to have the best defense in the NFL?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's still a defensive-minded organization.
And they've proven
it's always going to be that way.
And they've proven that they can bring in guys off the street and they'll dominate.
It's always going to be a defensive-minded organization as long as D'Amico's here. This is how D'Amico wants to play ball. Junkie sounds to me that they want CJ to be an early Brady when he had a dominating defense. I think there's some similarities there. Junkie, Peyton Manning was smarter than Brady. Mahomes wouldn't be that good without Andy Reid. I have no argument to that. I think that's fine. I wouldn't undersell Mahomes' intelligence, though. I think Mahomes is very, very smart. I think he has a high level of football IQ. Now, did Pat Mahomes get put in an incredible offensive setting? You're darn right he did. Andy Reid's one of the best offensive minds in NFL history. I mean, look at the quarterbacks he's made look great. Donovan McNabb looked great. Kevin Kolb, go Cougs, looked great. Michael Vick, after he was fighting dogs, looked great.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Nick Foles, well, that was after him. That was with Peterson. Went to, like, Alex Smith's best years were with Andy Reid. So, yes, Pat Mahomes was put in an unbelievable setting for a young quarterback. But I wouldn't put down Mahomes' football IQ. I think he is a football savant.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see, like, when Andy Reid retires in the next, 2 or 3 years, it feels like, I don't think we're going to see a major drop-off from Mahomes. And it's been a drop-off in itself from what it was, but, like, he's not going to become a bad quarterback.
Yeah.
When Matt Nagy or whoever is the next head coach.
Could it be possible that going against the defense every day hurts the offense by not getting great reps? See, I have a hard time believing that the ones on offense are practicing against the ones on defense in season. Like, you're going up against scout team in season.
Yeah, it's more about, I guess, in the off season it sets you back.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was the.
And it's a mixed bag in the off season. You're not always going against the ones. Like, there's time, but.
I think it could derail you a little bit. Yeah, I think it's possible. Yes,
it can set you back,
especially a young offense. Like, hey, we're trying to learn, like we can't because this is the best defense in the NFL.
Well, that's like there's this clip I saw from Max Crosby about how John Gruden threatened to cut him. Have you seen this? So Max Crosby was he was on the second team for the Raiders, and he kept batting down balls.
Yeah.
And John Gruden had to literally scream at him and say, "If you bleep and do that one more time, I'm going to cut you."
I bet you wouldn't have cut him.
Well, I guess it's because he was told like he's not allowed to do it. He just kept doing it anyways because he couldn't get out of his mind.
Though they told Watt to stop doing it.
Yeah,
at practices
because it does derail you.
Yeah,
Derek Carr is not learning the way he's supposed to be if Max Crosby is batting down every single pass.
Yeah, I mean, I go to practices and stuff like that. Like, you get the scout team versus the number ones. You can like just pick up the ball and run with it. Don't I'm talking basketball here.
Yeah,
just pick up the ball, run with it. Don't dribble. It's not a travel. Like, we're working on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, you have ways around it. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, I know you're talking about C.J. Stroud a lot this week, with an impending, contract situation. Hear me out on this scenario. You mentioned the only way you would let C.J. go is if you would trade him. If there's a scenario, Jeremy and Joe, where you could get a Deshaun Watson-like package or at least above market value package for C.J. Stroud to avoid paying him $65 million a year, and then you'd have an opportunity to sign, I think the best backup in the NFL in Gardner Minshew for like a 2 years, $40 million deal. Would you do that knowing that you would get the package for CJ that would be satisfactory and above market value?
Can you give me another name besides Gardner Minshew?
Number 2 in Kansas City.
If I got a quarterback back that was actually talented, not Gardner Minshew, I'd be open to it. Like, it can't be Gardner.
Who would you be open to?
It's more like I have a contract signed with Baker Mayfield, who's going to be a free agent after next year. I think.
I don't really entertain these things.
Like, if you ever were to move on from Stroud, you have to solve your quarterback problem. They're not going to solve that most likely through a trade. That's the problem.
No, it's out there. Far-fetched. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Is Clint Capella good? Is he a good basketball player? Also, do you want Chris Paul back? Reports are that the Rockets are interested in bringing CP3 back, a reunion with him. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. It's time for the ESPN Houston Christmas party. Join us from 7A to 1P. Nick's Place, Monday, December 22nd. John Lansdale, I'll be there from 7A to 10A. And then Joe and I, the undercard, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We'll have autographed footballs, baseballs, and gift cards to give away during the eggnog chugging contest and all the games we'll be playing. See you there at Nick's Place for the best party of the year, Monday, December 22nd. So I posted this the other day about Clint Capella. I was like, what do we think of Clint Capella now? Like, where he's at? Because he signed it's not expensive, $7 million a year, but it's a 3-year contract, which, at the time you're like, hey, it's Clint Capella. You kind of remember the old days. Like, you're committed to the jumbo lineup, the double big, and you think, okay, well, that makes a whole lot of sense. But Clint Capella has only played in just over half the games for the Rockets. And in those games, he's averaging like just under 11 minutes. Or he's averaging 12 minutes a game now because he got some run in the last game because there was no Şengün. So he's played, and he's averaging 12 minutes a game. What do you think of Clint Capella now, like that contract?
I think it's been kind of a waste, to be honest. I don't. Maybe it's just the fact that like every time he goes on the floor, I have to try to figure out who he is because the number 30 really throws me off. But he hasn't been that good when he's been out there, to be honest. Like it just feels like he's just kind of there. He's just a body on the floor. So it's such a low level amount of money.
Yeah.
And you can trade him and everyone else after the 15th if you want to make moves and include him to be a part of it. But it hasn't been great. And as I feel about, as we get to see at some point Dorian Finney-Smith and Tari Eason return to the Rockets, I would imagine those minutes go down even more if he ever plays.
Yeah.
Even on a back-to-back where Steven Adams isn't going to play, do they use him or do they just play traditional basketball and dump the double big that night?
Like, I don't care that they signed him. And at the time, I liked the signing, and it's still like whatever. It's $7 million a year. It's probably very tradable. He gives you some depth. I'm not like trying to poo-poo on Clint Capella. But if you're honest with yourself and you would ask, did you expect more from Clint Capella at this juncture of the season? I expected more from Clint Capella.
Absolutely.
I expected him to play more minutes. I expected him to be more productive. I didn't expect him to be your emergency third center that's only playing in garbage time and when the other guys are out, whether it's Şengün being hurt or just missed a couple games. I don't think he was hurt. I think he was sick. Missed a couple of games, or it's Steven Adams that's not playing on back-to-back nights. Like, I did expect more from Clint Capella. Maybe that was me misdiagnosing the signing at the time. I thought that Clint Capella was going to be better than he's been at the time of signing. And I think most people would say that.
I would agree. Like, he hasn't been – I mean, he's not like the worst player in the NBA or anything like that. But you sign someone to a 3-year contract and you're going to focus on the double bigs. I expected more. Like, I expect just to be a little bit better than he has been.
Yeah, and here's what, like, it's really funny. Like, this, like, became viral and, like, divisive, and people were, like, really, really mad, like, one way or the other.
Why?
I don't know why the third center on the Rockets was such a hot-button issue. It was very, very interesting. Maybe it's because they haven't played in a while, and everybody's mad that they haven't played.
The schedule's awful.
I know, it's bad. You were telling me earlier all the games in January.
Yeah, there's 17 games in January. They essentially play every other day starting January 1st, and there's 3 back-to-backs. It's the month where they play – every month they play 13 or 12 games except for January.
They get Harden tonight.
Yeah, great.
9.5-point favorite. Do they cover the number?
I hate betting on basketball. I'll say
yeah,
yes.
I'm not a huge – I don't like
No, because it's just like there's such garbage time at the end of games.
Clippers have been bad.
Yeah, I mean, they're awful.
And the Rockets should be, like, ready to go because they haven't played in forever.
You might get 8 minutes of J.D. Davidson and company where you're up by 20, and for some reason the Clippers are just going on a heater with their bench and you lose.
Yeah.
I do not like betting on basketball. I think overs and unders, that's fine. But, like, the team side, I avoid as much as possible.
Yeah. All right, Chris Paul. There are rumors out there that Chris Paul could be – the Rockets could have interest in Chris Paul, according to sources. Are you good with the reunion of Chris Paul to the Rockets?
I mean, at first I was, like, open to it when I thought about it when it first happened. But the more I've seen from, honestly, Aaron Holiday, like, I don't think it's necessary. What's his role on this team? Like, honestly.
He comes in and jacks up some shots.
I don't think it's really necessary at this point. Like, I don't think you need another guard.
He's a better shooter, Holiday is, than Paul at this stage of his career.
Yeah, like, if you're going to go get a guard, then trade for someone. Like go out and get, like, a real upgrade.
So you don't really care for Paul?
No, not at this point. I think he's kind of a nothing burger.
I really couldn't care less if Paul's here. But if Kevin Durant's like, bring me Chris Paul, okay, Kevin Durant, you got it.
Yeah,
So-
for the vet minimum, that's fine.
I would ask
and
Kevin
like, sorry,
Durant.
JD Davidson, like you're going to the G League,
which is probably better for him.
Yeah, he's to play more. But I don't know, like Chris Paul, Davidson's averaging 6.7 minutes per game. Jayshawn Tate's at 8. How many minutes a game is Chris Paul playing if he comes here?
Probably those.
What, he's taking the Okogie minutes?
He's probably playing.
Like-
he might not even play. He might just
Yeah.
be like an extension of the coaching staff, where it's like an emergency, point guard. He's Clint Capella. He's your third point guard. He's Clint Capella, is what
Yeah.
he is. But I mean, he did nothing this year in LA. In fact, he created some friction. Now, I'm not really worried about friction in Houston because it's Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
I don't think Ime Udoka is going to put up with that. And Kevin Durant, strong veteran, all that.
No, I would imagine, like, but even the reports now, like they're refuting them, which I don't know if that's Ty Lue being a good friend because apparently they're friends, but they weren't talking for weeks. But like Ty Lue said today, I think it was, or yesterday, that they were talking the whole time.
How do you not talk to one of your own players for multiple weeks?
That's why I don't
That's
necessarily know if I
super-
believe it.
So weird.
Yeah, like just to have a guy on your roster, you're not going to talk to him for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, why? How does he not get cut a week into that? You let it go for 3 weeks that you're not going to talk to a player.
Maybe there's some Sharon Moore going on.
Yeah, it's just it's strange to me, that whole thing. But I mean, it'd be a fun story for Chris Paul, I would say, because he wants this to be his last year. He wanted it to be with the Clippers, and said he ends his career with the Rockets. Like, it's got a feel good story to it.
Yeah.
But if they sign him, I got zero expectations.
Whose third center is better than Capella? Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a third center better than Capella, but is it the right way to use $7 million? Like, could have this been directed at a point guard? Could this have been directed elsewhere? And look, again, I'm not trying to, like, send Clint Capella out of town on the next thing that flies out of here. But did I expect more from Clint Capella?
Yeah.
I did. I did. Did you expect more from Clint Capella? I think people would say, yeah. I think if you're honest with yourself, you would say, yeah.
Well, and I think if the timeline was different with Fred getting hurt, because I'm assuming
That did hurt. That was not ideal.
Like that would have $7 million to a point guard.
Yeah, if Fred
instead
VanVleet
of
was hurt
Capella.
before Capella signed, I think they would
Yeah.
redirect that money. Yes, definitely signed CP3, one of the best game managers in the NBA. He'll make everyone better. He won't play. What do you mean he's going to make everybody better? He couldn't get on the floor for a 6-18 team. Like, why is he making the Rockets better at this stage of his life? Chris Paul hasn't been good in 3 years.
Yeah, I thought he was okay last year in spurts.
Yeah.
Not special. He's just a coach on the court. If you want that.
How many minutes was he playing in LA? He was
Not
playing
much.
14 minutes a game. 14 minutes a game. He was shooting 33% from three. Actually, it's better than I thought. It's not good, but it's better than I thought.
He's not going to play 14 minutes here.
No, he wouldn't play 14 minutes. He'd play 5 minutes a game. Tops. He
Yeah.
wouldn't play every night either.
No.
He'd be on the Capella workload.
Now, for like Minnesota, who's the other team rumored, that could make some sense. Because Mike Conley has been terrible this year, I think.
Yeah, he's an old too.
So just one old for the other?
Somebody said Chris Paul is a cancer. He was in L.A. He was with the Clippers. I mean, they got rid of him very quickly.
Yeah, but like at the same time, Harden and Kawhi said they were surprised that it happened. So like, was he just an issue with just Ty Lue? Or was he an issue with everyone?
There was
it
a
feels
video
like
of Chris Paul talking to Ty Lue's wife outside the locker room.
Is there really?
There was, yeah. I saw it on Twitter.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was. I mean, but it was like friends talking. Like Ty Lue was like coming around the corner too.
Yeah.
Chris Paul did leave when Ty Lue came around the corner though. Paul played every game last year for San Antonio. What did San Antonio do last year? How were they?
They make the plan?
They were 34-48.
It's not great.
He wasn't great.
But hey, Chris Paul, bring him back.
Would you rather have Aaron Holiday or Chris Paul?
Aaron Holiday. That's not the question.
I think I'd rather have Holiday.
I think it's Davison or Chris Paul. That's the question.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not okay. But he's not playing if he's taking Davison's spot. He's playing in garbage time.
Well, I'd rather have Aaron Holiday on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to sign Chris Paul to take Davison's spot and send him to the G League, whatever. I don't care. But he's not a rotational guy. He's not a rotation player for the Rockets.
No, and they're not going to just be nice and just put him in the rotation just because.
Would you trust 40-year-old CP3 or Ben Thompson to make a clutch shot? From where? If it's from the dunker spot, give me a min.
If it's from the free throw line?
I wouldn't trust either one of them, and I wouldn't want either one taking the shot.
No, you want Kevin Durant or Alpey taking that
Yeah,
shot.
I
Or
think
Jabari.
Anybody else.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Reed Shepard taking the shot than those guys. So, no, I'm not answering that, Ocho. 713-780-3776. Let's get to some of the NFL overreactions from Week 14, because Week 15 starts tonight. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Higgins Boat Rum, you need to get your hands on it. It is so good. You're going to love Higgins Boat Rum. It's going to be your new favorite rum. It is rum on a mission. Higgins Boat Rum, well, it's the Texas bourbon drinkers rum. I think it's why I like it too much. It's why I like it. I came to it like a fish to water. It is bold. It is smooth. It's steeped in history. Honors the greatest generation, too. Perfect to sip neat. Perfect on the rocks. I like it on a big rock. I've been drinking my old-fashioned with it. Love it with my old-fashioned. I've heard the Manhattan with the Higgins Boat Rum's really good. Of course, you got your classics, Pina Colada, Mai Tai, Cuba Libre, your eggnog. Maybe we'll put in the eggnog for the Christmas party coming up here. But Higgins Boat Rum is fantastic. It also pays tribute to our military heritage. It's named after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope. You tip your cap to that, which, of course, supports our veterans. So you're honoring heroes with every pour of Higgins Boat Rum. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their social media accounts. You're going to love it. They're funny. They have a very good sense of humor. But you're also going to get tasty cocktail ideas. You're going to get behind-the-scenes stories. And you're going to get live updates of your new favorite rum. A premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle at Total Wine in Baybrook, Pearland, always at HigginsBoatRum.com. Ships to 48 states across the U.S. Makes for a perfect Christmas gift. HigginsBoatRum.com. Get your hand on a bottle today. Crafted for the bold, inspired by the brave.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-3776. The Bears went toe-to-toe with the Packers.
They did.
Lambeau. They came up short. Went from the number 1 seed in the NFC to the number 7 seed in the NFC. That's how congested the NFC is. But do you think that loss should actually make us take the Bears more seriously?
I think so. I think they proved they're legit. I mean, I know the Eagles are struggling, but They're still the top team in their division. You beat them the week before. You go toe-to-toe. You got a chance to win the game, and Caleb makes a bad throw.
Yeah, I think it makes me take them more seriously.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna make the playoffs this year. Still, the schedule's brutal the rest of the year. But they could be back in first place on Sunday. If the Broncos beat the Packers and the Bears beat the Browns, they're back in first place.
Yeah, I take them more seriously. I think they can beat anybody in the NFC. I think there's like 8 teams in the NFC that can beat anybody in the NFC.
I don't think they can beat the Rams.
I think they can.
I'm still a huge believer in.
So you think the Rams are the best team in the NFC?
I think it's the Rams and the Seahawks are the top 2. I think it's pretty, and I think there's a drop into that next group.
It wouldn't shock me if any of the top 8 teams in the NFC win that conference. Maybe I should say 7 because I don't trust the NFC South champion.
I agree, unless Baker magically gets healthy.
Yeah, like the AFC is wide open and the NFC are wide open in 2 very different ways. Like the AFC, it's like that team's going to be the AFC representative in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like every single team in the AFC, I would be surprised represents the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Every single one. The NFC, none of them would surprise me, other than the NFC South champion. I guess the Bears would surprise me a bit, but I am taking them more seriously today.
Yeah, I think they've got a bunch of injury problems. And you look at like their plus minus. They are the best team in the NFL with the worst plus minus. It's a -1.
Who's that?
The Bears.
Okay.
On the season, so I want to be all in and think they can make a legit run, but I'm not sure yet with their injuries on defense.
Yeah, they might be a year away.
And
I like Ben, though.
First half versus second half, right? Like the first half of that game, they're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They're awful. In the second half, Caleb Williams looked like a superstar.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do you find that on a consistent basis?
I like Ben Johnson, though. Big Ben Johnson.
It's going to be like -10 on Sunday.
What's that?
It's going to be like -10 degrees. That's what it's going to feel like.
Who are they playing?
The Browns.
Oh, I saw that. The total in that is super low.
I think it's down to 38.5.
Yeah, it's super low.
Yeah.
Is it going to be windy?
I don't think so. It's just going to be freezing.
Is it going to be wet?
No, I think it's just cold.
I might play the over in that then. I think wind and wet matter more than cold.
I agree.
So I might bet the over on that. The Seahawks and Rams both won in routes on the road to improve to 10-3. True or false? The 2 most complete teams in the NFL both play in the NFC West. This was kind of just your take. Just literally your take.
The most complete teams
in the NFC. What's the difference between complete and best?
Sam Darnold. It's like yes, Rams. I guess yes, Seahawks.
But how'd you say they were the best? But then now you're balking a complete.
Because I feel like they're still the best team, the second best team. But so yeah, I guess.
I'm trying to figure out the semantics of best and complete with you.
Well, just because they're the best team doesn't mean I trust Sam Darnold.
No, right? Yeah, I don't blame you for that.
That's like that to me is the difference maker. Is Stafford versus Darnold.
Yeah, I really need Seattle to win that division though. That would be good. Just when it seemed that the Ravens had studied themselves, they lost consecutive home games to Cincy and the Steelers. What's wrong in Baltimore?
Lamar?
Yeah, I think he's just hurt though.
Yeah, he barely practices. He's been out again all this week. Like I think he's clearly hurt, and they're just not very good right now collectively. Mm-hmm. Their only weapon is Zay Flowers.
They give him the ball a lot.
Yeah, man, he needs to run north and south a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like whenever I see him having the ball, he's going east and west.
Yeah, he does kind of bounce around.
And sometimes it works for him.
Yeah, he does bounce around a lot.
It's not enough.
Is there any chance the Colts can weather the loss of Daniel Jones with their strong defense and effective offensive system?
Absolutely not.
See, I actually think that they're a better chance for Riley Leonard. I think Riley Leonard gives them a better chance to win games than Phillip Rivers.
You have to. I mean, it's not sustainable in the NFL because they always say protect quarterbacks, and you got to protect yourself. But they'd be way better off just trying to do what Notre Dame did, and that's just run them a bunch.
Right.
Like run read options.
See, I thought that's what they should have done with Anthony Richardson. Like, run the ball 40 times. You have Jonathan Taylor. Anthony Richardson's a good running quarterback.
Yeah.
Why are you throwing it 35 times a game? Run it 50 times.
But the reality is you'd probably do what Notre Dame did last year in the college football playoff in the championship game, which is run Riley Leonard 9 times. He's puking his guts out on the sideline, and he's terrible for the next 2.5 quarters.
What was Anthony Richardson's? It was the orbital?
Yeah.
How is he not back?
It's still fractured.
What do you mean? It was happened like 8 weeks ago.
Or it's still recovering?
I'm sorry. If I was Anthony Richardson, I'd be playing football. I would have a shield on. This is my chance. Like, this is the opportunity I have to win my organization over again, my fans over again. We're in the playoff hunt. Like, I would have found a way to play with an orbital fracture.
He's taking mental reps. He's out there, no helmet on.
I think that this is more soft than checking himself out of a game last year.
Yes.
Get on the field, man. When did that happen? Like 2 months ago.
It happened before the first game of the season, didn't it?
I don't know if it was the first
Or no,
game.
it was like the first 4 weeks. It was early. Like where is he?
He should have a visor playing football.
I was like, what's the chance of him re-injuring that in a football
probably
game?
Probably kind of high. I mean, it's probably pretty tender. It's probably not 100% healed. It's probably not like, milk make the bone stronger quite yet.
Yeah, but like your face mask is not touching your face.
I mean,
like there's a little bit of a gap there.
I mean, whenever you get hit though,
can you put some padding?
I would have a visor.
Put like a foam padding.
I would figure out a way, man.
Yeah.
I would figure out a way. Your team needs you. They're signing a 44-year-old. Like, how are you not on the field?
I don't know. Like where is he?
I don't think he cares about football.
It's the only explanation, it feels like. I mean, it doesn't help that he tapped out, so he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt like most people would.
No, if he didn't do that, we probably wouldn't be saying this right now.
No, 100%.
But then he did that, so it opens up these questions.
Mm-hmm.
NFC South, who wins the division?
Tampa.
Yeah, I think
But I'm reluctant.
Find a way to get it done.
I mean, it helps. No, they play each other twice still.
Tampa and Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't believe Carolina.
They play the Buccaneers' schedule is Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. That's so stupid.
Yeah, I don't love that.
Like, why are the Bears playing the Packers twice in 3 weeks? Why are it should be split. You play one division game in the first half of the season and one in the second half.
No, I agree. I think it's a great take. Now they do it for like divisional races and like intrigue and TV ratings, and that would be what they tell you. They want to finish in division. I remember they made that move a couple years ago, but I'm with you. I prefer your idea. Next week's, this is coming up, Bills-Patriots game will decide the AFC East.
Yeah, 100%.
Pats have a 2-game lead though.
That does help them, but I question if the train gets off the track at all.
And they have a better divisional record. So, they would have the tiebreaker.
And now they're looking at their schedule. They play the Ravens, the Jets, and the Dolphins. So, no, it doesn't then.
They would have to lose one of those Jets-Dolphins games.
They're not going to do that.
Right.
Even if they lose the Ravens game, they lose 2 games in a row. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
they would have a better divisional record.
Yeah, they're going to beat the Jets and Dolphins.
I don't think it's going to decide it. Now,
you're right.
But if the Patriots win, it's over. So that would decide it. But if the Bills win, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, no, their schedule's not that much more challenging. They go Browns, Eagles, Jets. The Bills do. So,
but they just need help.
They need a lot of help
from either the Jets or the Dolphins.
No, they're going to be the 5 seed, and they're going to play the Steelers or the Ravens in the first round of the playoffs.
That's good.
Which that's fine for Josh Allen.
It's good for the Texans.
Yeah,
you get them away.
Yeah, I think it ends up being Bills 5, Texans 6.
Yeah, I still hold out hope the Texans win the division. Tomlin's going to finish over 500 again this season.
Okay, they're 7-6 right now.
Yeah.
They play the Dolphins, Lions, Browns, Ravens. I'm going to say yes. They get to 9.
Yeah, I think they win against Miami and Cleveland. And look, they just beat Baltimore on the road.
They might beat Baltimore.
I don't know how he always does this. I don't know how Tomlin always does this with these mediocre teams.
Well, that's why it's like you're never going to fire him.
I think the Steelers are a bad football team too.
I think they'll get boat raced in the first round of the playoffs.
T.J. Watt was in the hospital today for a lung.
Still in the hospital.
Do they know what happened yet?
They haven't. No one's reported it, but they just said he's in the hospital for something to do with his lungs.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza will be the Raiders' next quarterback.
Do they have the first pick?
Right now, it's the. Yeah, I think they do right now.
Yeah, I think he'll be the first quarterback taken. Well, so right now they have it looks like they might have the 3rd pick, but the teams in front of them are the Titans and the Giants, and they're not taking a quarterback. So, yeah, Mendoza to the Raiders.
They would trade down, though, I think.
I don't know if this is going to be a bad take or not.
What?
I think I'm out on Mendoza.
Why?
The post-game speech.
I didn't see it. What did he do?
It was just very Kirk Cousins, you like that?
It's a very weird way to define a quarterback, though.
I know, but it was so weird. Like he was just screaming into the microphone, looked like he was gonna cry, and I don't know. I was just gonna come out on this guy.
Like soft, not a
leader.
leader.
It's just strange.
Not an alpha, not a leader of men.
Like trying to be an alpha. Felt like I don't know. Like I think I'm just out.
Remember Tebow's speech though? Remember when they lost the year they won the national championship?
Yeah, how'd that work out?
We're
for
not
Tebow?
losing another game. I mean, pretty good.
Well, yeah, in college.
Tebow. I mean, he had an okay career in the NFL.
I mean, like he became the Heisman favorite, and he threw one touchdown in that game.
He didn't have the career of what you would have wanted from a first-round quarterback, but it's not like Tebow had a terrible career. He only played 3 years.
Won a playoff game.
And he played baseball. Professionally.
His numbers are actually pretty good.
Yeah. I remember when he went to the Patriots as a tight end.
Remember when he went to the Jags as a tight end?
I don't remember that one as much. Was that under Urban?
With Urban?
He never played in a game though, right?
No, he didn't make it out of camp.
Yeah.
But he was there. had to be 40 or mid-30s.
Was it after he played baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago.
That's right. Hey, Urban's had some tight ends, huh? 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Wayne, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Wayne?
What's up, fellas, man? Last week, I think I heard somebody say that CJ is not top 10. I don't know who that guy is, but he is smoking straight drop crack. My nephew, the Don King, he is top 5, man.
Oh.
Y'all look at it. First-time play caller in his first 3 years. He got to learn the system. He got to learn the calls for his protection. Then we had a second line. You had a line from the jail, and now you saying CJ coming out that shell is going to be that labor dot king that he is. So for all these people, these old bandwagoners, they jump on, jump out. Stay off the bandwagon, man.
Wait. Let me ask you something real quick, Wayne. Can I ask you something real quick?
Yep.
Do you have Stroud ahead of Stafford?
I'm not going to lie. Nah, because Stafford is already in the league. You know
you have Stroud or May? Stroud or Drake May?
Oh, Stroud over May.
All right, Stroud or Josh Allen? Stroud or Josh Allen?
I take Stroud over Allen.
Okay.
I ain't going to lie.
Wow. Stroud over Dak?
Oh, man, come on, Stroud. Forget that.
Stroud or Love? Stroud or Jordan Love?
Man, Stroud.
Stroud or Justin Herbert?
Stroud.
Stroud or Goff?
Hey. The Dot King.
Stroud or Burrow?
Man, see, I'm going to take the Dot King because Burrow.
All right, Stroud or Mahomes?
Oh, man. Mahomes the GOAT right now, so you got to take Mahomes over my boy right now.
Stroud or Lamar?
Right now.
Stroud or Lamar?
Lamar had a down year. I'm gonna take my nephew, the Dot King, over.
All right, Stroud or Caleb Williams?
Oh, man, come on, Dot King.
Stroud or Jalen Hurts?
Dot King, Jalen Hurts garbage.
You got C.J. Stroud number 3, Wayne. Let's go.
Man.
Number 3, third best quarterback in the NFL.
Man, look here. Hurts, he's
worse
cool, but, like, Hurts, he's, like, inconsistent. He's doing his high, and he go low. It's like a roller coaster with Hurts. That's my boy.
I hear
you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to view. Shout out Jalen Hurts. But, man, you're not consistent enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he hasn't been this
year. Lamar, down year. And then, like, if you, just like all those quarterbacks you just named, they don't have no first-time play caller. They have a established play caller.
Well,
so
Eagles do. Eagles have a first-time play caller.
Huh?
Eagles have a first-time play caller.
Well, and then now look at him. Because last year, Jalen Hurts didn't look like
point. All right, Wayne, we appreciate it. You got Stroud number 3. I like it. Strong takes. I like it. Appreciate it, Wayne. Have a good one. Yeah, I don't have Stroud in my top 3.
He's not my top 10, so I guess
he's flirting with my top 10. I think he has potential to be a top 5 quarterback, but he's not playing to that potential yet for a lot of the reasons Wayne said.
Yeah.
Wayne, I think, points out a lot of the reasons why I don't think he's playing at that level. The offensive line, first-time play caller. I have some things that I think Stroud can be better at. We've talked about, in nauseum. But no, I don't. We just disagree there, Wayne. I have him probably around my 10, 12 range. Not top 3 for me.
Yeah, I have him outside the top 10.
Well, you're on crack.
I don't apparently
smoking crack.
I'm on crack then too.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but you're a Cowboy fan, so you know nothing.
No, that's not true. But anyways,
which part, the Cowboy fan or knowing nothing?
He's not better than Dak though. I know that.
Dak's
no, he's
better.
not. Dak's better right now.
Dak's
it's nothing against. Right, it's not an anti-Stroud take. Like he's not playing like a top 10 quarterback right now. He's just not.
Third's pretty high. I like it, Wayne, though. I like spicy takes. I like it, Wayne. Call back anytime. 713-780-3776. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who is your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? The hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress? Well, I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. They got open green spaces for you. They got wildlife for you. They got beautiful, majestic trees for you. They have some of the best fishing in Texas for you. The Two Creeks alongside their property, catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to love it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston as well. You're there in an hour and a half. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92 acres of property, do some kayaking. Play some pickleball, hang out, just have a drink. You can have a drink at Swampers, watch your college football when college football is back on. They got the glamping, they got the cabins, tree houses for you, pull up the RV. Perfect stay for anyone. And they're always taking care of their visitors. Winter Wonderland this weekend, bonfire and s'mores, stuff for the kids. You're going to love your time out there. And from now through November, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire, so take advantage of that. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Good job, AJ, today. He's in for Brian tomorrow.
I can't wait for Brian to be back.
What? Why? Oh, I know why. AJ's done a great job, though. AJ keeps us young. Keeps us fresh. You know?
The music?
AJ's on TikTok. I've been liking his power rankings on TikTok. What's your
Thank
TikTok, AJ?
Swaggy Russ 02.
There you go.
What happened to Swaggy Russ 01? Taken?
I was born in 02, so.
Oh, okay.
That was my nickname in high school, Swaggy Branham.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, from Swaggy Branham to the Huntington Bank bad boy.
My mom was the one who called me that.
Oh, yeah. It just didn't stick?
Yeah, it didn't. It never really
Not like
catch
Tank
on.
Dell? Didn't stick?
Yeah, you know why they call it Tank?
Get a big head.
Yeah, big head.
You think he's playing next year? You mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I think he'll be playing next year at some point.
I hope so.
A lot of people want him back this year. I don't think it's gonna happen.
No. I don't think we'll see. I mean, that would be a shock.
I've talked to doctors who know the doctor that performed the surgeries, because there was 3 on Tank Dell, and they're like, yeah, he's got a long road back. Yeah. There is some fear that he might not ever be the same.
Yeah, I mean, it was a catastrophic injury.
Yes.
So I have no expectations honestly. Like
I don't either.
I don't expect to see Tank Dell ever play for the Texans again.
Well, I expect him to play next year.
And if he does, I'm going to be excited about it.
I think he'll play next year. I just don't know. I think it's fair. I think it's unfair to hold him to any standard.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a borderline miracle if he plays football again.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think he will be back. He's doing well in his recovery and moving around good. And
We've seen him a couple times this year.
Yeah. No,
he's been
moving
out
around good. Like his recovery's doing great.
Yeah.
All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. What is your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
I mean, I hate to see you put them on there.
Both of them?
One of them.
Which one did you want to use?
Well, I was going to say all of Michigan.
Oh.
Because there are reports coming out that their athletic director is going to get fired tonight.
Yeah, I saw that too. Apparently, I saw one rumor, I don't know if it's true, that he fired Sharon Moore without any like HR people and stuff. And like they'd been talking about how he's been like mentally unstable, Coach Sharon Moore, for like a week or two. So, yeah, it doesn't look good. And plus, like, who do you want to hire your new coach?
Not this guy. I mean, they've literally had 7 coaches get arrested at some point since hiring Jim Harbaugh. So, I don't think you can, like, really trust this guy. I feel like you have to, like, clean house in this whole situation.
Yeah, I do, too. I think it would be the right move. Especially, like, I mean, they're going to do a third-party investigation.
Yeah.
Like, do we find out that he maybe knew more than we knew? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's going to be a lot that comes out on this. My junkie is this little fireball meteor that I guess landed somewhere like in Port Aransas.
I missed this.
Yeah, it landed like overnight. You could see it in 6 different states: Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Nearly 200 eyewitness accounts. Actually, it was last night around 6:43 our time. You could see it from the Panhandle to the Gulf Coast.
Huh? I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah,
I was watching ball, I guess.
Have you ever seen this? You were at the little Christmas lights thing.
I was.
Have you heard of Atlas?
No.
Atlas is like this thing racing at us on the other side of the sun. That's
this is
unpredictable.
This is the Armageddon meteor.
Some people think it might be a UFO or alien activity.
You're gonna watch that the UFO documentary?
What?
There's one coming out.
I'm not
and
aware
it's
of
where
it.
like George Bush apparently like contemplated like going public.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
And like there's real senators and things like that in it that are
really
going to say aliens are real, and they just haven't told us yet.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, is there any surprise?
No, of course. Universe is too big.
I was going to make a bad joke there. I'm just going to leave it, though. Josh from Seabrook, Junkie of the Day, the one suspect that me and 11 other jurors put away for a couple of years for aggravated assault shooting because of a property dispute. He's not a junkie technically, but he'll be locked up with some. So he was on a juror, Josh from Seabrook? I have zero desire to be on a jury.
I've only been called once and didn't have a babysitter, so I was able to get out of it.
Nice. A couple of people are nominating Wayne for Junkie of the Day. Junkie of the Day is Wayne with that terrible rank system. Adrian.
I kind of agree, too.
Top 3? He's pretty
three.
high.
Top 3 is really high.
Let's do it to Wayne. Yeah, Wayne's our Junkie of the Day. Top 3 for, what do you call him, the Dot King?
The Dot King. And he kept saying it too many times. Not enough completions to be Dot King.
Look, Wayne, we love you. I love spicy hot takes.
Agreed.
Call back anytime. But you're our Junkie of the Day. Congratulations, Wayne. Does it for us. Thanks to AJ for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Hall of Fame at 8. Comic-Cast at 7. Destination 2026 with Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.
Stormcast up next. That's my fault.
97. Stormcast. Swarm with Joe and Will. Coming up next.